The members of the Fong family had all been restless of late. Their patriarch had led a group to Qingyuan County and had yet to return. By rights, they ought to have sent people out to investigate the situation. Yet before leaving, the patriarch had instructed that until he returned, no one was allowed to step outside Yunmeng ruins. He feared that some fish that had slipped through the Su family's net might in their desperation lie in ambush outside Yunmeng ruins and take revenge upon the Fong clan. The patriarch had taken away most of the Fong family's strength, leaving in the clan only a few elders whose cultivation was passable. The rest were mostly saplings yet to grow still in their tender years. Perhaps I should go out and scout after all. After all, the Fong family has the Cloud Guard Alliance behind us. As long as our ancestral grounds lie within Yunmeng ruins, there should generally be no trouble. An old man of the Fong clan paced back and forth in the main hall, a vague sense of unease gnawing at his heart. The youths of the clan hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Fifth granduncle, you must not. The patriarch must have his reasons for his instructions. The risk outside is far too great. We only need to stay within the clan and wait. Perhaps the patriarch and the others discovered some fortuitous opportunity, or maybe the war outside has delayed them somewhat. Those words made many within the hall secretly nod to themselves. Although the patriarch's group had exceeded their expected time of return, the chaos of war outside made it entirely possible they had been forced to take a detour. It was perhaps nothing more than them overthinking things. Fifth granduncle's expression grew increasingly anxious, and he could not help but voice the thought in his heart. The main thing is my right eyelid has been twitching nonstop. It feels like something bad is going to happen. Your right eyelid. A young member of the Fong family blinked, then suddenly slapped his palm as realization struck. Left eye for disaster, right eye for fortune. This means something good is about to happen. Isn't it? Left eye for fortune, right eye for disaster. Another murmured under his breath. Fifth granduncle sighed over and over in the main hall, his impatience and unease growing ever stronger. Suddenly a commotion sounded from outside. The instant his spiritual sense extended outward, a flying sword shot forth like a rainbow, piercing the sun, drilling through the formation walls and windows, streaking straight toward the spot between his brows. Fifth granduncle's face changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact. A metallic clang rang out as artifact and sword collided, shrill and piercing, while violent spiritual power ripples surged outward layer upon layer. The floor, tables, chairs, and potted plants were crushed to powder in an instant. The youths inside the room were all blasted away by the force. Fifth granduncle spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his artifact shattering into fragments in his hand as his body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. What happened? We're under attack. Where are the guards? Where have they all gone? Those slow to react had yet to process what was going on when someone was already shouting at the top of his lungs. An attack. Who would dare to assault the Fong clan within Yunmeng ruins? Faces went ashen with shock. Their first instinct upon rising was to flee the Fong estate and seek aid from the Cloud Guard Alliance. Run quickly. Fifth granduncle roared hoarsely, blood froth sprang from his lips. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rainbow of light pierced his skull. In an instant his roar cut off mid-note. There is no need to struggle, all of you. I have already laid a trapping formation over this place. You cannot escape. Four figures stepped into the Fong family's main courtyard. The lethal rainbow of sword light circled once in the air before coming to a steady hover before the man at their head. Su Yang held a formation disc in his hand, his gaze icy as it swept across the panic-stricken youths of the Fong clan before him. You, who are you? The Fong clan cultivator was utterly terrified, his finger trembling as he pointed towards Su Yang and the others. Our Fong family is backed by the Cloud Guard Alliance. They will never let you go. Someone unwilling to accept this fate secretly tried to flee, only to slam into an invisible barrier with a dull thud and stagger back. Leave no one alive. Su Yang had no desire to waste words. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword before him once more transformed into a lethal rainbow streaking forth. It wove rapidly through the courtyard, and with every heavy impact a life was reaped. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin drew their swords at the same time and slashed out. In an instant, anomalies erupted as though sun and moon shone together, a blinding radiance exploding forth without warning. A feral grin twisted in Xiao's features as crimson flames erupted from his entire body. His bronze skin seemed plated in molten armor as he charged into the crowd like a tiger descending the mountain, unleashing a blood-soaked massacre. A similar scene was playing out at the Zhong family. Song Baiqing and 8 other sword cultivators cut straight into the Zhong clan's inner compound. Sword chi crisscrossed in the air, forming a heaven-spanning net that enveloped everything. The Zhong cultivators had not even the chance to shout before they were shredded by the myriad interlaced sword shadows. Limbs were severed in an instant, heads flung high into the air. Warm blood burst forth like an uncontrollable fountain, splattering into ghastly scarlet trajectories under the glare of the searing sword light. The Zhong family's inner compound became a living purgatory, corpses strewn everywhere. Moments ago, the residence had been vibrant with life, now only the howling of sword chi and the drip-drip of falling blood remained. Even had the Zhong family had still been alive before sword cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining, he would at most have forced them to swing their swords a few more times. What was more, the Zhong clan was now hollow within, populated only by unripe seedlings and aged cultivators. With 9 sword cultivators besieging them, even setting up a trapping formation would have been pointless. The slaughter on both sides lasted for an entire hour before it gradually subsided. Once Su Yang had confirmed that no one was left alive, a searing blaze burst from his palm, sweeping over the corpse-strewn courtyards in an instant. Afterwards, they ransacked the Fong estate from top to bottom, not even sparing the immature spiritual plants. Go and tally up the Fong family shops. If there are any fish that slip through the net, kill them all. Only by cutting the grass and pulling up the roots can we leave no future troubles. Su Xuanheng and the other two nodded solemnly and immediately set off for the Fong family shops. Su Yang walked calmly out of the Fong estate. A plain-faced man in gray robes was standing opposite, waiting for him. May I ask how I should address Senior? Su Yang cupped his fists. Wandering cultivator Chun, how the man replied blandly. You have annihilated the Fong clan. Did you happen to find within their estate a token carved with a myriad beasts diagram? Su Yang was taken aback and swept his spiritual sense through the storage rings and pouches they had gathered. This person's cultivation was unfathomably deep. Most likely a foundation establishment cultivator. He had assumed the newcomer was here to seek justice for the Fong family, yet the man's first words were such a seemingly unrelated question. Senior Chin, this junior has not seen such an item. If you do not believe me, you may examine it yourself. Su Yang stirred his spiritual power and sent a storage ring flying over. Everything they had taken from the Fong estate was inside. Chen Hao's brows knit slightly, but he did not inspect it. Instead, he continued, then have you perhaps obtained a beast-taming inheritance? Those words sent a tremor through Su Yang's heart. Fong Xin and the others acquiring the foundation establishment, cave-dwelling opportunity in Lanshui County had as expected another cause behind it. It had not been mere luck at all. Before Su Yang could think it through further, Chun Hao directly spoke the truth. I may as well tell you that token is tied to a foundation establishment, cave-dwelling opportunity. It originally lay on some street vendor's stall. I had the chance to pick it up for cheap, but voluntarily let it go. In the end, it fell into the Fong family's hands. Later, only after careful investigation, did I learn that the token's owner was a disciple of the Yuling sect, and that holding it granted free access to his cave dwelling. I Chun Hao disdained seizing by force, yet this inheritance is of vital importance to me. Young friend, name your price. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Chun Hao's attitude could be called extremely courteous. So courteous that Su Yang could not help but suspect there was some deeper scheme concealed within. Most cultivators were aloof and indifferent by nature. When facing those whose cultivation realms were lower than their own, their attitude was as though they were confronting an inferior species, never truly acknowledging the other party. Thus, Chun Hao's friendly demeanor instinctively put Su Yang on guard. I did indeed obtain a beast-taming inheritance from the Fong family, he said. Without hesitation, Su Yang took out a jade slip. This is a copied imprint of the beast-taming inheritance. I offer it to you for free, Senior. To his surprise, Chun Hao merely frowned. I said I would not seize by force. Name your price. Seeing the other's serious expression, Su Yang was both astonished and probing as he asked, Senior, are you perhaps a beast tamer? That's right. Hurry up, Chun Hao replied. Chun Hao nodded, his tone faintly impatient. Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, I wonder if Senior happens to have any young flying demon beasts. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Hao lightly tapped the pouch at his waist with a finger. 3 cyan demon beast eggs, each the size of a human head, swiftly flew to hover before Su Yang, while a surge of spiritual power rolled up the jade slip he had offered. Having done all this, Chun Hao turned and left without wasting a single extra word. Su Yang stared blankly at the 3 demon beast eggs before him, his mind momentarily unable to turn. Had it truly been nothing more than an upright and above-board transaction? Could such a person still exist in the current cultivation world? A foundation establishment cultivator actually willing to trade fairly with a mere kire-finding ant? Unable to help himself, Su Yang judged a gentleman with a petty man's heart, carefully examining the demon beast eggs several times over. No matter what method of inspection he employed, there was nothing amiss with the 3 eggs before his eyes. It appears to be an avian demon beast bearing the bloodline of the Qingwan, he murmured. Su Yang possessed considerable knowledge of demon beasts and could roughly identify the species within the eggs. Many demon beasts carried Qingwan blood, but almost none could awaken an ancestral return. He did not demand that these 3 demon beasts awaken an ancestral bloodline. Merely raising them to maturity would already benefit the family. By sheer happenstance, he had accomplished the task Su Xianling had entrusted to him, and even saved the funds that would have gone toward purchasing beasts. Handing out the beast-taming inheritance incurred no loss to the Su family, and Su Yang had never intended to monopolize this legacy. After all, the Yuling sect had not been destroyed, it was merely located extremely far from Great Wei. Su Yang took out a spirit beast pouch he had prepared in advance and stored the 3 demon beast eggs inside. A short while later, Su Xuanheng and Song Baiqing returned together, handing over all the resources they had plundered. After a simple tally of the 2 families' assets, the result was truthfully less than expected. The combined foundation of 2 7th-grade Kyre-finding clans was actually still inferior to that of the Su family. The lands and shops of the Fong and Zhong families will all be used to establish the Su Commercial Association, Su Yang said to Song Baiqing. I will need you all to sit in town here for a period. Once Su Xianming arrives to take over, you may return to the Su clan. I will hire cultivators to tear down all the existing buildings here and rebuild them according to the specifications of the Su Commercial Association. You need not concern yourselves with these trivial matters. Hearing this, Song Baiqing and the others cupped their hands respectfully in assent. With the affairs of this place properly arranged, Su Yang did not linger. He turned and made his way toward the Yunshou League. As previously agreed, he allocated 20% of the properties taken from the Fong and Zhong families to Situ. Afterward, in Yunming ruins, Su Yang sought out several cultivators specialized in craftsmanship. Once he had handed them the Su Commercial Association blueprints designed by Su Xuanming, he departed with Su Xuanheng and the other 2 to return to the clan. After exterminating the Fong and Zhong families, the Su clan could finally develop in peace, and the days that followed were especially tranquil. The Su Commercial Association successfully established itself in Yunming ruins and opened a drunken Immortal pavilion whose business was exceptionally prosperous. They even held a small auction within the drunken Immortal pavilion, with a single lower-grade foundation establishment pill as the finale item, successfully making the name of the Su Commercial Association resound. The establishment of Qingyuan Market was in full swing, turning it into one of the few pure lands in a world of chaos. The number of commoners and cultivators fleeing to Qingyuan for refuge grew with each passing day. It was worth mentioning that after leaving the Su clan, Lu Mo and the others unexpectedly joined the Jiang family instead. Their identities as sword cultivators made them highly valued there, and they became guest elders of the Jiang clan. However, according to what Su Yang had learned, the rules for guest elders of the Jiang family were in truth no different from those for servants. They too had to obey the Jiang clan's every command, only the title sounded pleasant. On Jiang Wei's side, things were surprisingly quiet. After Su Xianming had secretly spread certain rumors, Jiang Wuyu had come to the Su clan a few times to test Su Yang's attitude, then disappeared without a trace. Time flew swiftly by, and in the blink of an eye another year had passed. The war between the 2 nations only grew more intense, countless cities caught in its spread. The armies of Great Qi surged forward with unstoppable momentum, driving Great Wei into one defeat after another. The flames of war spread like a plague, devouring the entirety of Great Wei, leaving wails of misery across the land. Streets that had once been bustling with prosperity became blood-soaked azure as grounds, corpses strewn everywhere with none to gather them. Homeless commoners dragging along their families made their way to the now taking shape Qingyuan Market, knocking on doors one by one, kowtowing and begging to be taken in. The Su clan occupied a vast expanse of land in Qingyuan, making them the first choice for refugees. As long as they were capable of working and had committed no heinous crimes, the Su clan accepted as many as they could. At that moment, within the Su clan's inner compound, 2 distinctly different spiritual energy fluctuations, one strong and one weak, spilled out almost simultaneously from 2 separate rooms. One of them proclaimed that Su Xianling had successfully condensed a true spiritual root and in a single stroke completed the drawing of qi into the body, formally stepping into the first layer of qi refining. The other, somewhat weaker spiritual fluctuation came from a 3-year-old girl who, after more than a month of arduous meditation, also drew qi into her body on this very day. Above the pavilion lake, Qin Jiangmei, who was playing the zither, paused for a moment at her fingertips. Amid the flowing notes, she keenly caught these 2 nascent waves of spiritual energy. A gentle smile curved her lips as she said softly, "Linger and Shulan have both embarked upon the path of cultivation." A teasing smile played across Su Yang's face. "Jia, that brat has truly risen thanks to his daughter's fortune." Jia possessed excellent talent for commerce and management, yet as a mortal, he could not enter cultivation markets, and his lifespan and vigor were limited. He was destined to be unable to serve a cultivation family for long. His daughter Ji Shulan, however, did possess a spiritual root. Whether she had inherited her father's commercial talent remained to be seen. At present, the Su clan urgently needed a cultivator skilled in commerce. As the Su Commercial Association grew larger and larger, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Su Xianming alone to manage everything. Speaking of which, Xianjing has also reached a suitable age for marriage. Is there any fitting match for her? Su Yang suddenly asked. The zither music abruptly ceased, and Qin Jiangmei fell into serious contemplation of the question. Xianjing seemed somewhat resistant to marriage. She does not wish to wed a stranger, yet she looks down on the men within the clan, and she rarely interacts with outsiders. It is truly difficult to find anyone suitable. Qin Jiangmei shook her head helplessly. And besides, you insist that Su family women do not marry out. Finding a cultivator willing to marry in is quite difficult. You and your daughter are really hard to please. Su Yang smacked his lips at her words. The women of the Su clan naturally could not be married out. Given the existence of the Su clan genealogy, marrying off any woman was a great loss to the family. I find that Ziyao is of similar age to Xianjing. Do you think there could be a possibility between the two of them? Qin Jiangmei pondered for a moment, then shook her head again. Ziyao gets along fairly well with Xuanheng, but his relationship with Xianjing is rather ordinary. I do not think it will work. Though the two were close in age, they had too little interaction in daily life, and it was unlikely any spark would arise. Forced melons are never sweet. Su Yang disliked coercing matches. He could only temporarily set the matter aside and let things unfold naturally. In the courtyard, two figures, one large and one small, were meticulously carving intricate runes on a puppet that had yet to take form. The woman had a graceful figure, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate face bore no makeup, yet it radiated natural beauty, and when her cherry lips smiled, her eyes sparkled like stars. Dressed in a simple white robe that fluttered gently in the wind, she accentuated her slender waist and graceful posture. Success! Su Xianjing exclaimed excitedly. Beside her, Su Xianxiao had a reserved demeanor. Though he appeared calm on the surface, the flicker of light in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Su Xianjing successfully inscribed runes on the puppet without needing to rely on talismans, which meant she could mass-produce this new type of puppet to distribute to everyone in the family. There was no longer a need for Su Xianjing to be present to temporarily empower the puppets with talisman effects. As Su Yang would put it, this was enchanting. If Su Xianjing could enchant the puppets, she could enchant magical tools, significantly enhancing the functionalities of both the puppets and the magical tools. Congratulations, third sister. Your talent in talismans is truly unparalleled. Su Xianxiao smiled in congratulations. During this time spent researching the puppets and talismans with his third sister, he had deeply realized just how terrifying her talent in talismans was. Even with the finished product right before him, he could not understand why such runes could be inscribed on the puppet. He had attempted to replicate it under his third sister's guidance, but every attempt had ended in failure. Drawing runes required focus and tranquility, every stroke infused with spiritual energy had strict requirements, and the talisman paper itself was born to stabilize the runes. Once the talisman paper was lost, each rune drawn would become extremely unstable. Yet his third sister had managed to steadily infuse each rune mark onto the uneven surface of the puppet. Su Xianxiao realized that it wasn't his steps that were flawed, but rather that third sister's talisman skills were overwhelmingly powerful. No one could replicate them, even if publicly taught. Is third sister going to try enchanting magical tools next? Originally, Su Yang had referred to Su Xuanjing's skill simply as enchanting. However, the term enchanting could easily lead cultivators to misunderstand, raising concerns about misinterpretations, especially since the enchanted puppets and magical tools would be sold as flagship products of the Su family trading company. Thus, they changed it to spiritual attachment. Su Xianxiao and Su Xianjing both felt that spiritual attachment was quite fitting, as the essence of the runes was spiritual energy, which attached itself to the puppets and magical tools. Enchanting magical tools holds great potential, and it will be my primary focus moving forward. Su Xianjing stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite figure, and with a self-deprecating tone said, "Next, it's the magical tools that will suffer." During her attempts to inscribe runes on the puppets, she had destroyed countless puppets. If not for the Su family's wealth, they wouldn't have been able to withstand her reckless experimentation. When Xiao was refining magical tools, he ended up with many peculiar and bizarre ones that couldn't be sold, which would be perfect for you to practice on third sister, Su Xianxiao reminded. Su Xuanjing's eyes brightened at this, right? You're really sharp, fourth brother. I'm off now. I will come find you to play next time. With that, she waved her sleeve lightly and skipped out of the courtyard. Su Xianxiao couldn't help but smile, secretly admiring how decisive his third sister was. Having just successfully enchanted the puppet, others would surely bask in their joy, perhaps holding a celebration before moving on to research enchanting magical tools. I should also strive to improve, otherwise I will end up being the weakest in the family, which would be dragging them down. Su Xianxiao reminded himself not to be complacent. His elder brother had a talent for swordsmanship, his second brother excelled in business, his third sister had a talent for talismans, and his fifth sister had a talent for beast taming. Only he was unremarkable, the only skill he could boast of being his lightning techniques, and even that was thanks to his advantageous spiritual root. His father had once pointed out the conceptualization of the Five Thunders technique, and he had some ideas brewing in his mind. It was time to focus on closed-door cultivation for a period. Just as Su Xianjing emerged from the refining room with a pile of magical tools, she passed by the pavilion lake. In the lake, colorful fish swam in groups, creating streaks of vibrant rainbows that illuminated the entire lake's surface in a dazzling array. In the past, their parents would practice or play music and enjoy tea under the pavilion, while Dahe would bathe in the lake, scaring the fish for fun. Today, however, there were no figures in sight. Thus, Su Xianjing walked across the arch bridge to find her sister near the Tianling fruit tree. As soon as she stepped into the second-tier isolation formation, she heard the chirping of birds. Her parents and sister were gathered under the Tianling fruit tree. What's going on? Did those 3 bird eggs hatch? Su Xianjing exclaimed in surprise and quickly ran over. Sure enough, what greeted her eyes were 3 plump naked chicks nestled within broken eggshells, chirping and pecking at the shells. Dahe stretched out its long tongue to lick the 3 little ones, its eyes filled with curiosity for its new companions. Su Xianling used chopsticks to pick up a few spirit worms caught from the spiritual field and fed them to the chicks. After finishing the eggshells, the chicks eagerly swallowed the spirit worms, flapping their featherless wings joyfully. Suddenly, one of them raised its rear and let out a white droppings. According to the records of spirit taming techniques, newborn magical beasts are the easiest to form spiritual contracts. Father, mother, third sister, do you want to form a contract with one? Su Xianling turned her head and gently asked. Yes, I want to raise the fattest one. Su Xianjing was the first to respond, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at the chubby chick in the middle. Su Yang shook his head with a smile. There's no need for your mother and me. Oh, let's leave the other 2 for Linger. He turned his gaze toward his little daughter holding the chick with curiosity. Linger, can you understand what they're saying now? Su Xianling nodded slightly, gently stroking the chick's bald head with her fingertips. I can understand a little. Mainly they're too small, and their language skills are still weak. They can only express simple meanings like hunger and cold. Su Xuanjing, eager as ever, leaned forward, pointing at the chubby chick and urging, hurry. Linger, help me form a contract with this little fatty. Understanding her intent, Su Xianling put down the chick in her hands, silently reciting the incantation. A faint spiritual light glowed at her fingertips as she skillfully performed the spirit taming technique, guiding Su Xianjing to form a spiritual contract with the chosen chick. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei got up and went to the Tianling fruit tree to build a comfortable nest for the 3 newly hatched chicks. The spiritual contract was easily completed, and Su Xianjing held up the little fatty, beaming. From now on, your name will be Fatty. Do you have any objections? Cheep, 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 the chick cried out, anxiously sensing through the spiritual contract that it was vehemently opposing this name. Objections are invalid. From now on, your name will be Fatty. Su Xianjing raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile, not allowing any room for debate. How about this? Let's give you the Su surname as well and call you Su Fatty. The chick continued to call out incessantly, but the name was firmly established by Su Xuanjing, and it refused to change it no matter what. Su Xianling also named her 2 pet birds, the larger one called Big Qing and the smaller one Little Qing. The naming abilities of the 2 girls were indeed difficult to command. After settling the 3 little ones, the daily task of caring for the spirit pets was entrusted to Su Xianling. Although Su Xianjing was the owner of one of the spirit birds, she had no intention of taking it back to the yard to raise it herself, but instead kept it with the other 2, allowing Su Xianling to help care for them. Su Xianling was delighted by the task of raising spirit pets, researching how to combine their food to help the spirit birds grow better. That day, the originally noisy 3 little ones suddenly became remarkably quiet upon hearing Qin Jiangmai's melody. Seeing this, Su Xianling developed a keen interest in her mother's musical techniques for the first time. Do you want to learn the technique of music? Hearing her daughter's request, Qin Jiangmei was taken aback. If you just want them to be quiet, I can play a tune for you to calm them down. There's no need to specially take time to learn it. Your talent lies in beast taming. Studying spirit taming techniques will yield better results than learning musical techniques. Camp Mother's tunes also turn into formations. If I learn it, I can help Dahe and the others. Su Xianling looked at Qin Jiangmei with eager eyes, expressing her thoughts. Su Yang, who was pondering the Fong family's spells nearby, smiled and said, Linger makes a valid point. Beast taming is about controlling and enhancing spirit beasts, and beast tamers themselves do not need to take risks. If Linger can also perform musical techniques, and even use music to form arrays to assist spirit beasts in battle, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. However, Linger can learn musical techniques, but if she finds she has no talent for it, she must stop promptly and not waste too much time on it. Upon hearing this, Su Xianling was overjoyed and nodded obediently, saying, I understand, father. If I find I lack musical talent, I will stop promptly. The most reassuring aspect of their little daughter was her obedience, and the couple exchanged smiles, feeling quite pleased. Qin Jiangmei placed her graceful hand on the strings and began to teach Su Xianling the basics of music. Su Yang continued to contemplate the spells recorded on the jade slips from the Fong and Zhong families. His diligent nature ensured he did not worry about being scattered and unfocused, With any technique, as long as he was willing to invest time, he would surely achieve results. Even the melodic formations from the illusory sound sect were something he grasped to some extent. As the saying goes, skills are never a burden. Su Yang discovered many techniques had commonalities much like music and formations, puppetry, and talismans. As long as he mastered enough techniques in the future, he would be able to discern myriad techniques at a glance. Deep in thought, Luo Qian arrived at the pavilion by the lake and respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, the Chung family invites you to the drunken Immortal Tower for a discussion." "The Chung family invited me." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Did they only invite me, or did they invite others too? The Chung family was a foundational family that had recently arrived at Qingyuan Square Market. Currently, besides the original Jiang family and this Chung family, there was also a Bihai Association with foundational cultivators stationed in Qingyuan Square Market. The Bihai Association was an overseas force primarily dealing in foreign goods. This influence spanned the continent with wandering caravans and permanent shops in certain locations resembling the business model envisioned by the Su family business. According to my subordinates, the Chung family has also invited others, including the Jiang Family Bihai Association and several well-established qi refining families on the invitation list. Luo Qian replied. Su Yang was even more curious now. A sudden invitation to gather various family forces must indicate something significant. He did not delay and immediately set off for the drunken Immortal Tower. The original drunken Immortal Tower had been destroyed by a beast tide, and now it was a newly reconstructed version, vastly larger and more luxurious than before, located on the most prosperous commercial street of the square market, with all shops on this street belonging to the Su family business. When Su Yang arrived at the top-floor private room of the drunken Immortal Tower, more than 10 cultivators were already seated inside, and he quickly spotted the carefree Jiang Wuyu. He initially thought this Jiang family master had gone to the Forbidden Zone to search for heavenly treasures, but unexpectedly, he had been staying at home all along, without venturing out. Su Yang then turned his gaze to the organizer of this gathering, Chung Lan. She was a female family master with ink-black hair, cascading like a waterfall, her beautiful face displaying a friendly smile as she gestured for Su Yang to sit. After Su Yang took his seat, he suddenly realized that a familiar face was sitting opposite him, Jiang Linyuan. At the moment their eyes met, a surge of vigilance arose within him. This guy actually returned. To which faction did he join? Didn't expect you, Dao friend Jiang, to be here. Didn't you leave Qingyuan County during the beast tide? Su Yang directly inquired, not bothering to engage in any testing. Jiang Linyuan replied with a feigned smile, Master Su, long time no see. I indeed left for a while and joined the Li family in Taiwa County. However, shortly after joining the Li family, a war broke out between the Great Wei and Great Qi, and Taihua County was plunged into chaos. I had to retreat along with the Li family, and some matters occurred along the way that I cannot elaborate on. Jiang Linyuan clasped his hands toward Chung Lan, saying, Now I represent the Li family and have come at the invitation of the Chung family master. Indeed, I am aware of this matter. Chung Lan nodded with a smile, seemingly conversing with her peer cultivators without a hint of the arrogance typical of higher-level cultivators. In contrast, Jiang Wuyu appeared indifferent, slouching awkwardly in his seat and never facing anyone present. Thank you all for your patience. Just then the door was pushed open again, and a plump figure entered the room, smiling broadly as he greeted everyone. The vice president of the Bihai Association, Su Heian, had arrived. Friend Su, you came at just the right time. Please have a seat. Chung Lan maintained her smile. The two foundational cultivators were so approachable that it left everyone present in disbelief, especially when compared to Jiang Wu's disdainful attitude, which was utterly contrasting. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room grew warm. Everyone raised their glasses to drink and exchanged pleasantries. Su Yang merely maintained surface-level etiquette, while secretly remaining alert and contemplative. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chung Lan finally revealed the purpose of this gathering. Dear friends, the reason for inviting everyone here is to present an opportunity to all of you. Upon hearing this, the crowd first paused in surprise, then perked up their ears to listen. Chung Lan raised her hand and tossed out a map marked with red circles and routes. This is a map of Wangchuan Valley, and the marked location conceals a cave heaven. I wish to invite you to explore it with me. After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, and Jiang Wuyu even let out a cold laugh, the sarcasm unmistakable. Who would share a genuine opportunity? Chung Lan was clearly trying to have everyone serve as her scouts. I understand that everyone has concerns. Chung Lan smiled naturally, showing no signs of embarrassment. The reason I am sharing this opportunity is mainly because the cave heaven restricts qi refining cultivators from entering and exiting, and secondly, I wish to ask for your assistance for my family's offspring. The internal space of the cave heaven is intricate and complex, with numerous late-stage qi refining demon beasts occupying it. Relying solely on my Chung family's qi refining cultivators, we cannot monopolize all opportunities. You are all powerful family forces in Qingyuan Square Market, and only you are qualified to participate in this opportunity. The implication was that those without strength would not even qualify to sit at the table. Cheng Lan's explanation was reasonable, causing some to waver and consider continuing to listen. However, Su Yang directly stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "The Su family is currently busy with affairs and will not compete for this opportunity. Oh, I hope the esteemed elders will not take offense." Cheng Lan's words were indeed pleasant to hear. Sharing opportunities was because the Cheng family could not monopolize all the benefits and also needed the support of various families for their descendants. But once inside the cave, how many would actually follow the rules? Even members of the Cheng family might resort to killing their companions in the competition for opportunities. When a person dies, the outcome is left entirely to the living victors to say. Su Yang did not believe that the Cheng family had not considered this point. Therefore, for any opportunity that required cooperation with outsiders, Su Yang remained highly vigilant, especially with someone named Jiang Linyuan among them. From any angle, the Su family should have retreated from this opportunity. As his words fell, the room fell into a sudden silence. Many admired Su Yang's courage. He dared to directly refuse the invitation of the Foundation establishment cultivator, even ignoring Cheng Lan's subsequent words. Why is the Su family leader in such a hurry? Cheng Lan's smile remained as kind as ever. No matter what everyone thinks now, it would be wise to listen to the end before making a decision. My Cheng family comes with sincerity, not to harm anyone. She gestured for Su Yang to sit down. She then began to speak of the treasures discovered by the Cheng family in the cave and the difficulties encountered there, finally explaining that they had no choice but to share this opportunity. In summary, they wanted everyone to lower their guard, proving that the Cheng family sincerely wanted to cooperate. Listening to Cheng Lan's words, it indeed sounded filled with sincerity, but Su Yang remained steadfast in not participating. Many present, however, were eager to move, especially upon hearing that the heavenly spirit fruit had appeared in the cave. If they could pick one, it would be equivalent to obtaining a Foundation establishment pill. This was an irresistible temptation for qi refining families. Even Zhang Wuyu became interested, suddenly sitting up straight, a look of contemplation on his face. Seeing this scene, Cheng Lan nodded in satisfaction. Let's leave it at that for today. If anyone is interested, gather at the Cheng family in 10 days. As the banquet dispersed, everyone bade farewell, each face revealing thoughts or excitement. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, Cheng Lan called out to him, "Su family leader, please stay." Cheng Lan's smile was warm, not at all like someone looking to cause trouble. I heard that the Su family's third young lady is 18, and coincidentally, my Cheng family has a descendant matching her age. Would the Su family leader be willing to consider a marriage alliance? Su Yang was quite surprised, not expecting to discuss a marriage alliance. The Su family had been in Qingyuan for over 20 years, and many families wished to form alliances, but it never worked out. Although Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan had not married, it was practically the same. Su Xianming had just come of age and married Wan Ning, thus various families had not succeeded in forming alliances. Now with Su Xuanjing, the situation was complicated further, as the Su family women did not marry outside, leading many families to abandon the idea. Cheng Lan could not possibly be unaware of this, but the Cheng descendants would certainly not marry into the Su family. Where was the precedent of a Foundation establishment family marrying into a qi refining family? Since the Cheng family would not marry, and Cheng Lan's intention was clearly to let Su Xianjing marry over. On the surface, this move seemed to give Su Yang a way out. As long as the two families formed a marriage alliance, the previous slight could be overlooked. But in Su Yang's view, this was nothing short of coercion. A slight smile of mild apology appeared on Su Yang's face as he clasped his hands together, slightly bowing, his demeanor respectful yet composed. He replied softly, "I am honored by your esteemed attention, but our family has few descendants. To preserve our bloodline, there are ancestral rules stating that women are not to marry outside for the time being. I truly feel sorry for rejecting such a kind offer." Upon hearing this, Cheng Lan's smile gradually faded and her entire demeanor turned icy. Is this the second time the Su family leader has refused? Cheng Lan's tone was indifferent, carrying an aura of penetrating cold. Su Yang felt a pang of unease in his heart. The Su family was already not on good terms with the Jiang family, and now there was the Cheng family placing him in a difficult position. But to have him trade his daughter for the safety of the family was something he could not do. It is not that the younger generation wishes to refuse, these matters are just too coincidental. Su Yang spoke again, but received no response from Cheng Lan, an invisible pressure spreading throughout the room. Just as he pondered how to respond, a hearty and powerful laughter broke through, dispelling this invisible pressure. "Hey, I wondered why I couldn't find the Su family leader outside after searching everywhere. It turns out you were hiding in this room." Su Heian waddled in with his rounded figure, a teasing smile on his face. "This drunken immortal tower belongs to the Su family. Are you hiding some fine wine here, planning to secretly enjoy it with this beauty Cheng family leader?" Su Yang instantly realized that Su Heian had intentionally come in to help him out. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator not know he was in the room? I indeed have a fair amount of good wine in my collection and would like to invite the two esteemed leaders to taste it, Su Yang said respectfully. No need for drinking, you all can enjoy yourselves. Chung Lan snorted coldly, shooting a glare at Su Heian, and then waved her sleeves as she left. Thank you, senior. Su Yang bowed to Su Heian, who waved his hands with a smile, saying, what thanks? I don't understand that. I have come here for a matter concerning the Su family leader. Please, senior. As far as I know, your Su family business auctioned a Foundation establishment pill at Yunming Market. I wonder if there are any left. Su Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Just as he had driven away the troublesome Chung Lan, another greedy Su Heian appeared. To clear one trouble with a Foundation establishment pill, this was quite exploitative. Su Yang cursed internally, but his face did not reveal any displeasure. The last Foundation establishment pill was obtained by the business under fortunate circumstances. Does senior need a Foundation establishment pill? Su Heian's smile became a bit more restrained, appearing less like the naive fool he seemed. The Foundation establishment pill is not needed by me, but rather required by the Beihai Society for trade. There are many islands overseas, but heavenly spirit fruits rarely appear, so most Foundation establishment pills are obtained from the mainland. In fact, Su Yang had yet to travel overseas in his explorations of the cultivation world. The Great Way was near the 10,000 Great Mountains to the north, while the sea lay to the far south, so it was quite unexpected for the Beihai Society to come to the Great Way. I see if my Su family business obtains another Foundation establishment pill, I promise to give one to senior for free. Su Yang's words caused Su Heian's smile to quickly spread, instantly filling his face with warmth and innocence once more. No need for gifts, my Beihai Society can afford it. Su Heian said with a beaming smile, appearing carefree about such small money, but Su Yang understood that this old fellow was merely pretending to be naive and generous while being greedy and calculating inside. However, this was not entirely a bad thing. As long as the Su family could offer benefits, they could use Su Heian to restrain Chung Lan and Zhang Wuyu. Nevertheless, without a Foundation establishment cultivator established in the Su family, they would ultimately be under someone else's control. Currently, there were only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in Qingyuan Market, and the number would only increase in the future. Su Yang felt a sense of urgency. If the Su family did not establish a Foundation establishment cultivator, soon their vast clan territory would eventually be plundered. The Foundation establishment pill is certainly to be given, but it must not be offered too hastily. It should be presented at the opportune moment to maximize benefits. It is because there are gains to be had that Su Heian is willing to assist the Su family. Before the Su family has a Foundation establishment cultivator to guard them, they must continue to utilize Su Heian's influence to maintain their stability. Among the Su family, the one most capable of achieving Foundation establishment the quickest is undoubtedly Song Baiqing, who is at the 9th level of qi refining. However, Song Baiqing has only just joined the Su family, and Su Yang cannot guarantee that after achieving Foundation establishment, he will still be of use to the family. Forget it, Song Baiqing still has some time before reaching completion in qi refining. We'll see when the time comes. Su Yang shook his head and returned to the inner courtyard of the Su family. A melodious sound of the guqin flowed like a clear spring, gently washing away the turmoil and distractions in his heart. As he looked around, he saw the enchanting figures of his mother and sister by the pavilion by the lake. Qin Zhangmei gently stroked the strings of the guqin, while Su Xianling listened intently, occasionally mimicking the plucking. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a soft light over this mother-daughter pair, their intertwined silhouettes reflected on the emerald waves, creating a serene and warm picture. This peaceful and harmonious scene quietly seeped into Su Yang's heart, gradually melting away the heavy pressure that had accumulated over the days. Su Yang smiled faintly, not wishing to disturb this tranquility. As he walked through the dim corridor and past the martial arts training ground in the inner courtyard, he often saw dozens of figures standing tall against the wind. In the midst of flowing swordlight, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin rose together. An invisible sword intent poured forth from the blade's tip, rippling through the courtyard, causing the flowers to tremble and the green leaves to rustle. Su Yang's gaze swept through the crowd, eventually landing on Song Baiqing. The other party seemed to sense his presence, sheathed his sword, and turned to bow formally in his direction. Zhao Wanji and the others also noticed the presence of the family head. They all stopped their movements and bowed respectfully towards Su Yang. A gentle smile adorned Su Yang's face as he slightly nodded in response. Soon after, his figure appeared in various corners of the inner courtyard. He saw Su Xianling conversing with a young bird, Su Xianxiao still tending to flowers with a puppet, even while cultivating Ruan Ning strolling in the yard with Su Xinyo, and Su Xianjing accidentally destroying a magical artifact. The Su family, both inside and out, was peaceful and vibrant. A wave of warmth surged from deep within Su Yang's heart, and at this moment his state of mind shifted. The emergence of the bloodline family tree had initially inspired him to strengthen the family, wishing to pave a path of longevity for himself through the accumulation of family resources. The original intention of guarding the Su family was merely to protect his own foundation and his own path. Yet now, as his mindset evolved, the path of longevity was no longer his only obsession. He wished to protect the family itself, to safeguard every lamp within the courtyard. With autumn's essence, deepening time flowed quietly under this tranquility. The bustling noise of families gathering at the Qingyuan market had yet to dissipate when Chenglan's flying boat carried over a dozen cultivators towards Wanchuan Valley. Not long after the market returned to calm, the Su residence was festooned with lights and decorations, preparing a grand wedding for Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, adding a splash of color to the chaotic world. On the day of the banquet, Su Heian personally came to offer his congratulations, presenting rare treasures from overseas that could aid in childbirth. This generous gift undoubtedly brought great honor to the Su family. He left with a satisfied smile, holding the foundation establishment pill that Su Yang had timely presented. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed, and Su Xinyo was now 3 years old. The sluggishness brought by his false spiritual root made it difficult for his young body and mind to endure months of tedious sitting meditation, and ultimately his attempts to gather qi into his body ended in failure. At this moment outside the delivery room, Su Zuanheng's face was filled with anxiety as he paced back and forth. This familiar scene made Su Yang and Su Xianming exchange knowing smiles. "All right, sit down and wait calmly," Qin Jiangmei said with a hint of exasperation. "Yin'er is a cultivator above you. What could possibly go wrong? She'll probably be up and practicing swordsmanship right after giving birth. Look at you, anxious like a common mortal." Su Xuanheng opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. This was indeed true. Wei Yin was a latest-stage qi refining cultivator, and giving birth was as simple as drinking water. There was absolutely no way anything could go wrong. Yet he couldn't understand why he couldn't control himself, even not knowing what he was so anxious about. Su Yang grinned and said, "It's all about the sense of ceremony. It should be there." "I can understand. Dad, what is a sense of ceremony?" Su Xianling blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity about the new vocabulary that occasionally slipped from her father's lips. "It means there should be fixed steps and processes. Even if we become immortal, a wife giving birth should still have someone anxiously pacing outside." After hearing Su Yang's explanation, Qin Jiangmei rolled her eyes playfully, her delicate finger gently poking his cheek. "Here we go again. Stop teaching our linger such strange words." Su Yang chuckled heartily, his cheerful laughter dispelling the tense atmosphere surrounding Su Xuanheng. As if in response to Su Yang's laughter, a loud cry of an infant suddenly rang out from within the room. The waiting crowd outside immediately showed expressions of joy, and Su Xuanheng almost dashed into the room, but was stopped by Su Yang's raised hand. Soon after, another different infant's cry echoed out, resonating within and outside the room. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, family head." Xiaomei opened the door with a beaming smile, saying, "It's a pair of twins, a brother and a sister." Su Xuanheng rushed into the room immediately, his face unable to hide his excitement. In fact, the divine sense of a cultivator had long detected that it was a pair of twins, but witnessing the birth of the two children with his own eyes brought an indescribable joy. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wei Yin with a rosy complexion cradling two crying babies in her arms, her face radiating maternal brilliance. "My dear, are you all right?" Su Xuanheng crouched beside the bed, his face filled with concern. Wei Yan's gaze was gentle as she smiled back. "I'm fine, husband. There's no need to worry. Look at our children. How adorable they are. He is in your hands, and I have the girl. Look at their eyebrows. The brother resembles you while the sister resembles me. Indeed, they look so alike." Upon seeing Su Zuanheng's dazed expression, Wei Yin chuckled. "Let's give the children names." All right. Su Xuanheng nodded repeatedly. He had already thought of a bunch of names in his heart, but he hadn't chosen one he was satisfied with. But the moment he saw the two children, he suddenly made up his mind. The Su family's second generation belongs to the Xian generation. The two children were born together, one boy and one girl, complementing each other in yin and yang. The boy shall be named Su Xinyao, just like the Yao and Ziyao. The girl shall be named Su Xinyue, after the moon. Su Xuanheng looked at Wei Yin, seeking her thoughts. Wei Yin instantly understood the meaning behind her husband's naming. It actually corresponded to yin and yang. The character Yao was not derived from Ziyou's Yao. Instead, it was from the sword technique they obtained during their adventures in the Sword Tower, the Yao and two Yaos returning to the mystery. The character Yu in the daughter's name is the Yu in Moon Yao. Wei Yin smiled, her lips curling up as she murmured softly, "I didn't see it coming. That silly child from back then is quite good at naming." The Qingyuan Bazaar, which has developed over the years amidst chaos, is now bustling with crowds and traffic, and at the heart of the market, the drunken Immortal Tower is particularly lively. In a private room on the second floor, Su Xianming was toasting with a few friends, and after several rounds of drinks, he raised his glass. "Congratulations to the Su family on the birth of a dragon and phoenix offspring." The Su family is truly blessed. At this rate of development, they will undoubtedly elevate to a 7th-grade alchemy family within 100 years. What are you saying, Brother Jiang? The Su family is one of the few families in Qingyuan County that withstood the beast tide. In my view, it is a certainty that the Su family will advance to the 7th grade within 100 years. We should be congratulating them on their promotion to a 6th-grade foundation establishment family within that time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone applauded in agreement, loudly praising the Su family. Those present were all supporters of the Su family, naturally speaking well of them. Although there was an element of flattery, the Su family has indeed experienced rapid development in recent years, especially after the Su Chamber of Commerce opened trade routes with the Yunming market, making a fortune daily. Martial artists can purchase rare treasures from the Su Chamber of Commerce that are only available in the Xianxing market. How could business not thrive? Most cultivators look down on mortals. Even martial artists who can defeat them directly still regard them with disdain, let alone selling cultivation resources to them. In their view, allowing mortals to purchase cultivation resources is a complete waste. Good things should be held by cultivators, not accessible to such lowly beings as mortals. However, the Su family does not hold such prejudices. Influenced by Su Yang's philosophy, the Su family believes there is no difference between mortals and cultivators, as long as they can pay their customers. As the Su Chamber of Commerce grew stronger, many cultivation families in Qingyuan Bazaar began to waver. Who would have thought that the seemingly small purchasing power of mortals could accumulate such a terrifying amount of spirit crystals? Many family forces, envious to the extreme, began to sell cultivation resources to mortals, hoping to capture the market monopolized by the Su family. Yet even when selling to mortals, their business could not match the Su family's thriving success. Some commercially astute individuals have already identified the problem. The Su family can supply the 4 great arts of cultivation, and with the occasional appearance of a foundation establishment pill to enhance the chamber's reputation, they also possess an unprecedented attachment technique. These various advantages are the crucial reasons for the Su Chamber of Commerce's booming business. When customers buy the same priced goods, they unconsciously choose the store that appears more capable. The strength exhibited by the Su Chamber of Commerce far surpasses that of other stores. Therefore, as long as there are no stronger merchants than the Su Chamber of Commerce in Qingyuan Bazaar, its position in the hearts of the common people cannot be shaken. Those shops trying to imitate the Su Chamber of Commerce not only failed to capture consumers, but instead lowered their impression in the eyes of cultivators, causing those cultivators who look down on mortals to stop visiting. In this strange commercial environment, the Su Chamber of Commerce did nothing, and their business flourished while other shops nearly drove themselves to ruin. However, many believe that the Su family must have seen through the essence of business from the very beginning, foreseeing the fate of other shops, which is why they have remained indifferent all along. Su Xianming smiled and raised his glass in response. You all flatter me. The Su family's success today is all built on the foundation my father laid back then, along with a bit of luck. It's not as miraculous as the outside world claims. The second young master is being humble. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses in return, creating a warm atmosphere at the table. After several rounds of drinks, as the intoxication began to show on everyone's faces, someone suddenly lowered their voice to mention the recent sightings of demonic cultivators in the market. Demonic cultivators? Su Xianming frowned. I have yet to encounter demonic cultivators in my cultivation. Is this true? Brother Jiang immediately responded. It should be true. It's been all the rage lately. It is said that demonic cultivators have appeared across various regions of the Great Way, and yesterday a disciple from the Wanjian sect came to eliminate the demons. A disciple from the Wanjian sect. Su Xianming was startled. Could it be that his sister-in-law's whereabouts have been revealed? Hasn't the Wanjian sect closed its doors? It can't be someone impersonating them, right? Brother Jiang shook his head. At first I thought it might be someone impersonating them as well, but after inquiring I learned that the Wanjian sect has resumed contact with the outside world. It is said that they closed their doors to compete for the position of sect leader. Now that the dust has settled, the new sect leader of the Wanjian sect is the elder from the third peak, Huang Lingxiao. In order to enhance the prestige of the Wanjian sect leader Huang has ordered the disciples to descend the mountain to eliminate demons and investigate the source of the demonic cultivators. At this point, Brother Jiang suddenly lowered his voice and said cautiously, there is also a piece of news I received from a disciple of the Wanjian sect. They claim that the former sect leader was actually a demonic cultivator. The main lineage disciples practiced demonic techniques. During the closure, they were thoroughly investigating the demonic cultivators within the sect. Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room gasped in shock. The emergence of demonic cultivators within the prestigious Wanjian sect is undoubtedly a misfortune for the family. Su Xianming's expression darkened, as this was clearly an act of framing. No matter what, the scandal of the Wanjian sect would never leak out, let alone be spread by the sect's disciples. He was well aware of whether the main lineage disciples practiced demonic techniques. Sister-in-law Wei Yin and Zhao Wan-yi are main lineage disciples, and the path they cultivate is the purest sword Dao. While eliminating demons to gain fame, do they also want to purge the main lineage disciples? Su Xianming pondered briefly and soon grasped the intentions of the Wanjian sect's new leader. The new sect leader needs prestige to solidify his position, and coincidentally, the recent appearances of demonic cultivators in the Great Way present a rare opportunity for fame, while also allowing for the search for main lineage disciples to eradicate them. Su Xianming must return to warn his sister-in-law not to go out during this time to avoid encounters with the disciples of the Wanjian sect. With this thought, he immediately lost the desire to continue drinking and stood up to say goodbye to everyone. A few men and women had just exited the shop of the Su Chamber of Commerce. One of them was carefully examining a sword artifact. All of them were wearing uniform sect clothing, their brows revealing a hint of sharpness, and they exuded an otherworldly demeanor. This artifact is inscribed with runes. It turns out that the attachment technique involves affixing the runes of talismans to the artifact. But how is this achieved? The sword-wielding woman marveled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. There are countless extraordinary talents in the cultivation world. The Su family has an extraordinary foundation, but unfortunately, they are ultimately just a chi refining family. If they are lucky, they might survive the chaotic times, if unlucky, this technique. The man did not finish his sentence, but the sword-wielding woman suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Huang, do you think we can learn this technique from the Su family? Not only can it bring tremendous benefits to the sect, but it can also prevent this technique from being lost to history." Huang Chun pondered for a moment and said, "This technique is unprecedented, its wealth value is self-evident, and the Su family will surely not teach it to outsiders." Hearing this, Tan Meng not only did not feel discouraged, but her eyes gleamed. "Then we have no choice but to use some means." Huang Chun was taken aback. "What do you mean, junior sister?" Though he did not clarify, the other sect disciples understood the implication. Since they are unwilling to teach, the only option left is to seize it. Numerous passing cultivators recognized the identities of these individuals, disciples of the Wanjian sect. Someone approached them for a chat, and Huang Chun and the others immediately put on forced smiles in response, though their expressions seemed stiff and insincere. If it weren't for the strict orders from the elders of the sect demanding them to be kind and win the people's hearts, how could these nameless cultivators from such a remote place dare to call themselves their friends? After sending away the chatting cultivator, the few of them regrouped, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Huang Chun slightly turned, lowering his voice to ask, "What are Sister Tan's plans?" Tan Meng subtly curved her lips in a smile, her eyes sparkling with cunning. She lightly brushed her fingertips over her long sword, her voice whispering like a breeze, "The implementation of our plan depends on one premise: the demon we are pursuing must truly be hiding in this desolate land." Her demeanor was calm, yet it conveyed a sense of certainty in victory. Huang Chun raised his eyebrows sharply, his eyes widening as if he had grasped some crucial point. "Are you implying?" He leaned forward, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do you intend to use the hand of that demon cultivator to eliminate the Su family? Or are we going to pour the dirty water of robbing the Su family onto that demon?" "Senior brother is clever." Tan Meng snapped her fingers, her laughter light and airy. The surrounding disciples of the Wanjian sect brightened up. The demon they were pursuing actually had such great utility value. If they could obtain the Su family's spirit-altering method, they would certainly be rewarded by the sect leader and elders upon returning. Huang Chun pondered for a moment, but his brow furrowed slightly. However, the Su family has deep foundations, and am worried that the demon may not be able to handle them. "Senior brother is really foolish." Tan Meng scoffed. "The demon may not be a match for the Su family, but we can be. As long as we drive the demon into the Su family, our Wanjian sect can descend from the mountain to eliminate the demon pursuing deep into the Su family territory and setting up formations. It could not be more reasonable. After that, I believe I do not need to elaborate further, right?" Huang Chen's brow relaxed, and he smiled broadly. "Sister, your ideas are plentiful. It is the sect's fortune to have you. There's no time to waste. Our most urgent task is to locate the demon. That demon was injured by my sword technique, so he can't have gone too far. This is the only hiding place within 100 miles. It cannot be wrong." He straightened his expression and said solemnly, "Disciples of the Wanjian sect, listen up. Pair up and search separately. If you find the target, do not engage directly. One person must return to inform everyone." "Understood." The disciples of the Wanjian sect responded in unison, then quickly split into pairs, merging swiftly into the flow of people. Upon returning home, Su Xianming informed his family of the events of the day. "Sister-in-law, please refrain from visiting the market during this time." Su Xianming cautioned the disciples of the Wanjian sect, aimed to take this opportunity to eliminate the main lineage. Once the main lineage disciples fall, Huang Lingxiu's position as sect leader will be even more secure. While wiping her sword blade, Wei Yin suddenly tightened her grip on the hilt, as if recalling painful past memories. She then sighed deeply. "I understand. I will inform Zhao Shimi about this matter. I hope Ximing can help me keep an eye on the news regarding the Wanjian sect. Over the years at the Su family, she had lost hope of reclaiming the Wanjian sect. She only wished for her master to live long. Now the Wanjian sect had completely fallen into the hands of the Huang family. On the surface, it was still the sect, but in reality, it was merely a family cloaked in the guise of a sect. Those families opposing the Huang family had certainly suffered extensive bloodshed. The Wanjian sect's mount enclosure was merely a large-scale internal slaughter, with the Huang family emerging as the ultimate victor. The Huang family's dispatch of disciples down the mountain to eliminate demons and display their might was not only to eradicate the escaping main lineage disciples, but also to recruit new disciples for the sect. And the so-called sect disciples were nothing more than servants disguised under the title of disciples. Wei Yin was acutely aware of the morality of sect cultivators, with their indifferent nature enslaving disciples was hardly surprising. The reason she had not adopted these tendencies was that she had followed a good master. Therefore, she now only cared about her master's situation. The affairs of the Wanjian sect were no longer her concern. That place was no longer her sect. Su Xianming nodded slightly, suddenly asking, by the way, where is father? Su Xuanheng replied, father is in seclusion, and the family affairs are entrusted to you and mother. Father has finally gone into seclusion. Su Xianming felt surprised, but more than that he was delighted. It was certainly a good thing that his father was still willing to work hard to improve his cultivation. Over the years, as the family grew stronger, Su Yang had gradually relinquished power. Now the Su family enjoyed 3 generations under one roof, a harmonious family with many descendants. In Su Xuanming's view, his father seemed to have already entered a retirement state, appearing stagnant in his cultivation, ready to enjoy the rest of his life. But he did not dare to ask, and could only suppress this thought in his heart. Now it seemed he had overthought. His father had not given up on cultivation and wanted to accompany the family for a longer time. Fortunately, Su Yang was unaware of his thoughts, otherwise he would have surely given him a good beating. As day turned to night and the darkness deepened, the Su family estate slowly quieted down, and the guards lit torches to carry out their nightly patrols. Everyone stay alert. The number of refugees coming to Qingyuan Market is increasing day by day. Do not let any refugees sneak into the family estate. If the family head finds out, everyone will be in trouble. The guard captain warned loudly. Due to the power of the Su family, refugees generally did not dare to infiltrate, causing some guards to gradually lower their vigilance, and their patrolling became a bit lazy. A gust of cold wind swept past the guard captain from behind. Who? The guard captain suddenly turned around. The firelight illuminated the area, but it was empty. He furrowed his brow and asked, did anyone see anything just now? The people around looked at each other, all shaking their heads in confusion. Boss, you must have been mistaken. There was no one behind you all along. Is that so? The guard captain couldn't help but doubt himself. After checking the vicinity several times, he could only conclude that it was his illusion. After a moment, the patrol team continued on their way. So perceptive, you even noticed that. A disheveled figure in a black robe emerged from the shadows, glancing at the direction the guards had left, which was under tight surveillance, and then at the seemingly empty interior of the Su family. He gritted his teeth and decided to delve deeper inside. There were too many Su family guards outside. If he tried to escape now, he would definitely be discovered and then hunted down by the disciples of the Wanjian sect. Only by hiding in the Su family and enduring through the night would he have a chance to escape. Even the disciples of the Wanjian sect could not forcibly break into the family estate without the Su family's permission. If they forced their way in, it would certainly create a commotion, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to flee. The figure of the black-robed man blended into the darkness like an invisible specter drifting into the Su family courtyard. He brazenly passed by the servants who were completely oblivious to his presence. The black-robed man traversed through the long corridor of the Su residence, and the moment he stepped into the inner courtyard, a surge of unprecedented dense spiritual energy rushed toward him, jolting his spirit and nearly causing him to exclaim. The inner courtyard of the Su family actually concealed great mysteries. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times that of the outside world. How extravagant must one be to create such a cultivation environment? Rare spiritual plants bloomed everywhere, and colorful treasure fish swam freely in the spiritual spring. The table was casually piled with pills and talismans. Everything here made the man in black feel tense, his greed nearly overflowing from his eyes. The cultivation families are truly wealthy. While he risked his life outside for a bottle of pills, the young boys and girls living in the family enjoyed luxury from a young age with pills scattered around in abundance. Why should this be? Why do these people get to enjoy vast resources for cultivation from birth, while wandering cultivators like them have to exchange their lives for resources? If he had been born into such a family, would he have ever gone down the path of evil? It was all because cultivation resources were so hard to find that he had no hope for longevity and had to take the shortcut of the evil path, paying a greater price to obtain that slim chance of immortality. At this moment, the man in black's hatred for the wealthy erupted completely. His breathing grew heavier, and his shadow in the darkness became erratic. Su Xuanheng, who was with his wife and children, suddenly cast a glance. The man in black immediately stiffened, hurriedly restraining his aura and exerting all his effort to blend into the dark corner, not daring to make a sound. Did he see me? Faced with Su Xuanheng's gaze, the man in black's heart tightened, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Absolutely impossible. He had escaped countless dangers with this escape technique, even avoiding the pursuit of some Foundation establishment cultivators. How could he be detected by a mere chi refining cultivator? Wait, why is he drawing his sword? The man in black's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a needle. Immediately after, a sharp sword chi swept forth. He didn't even have time to scream as the sword chi descended like a blazing sun, falling from the heavens, distorting the air and piercing through with a sharp howl. The lethal threat pierced like an ice spike through his bones, and every pore of the man in black screamed in madness, his hairs standing on end. Just as the sword chi was about to penetrate his body, his form suddenly transformed into a mass of thick black mist exploding apart. Without hesitation, the man in black fled in the opposite direction, like a black hurricane sweeping through the darkness, moving too quickly for the naked eye to catch. Cold sweat soaked his back. Had it not been for this ultimate life-saving escape technique, he would have been dead the moment they met. Damn it. The Su family actually has cultivators who can detect me. The man in black's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. He had originally planned to rob the Su family mercilessly before leaving, but before he could execute his plan, he had instead exposed his whereabouts. Now not only was his robbery plan ruined, but even his intention to sneak away tomorrow was completely shattered. Just as he was fleeing for his life, a sound of air being torn apart came from above like a bolt of lightning striking down. Boom. The thunder spear, wrapped in an overwhelming force of thunder, fell violently, tearing apart the black mist the man in black had transformed into and producing a chilling scream. This is the first time a little thief dared to sneak into our Su family, truly unaware of the danger. Su Zhuangxiu's figure descended with the thunder, his youthful face cold as ice, radiating a fierce, killing intent. The man in black's heart shattered in fear, urging his secret technique once more. The black mist exploded into dozens of afterimages, shooting off in different directions. At this moment, he no longer had the thought of robbing or lingering. All he wanted was to escape this hellish place. These people's strength and apparent cultivation level do not match at all. He was merely at the mid-stage of chi refining, yet anyone here could press his head down. Is this really an 8th grade chi refining family? Just when the man in black thought he could escape, a sound of a zither suddenly rang in his ears, and then his vision went dark. The afterimages fleeing were still darting about, but his real body collided with a fake mountain due to blindness. The zither music quickened, and the changing melody formed a crimson gold array around the man in black, rapidly shaping a small confinement array beneath his feet. Slash! 3 beams of sword light simultaneously pierced into the array. Song Baking sword chi covered the area like a dense star field, while Su Xuanheng's sword chi pierced straight towards the heart of the man in black, and Wei Yan's sword chi entangled like fine threads. No, the man in black, trapped in a desperate situation, let out a reluctant roar. He tried to transform into black mist to escape again, but was violently repelled back by the golden light of the array's walls, with countless sword chi pouring down like a torrential rain, and the sounds of flesh being torn echoed from within the mist. Su Xuanxiao, wielding the thunder spear, descended from the sky, like a bolt of lightning that pierced through heaven and earth, driving both the person and the spear into the array as the roaring thunder spread out. Once the thunder and sword chi dissipated, Qin Jiangmei gently slid her finger across the zither strings, causing the confinement array to vanish. What came into view was the corpse of the man in black, whose eyes were wide open in death. Su Xianxiao used the thunder spear to lift his black robe, revealing an ugly face that was neither human nor ghost. Who is this guy, and what was his purpose in breaking into the Su family? Su Xianxiao frowned. At that moment, Su Xianming rushed over after hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the scene before him, he said, "I knew it. You guys could never leave a single survivor once you strike." Su Xianming shook his head with a bitter smile. Since they didn't know the identity of the opponent, they should have left someone alive to interrogate. Whether they could get anything out of him was one thing, but at least they wouldn't be in the dark about who they killed like they were now. Su Xuanheng crouched down, taking the storage ring from the man in black, then conjured a flame spell, saying faintly, "This person has a strange aura, and his escape technique is nearly undetectable." As he spoke, he probed into the storage ring with his divine sense, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he retrieved 3 pieces of old withered paper. "Nightwalker." Su Xuanheng softly read the words on the yellow paper, and instantly his spirits lifted. This is the escape technique of this person, but the contents on these 3 pieces of paper are only fragments. Even just the fragments have such strange effects, allowing him to bypass the surveillance outside the Su family and successfully sneak into the estate. If the complete escape technique existed, would he not be able to roam freely in the world? Let me see. Su Xianjing also ran out from the house, snatching the 3 pieces of yellow paper for a glance. Night Walker. This escape technique works best at night or in dark environments. Is it a technique exclusive to thieves? No. The complete Night Walker is only half of the escape technique. Someone suddenly spoke up. The crowd turned to see that the speaker was Song Baiqing. His expression was solemn as he approached. This escape technique is called Day and Night Walker, originating from a forbidden area in the Qi Kingdom divided into 2 parts, Day Walker and Night Walker. With the complete Day and Night Walker, its speed rivals that of the Great 5 Elements escape technique, while also possessing an extremely strong concealment effect. When this escape technique came to light, many powerful beings fought over it, ultimately scattering into fragments that circulated among the world. Song Baiqing's words shocked everyone from the Su family. The Great 5 Elements escape technique is one of the strongest escape techniques in the cultivation world, capable of traversing heaven and earth without limits. Even if people exaggerate, the claim that Day and Night Walker can rival the Great 5 Elements escape technique is enough to prove its status among the most elite escape techniques in the cultivation world. How do you know this? Su Xianjing asked curiously. Although the Su family had never produced any notable figures in the Great Way, they had consulted many texts, and this was their first time hearing about the Day and Night Walker escape technique. And Song Baiqing not only knew it, but understood it particularly well. Could it be that he had encountered a similar opportunity? Song Baiqing replied truthfully, because I am from the Great Qi. Song Baiqing was a cultivator of the Great Qi. He not only understood the rumors surrounding the teleportation technique of Day and Night divine travel, but also recognized that the figure in the black robe was a demon cultivator from the Great Qi. Demon cultivator. Su Xianming was taken aback, thinking, could this person be the demon cultivator that recently infiltrated the market? How did this guy end up at the Su family? Su Xianming was puzzled. From the injuries on this person's body, he inferred that he had been wounded before breaking into the Su family. Shouldn't someone injured seek a safe place to hide? Why take the risk of sneaking into the Su family? Could it be that he was being hunted and had no choice but to break into the Su family to seek refuge? Su Xianjing glanced at the demon cultivator's ugly face, displaying a look of disgust. Do all demon cultivators look so hideous? Song Baiqing, you determined he is a demon cultivator from the Great Qi based on his appearance. Are there many demon cultivators in the Great Qi? Do they all look like this? In response to the series of questions from the third young lady, Song Baiqing replied in a composed manner, indeed, there are many demon cultivators in the Great Qi, but not all of them are ugly. Only certain demonic arts affect one's appearance. I deduced that he is a demon cultivator from the Great Qi because his aura is characteristic of the Yuming Temple's techniques. The demonic arts of the Yuming Temple cause physical mutations in cultivators. Most disciples of the Yuming Temple bear this grotesque appearance, but after reaching a certain level, they can revert to their original forms and return to normal. After saying this, he clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, causing a sharp pain that felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the raging anger within him. He took a deep breath, slowly relaxing his fist, the knuckles appearing pale from the exertion. His knowledge of demon cultivators might be limited, but the name Yuming Temple was etched deeply into his soul. The destruction of the Song family was indeed at the hands of the Yuming Temple. Everyone fell into deep thought, each person contemplating differently. Su Xianming pondered the reason for the demon cultivator's intrusion into the Su family, while Su Xianjing wondered why the demon cultivators from the Great Qi would collectively invade the territory of the Great Way. Su Xianxiao was thinking about the Day and Night divine travel. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin noticed the emotional fluctuations of Song Baiqing and could easily tell that beneath his calm exterior lay a deep-seated enmity towards demon cultivators. At that moment, Luo Qian rushed into the inner courtyard. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed, clasping his fists. It is my negligence. Please punish me, young master and young lady. He was completely unaware that someone had sneaked into the Su family's inner courtyard, and that this person had already been dealt with by the young master and young lady of the Su family. If any offspring of the family were to suffer casualties due to this, the head of the Su family would definitely execute him. This matter has nothing to do with you. This person's teleportation technique is rather unique and bypassed the external surveillance. Su Xianming waved his hand, not intending to delve further into the matter, as it was clearly beyond the capabilities of the other party. Uncle Luo, what has you so anxious? Suddenly realizing, Luo Qian quickly said, disciples of the Wanjian sect are claiming that a demon cultivator has entered the Su family territory. They want to enter the Su family to eradicate the demons and are currently being held back by An Xiao, but the other side seems intent on breaking through. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous noise erupted outside the Su residence, and Xiao was surrounded by blazing flames, narrowly evading Huang Chen's fierce sword energy at the last moment. The residual force of that sword energy did not diminish, and in an instant severed several ancient trees, the crashing trunks falling towards the entire medicinal herb garden in the back. Huang Chen snorted coldly, retaliating. As disciples of the Wanjian sect, we are here to eradicate the demons, yet you Su family obstruct us at every turn. Are you in cahoots with the demon cultivators? Get lost, you bastard. Since you dare to force your way into the Su family territory, then prepare to die. And Xiao was not one for clever arguments. When faced with unreasonable people, he remembered a saying from Brother Hong, just do it. The disciples of the Wanjian sect flashed fierce glints in their eyes. Seeing Tan Meng give a signal, they immediately unleashed their lethal moves, every sword strike aimed directly at the vital points of the Su family's cultivators and warriors. Stop. At this critical moment, Su Xianming and Su Xuanheng stepped out from the residence, their expressions as dark as water. In Su Zuanheng's view, there was no need for idle chatter with the opposing party. Those who dared to provoke the Su family deserved to die. However, due to their father's instruction to follow Su Zuanming's arrangements in all matters, he restrained his impulse to act. I am Su Xianming. May I ask the intention of everyone from the Wanjian sect? Do you intend to become enemies with the Su family? Su Xianming approached in Xiao with a cold face, and seeing that he was unharmed, shifted his gaze to Huang Chun and the others. The Wanjian sect had immense power, and killing its disciples would surely bring great trouble. Therefore, it would be best for the Su family to avoid confrontation. If it could not be avoided, then, Su Xianming. Are you the president of the Su Chamber of Commerce? Tan Meng's eyes flickered slightly, as she remembered this name, having just purchased a spirit sword from the Su Chamber of Commerce that morning. Could the spirit techniques of the Su family be found in this person? Huang Chun smirked disdainfully. The Su family protects demon cultivators, and the evidence is conclusive. Do you still wish to argue? I see you came here specifically to stir up trouble, didn't you? Su Xianjing placed her hands on her hips, furiously expressing her anger. Starting off with accusations and slander is not the logic of a normal person. Oh, what else could it be if not to provoke? Huang Chen laughed heartily, his latest cultivation revealed, without a doubt, his imposing momentum exuding. Since your Su family insists on sheltering the demons, we will break in and publicly expose the demon cultivator, letting the world know that your Su family harbors demons. No, not just harboring. Well, I see your Su family as a demon stronghold. Today, having stumbled upon this, it is just right to perform justice and eradicate your den of demons. Huang Chen's smile was mocking, his cold voice piercing like a poisoned blade towards the people of the Su family. Today I will flatten your Su family's demon nest. Not a single one will be spared. As he shouted fiercely, a brutal smile appeared on the faces of the disciples of the Wanjian sect, as they simultaneously drew their swords, unleashing an astonishing aura. Junior brother Huang, it seems your ability to turn black into white has become more proficient over the years. A woman's voice rang out directly, shattering the tense atmosphere. Su Zuanheng's expression changed slightly. Inner. Did I not tell you not to come out? Wei Yan's figure sliced through the stagnant night, her tightly bound high ponytail resembling a black banner fluttering behind her. The long sword in her hand hung diagonally, the cold tip steadily pointing to the ground, drawing an almost imperceptible silver line. A sharp smile appeared at the corner of her lips, as if the moonlight broke through the clouds, bathing her in a refreshing glow. Huang Chun and the others were momentarily taken aback. When they recognized that familiar figure, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wei Shiji. Tan Meng's pupils constricted. This spirited figure was exactly the same as years ago, and countless memories flashed through her mind. Huang Chun was initially stunned, followed closely by an uncontrollable excitement. So our Wei Shiji has been hiding here. He grinned fiercely, finally understanding why the Su family had been obstructing them, and why the interior had not been disturbed by demon cultivators. It turned out that their junior sect leader from the Wanjian sect was hiding in this remote Su family. With Wei Yin, who was at the late stage of Qi refinement, stationed at the Su family, how could the demon cause any trouble? It was completely a sheep entering a tiger's den. They must have long since perished at the hands of this junior sect leader. Yenner, you. Su Xuanheng hesitated, his expression ultimately composed. He placed his hand on the sword hilt, looking at Huang Chun and the others with the gaze one would reserve for a group of dead men. Although he did not know why his wife had come out in order to prevent her identity from being revealed to the higher-ups of the Wanjian sect, he could only eliminate all the disciples of the Wanjian sect present. The cold moon hung high in the sky. The night was as icy as steel, and a chilling aura pierced to the bone. Su Zuanheng's gaze was frosty, emanating an intense killing intent as he said, I apologize, Xuanming, but for Yenner's safety, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Su Xianming sighed and shook his head, saying, This matter cannot be blamed on my elder brother and sister-in-law. Even if sister-in-law hadn't intervened, we must still take action. He had already seen through it. The disciples of the Wand Sword sect were determined to frame and harm them, clearly coveting something from the Su family. The fact that demonic cultivators would invade the Su family tonight was likely a trap set by Huang Chun and his cohorts. Sister-in-law had recognized that this battle was unavoidable, destined to clash with the disciples of the Wand Sword sect, which was why she revealed herself to assist. Since killing was inevitable, she preferred to come out and meet her old friends rather than hide within the estate. Facing the murderous Su family, Huang Chun scoffed, not taking them seriously. A mere 8th-grade Qi refining family with their strongest member being only a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator, he could slaughter the entire Su family on his own. Though Wei Yan's appearance indeed took him by surprise, as long as he could hold her off, the outcome for the Su family would not change. With the paltry strength of the Su family, they were simply no match for Tan Meng and the others. Huang Chun said indifferently, "They'll deal with Wei Yan, the rest are up to you." A cold smile appeared on the faces of Tan Meng and the others, the killing intent between both sides clashing like a tangible force, igniting a tense atmosphere. The moment Huang Chun finished speaking, a murderous aura erupted, and he lunged towards Wei Yan like lightning, intending to entrap her. Suddenly, a sword light colder than the moonlight tore through the night sky at a speed beyond anyone's imagination, striking towards where Tan Meng and the others stood like a thunderbolt. The sword light zipped past Huang Chun, leaving him frozen in place. Su Zuanheng's strike was too swift, so fast that even the afterimage was difficult to capture. Before Huang Chun could turn back to warn, he heard several chilling sounds behind him. The sickening noise of sharp blades piercing flesh and bright red blood erupted violently. Ugh! The wailing cries rang out, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. Tan Meng and the others, who had been grinning maliciously moments ago, were caught off guard, their vision barely catching the glimpse of that lightning-fast sword light. In the next moment, severed limbs were flung through the air. One person was nearly cut in half, collapsing to the ground in agony, while another's arm was severed and soared into the air, blood splattering onto Tan Meng's rigid face, the rich scent of blood quickly permeating the air. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Huang Chun charging towards Wei Yan or the Wand Sword sect disciples preparing to slaughter the Su family, their expressions instantly froze. Confidence, disdain, and cruel smiles were replaced by shock and disbelief. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and all movements came to a brief halt. How is this possible? The violent impact and upheaval left these self-important Wand Sword sect disciples' minds blank. Huang Chun was the first to regain his senses. Without time to ponder why this person's cultivation and swordsmanship were so formidable, his first thought was to immediately kill Su Xuanheng. Just as he was about to strike at Su Xuanheng, Wei Yan's sword energy slashed towards him, forcibly blocking his path. "Didn't you say you would deal with me, eh? Why do you want to leave so soon?" Wei Yan's voice dripped with mockery, her sword energy weaving like threads into a net, sealing off all of Huang Chun's escape routes. Huang Chun originally intended to tie up Wei Yan, allowing the Wand Sword sect disciples to massacre the Su family, but he never expected the situation to flip around so quickly. Blocking Wei Yan's sword energy, he shouted angrily at the still-dazed Tan Meng and the others, "Get your heads back in the game. Form the sword formation and kill him." But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zuanheng's sword beam surged again, piercing through the throats of two disciples, blood mist splattering like rain, the sword light sweeping across so fast that it was almost impossible for everyone to catch. Some had just invoked spells or protective talismans when the blazing and Xiao crashed into the crowd, and where his blade's power swept through, severed limbs flew and magical artifacts exploded into fragments. Su Xianxiao stepped on the thunder, wielding a thunder spear and plunging into the crowd, countless arcs of lightning spreading out like serpents. The Wand Sword sect's sword formation failed to materialize, and they were collectively reduced to charred remains by the thunder. The scene before her turned Tan Meng's face pale. The three young cultivators from the Su family cut through their foes like chopping vegetables. The Wand Sword sect disciples were utterly powerless before them, slaughtered like chickens. At this moment, she dared not entertain even a shred of resistance. Tan Meng's mind was consumed by a single thought: escape. She frantically tossed out a few talismans, forming seals to escape, but ran straight into the encircling Su Xianjing and Song Baiqing. Su Xianjing casually threw out hundreds of talismans, completely sealing off all escape routes for the Wand Sword sect disciples. Not only that, but Tan Meng also noticed a formation rising behind Song Baiqing and the others. The Su family not only intended to kill all of them, but also used formations to isolate the sounds of battle from this place, ensuring that they would die silently, without being known to the outside world. Seeing there was nowhere to retreat, the fear of death instantly seized Tan Meng's heart. Her face turned pale, and she shouted, "Wait! I swear on my Dao heart not to reveal anything from today. Please spare my life." As she spoke, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Su Xianjing and the others. I am innocent. The mastermind behind this is Huang Chun. He coveted the Su family's spiritual techniques, and I even tried to dissuade him. Before Tianming could finish her words, she felt a chill at her neck, her vision suddenly spinning. With a dull thud, she saw a familiar but headless corpse. Then her vision went dark and she lost consciousness entirely. Su Zuanheng's expression remained impassive as he casually flicked the blood from his sword. He would not listen to any explanations since they dared to act against the Su family. Death was their only fate. Huang Chun and Wei Yin fought fiercely, clearly hearing Tianming's words. He also realized that the Wan Sword sect disciples were about to be completely annihilated. Yet his heart was devoid of any waves. Neither Tianming's deceitful plea for survival nor the screams of his fellow disciples dying one after another could stir a single ripple within him. Since stepping into the world of cultivation, his heart had turned completely cold. He was prepared for betrayal from his fellow disciples at any moment and was ready to betray and sacrifice them if necessary. Isn't this how the cultivation world operates? Betrayal after betrayal, deceit, and schemes. What a delightful game. Huang Chen's sword techniques grew increasingly violent, unleashing a storm of sword shadows that screamed sharply. Wei Yin moved like a willow swaying in the wind, her swordplay alternating between slow and fast, her sword energy unfurling like silk, accurately entangling, pulling, and neutralizing the torrential sword shadows, using softness to overcome hardness and blocking them all. Suddenly her figure approached like a specter, her long sword slicing through Huang Chen's chest with a cold glimmer, leaving behind a trail of blood. Huang Chen's sword shadow abruptly halted, and he retreated several steps. He looked down at the sword wound on his chest, the hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. In the sword techniques of the Wan Sword sect, there is no such transformation, is there? Huang Chen coldly scoffed. Shangguanji indeed kept the best techniques hidden, not teaching us these ordinary disciples. With the sounds of battle behind him dwindling, he understood that the outcome was decided, feeling only absurdity and ridicule in his heart. If he had merely lost to Wei Yin, he could accept being outmatched, at most retreating with his fellow disciples to regroup for the future. But the disciples of the Wan Sword sect had all died like a group of ants crushed underfoot, without even a chance to regroup. He had severely underestimated the Su family's strength and overestimated that of his fellow disciples. What a bunch of useless trash. Huang Chun grinned widely as the group of useless individuals behind him was completely slaughtered. Looking at the approaching Su Xuanheng and others, he felt like a fool, especially upon seeing Song Baiqing, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. What kind of foundation is this for an 8th grade Qi refinement family? It might even be considered outstanding among 7th grade families. Killing the disciples of the Wan Jian sect will not end well for you. Huang Chun wore a cold smile, neither displaying the demeanor of a loser nor showing fear or retreat in the face of death. You needn't worry about what happens next. Wei Yin pointed her sword at Huang Chun. Shall I take action, or will you end it yourself? Hee. Huang Chun scoffed. How dull. Suddenly a long sword pierced through the back of Huang Chen's head to his brow. His eyes widened in disbelief that the Su family did not even let him finish his last words. Su Xuanheng kicked Huang Chun in the back and smoothly withdrew his sword. The last glimmer of light in Huang Chen's eyes quickly faded, and his body collapsed as if all his bones had been removed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wei Yin was momentarily stunned, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Her husband truly adhered to his usual style, acting decisively and without wasting words on the opponent. Xuanming, what should we do next? Su Xuanheng asked with a serious expression. They had killed the disciples of the Wan Jian sect, which was a significant trouble. If not handled well, the Wan Jian sect could annihilate their clan. There was no need for golden core cultivators to take action. Just sending a foundation establishment individual could wipe out the entire Su family. It was exceedingly rare for a Qi refinement family to provoke a golden core force in the entire cultivation world. Su Xianjing and the others surrounded them, each with a serious expression, the atmosphere tense. Should we report to father? Su Xianxiao spoke first. Father is in seclusion. How can we disturb him over such trivial matters? Su Xianming shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, the disciples of the Wan Jian sect have left life lamps. Their deaths are already known to the Wan Jian sect. Fourth brother, you will immediately use puppet techniques to control these corpses. You will disguise yourself as the demonic cultivator from earlier, chased out of the Su family by the righteous disciples of the Wan Jian sect, and pursue them all the way out of Qingyuan Square. The greater the commotion, the better, but avoid those foundation establishment forces. Once you ensure there is no one around, destroy the corpses and use puppet replacement techniques to cleanse the energy signatures. You all do the same. Immediately use puppet replacement techniques to cut off all energy signatures. No one knows if the Huang family of the Wan Jian sect has tracking spells, but as long as we cut off all energy signatures and fate, we can eliminate the risks from the root. Su Xianming called for Wan Ning. On Ning, come cooperate with fourth brother and pretend to be severely injured while fleeing the Su family land. Remember to loudly thank the disciples of the Wanjian sect for coming to help. Su Xuanheng and the others were not skilled in acting. Overly deliberate performances would reveal flaws and raise suspicion. Thus, it needed to be handled by Ruan Ning, who often dealt with outsiders. The Su family wanted to completely sever ties and ensure that everyone in Qingyuan Square knew. A demonic cultivator broke into the Su family. Disciples of the Wanjian sect came to assist, and after a fierce battle, many from the Su family were severely injured, while the demonic cultivator escaped. The disciples of the Wanjian sect pursued the demonic cultivator, eventually losing track of them. Su Xianming did not plan to fabricate the location of the deaths of the Wanjian sect disciples, but rather to erase all traces of them, leaving no corpses behind. In this way, the Wanjian sect would only know the general time of the disciples' deaths. During this approximate time, everyone in Qingyuan Square saw the disciples of the Wanjian sect chasing the demonic cultivator, but no one knew how they died. At this point, the Wanjian sect would suspect the Su family, but no matter how they deduced the deaths of these individuals, had no causal connection to the Su family. The only aspect of this plan that could potentially reveal flaws was the Wanjian sect's mastery of powerful tracking spells. For this reason, Su Xianming specifically inquired of Wei Yan, who replied that the Wanjian sect did not possess such spells, their lineage only had sword techniques. As one of the peaks of the Wanjian sect, the Huang family possessed Dao techniques similar to those of their sect, and based on Wei Yan's understanding of them, the Huang family was not proficient in tracking or divination techniques. Once the plan was confirmed to have no flaws, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the Su family estate. Then a stern shout echoed from the Su family, "Where do the demons think they're going?" The black-robed figure played by Su Xianxiao fled in a disheveled manner, pursued by Huang Chun and other disciples of the Wanjian sect, who were furious and aggressive. Ruan Ning's face turned pale. After fleeing the family estate, she could not keep up due to her severe injuries and could only bow towards the direction where the disciples of the Wanjian sect were, leaving her voice clear and resonant, echoing in all directions. Thank you to the disciples of the Wanjian sect for your assistance. The Su family is immensely grateful. Her words did not receive a response from the disciples of the Wanjian sect, but were clearly heard by those around, prompting many to come out and investigate the situation. Amidst the canopy of towering trees, Su Yang stood alone at the top, like a solitary pine. He pinched 3 pieces of withered yellow paper between his fingers, his gaze calmly penetrating the branches and leaves directed towards the unfolding drama below in the family estate. At that moment, a graceful figure quietly emerged, as if formed from moonlight, landing steadily beside him. Qin Jiangmai's voice was soft, yet carried an imperceptible undertone, drifting into his ear. "Are you just going to watch them kill the disciples of the Wanjian sect? What else should I do?" Su Yang smiled slightly, completely devoid of the tension of offending the Wanjian sect. When the demonic cultivators invaded the Su family's inner courtyard and were suppressed by Su Xianxiao and others, he was already stirred from his seclusion. A cultivator in seclusion simply does not wish to be troubled by trivial matters, not that they are entirely unaware of the outside world. With such commotion in the inner courtyard, how could he not have noticed? The Su family does not actively provoke others, but that does not mean they will endure humiliation. The Wanjian sect wants to seize what belongs to the Su family. Perhaps handing it over could avoid this battle, but a single retreat leads to countless retreats, and the family's prestige would never rise again. Speaking of which, Xianming handled this quite well, didn't he? The Su family was neatly extracted, and I couldn't think of a more thorough method myself. Qin Jiangmei chuckled lightly. "I thought you would take matters into your own hands. If my children can handle it, there's no need for their old father to intervene." Su Yang smiled as he picked up the 3 pieces of yellow paper in his hand, which were remnants of the Night Traveler technique. This evasion technique is quite good. Even if it's just the Night Traveler, acquiring the complete version would greatly enhance my children's survival capabilities. He had examined the fragmented contents on the 3 pieces of paper. If the Night Traveler was divided into 10 pieces, then the 3 he held were not the first 3 in order, but rather any 3 scattered pieces, such as 1, 5, and 9, or 2, 7, and 10. The contents were disjointed, resulting in the black-robed individuals practicing 3 erroneous evasion techniques. One was merging into the darkness to slip away, another was transforming into black mist to accelerate suddenly, and the third was creating numerous afterimages. Based on Su Yang's experience, these 3 evasion techniques were likely all practiced incorrectly. I just wonder, Su Yang mused, with my diligent abilities, can I deduce the complete Night Traveler from these 3 fragments? A piercing wail echoed from a mountain peak of the Wan Sword sect, startling the disciples in the vicinity. Immediately investigate. Find out who dares to kill my chainer. The disciple who received the order bowed and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Elder Huang, should we report this to the sect master?" Brother Huang Chun has descended the mountain to eradicate demons. He may have fallen into the hands of demonic cultivators. Since Huang Lingxiao ascended to the position of sect master, the elders of each peak have all been replaced by disciples of the Huang family. Although the sect's strength has declined as a result, there are still golden core cultivators stationed here, making it so that the surrounding sects and families do not dare to act recklessly. Eradicate demons. Yes, it's all because of eradicating demons. Huang Hongfang's anger flared even more, his voice nearly a roar. If it weren't for that fool Huang Lingxiao insisting on sending disciples down the mountain to eradicate demons, my son would not have met this misfortune. You go tell that old man Huang Lingxiao now. He suddenly stood up, speaking with hatred. No, I will personally confront this old fool. If it weren't for his foolish and incompetent decisions, my son would not have lost his life outside. It's all Huang Lingxiao's fault. Eradicate what demons? Eradicating demons has always been the responsibility of the Great Way. The Huang family has just taken over the Wan Sword sect. Their vitality has not yet recovered, yet they send sect disciples down the mountain to eliminate demons. This is clearly self-inflicted damage, weakening the foundation of the sect. Before his words fell, his spiritual power erupted violently. Huang Hongfang stepped onto a leaf-like boat, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the main peak. Since the incident of the demonic cultivators breaking in, the Su family has closed its doors to the outside world, claiming that their clan members need to recuperate for a period, entering a rare and precious time of tranquility. Qin Jiangmei was teaching a few children the ways of the Tao beneath the pavilion where the precious fish swam. Su Xianling and Ji Shulan were attentively observing the formation jade slips. Only Su Xinyo was distracted, occasionally teasing the large black dog with a paintbrush. When the large black dog ignored him, he began tossing fish bait into the lake, attracting a swarm of colorful fish to circle around him. After tiring of the precious fish, he ran under the Tianling fruit tree, reaching out to touch the newborn feathers of 3 chicks in a nest. Just as he was having a great time, his head was suddenly struck by Su Zuanjing's cunning hand. You little rascal, all you do is play every day, hurry back to study. Su Xianjing grabbed her nephew's ear, pretending to be angry. Let me go. Grandma, help. Anne is pulling my ear again. Su Xinyo screamed as if he were being slaughtered. The moment Su Xianjing released her grip, he immediately made a face and ran back to the pavilion, seeking his grandmother's protection. Facing her mischievous and reluctantosity, nephew Su Xianjing felt a wave of fatigue. In her youth, she had been considered the most mischievous in the family, but compared to this little nephew, she had been a well-behaved child. Second sister-in-law, why don't you manage him? Su Xianjing found Wan Ning to express her frustrations, recounting all of Su Xinya's mischief. However, Wan Ning covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, Yuer is only 3 years old, let him be. But he needs to be taught. If he is disinterested in studying from a young age, won't he just be wasting his life? Su Xianjing widened her eyes, speaking without filters. Fortunately, Wan Ning's character resembled Qin Jiangmai's, and she understood Su Xuanjing, so she didn't mind. I think this matter should be left to the mother's discretion, Wan Ning smiled and said. After all of your siblings are so outstanding, proving that mother has great experience and will surely educate Yuer well. Mother is too indulgent with Yuer. Everyone says that grandparents spoil their grandchildren. I worry that mother will spoil you. Su Xianjing looked helplessly, her gaze turning towards the pavilion lake. She saw Qin Jiangmei paying no mind to the lively Su Xinyo, only occasionally glancing at her grandson, while the rest of the time was spent earnestly teaching Su Xianling and Ji Shulan, seemingly unconcerned about Su Xinyo wasting his time. Su Xianjing was quite puzzled and was about to inquire about her mother's intentions when 3 figures of varying sizes entered the inner courtyard. Luo Qian respectfully bowed to everyone present, but did not introduce the purpose of the visitors before stepping back. The visitors were Qin Jiangmai's cousin, Qin Han. He was pulling a 6-year-old boy, his face beaming with smiles, saying, Sister, a great joyous event has occurred. Our family has produced a child with spiritual roots. Qin Han eagerly pulled the boy in front of him. Chuanqing, come greet your aunt. Hello, aunt. Qin Chuanqing greeted obediently, his eyes secretly surveying his surroundings, a flicker of astonishment gleaming deep in his eyes. This is the grandson of the 7th uncle. He is 6 years old, and by relation, he is your grandnephew. Upon hearing Qin Han's words, a dark line appeared on Qin Jiangmai's smooth forehead. She had actually become an aunt. To be honest, she was not very familiar with the descendants of the Qin family. After marrying Su Yang, she had seldom contacted her family, and even now that the Qin family had become a vassal of the Su family, with Qin Han joining the Su Business Association, it did not change the fact that she was gradually becoming distanced from the Qin family. Aside from her parents, she cared little for the rest of the Qin family. She had her own family, her own children and grandchildren. Why was his spiritual root only discovered at 6 years old? Qin Jiangmei asked. Qin Han immediately explained, many people in the Qin family do not believe their own children will have spiritual roots, so they did not let the Su family help test for them. It was only today that I learned of this matter, so I brought a group of children over to let Manager Luo help test. It turned out that Chuanqing possesses spiritual roots. Among the group of children, only one possessed spiritual roots, and it was a pseudo-spiritual root. No wonder most people did not bring their children for testing, after too many disappointments they would no longer hold on to hope. Qin Jiangmei personally tested Qin Chuanqing, and indeed, he had spiritual roots, but they were the same pseudo-spiritual roots as Su Xinyo. To be honest, such aptitude is not as good as being a martial artist. Su Xinyo has the Hunyuan Ningxian method to refine true spiritual roots, but Qin Chuanqing does not. His future is destined to be limited to the qi refining stage of forcibly embarking on the path of immortality may not be a good thing. Child, if you can accept both Tao and martial arts, then stay here. Qin Jiangmei looked at Qin Chuanqing and said softly. Qin Han's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, hurriedly pushing Qin Chuanqing's back, urging, quick. Agree quickly. The understanding between mortals and cultivators is fundamentally different. Qin Han only knows that the Su family began with cultivation and thus rose to prominence, but does not realize how difficult it is for a pseudo-spiritual root to enter the cultivation world. He was only thinking that the Qin family would finally produce a cultivator, and that the Qin family could also become a qi-refining family rising to prominence like the Su family. Qin Chuanqing did not disappoint him. After thinking for a moment, his eyes sparkled with visions of the future, and his voice was firm and powerful. And I can do it. All right, then you can stay here. Qin Jiangmei let out a barely perceptible sigh, then asked, have you been to the Su Academy to study and learn characters in these years? Yes. Qin Chuanqing nodded. Qin Jiangmei slightly nodded her head, and called Su Xinyo over, asking him to sit with Qin Chuanqing and learn the basic knowledge of Tao methods. However, Qin Chuanqing would also need to find extra time to practice martial arts. In Qin Jiangmei's view, practicing martial arts was the right path for this child. The door of the quiet chamber opened silently. Su Yang, dressed in a plain white robe, stepped out slowly. His aura was unremarkable, yet his handsome face still bore the charm of youth, with deep-set eyes akin to stars harboring the weight of experience. During this seclusion, he made a slight breakthrough, advancing from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refinement, but his aspirations went beyond this. The Su family needed a foundation establishment cultivator to safeguard them. Song Baiqing could only serve as an alternative. Only those who strive for self-improvement can truly rejuvenate the family. Su Yang merely came out to catch his breath. Soon afterward, he would continue his seclusion, aiming to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Now the Su family did not require him to oversee everything. He could confidently focus on his cultivation. With Su Zuanming's current abilities, he could perfectly control the developmental direction of the Su family. Su Xuanheng and Su Xianxiao could serve as the family's blade and shield, while Su Xianjing could generate wealth for the Su family. The Su family had already traversed the most challenging initial stages and had entered a phase of nurturing their descendants. The foundation of the Su family was thoroughly solidified, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for this great tree to grow and bear fruit. The news of Su Yang's emergence from seclusion was shared only with his wife. Qin Jiangmei stood at the door, flashing him a charming smile. The couple walked hand in hand, using spells to conceal their figures, leisurely strolling within the clan grounds. Qin Jiangmei shared various matters from the family during his absence, and when she mentioned Qin Chuanqing, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is he? He is reticent and has a rather profound mind, Qin Jiangmei replied honestly. Su Yang placed great importance on the character of the Su family members. The establishment of the Su Academy was not just to impart knowledge, but also to teach students about morality and values. Children from subsidiary families like Ji Shulan, who possessed spiritual roots, received moral education at the academy, and when they arrived at the Su family courtyard, Qin Jiangmei would still guide their moral values. This illustrates how much the Su family values character. Su Yang was acutely aware that a family's most fatal flaw lies not in the weakness of their descendants' abilities, but in the moral corruption of those descendants, which could lead to internal strife or provoke disasters from outside. This was also why, upon hearing that Qin Chuanqing was sent to the Su family courtyard at the age of 6, Qin Jiangmei immediately questioned it. Had Qin Chuanqing been sent to the Su family courtyard at 3, even as a pseudo-spiritual root, the Su family would have poured all their efforts into his cultivation. However, he had already spent 6 years in the Qin family, and his character and values might have been influenced by that family. A pure-hearted child could still reshape his values at this time, but for a child with a more complicated mind, it would be unpredictable. Let him focus on martial arts cultivation first and observe his character. If he shows impatience or raises doubts, we can send him back. Upon hearing that Qin Chuanqing had a deep mind, Su Yang began to feel a sense of rejection. Yet considering the Qin family, he chose to continue observing for a while. Qin Chuanqing was a pseudo-spiritual root. To achieve any success, he must cultivate both the Tao and martial arts. Thus, emphasizing martial arts was entirely reasonable. Su Yang, as someone who had experienced this, held the most authority on the matter. The couple wandered within the clan grounds for a long time, when suddenly, they sensed a massive surge of spiritual energy in the sky. They looked up to see a flying vessel approaching rapidly from afar like a streak of light entering the Qingyuan market and then gently landing in an open area. Su Yang noticed several familiar figures stained with the scent of blood, their faces filled with excitement. It was the more than a dozen family cultivators who had gone to Wangshuan Valley returning from their journey. However, compared to the number who left, there were clearly more than half fewer. Yet on their faces there was no trace of sorrow or seriousness, only joy and excitement for their return. Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted Zhang Linyuan among them, silently thinking that this fellow had indeed survived. A group of Qi refinement cultivators descended from the flying vessel, exchanging polite hand gestures, eager to return and process this opportunity. The last to descend from the flying vessel were Cheng Lan and Zhang Wuyu, the three Foundation establishment cultivators from Qingyuan, with only Cheng Lan and Zhang Wuyu having gone to Wangshuan Valley. Both wore smiles on their faces, clearly having gained a lot from this trip. However, the number of returning cultivators from both families was pitifully small. Before they left, each side had nearly 30 cultivators. Now combined, they were less than 20. How could they still smile? Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head. In these people's eyes, the lives of their descendants were probably valued only slightly higher than those of ordinary mortals. As long as their journeys brought gains, no matter the sacrifices, they could be compensated. Isn't this Su Xiaoyu? I hope you are well. Have you come here specifically to welcome us? Zhang Wuyu, in a pleasant mood, easily saw through Su Yang's minor concealment technique and approached to greet him. Senior Zhang seems to be in good spirits. I was just passing by and happened to encounter your return, Su Yang replied with a faint smile. It seems that there were indeed many treasures in the cave realm. I sincerely regret missing this opportunity, he added. Zhang Wuyu laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. Su Xiaoyu, it is truly a pity for you. There are many opportunities in that cave realm. If there is a next time, do not miss it again. What you say is indeed true. Su Yang nodded appropriately, displaying a look of regret. This was most gratifying for Zhang Wuyu, who relished watching others suffer losses and despised experiencing losses himself. Cheng Lan stowed the flying vessel and merely cast a cold glance at Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei as she walked past, then proceeded on her way. Such a small-minded Foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, Qin Jiangmei conveyed through her spiritual energy. Su Yang shrugged helplessly. Cultivators are ultimately human. Where there are small-minded individuals, there will naturally be small-minded cultivators. Because he refused to join the Cheng family in going to the cave realm and rejected the union between the two families, Cheng Lan has held a grudge against the Su family. Even after so much time, she still harbors resentment. Oh, what else could this be but small-mindedness? Cheng Lan's mindset was even narrower than that of Jiang Laogo. Do you think they truly gained a lot from this trip? Seeing the returning cultivators' fatigued expressions, yet unable to hide their joy without a trace of the heaviness from any fallen kin, Qin Jiangmei felt a mix of emotions. It seemed that aside from the cold-blooded and heartless sect cultivators, family cultivators were the same. Among fellow disciples without blood ties, their indifference could be somewhat understood, but to see siblings treat each other with such coldness was truly beyond her comprehension. I am unsure of how others fared, Su Yang said calmly, but Cheng Lan and Zhang Wuyu undoubtedly gained a lot. He paused, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. The so-called opportunities likely stem from the fellow cultivators accompanying them. Fortunately, my husband did not travel with them. Indeed, I did not accompany them. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. But because of that, I offended Cheng Lan, the Foundation establishment cultivator. Let us return and cultivate together in seclusion. Breaking through to Foundation establishment is the right path. I will listen to my husband, Qin. Jiangmei gently nodded, naturally linking her arm with Su Yang's as they strolled side by side toward the Su residence. Time flowed, and in just 2 short months, a surge of spiritual energy from a cultivator's Foundation establishment suddenly rippled outward from the Jiang family estate. The entire Qingyuan market was shaken. The commotion from the Foundation establishment breakthrough startled all cultivators in Qingyuan Square City. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth spiraled towards the family, while the Jiang clan's cultivators and martial artists stood ready, raising their protective formation. Zhang Wuyu stood high above the clan land, filled with anticipation, yet a hidden vigilance lurked deep in his eyes. Lu Mo and others appeared tense and excited. Little did they expect that shortly after joining the Jiang clan, a second Foundation establishment cultivator would emerge. Leaving the Su clan and turning to the Jiang clan was indeed the right decision. A Foundation establishment family not only possesses deeper foundations and strength, but its potential and vision far surpass those of a Qi refinement family. Who would have thought that the Jiang clan years ago, while amassing wealth from various families in Qingyuan County, was already planning for today's dual Foundation establishment? After experiencing the competition for opportunities in Wangshuan Valley, the Jiang clan finally had the resources to cultivate a second Foundation establishment cultivator. Once the Foundation establishment succeeds, the Jiang clan will leap to become the overlord of Qingyuan Square City, and even if the various families join forces, they will not be able to match the Jiang clan. Brother Immo, we truly made the right choice in siding with the Jiang clan. The sword cultivator beside him gazed at the signs of spiritual energy surging within the clan land and couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Immo couldn't help but smile, saying, though there is only one major realm difference between Foundation establishment families and Qi refinement families, the gap in their foundations is an insurmountable chasm. He understood well that the rise of a family is not easy, thus he did not blindly seize territory in Qingyuan Square City, opting instead to attach himself to a powerful side. He was also acutely aware of the vast difference between Qi refinement and Foundation establishment powers, and after weighing his options, he chose the Jiang clan, which had the deepest roots in the area. The sword cultivators who joined the Jiang clan with Lu Immo wore expressions of admiration and anticipation for the future. After all, the better the Jiang clan did, the more they would benefit. At this moment, Chenglan and Su Heian were also gazing at the Jiang clan, their expressions fluctuating. Originally, the three families were equally matched, maintaining a balance in the Square City, but now the Jiang clan was about to disrupt that balance. Once the Jiang clan's second Foundation establishment cultivator successfully breaks through, the development of their two families will undoubtedly be hindered. However, it would be extremely difficult to interrupt the Foundation establishment process unless Chenglan and Su Heian joined forces, and at this moment they did not trust each other. As the two Foundation establishment cultivators pondered and hesitated, the Jiang clan's cultivator had already begun to assault the Qi blood barrier. To break through Foundation establishment, one must undergo 3 tests: Essence Qi and Spirit, corresponding to the Qi blood barrier, Magical power barrier, and Divine sense barrier. Most cultivators over 60 years of age had fallen at the Qi blood barrier, while the subsequent Magical power barrier tested whether a cultivator's foundation was solid. Finally, the Divine sense barrier is the most difficult among the 3, but also the simplest. Nearly 60% of the medicinal power in the Foundation establishment pill is actually used on the Divine sense barrier. Thus, it tests financial resources, as the quality and quantity of Foundation establishment pills determine the difficulty of the Divine sense barrier. At this moment, waves of spiritual fluctuations surged within the Jiang clan's estate. Accompanied by a stronger aura sweeping out, the Qi blood barrier has been breached. The Jiang clan cultivator surged forward like a raging tide, launching an assault on the Magical power barrier. Su Yang stood atop a large tree, carefully perceiving the changes in heaven and earth during the Foundation establishment. Father! Su Xuanheng spotted his father's figure leaping up to land on a nearby branch. He gazed solemnly into the distance and quietly asked, can the Jiang clan truly achieve dual Foundation establishment? The Jiang clan has risen too quickly. How long has it been since Jiang Wuyu established his foundation? To have a second Foundation establishment cultivator emerge is truly unbelievable. Su Yang spoke slowly. There are very few Qi refinement cultivators in the Jiang clan. Before Jiang Wei's Foundation establishment, only his son Jiang Yishu was a cultivator, and he was merely at the mid-Qi refinement stage, likely not having reached the perfected Qi refinement level. Su Xuanheng immediately responded, but with Jiang Wei's character, he wouldn't help non-family members break through Foundation establishment. Su Yang nodded slightly. So this person can only be Jiang Yishu. Oh, I just wonder how he managed to cultivate from mid-Qi refinement to perfected Qi refinement in such a short time. Su Xuanheng pondered for a moment. It is highly likely that he used pills to forcibly accumulate energy, therefore he may not be able to pass the Magical power barrier. Taking pills can speed up cultivation, but it cannot be done recklessly. One must fully refine the effects of one pill and eliminate any pill toxins from the body before taking the next. Only then can one ensure a solid foundation while increasing the speed of cultivation. The Magical power barrier tests the foundation. Oh, Jiang Wuyu should not make such a mistake. Su Yang frowned, puzzled about what the Jiang clan was really doing. Could it be that the person breaking through is not Jiang Wei's son, but someone else? Father, look quickly. The Magical power barrier has been broken. Su Xuanheng pointed at the distant vortex of spiritual energy in astonishment. Only the Divine sense barrier remains. Could it be that the Jiang clan will truly achieve dual Foundation establishment? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 shadowy figures in black robes soared into the sky, directly charging towards the Jiang clan, like 2 streaks of light cutting through the heavens, crashing violently against the Jiang clan's protective formation. Bold! Jiang Wei's furious shout roared like thunder, his figure transforming into a streak of light to intercept them. 3 figures collided fiercely in midair, and the violent energy erupted, creating a deafening explosion. The overwhelming energy impact slammed against the Jiang clan's protective formation, causing the array to tremble violently, the spiritual light flickering uncertainly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Although the black-robed figures obscured their appearances, anyone with keen eyes could tell that these two were Chenglan and Su Han. Seeing the Jiang clan cultivator break through both the Qi blood barrier and the magical power barrier, they could no longer remain seated and chose to take action. In Qingyuan Square City, there were only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. The black robes were merely a ruse to deceive themselves, hoping that if the Jiang clan cultivator truly succeeded in Foundation establishment, they could leave some room for excuses later. But before that, they would do everything in their power to interfere and interrupt. Qingyuan Square City would never allow one family to dominate. All the cultivators in the Square City were watching this scene. Jiang Wuyu, facing 2 opponents, ultimately fell to the disadvantage. A casual strike from the Foundation establishment cultivator sent all the Jiang clan guards flying. Brilliant spells crashed against the formation, continuously stirring ripples in the array patterns. Inside the estate, Jiang Yishu remained unfazed, his cultivation aura steadily rising as he began to assault the final Divine Sense barrier. Buzz. The Divine Sense knocked on the invisible door, and terrifying waves of Divine Sense energy erupted from the Jiang clan's estate, causing all cultivators in Qingyuan Square City to clearly feel this oppressive force, as if a heavy hammer was striking down upon them. Su Yang's expression grew serious as he carefully perceived the pressure to be endured during the Foundation establishment process. The Jiang clan cultivators' Divine Sense pressure surged like a roaring tide, crashing against the barriers time and again. The pressure is insufficient. Su Yang's eyes flickered as he murmured, "What?" Su Xuanheng was momentarily stunned. Then, he also sensed that although the Jiang clan cultivators' Divine Sense pressure remained strong, each wave of impact was gradually weakening. Is this due to the low quality of the Foundation establishment pill? Su Xuanheng asked, curiously hitting upon his knowledge blind spot. No, the effects of the Foundation establishment pill are still active. The problem lies with him, causing him to be unable to focus. Su Yang detected something amiss from the fluctuations of the opponent's spiritual energy. This person's spiritual energy seems a bit unstable, and his condition is continuously declining. Could it be that he relied on pills to break through the magical power barrier? From Su Yang's understanding of the Foundation establishment process, after breaking through the blood qi and magical power barriers, a cultivator enters their peak state with no instability in their condition. However, Jiang Yishu's spiritual power fluctuations were clearly unstable, as if he needed to expend energy to stabilize his physical condition, preventing him from fully focusing on breaking through the Divine Sense barrier. The sudden situation caused Jiang Yu's expression to change dramatically during the battle. Chenglan and Su Han also sensed something was amiss. They exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes, and promptly decided to retreat. What a twist of fate! Who would have thought that even Jiang Yishu, who had just broken through the blood qi and magical power barriers, would encounter a mishap at the critical moment of breaking through the Divine Sense barrier, rendering their interference unnecessary? I happened to pass by Qingyuan and felt a sudden urge to spar with a fellow cultivator. Today let's leave it at that, and may we meet again by fate. Before leaving, Su Han made sure to leave behind these words, his voice booming and echoing in all directions, causing the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth to twitch in anger. Everyone knew who the two were. How dare they put on an act to disgust people? Jiang Wuyu wished he could kill them on the spot, but with his son encountering a mishap, he had to return immediately to try and salvage the situation. You two are quite something. Once my son successfully establishes his foundation, I will settle the score with you. Jiang Wuyu waved his sleeve and quickly flew back to his family. After a while, under the scrutiny of numerous cultivators, the spiritual energy emanating from the Jiang family residence suddenly halted and dissipated at an astonishing speed. No. A voice filled with unwillingness and sorrow echoed from within the residence, completely announcing Jiang Yishu's failure in establishing his foundation. The expressions of Lu Mo and the others outside were filled with shock, followed by a wave of intense disappointment. They had initially thought that the Jiang family would leap to become the dominant force in Qingyuan, with their master eating meat while they drank soup, but it turned out to be nothing but false hope. The Qingyuan cultivators who witnessed the foundation establishment process had entirely different thoughts at this moment. They did not care how many foundation establishment cultivators the Jiang family had, but rather lamented the difficulty of the foundation establishment itself. The 3 barriers of foundation establishment appear simple, yet each barrier can thwart countless cultivators on their path to immortality. The blood qi barrier is the most unadorned. If one does not achieve complete refinement of qi before the age of 60, their path to immortality is directly severed, meaning that from the moment a cultivator steps onto the path, they are already on the way to the blood qi barrier. The magical power barrier tests the foundation, symbolizing that cultivators cannot take shortcuts to quickly elevate their cultivation. Even if they surpass the blood qi barrier, they cannot pass the magical power barrier. Jiang Yishu had evidently attempted to take shortcuts at the magical power barrier, which ultimately led to his undoing. The Jiang family has previously offended many powerful families in Qingyuan, causing everyone to draw closer to the Cheng family and the Bihai Association. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head with a sigh. Jiang Wuyu, in his eagerness to solidify his family's position in the Qingyuan market, has rushed for success. Although it is unclear what pills they use to take shortcuts at the magical power barrier, it is evident that such methods are unviable. A false magical power cannot be sustained and instead becomes a great adversary at the divine sense barrier. With the wealth the Jiang family has amassed over the years, the foundation establishment pills they prepared must be exceptional, and the divine sense barrier should not be too difficult. Jiang Yishu's failure in establishing his foundation was due to stumbling at the magical power barrier. This is good news for us, Su Xuanheng said with a smile. If the Jiang family had truly succeeded, who knows what consequences that would bring. Su Yang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is a piece of good news, but this incident serves as a wake-up call for us. The path of cultivation requires steady progress. A shaky foundation is ultimately futile. This must be remembered and sternly advised to the younger generation of the Su family. Su Xuanheng's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and he immediately cupped his hands in response. The identity of the Jiang family's foundation establishment cultivator was quickly investigated by the concerned parties, revealing it to be Jiang Yishu, the son of Jiang Wuyu. In just a few years, he had broken through from the mid-refinement stage to the complete refinement stage. This pace of cultivation shocked many cultivators in the Qingyuan market. Some said Jiang Yishu practiced a technique that allowed for rapid cultivation, while others claimed he had forcibly elevated his cultivation with pills. There was no consensus on the matter. However, the reason he could break through the magical power barrier was quite uniform. He relied on pills to violently increase his spiritual energy, forcibly breaking through the magical power barrier. He aimed to take advantage of the temporary false magical power to charge through the divine sense barrier. As long as he successfully condensed an attributeless Tao foundation, he could find a way to gradually make up for the false magical power. Unfortunately, while the idea was good, he ultimately did not succeed. Since failing in foundation establishment, Jiang Yishu's cultivation plummeted from complete refinement to the 6th layer of refinement, turning years of hard work into mere bubbles, leaving the entire Jiang family feeling utterly humiliated. Creating such a grand event for foundation establishment only to rely on shortcuts. Jiang Yishu's failed foundation establishment became a laughingstock in the Qingyuan market, simultaneously serving as a warning to all cultivators. There are no shortcuts in foundation establishment. As discussions regarding the Jiang family's foundation establishment failure had yet to settle, a figure of a foundation establishment cultivator quietly appeared in the Qingyuan market. Demon cultivators have infiltrated the Su family, and disciples of the Wan Sword sect are assisting with all their might. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Huang Hongfang appeared contemplative. He then directly arrived at the Su family, his indifferent voice echoing throughout the Su clan. The Su family had come out to meet me. Upon hearing these words, Su Yang's expression tightened, and he immediately walked out of the residence, bowing respectfully to Huang Hongfang. I am Su Yang, who I have come to meet the senior. Huang Hongfang cast a disdainful glance around. Refinement stage 5. He sneered inwardly, looking down as he questioned, a disciple of the Wan Sword sect died in Qingyuan market a few days ago. Relate everything you know without missing a word. A disciple of the Wan Sword sect has died. Su Yang's expression changed in shock, and he instinctively blurted out, could it be that the demon has accomplices? Hearing this, Huang Hongfang's eyes turned cold. I ask you, answer. Su Yang suddenly came to his senses, realizing his slip of tongue. He first nervously informed that he had been in seclusion at the time and was unaware of the details, and then called Su Xianming out. The two of them exchanged words, narrating the entire sequence of events. Senior, the Wan Sword sect's disciples have favor towards my Su family, and the Su family is willing to assist the senior in investigating the demon cultivators. Su Yang's demeanor was respectful, his voice firm, appearing as if he sought revenge for his benefactor. Huang Hongfang's expression softened slightly, though a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. What the Su family said matched perfectly with his investigation, and as for the timing, due to the imprecision of time units, they could only provide a rough time frame, but everything aligned. Thus Huang Chun and the others had disappeared, while pursuing the demon cultivators, which had nothing to do with the Su family. Huang Hongfang suddenly raised his hand and cast a spell towards Su Xuanming, not giving him a chance to react, a beam of white light falling upon Su Xianming. What does the senior mean by this? Su Xianming was taken aback, a trace of anger surfacing in his gaze. Huang Hongfang, however, remained silent, only furrowing his brow. He had not detected any marks left after Chainer's death. Could it be that the Su family has the ability to cleanse marks, or was he overthinking? A small 8th-tier family should not possess such abilities. Unfortunately, he was not adept at tracking spells and did not understand soul-searching spells, making it exceedingly difficult now that the clues had run dry. Damn Huang Lingxiao. Not only had he caused the death of his chainer, but he also refused to help investigate. Everything was the fault of that old wretch Huang Lingxiao. Huang Hongfang pondered deeply, realizing that the only breakthrough point was to inquire with the Su family about the direction in which Huang Chun and the others had departed. The Su family appeared exceedingly cooperative, with Su Yang personally accompanying Huang Hongfang along the way, inquiring with other cultivators in the market, ultimately confirming the whereabouts of Huang Chun and his group. However, after 3 consecutive days of investigation, the clues had completely dried up. Although Huang Hongfang was aware of their direction, he could find no trace. Based on the time of Huang Chen's death and the time of their departure from the market, it was impossible for them to have gone far. Clearly, someone had deliberately destroyed the evidence. After that, Huang Hongfang searched tirelessly in Qingyuan market every day, releasing spells to test anyone suspicious he encountered, attempting to root out the marked true culprit amidst the bustling crowd. This continued for a full month, causing havoc in Qingyuan market until he finally left in frustration. The Su family finally let out a sigh of relief. During this month of chaos in the market, Wei Yin and Zhao Wanyi were forced to conceal themselves in a second-tier isolation array within the inner courtyard for a whole month. The Su family worried that if the stalemate continued, Huang Hongfang might take desperate measures and forcibly break into the Su family to search. If evidence was not found encountering Wei Yin, the former young master of the Wanjian sect, would be a major problem. The Su family needs a foundation establishment cultivator to be stationed here, otherwise many matters will be too passive, Su Yang said in a deep voice. Wei Yin hesitated for a moment upon hearing this and softly said, "Father, in some time Song Baiqing will be able to reach full mastery of qi refinement. What do you think of him?" With the current resources of the Su family, they could easily cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator, but the family itself lacked a foundation establishment cultivator to oversee things, making the cultivation of a foundation establishment servant extremely risky, fearing they might devour their master. This person was brought back by Yu and Xuanheng. What do you think of his character? Su Yang did not answer directly, but posed a counter-question. After pondering seriously for a moment, Wei Yin replied, "Most sword cultivators do not have too many thoughts. We met Song Baiqing during our training in the Sword Tower, and sensed that he possesses good character and kindness, thus we overcame many dangers together. Even if he ultimately does not follow us, we can be considered friends who have gone through hardships together. During his time in the Su family, I observed that he interacts harmoniously with the family's servants, suggesting he has not adopted the temperament of sect cultivators." Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Mei, who was taking care of Su Xinyao, and Su Xinyue immediately chimed in, "Young Master Song indeed gets along well with us, but he seems a bit aloof when practicing swordsmanship, and he doesn't respond when called." Su Xuanheng laughed in astonishment. He is in the midst of cultivation, focused on comprehending the crucial points of sword techniques. If it were any other cultivator outside, they would have already struck with a sword. Xiao Mei exclaimed in confusion. It turned out that she had interrupted young Master Song's cultivation, had she disturbed him many times. Su Yang fell into contemplation upon hearing this. So far, Song Baiqing's character seemed acceptable, but his time staying in the Su family was ultimately not long enough. If it were in Xiao and foundation establishment, he would definitely unhesitatingly provide him with a foundation establishment pill. As everyone was discussing, Su Xianxiao drew closer. After understanding the background, he suggested, "Father, we could actually use spells to restrict the servants, preventing them from betraying the Su family and from revealing the family's secrets to the outside world. I saw in the Jade Slip from the illusory sound sect that sound waves can implant formations into the minds and hearts of cultivators. If we can integrate such forbidden spell techniques into the sound array, we can quietly impose restrictions on the servants. This way, as long as they do not betray the Su family, they will never discover the existence of the forbidden spell." Su Zhuangxiu's proposal shocked everyone present. This method not only alleviated Su Yang's concerns about possible betrayal from the servants, but also avoided the trust crisis that could arise from directly imposing forbidden spells. Secretly embedding forbidden spells ensured the family's safety, while maintaining a facade of harmony, preventing the servants from feeling mistrusted and developing resentment. This method is indeed feasible. Su Yang nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Over the years, the Su family had collected numerous techniques, including forbidden spell techniques, but the effects of these forbidden spells were generally weak and easily broken by cultivators. However, if the forbidden spells were integrated into formations and inscribed in the mind and heart, only those cultivators who were equally adept at sound arrays would be able to break them. How many inheritances from the illusory sound sect remain in the world today? Perhaps only the Su family possesses them and will practice this method. Integrating forbidden spells into sound arrays seems too difficult, doesn't it? Wei Yin exclaimed in shock. Even if one is proficient in all three, who knows when they could create such a method? Su Xuanheng and Su Xianxiao exchanged glances, not refuting, but smiling at each other, their expressions filled with unwavering trust in their father. Su Zunhang's gaze was intense, his tone carrying an almost worshipful determination. Others may not be able to, but father will surely succeed. Su Xianxiao quickly nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten? The breath-concealing technique in our family was created by father, and even the divine senses of foundation establishment cultivators cannot perceive our true intentions. What are mere forbidden spells, sound techniques, and formations to father? Wei Yan's heart jolted. She suddenly recalled that this head of the Su family had indeed created techniques long ago. Even her master in the Golden Core stage had only created some simple spells which, compared to the Su family's advanced breath-concealing techniques, were like a small witch before a great witch. Her master once said that creating techniques requires ample experience and innate talent in this area. Cultivators without the talent for creation cannot come up with a single technique even when they reach the Golden Core stage. This shows how exceptional Su Yang's talent for creating techniques is. He is indeed a top-tier prodigy. Wei Yan's delicate face turned serious as she nodded in agreement. Su Yang looked at the unhidden admiration and trust in the eyes of his two sons, and then at Wei Yan's enlightened expression, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. He raised his hand and lightly tapped Su Xuanheng on the back of his head, jokingly chiding. You two brats don't kill your father with flattery here. It must be said that the difficulty of merging forbidden spells, sound techniques, and formations is extremely high, but Su Yang could repeatedly derive them through the effect of the heavens. Tao rewards hard work, destiny, just like deriving advanced breath-concealing techniques. As long as he puts in the time, he will surely succeed. This matter must not be known to the family servants. Treat it as if it was never mentioned. Su Yang reminded without clarifying whether he could create the forbidden sound array. However, in the days that followed, Su Yang not only focused on cultivation, but also increased his efforts in deriving techniques. As long as the forbidden sound array was successfully derived, he could cultivate Song Baiqing without reservations. However, after foundation establishment, Song Baiqing's divine sense would be formidable and might detect the formations within him, so he also needed to integrate the concealment effects of the breath-concealing technique to ensure this restriction formation would go unnoticed. Su Yang's thoughts became clearer and clearer. The forbidden sound array not only needed to have the ability to kill cultivators, but also to prevent them from leaking the Su family's secrets, while simultaneously blocking soul-searching techniques. Since it can be integrated into formations, an illusion array effect should also be added, so that all the soul-searching techniques would see only false information. In this way, the forbidden sound array not only acts as a restriction, but also serves as a protection, which can be used on family members to prevent descendants from being captured and soul-searched during their external training. For instance, if Huang Hongfang were proficient in soul-searching techniques, having the forbidden sound array in place would allow the Su family to escape a calamity. As the seasons change and flowers bloom and wither, 3 years have swiftly passed. The fierce battle between the Deqi and Dowei kingdoms rages on, darkening the skies and staining the lands with blood. Yet the clamorous fires of war outside do not disturb the tranquility of the Qingyuan Square, this bastion of peace. A merchant caravan composed of cultivators weary from their travels finally entered the territory of Qingyuan Square. As they passed through the bustling streets and stepped onto the grounds of the Su family, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Song Baiqing, the leader of the Su family's merchant team, had just returned from Yunmeng Market. While the members of the caravan unloaded their burdens with smiles, he found himself distracted and absent-minded. Having reached the peak of qi refining, he needed a foundation establishment pill. After so many years with the Su family, he understood that the foundation establishment pills were actually crafted by the Su family head, not acquired through trade with other merchant associations. Thus, the foundation establishment pills could be obtained directly from the Su family head. The problem was that Song Baiqing had no money and could only exchange for it through family contributions. However, due to the Su family's recent peaceful existence and lack of significant events, he had been unable to make any substantial contributions. Song Baiqing found himself in a predicament. He could not obtain a foundation establishment pill and did not want to remain at the peak of qi refining for too long. At present, he was brimming with vitality and at the pinnacle of his magical power, confident that he could succeed in foundation establishment. Everything was in place except for a foundation establishment pill. On his way back, Song Baiqing pondered for a long time and decided to muster his courage and asked the Su family head for a pill. This move is taboo for any family, which family would allow a subordinate to establish a foundation before their master. What if they abandoned the family after establishing a foundation and even went on to usurp the family's assets? Generally, when faced with such requests, families would label the person as treacherous, refusing them outright and driving them away. This was the source of Song Baiqing's internal conflict and hesitation. He had never considered betraying them. He enjoyed the atmosphere of the Su family. Each time he saw the Su family members interacting joyfully, it reminded him of his childhood in the Song family. But his thoughts could not be known to others. He could not assure that after the Su family head heard his request, he would still be allowed to remain in the Su family. Forget it, if the Su family head asks me to leave, I will have to seek other opportunities. Song Baiqing sighed, inwardly preparing for the worst. With a heart filled with anxiety and determination, he walked into the Su family estate. In the outer courtyard, he found Xiao expressed his intention to see the family head, and after waiting for a moment, Xiao led him into the inner courtyard. Passing through the corridor, the view suddenly opened up before him, revealing pavilions and water pavilions. The family head and his wife were sitting in a pavilion by the lake, smiling and gesturing to him. A melodious tune flowed from the pavilion by the lake. Qin Jiangmei sat gracefully in the pavilion, her delicate fingers brushing the strings of the zither, producing ethereal sounds that rippled through the inner courtyard. Song Baiqing pays his respects to the family head and the lady, he said, bowing to the two. As per custom, they engaged in some pleasantries. Song Baiqing was clearly not adept at small talk. He only wished to convey his purpose quickly, which caused the conversation to stall. After a brief exchange, he lost the initiative and was at a loss for how to proceed. Baiqing, you have come here with a request, haven't you? Seeing him remain silent, Su Yang took the initiative to inquire. Song Baiqing opened his mouth, suddenly stood up and clasped his fists towards the two, family head. Lady, I have a matter to request. Is it regarding the Foundation establishment pill, eh? Su Yang asked calmly. The emotions he had been cultivating in his heart were about to be unleashed, but upon hearing Su Yang's words, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat. All the words that rushed to his lips were forcefully swallowed back. Song Baiqing's face alternated between pale and flushed. After holding back for what seemed like an eternity, he completely lost his composure and didn't know how to respond. It turned out that the family head knew everything. He probably understood his current inner thoughts clearly as well. The head of a family who could develop their clan to such a state was indeed not simple. Though he seemed to be uninvolved in family affairs, he was well aware of every detail of everyone's actions within the estate. After a long silence, Song Baiqing finally seemed to muster all his strength into a single word: yes. The melodious zither music continued to flow, but to Song Baiqing's ears it sounded like the beat of a drum, causing his heart to race. Su Yang chuckled softly, first refilling Song Baiqing's teacup, and then his own. He took a sip from the teacup and cast a deep gaze at Song Baiqing, saying casually, "The Su family indeed has the Foundation establishment pill you seek, but you should know what the Su family would have to bear in return for providing you with it. Song Baiqing is willing to swear on his Dao heart to never betray the Su family." Song Baiqing hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Although his cultivation was the highest in the Su family, he did not dare to meet Su Yang's gaze directly, feeling an invisible pressure enveloping him, making it hard to breathe. While verbal promises seemed pale, he racked his brains, but could not come up with more touching oaths to gain the Su family's trust. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a pill bottle next to his teacup. Song Baiqing's heart jolted. Could it be? Take it, Su Yang's voice followed. Consider it the Su family's bet on you. I hope Xuanheng and Wei Yan have not misjudged you. Family head. Song Baiqing's voice trembled with excitement as he bowed deeply, saying, "Your kindness, family head, will be remembered for eternity. I will do my utmost to live up to your trust." He was not eloquent and had thought his clumsy expressions would fail to earn trust, making the Foundation establishment pill a mere dream. Little did he expect that the pill, which held immense value outside, would be casually handed to him by the family head. He had anticipated that the family head might offer him empty promises, ask him to wait a while longer, or require him to save money to purchase it. Yet he never imagined he would directly receive the Foundation establishment pill. Looking at the excited Song Baiqing, Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Go, and I hope you keep your word." Song Baiqing took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, drank the tea in one gulp, and then pocketed the Foundation establishment pill. He bowed to the two once more before respectfully leaving the inner courtyard. Su Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to his wife self-mockingly, saying, "Do you think if Song Baiqing knew the truth, he would still be grateful to me?" The melodious zither music suddenly ceased. Qin Jiangmei gently placed her hands on the strings, smiling like a blooming flower. If Baiking's character is truly as Xuanheng and Yin'er described, even if he knew the truth, he would still be grateful to you, my dear. After all, as long as he does not betray the Su family, your forbidden spell sound array serves as protection, perfectly resisting soul-searching techniques. It was evident that without the burdens of family affairs, Su Yang had ample time. Every day was spent either cultivating or deducing Dao techniques, focusing solely on two matters, maximizing the effects of hard work rewarded by the heavens. With two piercing cries echoing through the sky, three azure figures swiftly descended from the heavens. They spread their wings and glided like three beams of azure light, crossing the Su family's estate and penetrating the barrier, precisely landing on the sturdy branches of the heavenly spirit fruit tree. These were the azure phoenixes De Qing Shaoqing and Su Pongpong, who after 3 years of nurturing had learned to soar across the skies. They carried human figures steadily landing from the trunk of the heavenly spirit fruit tree to the ground, their 3-meter-tall bodies casting enormous shadows with their sun-blocking wings. Su Xianjing sat gracefully on the broad back of Su Pongpong, cradling a pair of 3-year-old children, the eldest brother's 2 kids, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue. The 2 little ones looked around eagerly, their faces filled with joy, clearly still savoring the thrill of the recent flight, calling for their aunt to do it again. Su Xianling smiled gently as she softly groomed Diqing's feathers. Meanwhile, on Xiaoqing's back, Su Xinyo was so excited he was dancing, his cheerful laughter almost breaking through the heavens. Fly, Xiaoqing, take off again. Hurry, Su Xinyo urged while shaking Xiaoqing's neck, only to suddenly feel his ear being pinched by Su Xianjing. Fly, fly, fly. We agreed to fly before going to study and cultivate. Are you going back on your word? Aunt, let go. I will go study and cultivate right now. A look of panic crossed Su Xinya's little face as the excitement of flying vanished in an instant, recalling the fear of being bossed around by his aunt over the years. After breaking free from his aunt's grasp, he ran toward the pavilion lake in a panic and accidentally bumped into a soft, fragrant little figure. In that moment of falling backward, the other party reached out and caught him. Are you okay, Xinyo? The girl was young but slightly older than Su Xinyo. Upon seeing her face, Su Xinyo smiled broadly at Shulan. I'm fine, I just flew in the sky, it was so much fun. I will take you next time. Shulan blinked her big sparkling eyes and smiled, nodding. Thank you, Xinyo. By the way, Uncle Luo and the others are looking for you. Let's hurry over. As she spoke, she took Su Xinya's hand and led him to the family's martial arts arena. They immediately saw An Xiao practicing with Qin Chuanqing, their wooden long swords clashing repeatedly, creating a series of dull sounds. As the two accelerated, Su Xinyo couldn't help but exclaim, wow, amazing. Has Qin Chuanqing's martial arts progressed so quickly? Shulan was similarly captivated, but she shook her head slightly. Uncle Xiao said that the Su family has martial arts elixirs, so fast progress is normal, but Qin Chuanqing's advancement is actually rather slow. She suddenly lowered her voice and leaned closer to Su Xinya's ear. It seems Qin Chuanqing has spent more time on qi absorption. Uncle Xiao has emphasized many times that he should focus on martial arts, yet he refuses to listen. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyo frowned, feeling that the other was even more unruly than himself. Uncle Xiao is a dual cultivator of Dao and martial arts. There must be a reason for him to advise Qin Chuanqing to focus on martial arts, yet Qin Chuanqing is so headstrong. While the two whispered, Su Xianjing also arrived at the martial arts arena with Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, primarily to supervise Su Xinyo and prevent this little fellow from slacking off. Aunt Qin Chuanqing never puts his mind to martial arts. You need to take control of him, Su Xinyo immediately complained. Su Xianjing smiled and ruffled his hair. Why worry about others? Are you putting your mind into cultivation yourself? Hearing this, Su Xinya's expression froze, and he immediately picked up a wooden sword, heading straight for Luo Qian to spar. Su Xianjing exchanged a knowing glance with Shulan, both unable to suppress their smiles, feeling quite gratified. Although Su Xinyo was a bit mischievous on ordinary days, he was quite obedient when it came to important matters. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the Su family's inner courtyard suddenly surged like a vast sea, and soon the estate was enveloped by a formation. The servants within the estate looked bewildered, not knowing what had occurred. Only the cultivators staying in the inner courtyard could see it. This was a sign of foundation establishment breakthrough. The inner courtyard of the Su family was rich in spiritual energy, sufficient to support the needs of foundation establishment cultivators for a breakthrough without needing to invoke external spiritual energy like Jiang Yishu, which would be known to all the cultivators in Qingyuan Fangshi. Su Yang immediately set up a formation to prevent external spiritual energy from flooding into the Su family like a whirlpool, while also stopping the fluctuations of spiritual power from leaking during the foundation establishment breakthrough. It's starting. Su Yang's gaze turned towards Song Baking's courtyard. Do you think the success rate is high, dear husband? Qin Jiangmei inquired softly. Bai Qing is still young, so the blood vitality should not be a problem. As a sword cultivator, the magical power barrier is also no issue. As for the final divine sense barrier, Su Yang's lips curled slightly. I have given him a high-grade foundation establishment pill. If he can't break through the divine sense barrier with this, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the name of a sword cultivator? As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Baking's aura suddenly surged dramatically. The blood vitality barrier shattered as easily as drinking water, then charged straight for the magical power barrier. The spiritual energy of the inner courtyard surged like a raging tide, wildly absorbed and stirred by Song Baiqing. The pressure of the spiritual power from the foundation establishment stage rippled out in waves, startling the 3 azure phoenixes, causing them to cry out and flap their wings, while the precious fish in the lake panicked and leaped about, with the black bull remaining calm and composed. Zhao Wani and the other sword cultivators felt the commotion and were astonished as they witnessed Song Baking's foundation establishment scene. They were not shocked by the foundation establishment itself, but rather that the Su family actually agreed to let Song Baiqing establish his foundation, providing not only foundation establishment pills, but also such a superior environment for it. This magnanimity and trust inspired admiration in everyone, while also giving rise to hopes and a deep sense of belonging. The Su family's willingness to assist Song Baiqing in establishing his foundation meant they would help them establish theirs as well. How could that not move people? Suddenly accompanied by a sharp, resounding sword cry that tore through the air, an overwhelming sword energy burst forth from Song Baiqing's courtyard. The magical power barrier broke. Song Baiqing's aura surged like a rainbow, his divine sense pressure instantly enveloping the entire inner courtyard, causing Zhao Wani and the others to tense up. After all, Jiang Yishu had fallen at this last barrier during his foundation establishment. Song Baiqing's divine sense was like a tangible sharp sword energy sweeping past with a chilling brilliance, making everyone feel their scalp tingle, as if a cold, gleaming sword brushed over their heads. As the impact of the divine sense grew stronger, Su Yang understood that Song Baiqing's foundation establishment was secure. With ample blood vitality, a solid foundation, a high-grade foundation establishment pill, and a rich spiritual energy environment. If he were to fail even with all this, it would be better to just die. In that moment, Su Yang's lips curled upwards, and a complete foundation establishment pressure swept out from Song Baiqing's courtyard. Foundation establishment succeeded. Zhao Wani and the others were overjoyed, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. In the next second, the courtyard's main door burst open, and Song Baiqing's figure flashed before Su Yang. He quickly reined in his aura, clasped his hands in salute, and deeply bowed to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. "Thank you, head of the family and madam, for your support. I shall be the blade of the Su family, cutting through thorns and thickets, forever following you." The foundation establishment cultivator, pledging allegiance to the Qi refinement family, left Zhao Weiner and others in a daze. This event would be difficult to find a second instance of in the entire cultivation world. It turns out that cultivators are not only categorized by their realms, nor do all cultivators betray their faith. No wonder senior sister chose the Su family. Zhao Weiner murmured softly, suddenly understanding why Wei Yin married Su Xuaning. It was not only because he possessed the same swordsmanship talent as her, but also due to the Su family's outstanding foundation courage and demeanor. If they are so devoted to their servants, one can only imagine how generously the Su family treats their kin. Song Baiqing successfully established his foundation, and many from the inner court gathered around. Their visit was not only to offer congratulations, but also carried a hint of precaution, fearing that Song Baiqing might turn his back on them. However, when they saw Song Baiqing bowing deeply and paying his respects, the tension in their hearts finally eased, and they collectively voiced their heartfelt congratulations. Song Baiqing did not become arrogant due to his breakthrough in foundation establishment. He politely reciprocated each greeting with thanks. The Su family adheres to a low-key approach. The news of Baiking's foundation establishment must not be disclosed externally to avoid being targeted by the foundation establishment powers in the market. Su Yang reminded with a smile. The Su family's territory is vast, and their industry holds a significant position in Qingyuan market. Currently, the main reason no one is targeting them is that the Su family does not yet have a foundation establishment cultivator in their midst. Right now, the foundation establishment powers in the market view the Su family as merely a fat sheep posing no threat at all, and their attention is entirely focused on other foundation establishment forces. However, if the Su family suddenly announced the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator, the level of danger would rise sharply, making them a thorn in the side of all foundation establishment forces. The combination of vast assets and a foundation establishment cultivator means that allowing the Su family to develop would continuously produce more foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, the Su family would leap to become the overlord of Qingyuan, monopolizing all cultivation resources. This is also why when the Jiang family is about to give birth to their second foundation establishment cultivator, Chengluan and Su Heian would act together. Qingyuan market does not allow the emergence of an overlord. Su Yang looked at the respectful Song Baiqing and smiled, saying, "From today onwards, Baiqing is an elder of the Su family, holding management rights over the Su Chamber of Commerce, second only to the president and vice president." "Thank you, family head. I, Baiqing, will certainly live up to your expectations." Song Baiqing replied respectfully, feeling little inner turmoil. As a sword cultivator, his desire for power was low. Even after breaking through to foundation establishment, his next goal remained focused on sword practice. Such powers were trivial to him. He concentrated on becoming stronger to one day take revenge for the Song family. With the family head's directive, everyone agreed in unison, and after a brief congratulations, they dispersed. The formation enveloping the Su family estate was subsequently lifted. Since everything outside the Su family was calm, no one paid attention, thinking the Su family was merely testing a new formation. In the Su family's martial arts arena, and Xiao called out to Qin Chuanqing, who had just finished today's training. Chuanqing, I told you to focus on martial arts, but today's martial arts assessment shows that you did not heed my words. And Zio's tone was serious, his gaze slightly cold. In his view, as a subordinate, one should unconditionally obey the family head's orders, and Qin Chuanxing's repeated defiance of the family head's arrangements was undoubtedly disrespectful to the Su family. Qin Chuanxing's expression was grim as he calmly responded, "My talent for cultivation is poor, so I must invest more time and energy into gathering qi. Since your cultivation talent is poor, you should pay more attention to martial arts rather than cultivation. Your martial arts talent is quite good." And Zio's words were not finished when Qin Chuanqing clenched his jaw, interrupting loudly. "What use is martial arts? Even if I become a martial arts master in front of cultivators, I am just a slightly larger ant." And Zio's gaze sharpened as he coldly questioned, "Are you opposing the family head's arrangements?" He would not engage in philosophical discussions with Qin Chuanqing, nor would he try to persuade him of the advantages of dual cultivation. He only knew that if Qin Chuanqing was unwilling to follow the Su family's arrangements, he could only leave the Su family. "Clearly, it is you who do not want me to embark on the path of immortality. None of you believe in my cultivation talent and wish for me to become a martial artist, then serve you like a beast." Qin Chuanxing's tone was agitated, his face flushed as he shouted, "I, Qin Chuanqing, aim to establish a qi refinement family of cultivators, never to be a martial artist with no future." His roar attracted the attention of everyone in the martial arts arena. Su Xinyo looked up in astonishment, seeing Qin Chuanqing running towards the entrance. Just as she intended to stop him, she was pushed aside. The people in the martial arts arena exchanged glances while Zio's icy expression gradually softened. "Today's training is over, oh, everyone can disperse." After saying this, he calmly walked towards the inner courtyard of the Su family, reporting the matter to Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. "Family head, this child is rebellious and does not respond to discipline. He may be difficult to utilize." And Ziao remarked harshly. Su Yang remained silent, merely casting his gaze towards his wife beside him, gently nudging her with his elbow. Qin Jiangmei shook her head, helplessly, feeling deeply powerless. "Then send him back to the Qin family. He need not come to the Su family anymore." If Qin Chuanqing could follow the Su family's arrangements and concentrate on martial arts to strengthen his abilities, how could he not have the opportunity to embark on the path of immortality in the future? Yet he obstinately insisted on pursuing cultivation while rejecting martial arts, even secretly speculating that the Su family had ulterior motives, wanting him to toil for them. One can only say that this child is short-sighted. However, Qin Jiangmei knew that Qin Chuanxing's actions were certainly encouraged and instigated by the Qin family. The Qin family yearns to become a qi refinement family, and Qin Chuanqing is heavily relied upon by the entire family, with them instilling in his ears daily the need to strive for cultivation, to lead the family, to alter their fate, that martial arts have no future, and so on. It's hard not to be influenced after hearing such things. But is it so easy to rise as a qi refinement family? Without the Hunyuan Ningtong method, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmai's offspring would likely all be mortals. Relying solely on Su Yang, a second-level qi refinement cultivator, it was utterly impossible to reach today's status. The Su family's rise was not because Su Yang was a cultivator, but because he possessed great opportunities combined with a careful developmental plan leading to the present Qingyuan Su family. The Qin family barely produced a descendant with spiritual roots. The best path to rise would be to serve the Su family. While the Su family feasts, the Qin family would sip the soup, and in a few generations, how could they not become a qi refinement family? Unfortunately, the vision of mortal families is too limited, which explains why so many families fail to develop. With this thought, Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Su Yang smiled and comforted. "It's fine. If the Qin family produces another descendant with spiritual roots, they can be sent to the Su family for training. The Su family's assets are vast and do not care about such resources." Just as the two were discussing, the Qin family and Qin Chuanqing, Luo Qian arrived at the main hall of the estate with an unexpected guest waiting. Then Luo Qian entered the inner courtyard alone and reported to Su Yang, "Family head Zhang Xian has returned." He also brought the imperial decree from the Great Way. Zhang Xian, a former celestial official of Qingyuan County, fled from Qingyuan on the day of the Beast Tide. Su Yang thought he would never see this person again, but unexpectedly he not only returned to Qingyuan, but did so as a celestial official holding an imperial decree when he arrived at the Su family. Is it an imperial decree for the Su family or for Qingyuan? Su Yang couldn't help but feel curious. He didn't think that an ordinary 8th grade alchemy family would attract the attention of the Dawei dynasty. Especially now Dawei is at war with the Qi, how could they have the time to pay attention to small families below? It is an imperial decree for Qingyuan. The Su family is merely one of them. Luo Qian's response made Su Yang raise an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. An imperial decree from Dawei to Qingyuan at this time was likely not a good thing. Su Yang walked out of the inner courtyard, and made his way to the outer courtyard's main hall, eventually seeing Zhang Xian, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Compared to many years ago, Zhang Xian looked much more haggard. Despite the fatigue evident on his brow, the brand new official robe he wore displayed the fact that he had been promoted and was now in a higher position than before. To flee from Qing Yuan and still be promoted, Su Yang couldn't help but think that this person's background was indeed extraordinary. Long time no see, Master Su, I have missed you. Zhang Xian smiled and sighed softly. I never expected Qing Yuan to have a chance to be rebuilt, although it is not as prosperous as before. Its overall strength far surpasses the past. When he left back, then he thought Qing Yuan would completely become history, transforming from a county town into a desolate place named Qing Yuan. To his surprise, when he returned to Qing Yuan years later, he saw a marketplace with numerous foundation establishment cultivators stationed there. In a few more years, this place might become the next Yunming market. Back then, the Su family was also lucky to survive the beast tide. Reflecting on it now, there is still a lingering fear. Su Yang responded with a smile, scrutinizing Zhang Xian for a moment. It seems that Master Zhang has been doing quite well these years. I've heard you came with an imperial decree. May I ask what the decree entails? It's merely superficial glory, Zhang Xian replied with a bitter smile, tossing the imperial decree casually to Su Yang. The content of the decree is dry and dull. I won't read it out loud. In short, it's about the Dawei exchange event held once every 100 years. Regarding this matter, how much does Master Su know? Su Yang was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen an imperial decree treated so casually. He unfolded the decree and was dazzled by the obscure vocabulary. Without some education, one truly couldn't understand it. The Su family has just started and knows very little about the court's information. I asked Master Zhang to elaborate. Su Yang returned the decree, no longer interested in looking at it. Zhang Xian chuckled, having anticipated this. The so-called exchange event is actually to gain a deeper understanding of the specific strengths of various factions. Whether it be families, sects, or trading associations, all cultivation forces are required to send cultivators to the nearest prefectural city to participate in the Dawei exchange event held once every 100 years. The event will provide free elixirs and spiritual fruits that can enhance cultivation, as well as secret realm battles. Based on rankings, there will be rewards of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare pills, and high-level Dao techniques. Su Yang instantly understood. This was a grand survey disguised as an event. If one wanted to obtain good items, they had to compete with their true capabilities, allowing Dawei to see their strength, while also assessing which factions had great potential and were worth wooing. In the past, hosting such an event was indeed beneficial for the dynasty's control over the factions. But now at such a critical juncture, hosting an event made Su Yang suspect whether Dawei was trying to select factions to assist in the war. Can we opt out? Su Yang instinctively asked. Zhang Xian was not surprised by this. He merely looked at him deeply and uttered two words, no way. Su Yang grimaced slightly. Isn't it wartime? Does Dawei still have the leisure to do this? By the way, hasn't Luoxian City fallen into the flames of war? Luoxian City is the prefectural city belonging to Qingyuan County. Now that Qingyuan County has become Qingyuan Marketplace, attending the event still requires going to Luoxian City. Zhang Xian replied lightly, do not underestimate the foundation of the prefectural city. Moreover, the territory of Dawei is vast and boundless. Although it is a time of war, the flames of battle have not yet spread to the prefectural city. As for the purpose of Dawei's insistence on holding the event, he paused, unable to help, but chuckle. Master Su should be able to guess that Dawei needs manpower, otherwise Dawei will surely face defeat. But what can a small alchemy family like mine provide for Dawei? Su Yang said with displeasure. Alchemy cultivators entering the battlefield would merely be cannon fodder. Dawei wants alchemy forces to charge for the dynasty. It's a futile expectation. Master Su need not worry too much. Zhang Xian's lips curled slightly, his tone soothing. The Su family might not even go to the battlefield. This event mainly serves to issue a notification so that nearby factions can respond when Dawei needs support. As he spoke, he gestured outside with his arm, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Look at this marketplace that seems like a pure land. Does it seem like a place that would experience war? Even though all major factions must comply with Dawei's orders, it wouldn't be Qingyuan Marketplace's turn. Across the entire Dawei, such a tranquil place, unaffected by the chaos of war, is indeed rare. So for the Qingyuan forces to go to Luoxian City to participate in the event, there is only benefit and no harm. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. After all, you have no right to refuse. Once you go, you will verify what I said. Su Yang pondered for a moment after hearing this, and asked, could you elaborate on the secret realm battles? Will there be a chaotic battle involving Golden Core Foundation establishment and alchemy cultivators? It's not that exaggerated. Zhang Xian shook his head to explain. Golden Core forces are burdened with the responsibilities of the two nations in battle, so they have no time to participate in such an event. Only Foundation establishment and alchemy forces need to participate, and they will be divided into different areas for the competition. Zhang Xian stood up, placing his hands behind his back as he walked towards the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind earnestly there are many good things at the event. If the Su family has the strength, they should showcase it as much as possible. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Foundation establishment elixirs are merely the lowest rewards. The top 10 alchemy forces can even obtain the inheritance of the minor 5 elements technique. Su Yang stood up to see Zhang Xian off, and on the way out of the mansion, he took the opportunity to ask about many details regarding the event. By the time Zhang Xian left for the next family, he had already gained a deep understanding of this centennial event. This centennial event could not be avoided. The Su family must send people to Luoxian City. As for whether to showcase their background to compete for opportunities, further decisions would need to be made. Su Yang immediately convened a family meeting to discuss the matter. All generations of the Su family were present, and the coarse servants of the Su family also participated in this meeting. Su Xianming spoke first. The journey to Luoxian City is long and fraught with danger. I asked Elder Song to protect my father's safety. Song Baiqing nodded solemnly, his tone serious. Rest assured, everyone, I will vow to protect the family head with my life. The others smiled and nodded, acknowledging that having a foundation establishment cultivator present indeed brought a sense of security. If it were before hearing about the journey to the distant Luoxian City, the atmosphere at the family meeting would certainly not be as relaxed as it is now. Since the grand event cannot be avoided, we should make the most of this trip. Su Xianming looked at his father earnestly and said, the resources in the capital city are abundant, and I want to accompany you to Luoxian City to seek opportunities. This made Su Yang frown slightly. This journey is primarily for the grand event. Commercial matters can be set aside for now. We can pursue business opportunities once the war between the two nations has calmed down. Su Xianming's line of thinking was good, but it was not the best time to open trade routes. The distance between the two places was too great, and they would encounter numerous bandits along the way. Without foundation establishment cultivation, it would be difficult to traverse the two regions. Although Song Baiqing had foundation establishment cultivation, the Su family had only him to maintain order. How could they suppress unexpected situations if he was always out running errands? Su Xianming felt regretful and could only helplessly say, then does father think the Su family should compete for opportunities at this grand event? If we do not plan to compete, I believe that with Elder Song accompanying you, everything will be worry-free. Su Yang fell silent in thought and did not speak. Su Xuanheng continued, of course we should compete. Our only enemies are those at the Qi refinement stage. With the strength of our Su family, competing for a spot in the top 10 is not a problem. The Su family was merely an 8th grade Qi refinement family on the surface, but their true foundation was comparable to a 6th grade foundation establishment family. Competing for opportunities against Qi refinement cultivators was like a dimensional strike. Such a rare opportunity to seize resources cannot be missed. Father, take me and Yenner with you. With the two of us helping, we will be invincible against those below foundation establishment. Su Xuanheng wore a confident smile, his tone resolute. He had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, and Wei Yan's cultivation had even reached the 8th level. Both of them were sword cultivators, their strength far exceeding that of others at the same level. They practiced the dual combat sword technique known as Two Suns, returning to the void, capable of causing even a perfected Qi refinement cultivator to suffer defeat before them. Su Yang remained silent. He knew that if the Su family wanted to compete for this Qi refinement opportunity, it would be easy, but he was considering whether exposing the family's foundation was worthwhile. Su Xianming spoke at the right moment. Father, with Elder Song overseeing, I believe the Su family can fully display our latest Qi refinement strength to the outside world. Not only would this enhance the family's prestige and deter more petty actions, but it would also allow us to retain Elder Song as a trump card without attracting the attention of foundation establishment forces. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement. The Su family understood the benefits of caution and had accumulated wealth quietly over the years. However, precisely because they grasped the essence of caution, they understood that revealing their strengths at the right time could capture even greater benefits. Moreover, with Qingyuan market being remote, even if the Su family exposed their latest Qi refinement strength, they need not worry about being sent to the battlefield due to the chaos of war. In that case, Xuanming, Ruanning, Xuanjing, and Xuanling, you will stay behind to guard the family. Su Yang's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd. Jiang Meiqi, Xuanheng Wei, Yan Xuanxiao Xiao, and the other 8 sword cultivators will accompany me and Elder Song to Luoxian City. The goal of this journey is to seize the opportunity in the grand event and strive for a leading position. Since they were going to compete for opportunities, they would give it their all. Otherwise, wouldn't the family's foundation be exposed in vain? As Su Yang's voice fell, everyone's eyes burned with fervor, feeling the surge of blood within them, an accumulated ambition ignited by the atmosphere, all waiting to shine at the grand event. As Zhang Xian transmitted the imperial decree of the Great Way one by one, the entire Qingyuan market seemed to boil over. Different factions had varying opinions on the matter. Some looked forward to the grand event, while others worried they might not return from this trip. Amidst the restless unease, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. A gigantic flying ship belonging to the Great Wei dynasty suddenly appeared over Qingyuan market without warning. Its massive hull obscured the sky, resembling an ancient giant rock soaring through the air. As it descended, it stirred up a roaring wind with dark and cold law cannons protruding from both sides, their icy barrels pointing downward, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. The major factions in Qingyuan market gathered together, standing behind Zhang Xian, waiting for the flying ship to land. The soldiers aboard the ship, dressed in dark iron armor, stood in a row, expressionlessly scanning the crowd below, their eyes revealing indifference and disdain. "Everyone please follow me up," Zhang Xian said with a smile as he led the way onto the ship. Su Yang had seen military flying ships before, but this was his first time observing one up close, and his mind involuntarily recalled the scene in Lanshui City. Back then, he and Qin Jiangmei had nearly perished under the fire of the flying ship, and even now thinking back on it still sent chills down his spine. Once everyone had boarded, the flying ship suddenly erupted with a humming sound, its hull soaring skyward, and the scenes on both sides blurred into a hazy illusion in the turbulent air. The cultivators on the deck felt neither shaking nor gusts of wind hitting their faces, as if they stood on a stable island. Many were amazed and sentimental, drawing scornful laughter from some soldiers. Su Yang observed the cultivators boarding the ship. In addition to the original 3 Foundation Establishment factions, 2 new Foundation Establishment factions had emerged in Qingyuan market over the past 3 years. All 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators were aboard the flying ship, but their expressions were not good. While they indeed held some prestige in Qingyuan market, their own cultivation levels placed them among the weakest within the Foundation Establishment factions. Those who were thriving among the Foundation Establishment cultivators would never hide in a remote and impoverished place like Qingyuan. Thus, they only brought a few juniors on this trip, mainly to broaden their horizons, and had no intention of competing for opportunities with other factions. However, their lack of competition for opportunities did not mean they could return safely. As Foundation Establishment cultivators, the court would likely assign them some tasks, the specifics of which were yet unknown. It was precisely this uncertainty that filled them with apprehension. "Father, look at Zhang Lega's expression. It's quite amusing," Su Xianxiao transmitted with his spiritual energy. Su Yang secretly glanced over, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Weiyu has only recently broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage and has just begun to enjoy good days now that he has been summoned by the Great Wei. How could his expression be anything but grim? Tsk Tisk Chunglan is quite adept at putting on a show. His breathing is noticeably faster, yet he still pretends to appear calm. Su Xianxiao observed closely, even remembering Chung Lan's usual breathing rate. This was his habit of self-cultivation, and no matter where he was, he had to have a clear understanding of the people and things around him to prepare for unexpected situations. Enough, stop staring. You Foundation Establishment cultivators have very keen spiritual sense. Be careful, or Chung Lan might vent his emotions onto you, Su Yang reminded, patting his son's head as he noticed his excited demeanor. Su Yang believed that on this flying ship the greatest concern was not the Foundation Establishment cultivators, but the figure lurking in the corner, Jiang Linyuan. This guy was a bandit, and unlike others who would directly rob, he would disguise himself as a normal cultivator and then stab them in the back at a critical moment, making him far more treacherous than ordinary bandits. Su Yang felt it necessary to remind his kin to exercise caution. Days of swift travel passed, and the enormous flying ship suddenly hovered in the clouds. High up in the air down below on the horizon, an indescribably grand giant city rose from the ground, like an ancient beast standing majestically. The continuous city walls soared into the clouds, resembling a mountain ridge that obscured the sun. Within the city, palaces and buildings were arranged in succession, shimmering with countless rays of light under the sunlight, instantly capturing everyone's hearts with its magnificent aura. An ancient plaque hung high above the great city with the 3 characters Luo Xian Cheng written in an elegant script, exuding a sense of long-standing history. Underneath it, people gazed up, feeling a slight sting in their eyes, causing many cultivators to hurriedly avert their gaze. The flying ship of the Great Wei slowly passed through the city's protective formation, revealing a vibrant and bustling scene that left many cultivators awestruck. Compared to Qingyuan City, this was simply another world. Even the bustling Su of Cloud Dream, such as the cultivation market, paled in comparison to the magnificence before their eyes. As their astonishment lingered, the flying ship steadily descended upon a vast floating island. Surrounding the island were no fewer than 100 other flying ships from the Great Wei, with the edges filled with teleportation formations leading to various areas of Luo Xian Cheng, countless figures weaving in and out of the formations. Zhang Xian stepped off the flying ship and announced loudly the teleportation formations on the island connect to all parts of Luoxiancheng. There will be a grand gathering at the City Lord's mansion 10 days from now, and everyone must attend punctually. He flicked his fingers, sending dozens of jade slips shooting into the crowd like streaks of light. Su Yang caught one effortlessly and probed inside, discovering a detailed map of Luoxiancheng engraved within. No wonder it's the capital. Even after the expansion of Qingyuan County, it occupies only 1/10 of the area of Luoxiancheng. Su Yang sighed, realizing this was his first visit to Luoxiancheng. Back then, I was just a lowly cultivator of the second layer of qi refinement, unable to afford spirit stones for the flying ship, let alone traverse thousands of mountains and rivers to visit the capital. The entrance to a certain forbidden area was the farthest place he had ever been. Although it took only a few days to reach Luoxiancheng, by flying ship normally one would need to pay a fare of 1,000 spirit stones per person to ride. If a cultivator of qi refinement were to travel from Qingyuan County to Luoxiancheng, it would take at least a year. Only because of the special circumstances of this centennial grand event are cultivators from all over the Great Way able to come to Luoxiancheng for free. Su Yang and his companions did not linger at the original location. After choosing in and near the City Lord's mansion, they directly stepped into the teleportation formation. In an instant the world spun around them, and as the discomfort faded the sounds of a bustling crowd filled their ears. As the teleportation light dissipated, a team of guards from Luoxiancheng appeared before them. The leading captain with a frosty expression spread his palm and coldly announced the teleportation formation for Southwest District Street 19. It costs 13 spirit stones for a single activation. Su Yang exclaimed, all right. I see now. It turns out that the teleportation formation costs money, yet the flying ship stops on a floating island forcing you to pay. If you really wanted to avoid the fee, you could jump off the floating island. Only those who are Foundation establishment cultivators would survive. Fortunately, the Su family was wealthy and did not mind this small expense, but some cultivators were unwilling and began to argue with the guards on site. To avoid getting involved in the dispute, Su Yang and the others quickly distanced themselves from the commotion by the teleportation formation. Following the map on the jade slip, they passed through the bustling streets and soon spotted a beautifully adorned inn. The heavy sandalwood door separated them from the external noise, and Su Yang stood at the entrance calling out, "Waiter, please prepare a few rooms for us based on our number." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure behind the counter looked up in response. Their eyes met, and both froze astonished at each other's faces. "Master Wang," Su Yang exclaimed in surprise. Su family head. The person behind the counter spoke with a dry voice followed by a bittersweet smile. The person before him looked haggard, weathered by time, and his once black hair was now streaked with gray, yet traces of his former scholarly demeanor still lingered in his features. This was none other than Wang Songyue, the former head of the Wang family from Qingyuan County, who had been out of the spotlight for many years. After relinquishing the profits from the Zui Xianlu, he had felt too embarrassed to remain in Qingyuan County. Later he sold off all the assets of the Wang family and quietly left, narrowly escaping the beast tide. Yet after the beast tide, he encountered a chaotic era where much of the kingdom fell into warfare. Su Yang had once thought Wang Songyue had perished during the turmoil, even forgetting about him, but he never expected to reunite in such a manner. "I never imagined Master Wang would come to Luoxiancheng, but what brings you here now?" Hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Songyue suddenly came to his senses. He forced a smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes conspicuous. "I'm somewhat of a waiter, and also a manager, I suppose. Let me arrange rooms for you." Saying this, he hurriedly turned to grab room keys, seemingly unwilling to face Su Yang, an old friend. The once spirited Wang Songyue seemed like a different person compared to now. After arranging the Su family's rooms, Wang Songyue brought in tea and pastries for Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. His smile was somewhat sycophantic and stiff, making the two old friends feel uncomfortable. As he respectfully poured tea for the two, Su Yang placed a third cup on the empty space. "Master Wang, please sit and chat with us," Su Yang said softly. Wang Songyue's hand trembled. Knowing that today's conversation was unavoidable, he poured himself a cup of tea. The three sat together silently, finishing half a pot of tea. Their relationship had originally been one of commercial cooperation. Wang Songyue, fearing competition, voluntarily relinquished his stake in Zui Xianlu and chose to flee Qingyuan County. Such actions could be deemed as betrayal, yet it was not to the extent of enmity. Wang Songyue's departure not only did not place the Su family in a difficult position, but instead granted them ownership of Zui Xianlu, allowing the Su family to seize the opportunity to eliminate two major families, enhancing their standing among the 10 great families. Thus, when they met Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei as a couple, intentionally waited for Wang Songyue to speak first, teasing this old friend they hadn't seen in many years. Only Wang Songyue was internally conflicted, overwhelmed by awkwardness, guilt, and regret. Regarding the events in Qingyuan County, it was my Wang family that wronged the Su family. Wang Songyue tightened his grip on the teacup. I hope Master Su and Madam Su can forgive me. With that time, I truly had no choice. The Wang family could not perish under my watch. Let bygones be bygones. Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt him, chuckling teasingly. So the Wang family has now settled in Luo Xiancheng. This is indeed much better than living in Qingyuan County. Is this in part of the Wang family's business? Wang Songyue, upon hearing this, forced a smile. My Wang family does not possess such great capabilities. Whether it's settling in Luo Xiancheng or managing this inn, it actually relies on the patronage of Tingfeng Lu. Tingfeng Lu is one of the largest factions in Luo Xiancheng, managing various types of businesses, and this inn is one of their ventures. However, Tingfeng Lu's reputation does not come from the variety of their businesses, but rather their intelligence-gathering capabilities, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Great Way. The Wang family was merely a martial arts family lacking the strength to establish a foothold in the capital. To escape the chaos, Wang Songyue made the Wang family a vassal of Tingfeng Lu, helping to gather intelligence daily in exchange for their protection. Su Yang, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, I did not realize that the Wang family's intelligence-gathering abilities could be recognized by Tingfeng Lu. We are new here and have many matters that require your insight, Master Wang. Wang Songyue's expression turned serious, nodding solemnly. Master Su may ask anything. As long as it does not involve major secrets, I can share freely. Consider it a compensation for the past wrongs towards the Su family. The recruitment of intelligence personnel by the Listening Wind Tower has always been stringent. Only those with outstanding abilities are hired, which highlights the extraordinary information-gathering capability of the Wang family. Moreover, Wang Songyue's privilege of sharing intelligence for free further signifies his remarkable status within the Listening Wind Tower. It's no wonder he has aged so much in recent years. It isn't due to a difficult life, but rather the marks of hard work in order to earn the favor of the Listening Wind Tower. Wang Songyue, you must take care of your health. Su Yang patted Wang Songyue on the shoulder, having sensed through his divine sense that this old friend had numerous physical ailments, likely only having a decade left to live. If he begins to take care of his health now, he should be able to live for another 20 years or so. However, if he continues to wear his body down, it's uncertain if he will last even 10 more years. There's nothing I can do. I'm not in control of my own body. Wang Songyue sighed and directly changed the topic. What does the Su family master wish to know about the Centennial Grand Gathering? Su Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do mortals have the right to know about the Grand Gathering? Wang Songyue replied, the news of the Grand Gathering in Luoxian City is well known during this period. In order to better acquire information regarding the gathering, the Listening Wind Tower has not restricted mortals from accessing such news. In special circumstances, special measures are taken. Under normal conditions, the intelligence tasks assigned to a mortal are related to martial artists and chi refinement stage cultivators. However, the intelligence touching upon foundation establishment and golden core cultivators is not something the Listening Wind Tower would allow mortals to inquire about, nor would they disclose such information internally. Yet due to the overwhelming buzz of the Centennial Gathering, everyone in the inns, tea houses, and taverns is discussing it, which harbors a wealth of useful information. If mortals like Wang Songyue miss out on this due to their inability to understand, it would be a significant loss of profit for the Listening Wind Tower, which thrives on intelligence. Thus, the Listening Wind Tower has made public the intelligence regarding the Centennial Gathering. Wang Songyue thus learned of such a grand feast in the cultivation realm, which can gather forces from all directions, and also saw detailed intelligence of the major forces of the Great Way. Su Yang's eyes lit up. I am in need of information regarding the Centennial Gathering, especially what the Great Way intends to do this time. Wang Songyue was taken aback by the core question. In fact, the Su family master has already guessed the answer. The Great Wai's intentions align with what everyone suspects. They want the major forces to act against the great Qi cultivators. However, it is not a forced conscription to serve as cannon fodder, but rather a form of persuasion. He continued, the specific methods of persuasion will be announced by the immortal officials of the Great Way during the gathering, so the Su family master need not worry about a one-way engagement. At this point, Wang Songyue smiled, slightly recalling the years spent with Su Yang. He believed he understood Su Yang's depth, yet every outcome presented before him had severely slapped him in the face. Not only does the Su family master possess the wisdom to strategize, but he also understands the virtue of patience. What you think you have seen of Su Yang's plans is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Su family master's strategies and vision command his respect to this day. Just as everyone is speculating about how the Great Way will win over the major forces, Su Yang is contemplating how to protect himself against the worst possible outcomes. Such foresight surpasses that of most. Su Yang pondered for a moment, suddenly noticing that Wang Songyue was looking at him strangely, as if to say, I understand what you mean. He knew that Wang Songyue was likely imagining wild scenarios again. Su Yang subtly smirked and continued to inquire, may I ask, Wang family master, which notable Qi refinement forces will participate in the gathering in Luoxian City? As expected, Wang Sanjiu's eyes sparkled. The Su family master had already thought of a way to deal with the worst outcome, which is to unite all the powerful Qi refinement families to resist the erroneous policies of the Great Way. And the first step to unite the various forces is to contact them before the gathering begins to collaboratively devise a response strategy. What a brilliant move. Apart from external forces, the notable Qi refinement forces in Luoxian City are the first sect, the two associations, and the three families. Wang Sanjiu's expression grew serious as he patiently explained the first sect refers to the Spirit Breath sect, which has 5 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators stationed, making it the strongest Qi refinement force within the jurisdiction of Luoxian City. The two associations are the Iron Hoof Association and the Songhai Association. The former was originally a bandit stronghold, later incorporated by the Great Way to guard a region, making a living by collecting protection fees. The Songhai Association is an overseas force competing commercially with the Baihai Association. However, the latter is a foundation establishment force and cannot participate in Qi refinement stage duels, though it seems they do not intend to engage in foundation establishment duels either. Wang Songyue suddenly recalled the Baihai Association of the Great Way is located in Qingyuan Fang City. This means that Su Yang not only knows of the Baihai Association, but is also acquainted with the president of the foundation establishment branch. He looked deeply at Su Yang, causing the latter to feel baffled, and then continued, lastly, there are the 3 great Qi refinement families, the Shi family of Wanbao County, the Yi family of Luoxian City, and the Yuan family that just moved to Qingyuan Fang City. The Shi family of Wanbao County has a family head with perfect Qi refinement cultivation just 1 step away from foundation establishment. He was originally an immortal official of Lanshui County, now serving in a minor position in Luoxian City. The Yi family of Luoxian City has 2 perfect Qi refinement cultivators within the family, making this gathering a key opportunity for them to upgrade to a foundation establishment family. Wang Songyue fixed his gaze on Su Yang, speaking meaningfully. Lastly, there's the Yuan family from Qingyuan Fang City. The specifics of their situation, I'm sure the Su family master knows better than I do. Su Yang listened quietly, and as the conversation progressed, both he and Qin Jiangmai's expressions grew strange. Among the 3 great Qi refinement families apart from the Yi family, whom he had not interacted with, the other 2 were old acquaintances. The Yuan family in Qingyuan Fang City is a newly relocated 7th grade Qi refinement family that has had several minor conflicts with the Su family in commerce. However, so far these have remained within the bounds of civilized commercial competition, indicating that the Yuan family has some reservations about them, likely due to the connections between the Baihai Association and the Su family. As for the Shi family of Wanbao County, Su Yang was completely unfamiliar with them. However, he distinctly remembered the immortal official from Lanshui County. Back when Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei went to Lanshui County after annihilating the Fang and Zhong families' cultivators, they encountered the immortal official from Lanshui County who attempted to take advantage of the war to profit. As a result, he was coldly warned by Su Yang, and he fled without hesitation. Though this person was greedy and cunning, he was also notably cowardly. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be the head of the Shi family of Wanbao County and possesses perfect Qi refinement cultivation. This head of the Shi family must be approached with caution. He seems like the type who is particularly adept at reading the situation and will stab you in the back at a critical moment. Qin Jiangmei conveyed through her spiritual power. Su Yang nodded slightly and replied through his thoughts, this person is very similar to Jiang Lin Yuan. However, at present these 5 major Qi refinement forces do not appear to pose a threat to the Su family. No worries, as long as there are no foundation establishment cultivators present, the Su family has nothing to fear. Su Yang's face broke into a confident smile. Wang Songyue, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists, excited as if he had discovered a celestial opportunity. It seems he had underestimated the Su family master. The inquiry about notable Qi refinement forces was merely to compare with the intelligence from the Listening Wind Tower. In reality, the Su family master had already known everything and may have even secretly contacted these forces. His thoughts are intricate and his depth is profound. No wonder he is the Su family master. Luoxian City Treasure Gathering Square. This is the most bustling commercial street in Luoxian City, where cultivators from all over gather to set up stalls. Thanks to the century-old grand event attracting many cultivators, rare treasures that are seldom seen have appeared at the stalls, showcasing a dazzling array of items. Many cultivators are not here to participate in the event, but to sell stolen goods in Luoxian City. The Su family naturally will not miss this opportunity. Su Xianxiao wanders through the stall area, followed closely by 3 sword cultivator servants. His interests differ from others. He prefers some relatively obscure techniques or spells such as puppetry, divination, soul refining spells, and Dao arts related to chess, painting, and calligraphy. Obscure techniques are known to few and they can have unexpected effects in battles. For instance, his puppet self-detonation, his mother's music Dao, and the Dao of the illusory sound sect catch most cultivators off guard, proving to be consistently effective. He strolled through the market stopping at more than 10 stalls, but ultimately bought nothing. Zhao Wani couldn't help but laugh. Fourth young master, if you really can't find a treasure you like, shall we go explore other places? Such as Wanhua Square, Qifeng Terrace, Xihua Academy, or Lanfang Tower. I believe the family head would be very pleased to know. The other two sword cultivator servants secretly chuckled at this. The places Zhao Wani mentioned are all frequented by women. Some are respectable venues, while others are more frivolous. This year Su Xianxiao is 16 years old and has inevitably begun to face pressure from his parents to marry. However, he usually stays at home and rarely goes out. After much difficulty, he was brought out this time, and Su Yong naturally hopes his son can meet more female cultivators. Su Xianxiao paused his steps, and Zhao Wani immediately fell silent, lowering her head in a posture of admitting her mistake. This is because her senior sister married into the Su family as the eldest daughter-in-law and often relied on that relationship, leading to somewhat flamboyant behavior and occasional thoughtless remarks. Just as she thought Su Xianxiao would be displeased and reprimand her, she found Su Zhuangxiu's gaze fixated intently on a stall in front of him. He picked up a piece of damaged yellow paper from the stall and examined it closely. Due to its extensive damage, the recorded Dao arts on it were severely incomplete, and ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to understand the contents. However, after reading a small portion, Su Xianxiao recognized the origin of the Dao arts on the yellow paper. It is one of the fragments of the Nightwalker art. How much do you sell this for, fellow Daoist? Su Xianxiao had long since cast aside Zhao Wani's teasing, his full attention now on the yellow paper. 1 Foundation establishment pill. The cultivator, clad in a gray robe and wearing a ghost mask, spoke in a voice that was indistinguishable in gender, clearly a rogue cultivator here in Luoxian City to sell stolen goods. You have no sincerity in this. A fragment of incomplete Dao arts is priced at 1 Foundation establishment pill. Su Xianxiao sneered. If you don't want to sell, then don't display it at your stall. Haha, the gray-robed cultivator chuckled. The fact that you are interested in this fragment shows you must know its origin, so the price is naturally high. Anyway, you can take it or leave it. Fine, then I won't take it. Su Xianxiao scoffed, turning away without hesitation while the gray-robed cultivator fell silent. It was not until Su Zhuangxiu's figure was about to disappear into the crowd that the gray-robed man could no longer withstand the pressure and called out, "Fellow Daoist, please wait. The price is negotiable. I don't want it, you keep it for yourself." Su Xianxiao waved his hand without looking back. The gray-robed man hastily collected the items from the stall into his storage bag and quickly chased after him. Hey, fellow Daoist, don't rush to leave. How about this 1/2 Foundation establishment pill? The gray-robed man was certain that Su Xianxiao was just pretending to leave to negotiate a lower price. He had seen this kind of feigned tactic many times. He even deliberately called out, "Fellow Daoist, please wait," thinking that if he were indeed pretending, he would stop to wait for him to lower the price. However, to his surprise, Su Xianxiao did not pause his steps at all, not even turning his head. This completely flustered the gray-robed man, who had initially thought the other party was just acting, but realized he truly intended to leave. This damaged paper is hardly sellable as its Dao arts are too incomplete, and most cultivators wouldn't even glance at it. How could he let this golden opportunity slip away? 10 spirit stones, take it or leave it. Su Zhuangxiu's tone was impatient, his gaze already locked onto other stalls. The gray-robed man twitched his lips. This price was far too different from what he had anticipated. 100 spirit stones. It is still a fragment of Dao arts. 10 spirit stones is 2. Fine, deal done. Before the gray-robed man could finish, Su Xianxiao casually tossed out 100 spirit stones. The gray-robed man felt a chill in his heart. It seemed he had set the price too low, a significant loss. He felt quite uncomfortable as he took out the yellow paper. Just as he was about to hand it to Su Xianxiao, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait. I want that fragment, and I will pay double the price. As soon as the words fell, Su Xianxiao seized the yellow paper while the gray-robed man was left stunned. Hey, fellow Daoist, what are you? The gray-robed man panicked, wanting to retract his words, but found that the yellow paper had already been taken by the other party. The one who had interrupted stepped forward from the crowd. The young man was handsome, dressed in a luxurious brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. As he strode forward, followed closely by a dozen guards approaching Su Xianxiao and the gray-robed man with an imposing aura. Fellow Daoist, please take out that yellow paper. Competitive pricing is within reason. The brocade-clad young man's eyes were sharp as blades, glancing at Su Xianxiao, and his voice turned icy as he demanded. Su Xianxiao remained calm and replied, "The transaction has already concluded. There is no bidding process." "Do you mean to forcibly buy it?" The brocade-clad young man's expression turned cold. The guards behind him suddenly exuded a fierce aura, martial artists emitting their qi and cultivators releasing their spiritual pressure. One must reason when doing business. Su Xianxiao disdainfully curled his lips and looked at the gray-robed man. "You tell him whether the transaction was concluded or not." This The gray-robed man was momentarily speechless as he could not afford to offend either side. Although the brocade-clad young man appeared fierce, Su Xuanxiao's side was not simple either. Zhao Wani and the other two were surrounded by swirling sword cultivators of the same realm, are extremely formidable. Handling a dozen opponents is not an issue. You dare to threaten the stall owner with words. The brocade-clad young man sharply reprimanded. My Yi family despises the strong bullying the weak. Hand over the yellow paper, and I will spare your life. What a distortion of truth. Su Xianxiao was astonished. Although he was not afraid of the other party, he still cautiously asked, the Yi family you speak of, is it the one from the Luoxian city's 7th grade qi refining family? Good that you know. Yi Junyi raised his chin slightly, his demeanor proud. Su Xianxiao scoffed. If they were so powerful, he would have thought they were a foundation establishment family. Su Xianxiao was too lazy to entangle with him, contemplating the consequences of directly killing the other party. Luoxian City prohibits fighting, but the century-old grand event has attracted too many cultivators, and the city cannot maintain control, leading to the temporary cancellation of this rule. As long as there is no major commotion, the guards of Luoxian City will not arrive. However, after careful consideration, Su Xianxiao concluded that offending a local family would bring trouble to the Su family, which is not worth it. After all, the other party is unaware of his identity. He could just leave directly. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Fellow Taoist Su, do not be afraid. We are here to assist you. Su Xianxiao frowned and looked toward the source of the voice, only to find it was Jiang Lingyuan. Who are you? Yi Junyi was quite displeased to be interrupted. Jiang Lingyuan replied loudly. Qingyuan cultivator here to uphold justice for my friend from the Su family. Damn it. Su Xianxiao cursed Jiang Lingyuan 100 times in his heart. The Yi family originally knew nothing about him. Had he left the scene immediately with the numerous concealment techniques of the Su family, they would have never found him. But Jiang Linyuan's words were clearly meant to expose his identity on purpose. Qingyuan's Su family. Yi Junyi scoffed. Never heard of it. You want to stand up for the Su family. As fellow cultivators of Qingyuan, we should unite and support our friend Su regardless of whether he is right or wrong, Jiang Linyuan declared with righteous fervor. Su Zhuangxiu's gaze turned icy. He was curious to see what kind of madness Jiang Linyuan was exhibiting. His father had warned them to pay special attention to this person, and indeed the warning had merit. Well said. Another hearty laugh rang out, and everyone turned their gaze to see a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and fine lines at the corners of his eyes stepping out from the crowd. It was Yuan Chongda, the head of the Yuan family. Su Xianxiao recognized his identity and felt the situation was quite thrilling. All this fuss over a mere fragment of a Taoist scripture had attracted so many powerful figures, all of whom had their eyes on the Su family. Yuan Chongda approached Su Xuanxiao, appearing as if he wanted to support a junior. With a kind smile, he said, Xuanxiao, don't be afraid. As fellow Qingyuan forces, we will stand by your side. This statement sent a chill down Su Zhuangxiu's spine. He was completely unfamiliar with the Yuan family and had never spoken to this head of the Yuan family. This overly familiar address made him feel intensely uncomfortable. Good. What a Qingyuan. Since you want to die, I shall grant your wish. Yi Junyi knew these two were not simple characters and prepared to use a messaging talisman to call for help. Su Zhuangxiu's expression changed slightly as a thunder sail suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiang Linyuan and Yuan Chongda were nothing more than troublemakers. They deliberately placed Yi Junyi in a difficult position, forcing him to call for reinforcements so they could use him as a tool. The target was none other than Su Xianxiao. This caused the situation on the scene to deteriorate severely, and Su Xianxiao had to take the initiative to seize the upper hand. Otherwise, if the Yi family cultivators arrived en masse, he would surely be at a disadvantage. They might not even give him a chance to explain and would directly suppress him. That Yi Junyi is truly a fool. He is being used and remains unaware of it. Su Xianxiao cursed inwardly as the thunder sail erupted with lightning, the flickering light illuminating the scheming eyes of Jiang Linyuan and Yuan Chongda. In an instant, Zhao Weiner and the others drew their swords, and the Yi family guards rushed forward to protect Yi Junyi. Which of you two friends is speaking nonsense here? Who sent you? Boom. The thunderous light suddenly flared, but it was not directed at Yi Junyi. It was aimed at Jiang Linyuan and Yuan Chongda. The latter's pupils contracted as he hurriedly summoned a magical artifact to defend. Seeing this scene, Yi Junyi, who was about to contact his family, was frozen in place, stunned by Su Zhuangxiu's sudden action. What on earth was happening? Why were the three of them fighting? Were they not on the same side? Not only were Yi Junyi and the guards dumbfounded, but even Zhao Weiner and the others were also taken aback, almost striking at the Yi family, but managing to halt their swords just in time. Yuan Chongda's spiritual energy erupted, dispersing the lightning, and he angrily shouted, Damn Su Xuanxiao, what are you doing? I would like to ask Head Yuan what this means. Su Xianxiao retorted coldly, thinking he was as foolish as Yi Junyi and would let them lead him by the nose. The thunderous sound attracted the attention of all nearby cultivators, and the gray-robed vendor had long since vanished. On the edge of the surging crowd, two cultivators dressed in plain black and white Taoist robes approached. The first was an elderly man with white hair and a lean face, followed closely by a young girl with a striking appearance and a hint of a cold demeanor. The old man spoke softly, "Friends, please give this old Taoist some face. Regardless of how it started, let today's matter end here." His words emanated the aura of a perfected qi refinement stage, momentarily calming Yuan Chengda and Jiang Linyuan. Yi Junyi was not slow-witted, he simply reacted a bit late. He pondered the deeper meaning of the elder's words, and combined with Su Zhuangxiu's abrupt attack, he suddenly realized that he had been used as a pawn by these two. Had it not been for Su Zhuangxiu's quick thinking and rapid devising of a way out of the predicament, he would have already summoned the Yi family cultivators, completely oblivious to being manipulated by these two. The more Yi Junyi thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He knew that today was not the day to take action, as Su Zhuangxiu's thunder technique had caused quite a stir, and the guards of Luoxian City would arrive shortly. "I will remember you," he huffed, glaring fiercely at Yuan Chengda and Jiang Linyuan, then turned to leave. The latter two exchanged glances and also huffed, sweeping their sleeves as they departed. The bizarre scene left the surrounding people baffled. What was the relationship between these individuals? "Thank you for your assistance, senior. May I ask for your name?" Su Xianxiao bowed in gratitude to the old man. It was a mere act of kindness, nothing to mention. The old man stroked his beard with a gentle smile and said no more, leading the girl away. Su Xianxiao looked at them deeply, then quickly left the scene with Zhao Weiner and the others. Once they were far from the crowd, the cold-faced girl couldn't help but ask, "Why did grandfather intervene?" The old man smiled warmly, lightly stroking his white beard. "I just find that lad rather clever. It was merely to create a good relationship." "Clever?" The girl frowned slightly, unable to comprehend this roundabout reasoning. The old man patiently explained, "Those two men appeared to be helping the young man from the Su family, but in reality, they were using him as a tool to deal with him. In the face of such a situation, most people would think of stopping the killing with more killing, but the young man from the Su family cleverly countered their intentions and directly attacked those two. Not only did he interrupt Yi Junyi's plan to call for help, but he also caused the originally clear situation to become chaotic." The girl listened, looking confused, but still asked, "Those two men didn't seem to be on the same side. Why did they both end up looking at each other with disdain at the end?" They were indeed not on the same side. As they chatted, the two returned to their inn room, and the old man continued, "But they were both plotting against the young man from the Su family. Their goals were just different, which is why they parted ways unhappily after their plans failed." Having said that, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly at the confused expression of his granddaughter. "If you had half the wits of that young man from the Su family, how could our Lingxi sect not rise?" The girl was even more perplexed at this. Isn't the rise of our Lingxi sect related to our cultivation? As long as she could break through to the foundation establishment stage, she could restore the glory of the Lingxi sect. The old man sighed helplessly. It is indeed related to cultivation, but a sect's rise cannot rely solely on cultivation. One must also understand human relationships, weigh benefits, and develop plans. If one does not understand the management of the sect, the Lingxi sect will ultimately just be a sect for one person, not for a group. If only that young man from the Su family could teach his granddaughter something. Sigh, a missed opportunity. He should have talked more with that young man from the Su family, or perhaps he would come to the Lingxi sect to serve as a deputy sect leader or guest elder, preventing his granddaughter from having to fight alone in the future. In Luoxian City, at the Yi Manor, the head of the family, Yi Ming, held a report just delivered by his subordinate, reading it with an expressionless face. Yi Junyi strode into the main hall with a gloomy expression, breathing heavily as he grabbed some tea from the table and gulped it down. "Father, a chance belonging to the Yi family has been snatched away. This matter must not be let go just like that." With a loud bang, Yi Junyi slammed the teacup onto the table. Yi Ming slowly set down the report, and with an indifferent expression said, "I am already aware of the situation. However, why did you choose to fight over that tattered yellow paper?" The report detailed the events that had just transpired, along with specific information about three families. Even before his son returned home, the information had already reached Yi Ming's hands. Upon hearing the mention of the yellow paper, Yi Junyi immediately regretted and pounded his thigh. "Father, you do not know that yellow paper is a fragment of a Dao technique. Initially, when I passed that stall, I felt that the contents of the yellow paper seemed somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall it at the moment." Yi Junyi, agitated, spoke faster. "After returning home, I searched through the collection pavilion and found a similar fragment of a Dao technique tucked away in a corner." As he spoke, he took out a similarly tattered piece of yellow paper from his storage ring and handed it to his father with a face full of regret. "So I immediately returned to the stall intending to buy it, but to my dismay, I was a step too late. Surely you know what happened next. Those people are truly baffling." Yi Junyi, frustrated, slapped his thigh again, growing angrier the more he thought about it, feeling that the three individuals were indeed strange. Su Xianxiao seized his yellow paper, and two cultivators suddenly appeared, seemingly assisting Su Xianxiao, but actually inciting him to attack, resulting in Su Xianxiao counterattacking the two, causing instant chaos. He was completely bewildered throughout the entire incident and could only choose to leave and plan his next steps. Yi Ming ignored his son's complaints, casually glanced at the yellow paper after taking it, and found no valuable content. Not only could he not discern the type of Dao technique, but he also could not determine its level. He only knew that this incomplete Dao technique was not simple and indeed had considerable value. I have already instructed people to investigate the Qingyuan Su family's information, Yi Ming said calmly. They are merely an 8th grade Qi refining family, not worth worrying about. The other fragment is definitely still with them. If they participate in the duel during this grand event, we shall simply eliminate them within the secret realm. If they choose not to engage in the duel, then we will wait until they leave Luoxian City and eradicate them then. In just a few words, Yi Ming casually sentenced the Su family to death. The Great Way flying boat only transports major powers to Luoxian City and does not provide a return service. Even if one wanted to pay to ride the flying boat back, it would not work, as the Great Way is at war with the Great Qi and all flying boats are headed to the battlefield. Major powers must find their own way back. The Great Way does not care how many bandits they might encounter on their return journey. The Su family may evade the duel, but cannot escape the hunt outside Luoxian City unless they plan to hide there for the rest of their lives. After Su Xianxiao returned to the inn, he recounted the whole incident and took out a fragment he had picked up for 100 spirit stones. Father, take this fragment. It should help you in your understanding. Su Yang smiled and nodded after receiving it. Your fortune is quite good. You managed to find a treasure while browsing the market. This item was indeed useful for him. The few fragments in the family contained too little information, causing his progress in the night travel technique to be slow over the years. Although he had grasped a little of the night travel technique, it was ultimately not comprehensive. More fragments would effectively improve his efficiency in deducing the complete version. And there's more. Su Xianxiao chuckled, taking out 2 jade slips to present. After I left, I found 2 different types of soul-searching techniques at 2 other stalls. Soul-searching methods are often sinister, mainly mastered by demonic cultivators. Most cultivators who pride themselves on being righteous disdain practicing such techniques. However, influenced by Su Yang, Su Xianxiao believed that although soul-searching techniques are vicious, there is no need to show mercy when dealing with enemies. The consequences of soul-searching can range from soul damage to instant death. Moreover, the Su family rarely leaves enemies alive. In any case, the final outcome is always death, so killing directly and causing death through soul-searching are effectively the same. Thus, the Su family does not reject the use of soul-searching techniques, finding them quite useful against stubborn enemies. However, the 2 soul-searching techniques Su Xianxiao found would impose some negative effects on the caster. One of the techniques can yield more information, but may cause memory confusion with frequent use. The other technique, while having no negative effects, provides information that is too random. You little rascal, do you want your father to help you deduce the soul-searching technique? Su Yang saw through his son's intentions at a glance. While it was not a secret in the family that he could deduce Dao techniques, his children's attitude had shifted from admiration at first to expecting it as a matter of course. Anyone with a decent Dao technique thinks of asking their father to help integrate and deduce it to create a more useful technique. This is indeed a bit excessive. Does he really think that his deductions require no effort? Isn't he afraid that his old father will tire himself to death on the path of deduction? Su Xianxiao awkwardly laughed. Father, just do what you can. Health is the priority. Su Yang with annoyance tapped his forehead and then put away the 2 jade slips. During this time, don't go out and cause trouble again. Su Yang's expression grew serious as he said, the Yuan family, the Yi family, and Jiang Linyuan all have ulterior motives. They want to deal with us. The upcoming events will be hard battles, and everyone should conserve their energy in the inn before the grand event. Su Xianxiao asked in confusion, Father, why are Jiang Linyuan and Yuan Chongda targeting us? Su Yang shot him a glance. This younger son had excellent Dao talent, but lacked the insight of his older brother Su Xianming. Fortunately, he was still clever enough not to rashly attack the Yi family, but instead chose a clever way to break the situation. If it had been Su Xuanheng, he would likely have drawn his sword against the 3, plunging the Su family into an irretrievable passive position. If I said much, you wouldn't understand. To put it simply, Yuan Chongda has always wanted to target the Su family, but is also wary of us, so this time he wants to use the Yi family against you. The goal is straightforward. Su Yang explained briefly. However, Jiang Linyuan is more special. He wants to put you in a dangerous position and then help you when you are desperate, making you mistakenly believe he is sincere towards you. When the time is right, he will thoroughly consume you. Su Xianxiao suddenly realized after hearing this. It turned out that although the 2 had different objectives, their starting points were the same, which explained why they would end up at odds. The hearts of cultivators are truly dark, he muttered inwardly. In the following days, the Su family closed the inn tightly and rarely ventured out. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators in Luoxian City increased day by day as various factions surged in like a tide, leading to numerous conflicts. Before the grand event even began, the entire city was already tumultuous and fraught with danger. In Luoxian City, within the city lord's mansion, 3 majestic floating banquet platforms of white jade hovered above the expansive central square, radiating a luminous glow akin to moonlight. The central banquet platform, the most resplendent, was the seat of the celestial officials of the Great Way, while the slightly smaller platforms on either side served as gathering places for the Foundation establishment and Qi refining factions. On the white jade banquet platform, tables and chairs were arranged neatly, with exquisite spirit wines and delicacies filling the tables, and beast meats and spiritual fruits piled high like a feast. Today marked the centennial grand event of the Great Way, with the city of Luoxian bustling with voices as tens of thousands gathered. After verifying their identities, the cultivators from various factions entered through the teleportation array within the city lord's mansion and took their seats at the white jade banquet platform. All the cultivators marveled at the spectacle before them. Even the local cultivators of Luoxian City found it a rare sight. Su Yang and his companions found a vacant spot to sit in the area designated for the Qi refining faction. Su Yang's gaze swept across the crowd and spotted Zhang Linyuan mingling among the Li family, as well as Yuan Chengda raising his cup in a gesture of greeting. Su Yang smiled and raised his cup in response, then his gaze landed on the location of the Lingxi sect. The auras of 5 fully realized Qi refining cultivators converged together, blazing like flames in the night, while the disciples of the Lingxi sect appeared vibrant and confident, ready to showcase their skills at the grand event. Among them, a white-haired elder accompanied by a young woman seemed to have noticed, turning his head to meet Su Yang's gaze, and surprisingly smiled and nodded in greeting. Su Yang was taken aback and promptly returned the gesture with cupped hands. In addition, he also spotted cultivators from the Iron Hoof Society, each exuding a rough demeanor, casually sitting with one leg draped over the chair, lifting a wine jug to their mouths, with golden liquid flowing down like a thin stream into their throats. Beside them were the cultivators of the Zhang High Society, their brows furrowed in disgust at the Iron Hoof Society's uncouth behavior, displaying expressions of disdain. Then Su Yang found the cultivators of the Shi family, but their head was not at this banquet platform. Instead, he was at the celestial officials' table of the Great Way. Su Yang quickly identified the head of the Shi family, whose face was indeed that of the celestial official he had seen in Longjing County. He discreetly memorized the features and auras of these cultivators. The court is indeed generous. The spirit wine and fruits on the table are available for anyone to consume. Su Xuanxiao, showing no restraint, casually grabbed a spirit fruit from the table and took a big bite. As the fruit flesh melted in his stomach, it nourished him, causing all his pores to open up. While indulging in the delicacies, he did not forget to observe the surroundings even more closely than Su Yang. These items are incredibly precious to us, yet to the Great Way they are merely a drop in the ocean. Su Yang smiled as he picked up 2 spirit fruits, biting one and offering the other to his wife beside him. The Su family, upon seeing this, eagerly dug in. At this moment, the cultivators who were trying to maintain their composure were nothing but fools. Many cultivators still wished to uphold their dignity, but seeing the Su family sweep half the table of delicacies clean, they could not resist temptation and joined in the feast. The celestial officials of the Great Way at the central banquet platform watched this scene with smiles on their faces, though beneath their surfaces lay hidden mockery and disdain. Indeed, countryfolk are just that, countryfolk. Just a bit of food infused with spiritual energy could make these people ecstatic. What would happen when they present even better treasures later on? Luoxian City welcomes everyone. As the atmosphere of the grand event grew increasingly heated, a booming voice resonated through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a wave of Foundation establishment-level aura. City Lord He Hong stood up, hands clasped behind his back, stating, with floating platforms in the air and the fragrance of spirit wine wafting, this centennial grand event of the Great Way gathers heroes in Luoxian City. Fellow Taoists should cast aside any prejudices and engage in discussions here, freely exchanging insights on the mysteries of the Tao. At this grand event, feel free to speak your mind and challenge one another to showcase your skills. As soon as his words fell, some cultivators descended to the central square, inviting various cultivators to spar. Su Xuanhing, filled with eagerness, couldn't help but asked, "Father, can I go down and spar with them?" Spar? Nonsense. Su Yang shot a glare at his eldest son. Going down to spar is merely a farce. Do you see how capable those sparring below are? Real battles take place in the secret realms. The primary task right now is to eat and drink to our fill. Only then will we have the strength to fight later. Su Xuanheng was left speechless by this rebuttal, and upon closer inspection indeed found it to be true. The participants in the sparring were nothing but mediocre individuals exchanging flattery and compliments, creating a false atmosphere of profundity. Those who didn't know would think that mighty beings were discussing the Tao. Looking up towards the banquet platforms of the Foundation establishment factions and the celestial officials of the Great Way, the disdain and contempt in their eyes were unmasked, piercing down upon the square like thorns. Su Xuanheng suddenly understood that the person who just invited to spar was clearly a performer meant to warm up the crowd. The city lord He Hong and the celestial officials of the Great Way seated at the core banquet platform were leisurely savoring spirit wine and enjoying delicacies. They looked down upon the discussions and sparring in the square, laughing heartily, their demeanor condescending as if mocking the masses. These celestial officials are treating us as entertainment. I hope the Secret Realms battles won't mirror this scene, Su Xianxiao remarked, his gaze slightly cold as he transmitted his thoughts. Qin Jiangmei chuckled in response. It shouldn't be the case. The Secret Realm battles come with substantial rewards, and the strong from various factions will definitely compete. You and Henger must not let your guard down. Su Yang nodded slightly. What your mother says is true. When the warm-up sparring concluded, the commotion in the banquet reached a fever pitch. The celestial officials of the Great Way led the applause, cheering loudly. He Hong stood up again, a broad smile on his face, saying the sparring just now showcased the profound techniques of our Great Way cultivators. However, the grand event is far from over, and I believe everyone is still unsatisfied. Therefore, the court has specially prepared a secret realm for combat. With a rumble, the ground trembled, and a towering stone gate rose slowly in the central square. City Lord He Hong and several Foundation establishment celestial officials leaped down from the banquet platform, landing around the stone gate, forming hand seals as the radiant light of their techniques flowed. In an instant, the stone gate shimmered with golden light, suddenly pushed open by an invisible force, revealing a swirling blue radiance within, reminiscent of an oceanic whirlpool. He Hong casually waved his hand, and brilliant white jade tokens hovered precisely in front of each cultivator present. The secret realm for combat was established by the former emperor of the Great Way in each city, containing special spirit beasts and spiritual plants infused with stellar energy. Hunting or gathering them will accumulate points on the jade tokens. For this ranking, those who place in the top 100 will receive a Foundation establishment pill. And for those who make it into the top 10, his voice suddenly rose like a thunderclap, will be rewarded with the small 5 elements technique. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators inhaled sharply in shock. Still reeling from the surprise they saw, He Hong's fingers igniting with spiritual light. Again, the points earned here can be exchanged for the above treasures. In the blink of an eye, countless names of heavenly materials, treasures, techniques, pills, and magical artifacts spread like a starry river, dazzling the eyes of countless cultivators. In that moment, the entire white jade banquet platform erupted into a frenzy. The mere fact that the Great Way is willing to offer up 100 Foundation establishment pills, not to mention the small 5 elements technique, is enough to drive all the immortal families present into a frenzy. All spells related to the 5 elements originate from the small 5 elements technique. Mastering the small 5 elements technique is equivalent to mastering all 5 elements spells, and one can even create their own 5 element spells. Even Golden Core cultivators, as long as their foundational attributes are related to the 5 elements, can comprehend their own divine abilities from the small 5 elements technique. This is a Tao technique with the foundation of a Golden Core. May I ask, is this ranking a total ranking of Foundation establishment and Qi refining factions? Suddenly someone posed this question, as if dousing cold water over everyone. The previously excited cultivators immediately calmed down upon hearing this. If this is a total ranking of the 2 factions, then the top 10 has nothing to do with the Qi refining faction. He Hong smirked, his smile filled with mockery. Sorry, I neglected to mention one requirement. The so-called top 10 and top 100 actually consist of the top 5 from the Foundation establishment faction and the top 50 from the Qi refining faction combined into the total ranking. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from the Qi refining faction erupted in excitement, their eyes ignited with fervent desire. They truly had a chance to grasp the small 5 elements technique. In contrast, the expressions of many cultivators from the Foundation establishment faction darkened like ink, their gazes directed at the Qi refining cultivators, filled with murderous intent mixed with disdain and mockery. What does it matter if these Qi refining cultivators obtain the small 5 elements technique? The crucial point is whether they can survive. The mockery in He Hong's smile stemmed from this. It seemed like a reward for the Qi refining faction, but in reality, it was a death warrant. Only those who survived would be worthy of recruitment by the Great Way. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle, coldly viewing the lives of cultivators as mere grass and treating Qi refining cultivators like fodder for cultivation. What a clever scheme. Qin Jiangmai's expression was not too pleasant. Since the grand event began, she had felt the indifference of these Great Way immortals towards human lives. It was a chilling coldness that made one shudder. They looked down from above, treating all present cultivators as mere ants, coldly observing these cultivators as they fought and struggled within the carefully woven cage of rules, all to satisfy their desire to manipulate the fates of others. Clearly at this moment the Great Way was in turmoil and desperately in need of manpower, yet these immortals did not care at all, wantonly squandering the lives of cultivators for their own amusement. Wei Yin said coldly, "I suspect that the rules of this secret realm battle were actually hastily decided by these immortals above. The rules issued by the court are definitely not like this." Su Xuanheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Dare they defy the court's decree? Wei Yin nodded slightly, her eyes flickering. The Great Way is currently in turmoil, and the upper echelons of the court have no time to manage many affairs. Moreover, there may well be spies from the Great Qi among the Great Way, intentionally weakening its overall strength. She turned to Su Yang and said solemnly, "Father, do you think the Su family still needs to enter this secret realm? With the Su family's strength, not to mention a 100 chance of entering the top 5, they are guaranteed at least one foundation establishment pill, and the points earned can be exchanged for a large number of treasures. The key is whether they can survive long enough to bring it back." Su Yang pondered for a moment. After weighing it all, his eyes became sharp. "If we obtain the small 5 elements technique, we will definitely encounter attacks from the Foundation Establishment faction, but as long as we return to the family and activate the formation to defend, we need not fear any Foundation Establishment faction. As for the journey back, my Su family has puppet techniques to eliminate markers, as well as high-level concealment techniques to hide our presence. With the assistance of Bai Qing in the Foundation Establishment stage, we can actually attempt to make a full effort. On the surface, the Su family appears to be a Qi refining family, but in reality, its foundation belongs to the Foundation Establishment family. Furthermore, Song Baiqing is a solidly grounded sword cultivator who also masters a Foundation Establishment inheritance from their Song family, allowing him to battle mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators in the early stages. Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators would probably meet their demise on the spot. Thus, returning from Luoxian City all the way back to Qingyuan Square City, though the risks are high, it is not impossible. However, the Su family now is no longer just Su Yang's alone. He must consult with the clan members. If the clan members believe the risks are too high and are unwilling to take this gamble, he will also choose to abandon this opportunity. After all, the Su family has deep foundations and can steadily produce many Foundation Establishment cultivators. Seeking golden core opportunities later is not too late. This is the confidence that comes from having a strong family foundation. After listening to the analysis, Song Baiqing calmly sent a message: "We will follow the arrangements of the family head." And Xiao Zhaowani and several other sword cultivators remained silent. However, their meaning was quite clear. Just like Song Baiqing, they would follow the family head's arrangements. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin exchanged glances, confidence shining in their eyes. "Yinner and I are willing to give it a try." Back then, they had fought their way back to Qingyuan from the Sword Lake. The blood that surged within them had not cooled, even more fervent than before. How could they fear at this moment? Qin Jiangmei chuckled softly. "My musical Dao technique can quickly form formations. It will be no problem to hold off the Foundation Establishment cultivators for a moment." Finally, it came to Su Xuanxiao, the youngest son of the family, who was the most cautious. He pondered for a moment, and then nodded solemnly. "This plan is feasible. My puppet technique can deceive some enemies, coupled with the formations set by my parents to trap foes, along with Elder Song's protection. Perhaps the journey home will be even smoother than we expected." With the agreement of the entire family, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face. "With both wisdom and courage, the family shall thrive." Cultivators from the Foundation Establishment faction, regardless of whether they are Qi Refining or Foundation Establishment, will enter the mixed area. The Qi Refining faction will have exclusive areas and will absolutely not encounter cultivators from the Foundation Establishment faction. If a Foundation Establishment cultivator is hiding within the Qi Refining faction, that cultivator will be separately transported to the mixed area, and all points earned by their faction will be nullified. The Jade tokens in front of you will automatically record scores. If the Jade token is taken by someone else, the score will also transfer to them. Of course, the Great Way does not encourage mutual slaughter, but rather encourages sparring that stops at the point. I hope everyone can interact amicably. Yihaong pretended to add with concern. Therefore, aside from the secret realm, crushing the Jade Talisman will also allow you to directly transport out, but your score will be fixed, and you will no longer be able to re-enter the secret realm. What nonsense about not encouraging slaughter. The cultivators at the banquet cursed inwardly. The Jade token's teleportation function claims to not encourage slaughter, yet the rules of the secret realm are all enticing cultivators to kill each other for tokens. If they really do not encourage slaughter, wouldn't it be better to outright ban battles? Yet they still name it the Battle Secret Realm, which is simply a cover-up. Alright everyone, those willing to participate in the battles and wish to receive the Great Weiss rewards, please enter the stone door now. Yihaong spread his arms wide and proclaimed the beasts and spiritual plants within the secret realm all contain stellar energy. Absorbing them not only enhances cultivation, but also allows for the comprehension of Dao techniques, and one can obtain points to exchange for treasures rewarded by the Great Way. Give your all to obtain points. If this opportunity is missed, you will have to wait another 100 years. How many 100 years do we cultivators have? Those who do not achieve golden core who dares to claim they will see the world change again. As his words fell, a foundation establishment cultivator on the white jade banquet platform laughed boisterously, flying out on their weapon, turning into a rainbow of light that first crashed into the stone door. Following closely were the second, third, and fourth. Countless figures surged forth. Even though they understood the dangers of the secret realm and that bloodshed was inevitable under the temptation of opportunity, the madness ingrained in all cultivators had already been ignited. At this moment, no one was fearful, only frenzied for the opportunity. The cultivators at the entire banquet surged into the stone door like a flood. Above the heavens, the brilliant starry river hung, suspended, cascading like a waterfall. A sword light reminiscent of flowing spring water suddenly pierced through the beast's body as Zhao Weiner flicked her wrist and unleashed a fierce blood-red crescent that swept across the sky. Her breathing was heavy and rapid, her chest rising and falling violently with audible gasps. Since entering the secret realm, her battles had never ceased. In this secret realm, the beasts had proliferated for 100 years, their numbers countless. Every 10 miles, she would encounter a pack of beasts. After finally finishing off one group, she was met with cultivators trying to seize her jade plate, narrowly escaping their pursuit before running into another pack of beasts. Zhao Weiner's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, her complexion growing ever paler. She collected the beast corpses and broke open a cave at an inconspicuous foothill to hide inside and recuperate. A faint star energy surged into her body, rapidly replenishing the dried-up core of her dantian. Not only did the beasts and spiritual plants in the secret realm contain star energy, but the very air was saturated with it, enhancing the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion far beyond that of ordinary qi. But before she could recover much spiritual energy, a golden arrow shot toward her like a long rainbow. Zhao Weiner reacted swiftly, drawing her sword to counter. The two collided with a resounding clash of metal, shaking the entire cave and causing it to collapse, followed by a torrent of over 10 sword qi bursting forth from within. Zhao Weiner's form moved like lightning. The moment she burst from the cave, she employed her escape technique. Her spiritual energy had only recovered to 30%, and the number of attackers was unknown. A direct confrontation would be unwise. However, the attackers had no intention of letting her go. The rustling of the forest echoed as arrows wrapped in golden light suddenly pierced through sturdy trunks coming from all directions, targeting her path forward, retreat, route, and vital points. Zhao Weiner abruptly halted, and sword qi rained down, intercepting all the arrows. A figure suddenly appeared behind her, surrounded by flowing magical light, thrusting a spear directly at her nape. Zhao Weiner remained unfazed, her sword flashed with cold light, and in an instant the person behind her was decapitated, a spray of crimson blood erupting. 3 cultivators quickly surrounded her. Zhao Weiner remained calm, her blade dancing through the air, wreaking havoc as she charged down the slope. Having slain several enemies, Zhao Weiner also collected their storage rings, yet she herself was heavily injured, blood soaking her clothes, her complexion as pale as paper. The pursuers were relentless, their murderous intent locking onto her. Instinctively, she raised her sword to block the force of the impact, sending her flying. Is there no choice but to flee, eh? Zhao Weiner grasped the jade plate tightly, feeling a sense of reluctance. She had barely entered for less than an hour, and now she had to shatter the jade plate to escape. It felt too humiliating. But if she didn't break it, she might die here. Hand over the jade plate, and I might spare your life. Just as she was about to shatter the jade plate, a woman across from her suddenly spoke. Zhao Weiner was taken aback, and in a moment of hesitation, she sensed the danger. The glint of cold light reflected in her pupils. The other party was likely feigning an invitation to surrender, fearing she would destroy the jade plate and take all the spoils. In an instant, that cold light could pierce her brow. Zhao Weiner's blood ran cold, the chilling aura of death creeping up her spine as visions of her life flashed before her eyes. Just as the cold light was about to pierce her brow, a purple lightning bolt appeared before her, instantly splitting the incoming blade in half. The woman was taken aback, her hands casting talismans forward, only to hear the purple lightning crackle. The woman's head exploded, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Sister Weiner, are you alright? Zhao Weiner was momentarily stunned, then suddenly sprang up, urgently warning. 4th young master, be careful. There's a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator among them. She recognized the voice. The one who saved her was none other than Su Xuanxiao, the 4th young master of the Su family. As soon as she spoke, lightning crackled in the forest, followed by a continuous explosion, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Zhao Weiner's heart raced with anxiety. She wanted to rush to help, but her spiritual energy was depleted and her body was weak. She could only swallow a pill to recover. Bam! At that moment, a figure flew out from the woods, and Zhao Weiner's gaze turned frantic. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard the other party calmly say, "Don't come over." Before the echo faded, an unexpected change occurred. A middle-aged cultivator charged out behind Su Xuanxiao, his expression cold. Without hesitation, he summoned a heavy ancient cauldron and smashed it down onto the just stabilized Su Xianxiao. Su Xianxiao reacted with lightning speed. Surrounded by raging thunder, he punched the cauldron. Clang! The deafening sound of metal reverberated across the land. The cauldron was sent flying by his thunderous punch, whistling, as it embedded into the distant mountain rock. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have already calculated this moment, suddenly appearing before Su Xianxiao, like a wraith, a sharp dagger in his hand, ruthlessly stabbing into Su Xuanxiao's neck. Fourth young master. Zhao Weiner was horrified at the sight, her soul nearly leaving her body as she screamed. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded before her and the middle-aged cultivator. To their astonishment, no blood poured from the wound where the dagger pierced. Su Xianxiao showed no signs of pain, not even furrowing his brows, maintaining a chilling calmness. His eyes, devoid of emotion, coldly locked onto the middle-aged cultivator. A bone-chilling aura surged forth. The cultivator instinctively attempted to retreat, but Su Xuanxiao's arms locked around him like shackles. Blinding light erupted from Su Xuanxiao's body, intricate runes emerging on his skin. In the next second, radiant light engulfed everything. Lightning crackled, crimson flames burned, intertwining to form a vortex of fury. A massive shockwave of energy swept outward, uprooting grass and trees, shattering rocks. A familiar figure appeared in front of Zhao Weiner, swiftly lifting her up and turning into a bolt of lightning as they fled. Fourth young master. Zhao Weiner recognized his face, her jaw dropping in shock as her dazed mind gradually returned to clarity. The fourth young master, who had just fought the middle-aged cultivator, had merely been a puppet all along. What shocked her even more was that the fourth young master had used a puppet to fight a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator to a standstill, ultimately obliterating the opponent with the puppet's self-detonation. Did the Su family hide their strength so deeply? As Zhao Weiner prepared to say something, she suddenly realized that Su Xianxiao was taking her back. Fourth young master, we can't go back. The commotion earlier will attract enemies. Zhao Weiner hurriedly warned, concerned that Su Xianxiao was returning for what might have already been reduced to rubble. Su Xianxiao replied nonchalantly, "The beast pack ahead has gone berserk. We can use these people to clear our path." Just then, three figures quietly emerged from the forest, their appearances identical to Su Xianxiao. One puppet handed over the collected storage rings, another held a heavy ancient cauldron, and the last puppet dragged two corpses demonstrating puppetry on them. Seeing this scene, Zhao Weiner was once again stunned. She realized she still could not see through Su Xianxiao. He not only manipulated puppets to obliterate that latest-stage chi refinement cultivator and recover all the resources, but also simultaneously controlled the puppets to eliminate any remaining loose ends, truly achieving a clean sweep without leaving any future troubles. This formidable power and meticulous thinking left her in deep shock. The earth trembled violently as the herd of beasts roared and charged through the mountains and forests, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The cultivators who had rushed over to investigate the commotion were caught off guard and fled in panic from the rampaging beasts. Su Xianxiao carried the severely injured Zhao Weiner as they blended into the crowd, escaping with the flow. His advanced concealment technique was at its peak, causing the beasts to instinctively overlook their presence, redirecting their attention to more obvious targets. As the terrain gradually widened, Su Xianxiao seized the chaos to change direction and slipped into a nearby bamboo forest. As he ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket, a sudden clarity unfolded before him. Within the bamboo forest appeared a clearing where a thatched cottage stood silently, the starlight like frost silently cascading onto its roof, with no one inside. Su Xianxiao remained vigilant, sensing no one inside with his divine sense. He dispatched a puppet to search the cottage thoroughly. How can there be a house in this secret realm? Su Xianxiao pondered, suspicion clouding his mind. The cottage was thick with dust, showing no signs of habitation. Could it have been left by a cultivator from 100 years ago? But why had it not been destroyed by the beasts in a century? This bamboo forest must possess some unique quality preventing the beasts from entering, Zhao Weiner whispered weakly. Su Xianxiao found her reasoning sound. With no better refuge available, he decided to rest in the cottage for the time being. However, he did not dare to let his guard down, remaining alert to his surroundings. He controlled 4 puppets to watch over the cottage from all sides, while another puppet concealed itself in the bamboo forest. Zhao Weiner sat cross-legged to treat her injuries immediately. Perhaps Weiner should be teleported out. Your injuries are too severe, and complete recovery will take time, Su Xianxiao suggested. Zhao Weiner's expression stiffened, her fingers tightening slightly. If the 4th young master insists, I can leave now. This was a once-in-a-century opportunity, and she did not wish to depart so easily. Having long benefited from the Su family's kindness, she felt ashamed for not having achieved anything and was eager to prove her worth. Moreover, the stellar energy here was conducive to enhancing cultivation, and the more battles one fought, the faster one could improve. Thus, many cultivators shared Zhao Wanner's mindset. To continue advancing in their cultivation, they were reluctant to shatter their jade tokens even when facing danger. Yet life and death often hinge on a single thought. A moment's hesitation could lead to instant demise. Su Xianxiao noticed her unwillingness to leave. Thus, he said, "You should tend to your injuries first. Wait until I call you before you leave." As he spoke, he handed all the collected storage rings and jade tokens to Zhao Wanner. "The resources we gathered are now in your possession. If you encounter danger, prioritize your escape without any hesitation." Su Xianxiao fixed his gaze on Zhao Wanner, earnestly advising her. Zhao Wanner was momentarily taken aback. Her lips instinctively pressed tight before releasing a glimmer of understanding sparkling in her eyes, suddenly blooming into a relieved smile. "Yes, Wanner will follow the young master's orders." The beast tide surged like a black flood, trampling through the earth. Ancient trees were crushed, rocks flew, and a scene of devastation followed in its wake. On the back of a 2-meter-tall, fearsome black tiger sat a robust, tower-like warrior. He had a fierce beard exuding a wild and unruly aura as he sensed the approaching beast herd. A cruel grin spread across his lips as he raised the black blade in his hand, roaring like thunder. "Iron Hoof Brigade." "Here." The response echoed through the skies with weapons glinting coldly. Behind him stood a cavalry of similarly fierce warriors, their mounts restless iron hooves, anxiously striking the trembling ground. Yang Guest's leopard-like eyes locked onto the surging herd of beasts, his grin growing more feral. The blade he raised gleamed with a blinding light under the starlight, and he shouted with all his might, "Crush them beneath our feet. Charge!" In an instant, Yang Guest's black tiger let out a thunderous roar, charging against the overwhelming tide of beasts. The mountain bandits of the Iron Hoof Brigade erupted into bloodthirsty howls, as if they were ferocious beasts breaking free from chains, unhesitatingly spurring their mounts to follow closely behind. In that moment, the cold steel tide collided violently with the raging beast wave. The sounds of blades tearing through flesh echoed, and the hot blood of the beast sprayed everywhere, dyeing the charging bandits a blinding crimson. These desperate outlaws revealed their savage nature, their eyes filled with bloodlust, showing no fear. Blades flashed wildly among the shadows of beasts, each slash bringing forth chunks of flesh and severed limbs, brutally carving a bloody path through the frenzied herd. Leading the charge, Yang Ge was splattered with blood, laughing maniacally. They slaughtered through the herd with reckless abandon, suddenly spotting a strange bamboo forest, and without hesitation, he rode the black tiger straight into it. "Boss, wait for us." The Iron Hoof Brigade bandits, busy collecting the corpses of the beasts, saw their leader slip away again and were suddenly impatient. Though they were swift on their beast mounts, able to regroup quickly, the secret realm was fraught with danger, and they could not afford to be as reckless as before. Yang Ge galloped through the bamboo forest on his black tiger, the surroundings eerily silent, as if cut off from the world. Suddenly, he came upon an open space where a thatched cottage stood alone in the center. The moment the black tiger entered, a formation suddenly manifested, enveloping the area. "Interesting. I didn't expect anyone to be holed up here. Hand over your jade tokens, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." Yang Ge looked with keen interest at the two figures that appeared before him, Su Xianxiao and Zhao Wanner. He had thought no cultivators would arrive in this area, yet to his surprise, just after resting for an hour, they encountered the Iron Hoof Brigade. Su Xianxiao recognized Yang Ge, having seen him at the banquet, remembering all the faces, and immediately identified him. The heir of the Iron Hoof Brigade at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. "You should shatter your jade token now, or perhaps you might have a chance to survive," Su Xianxiao said coldly. "Ha ha." Yang Ge's smile twisted into a snarl, his wildness radiating as he pointed the black blade at the two. "You think a mere formation can hold me down? Since you refuse to hand over your jade tokens, I'll carve you into pieces." His gaze suddenly shifted to Zhao Wanner, a lewd smile creeping onto his face as he licked his lips. "But this girl beside you is quite nice. I might consider keeping her." "Humph." Su Zhuangxiu's lips curled into a cold arc, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Gripping the thunder flag, he precisely pointed it at the formation on the ground. Boom. In an instant, a deafening roar of thunder echoed throughout the area, and a violent purple lightning serpent erupted, twisting and weaving into a blinding net of electricity. In the next moment, the two figures entwined with lightning and malevolence collided. The purple lightning serpent danced wildly, entangling and tearing at the black blade, erupting into a chaotic storm of spiritual energy. The black tiger beneath Yang Ge was unable to withstand the backlash of this spiritual energy and spat out blood as it was flung away. It attempted to rush to its master's side, but was suppressed by Su Zhuangxiu's two puppets, knocked unconscious and directly stored into the beast pouch. The poor thatched cottage was shredded like paper by this overwhelming energy, scattering debris everywhere. Even the buried formation flags were destroyed, causing the formation barrier to flicker uncontrollably. Zhao Weiner tightly gripped the sword hilt, urging her sword energy to defend, yet was forced to retreat repeatedly by the domineering waves of spiritual energy from both sides. At this moment, she finally understood Su Zhuangxiu's true cultivation level. 6th layer of Qi refinement. Though he was at the same cultivation level as her, he was able to contend with Yang Gu at the 8th layer, which was utterly outrageous. As long as she could seize the opportunity and create a lethal chance for the 4th young master, they could win. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a thunder spear pierced through Yang Gu's chest in an instant. Scalding blood erupted forth, but evaporated immediately upon contact with the intertwining lightning. Yang Gu's twisted grin froze his pupils, reflecting the blinding lightning, filled with disbelief. Then with a thunderous boom, Yang Gu along with the spear was driven into the ground by the lightning, exploding into a dazzling lightning pool. Zhao Weiner's expression went blank, her mind buzzing. What just happened? Wasn't that my 4th young master? Is this how it ends? Boss! A heart-wrenching roar pierced through the formation barrier as the members of the Iron Hoof Brigade rushed over just in time to witness Yang Gu being pierced through the chest by the thunder spear. Hurry up! Su Xianxiao rolled up Yang Gu's storage ring while reminding Zhao Weiner. During the fierce battle just now, several formation flags were destroyed, causing the formation to become unstable, and the previously isolated sounds and images leaked out. Although Su Xianxiao anticipated that someone might come to investigate, he did not expect it to be the bandits of the Iron Hoof Society, and in such great numbers. No matter how strong his combat ability was, he could not withstand the charge of numerous iron cavalry. Just as Zhao Weiner regained her senses, she saw the talisman in Su Zhuangxiu's hand transform into a stream of light and merge into their bodies, causing the surrounding scenery to instantly blur into afterimages. The Iron Hoof Society's bandits let out a sorrowful howl. Leave 2 behind for the boss to collect the corpses, and the rest follow me to take revenge for the boss. The bandits shouted in anger with tears in their eyes, urging their iron mounts to charge and shooting arrows. A rain of arrows swept through the bamboo forest, accompanied by bursts of flames igniting the surroundings. Su Xianxiao and Zhao Weiner concealed their auras, their figures blending into the darkness like phantoms. This secret realm was devoid of sunlight, with only the galaxy hanging above, providing an environment perfectly suited for a night escape. The two moved at an incredible speed. Had the bamboo forest not been set ablaze, they could have moved even faster. However, the Iron Hoof Society's cavalry was also extraordinary, with the iron hooves of their demonic beasts blazing with red flames, moving as swiftly as lightning under the enhancement of the talismans. The two sides chased each other through the bamboo forest. Su Xianxiao manipulated his puppets to scatter, deceiving some of the pursuers, but a group of iron cavalry still pursued closely behind. While he was pondering a countermeasure, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A clearing appeared in the bamboo forest. Standing in the midst was a thatched cottage. What's going on? Su Zhuangxiu's pupils constricted, and Zhao Weiner beside him was equally shocked. Had the thatched cottage not been destroyed just moments ago? Keep moving. Hearing movement from behind, Su Xianxiao did not have time to think further, and once again led Zhao Weiner to flee. The bandits of the Iron Hoof Society, upon seeing the thatched cottage for the first time, did not think much of it. A fire arrow set the cottage ablaze, and the iron cavalry charged through the red flames, the scorching fire illuminating their furious faces. The pursuit continued until they once again burst into the bamboo forest clearing. Noticing that the thatched cottage was intact, only then did the bandits realize a chill running down their spines. Something's not right. It seems we have fallen into a formation. The bandits' expressions were filled with uncertainty, but all around them was only dead silence with no other abnormalities. Forget about that for now, let's keep chasing. The leading bandit with a ferocious face only cared about avenging his boss. He didn't care about anything else. After killing those two murderers, they would find a way out. On the other side, due to the delay caused by the Iron Hoof Society, Su Xianxiao and Zhao Weiner passed by two more thatched cottages. One had clear signs of habitation by a cultivator, while the other remained uninhabited. This confirmed that there was something strange about this bamboo forest. It was possible that the formation had confused their senses, or that this space had folded out countless thatched cottages. In this secret realm, anything was possible. As the two crossed the bamboo forest again and saw another thatched cottage, this time two factions were engaged in a fierce battle in the clearing ahead. No more accurately, it was a one-sided massacre. With a sweep of his divine sense, Su Zhuangxiu's heart tightened. He remembered all the Qi refining factions from the banquet and instantly recognized that the combatants were the Shi family from Wanbao County and the Lingxi sect. The Lingxi sect, which should have had the advantage in strength, was now being slaughtered. The cultivators from the Shi family were shrouded in demonic energy, their movements leaving behind a series of afterimages, with each flash of their blades a life was reaped. They swung their blades repeatedly, as if cutting vegetables, slaughtering with abandon. No matter how numerous the Lingxi sect members were, they fell one after another like chickens in a storm. Roars, wails, and the sounds of clashing weapons intertwined. Su Xianxiao saw the elderly man and the girl he encountered in Luoxian City. Now the girl was severely injured, leaning weakly against the ruins of the thatched cottage. The elderly man was fiercely battling against the head of the Shi family. He suddenly noticed Su Zhuangxiu's presence and immediately sent a voice transmission urgently calling the Shi family is filled with demon cultivators mercilessly slaughtering the cultivators of the Great Way. I beg you, young friend, take my granddaughter and leave. The head of the Shi family also caught sight of Su Xuanxiao, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Another one comes to die, let's take him as well. He raised his hand, unleashing a sinister spell directly at Su Xianxiao. The elderly man let out an angry shout, his perfected qi refining cultivation erupting explosively, forcibly intercepting the spell attack in midair. Young friend, hurry and leave. The elderly man yelled with a voice full of determination. Su Xianxiao did not hesitate, his figure flashing to the side of the injured girl, swiftly picking her up. The reason for his assistance was solely due to recalling how the elderly man had helped him in Luoxian City. His father often said that cultivators were often heartless and ungrateful, but when encountering such rare aid, one should remember to repay it. Almost simultaneously, the bandits of the Iron Hoof Society charged into the battlefield. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of the Shi family's demon cultivators slaughtering the Lingxi sect, the bloody scene causing all of them to freeze in place, collectively stunned. Demon cultivators? What's going on? Demon cultivators have appeared at the Great Way Grand Assembly. That person is the head of the Shi family. They are Shi family cultivators. Some among the bandits recognized the identity of the head of the Shi family, letting out cries of shock. The head of the Shi family laughed loudly, his twisted face reflecting his ecstatic delight. There are actually people here. It really is heaven helping me. Your lives and jade tokens, I will graciously accept them all. A thick, inky mist poured out from the pores of the head of the Shi family, rapidly spreading and bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness and a nauseating stench. The elderly man from the Lingxi sect's pupils shrank suddenly, his figure horrified as he retreated just as he was about to call out a warning. The surging demonic mist instantly engulfed the nearby Lingxi sect cultivators, as well as the bandits of the Iron Hoof Society and their mounts. They did not even have time to let out screams before their bodies visibly shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Accompanied by the chilling hissing sounds, all the cultivators and demonic beasts instantly transformed into white withered bones. The head of the Shi family revealed a look of satisfaction, his cultivation level continuously rising. Su Xianxiao and Zhao Weiner swiftly entered the bamboo forest, thus escaping a calamity, but the demon cultivators of the Shi family chased after them. Damn it! Without the bandits, now we have demon cultivators. Su Zhuangxiu's expression darkened. These demon cultivators were even more troublesome than the bandits with their bizarre demonic arts, making them extremely difficult to shake off. Fourth young master, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. Zhao Weiner gritted her teeth and stopped, determined to buy time for Su Xianxiao. Su Xianxiao grasped her shoulder firmly, speaking solemnly, you and this young lady must immediately crush the jade token to leave and inform the Great Way celestial officials about the situation here. That's not possible. The girl lying on Su Zhuangxiu's back suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with anger. The jade token has no teleportation function. Those Great Way celestial officials have deceived us. What? Both of them were taken aback by this revelation. The jade token was the cultivator's only means of survival. How could it not have a teleportation function? These celestial officials truly deserve to die. Su Zhuangxiu's expression darkened like water, never expecting that these officials would dare to falsify information regarding matters of life and death. In the central square of the city lord's mansion, two massive ethereal scrolls unfolded in midair, marked with densely packed red dots representing the cultivators along with the ranking scores of various major factions. The officials of the Great Way were indulging in wine and merriment at the banquet, betting on which faction would make it into the top 5. Occasionally someone would slap their thigh in encouragement, while others would angrily smash their cups, resembling common folk in a gambling den devoid of any celestial demeanor. Whenever a faction disappeared from the rankings, it signified the complete destruction of that faction's cultivators. Yet to the officials, this was merely a normal wager on the gambling table, where the outcomes of bets far outweighed the lives that were ground to dust. Sidhu sat at the banquet table of the Qi Refinement faction, quietly observing this scene. He was here representing the Yunshou Alliance, not his personal family. However, the Yunshou Alliance did not participate in this contest, as its members could not trust one another and conflicts of interest were likely to arise. Therefore, they chose to do nothing, merely attending to pass the time. Sidhu noticed the Su family, who had left behind a fully realized Qi refiner to wait outside, while the rest entered the secret realm. What is the Su family doing? entering such a perilous secret realm with only that few people. They dared to compete for opportunities. It was one thing to enter the secret realm, but leaving a fully realized chi refiner outside made no sense. Siduju was puzzled as he gazed at the ethereal scrolls above. His gaze locked onto the score of Qingyuan Su clan, astonished to see the number continuously rising. From what he knew about Su Yang, he would not act foolishly for the sake of opportunities, leading to only one conclusion: the Su family's foundation was definitely beyond the 8th rank. What troubled Siduju more was that many factions within the secret realm had been annihilated, yet no one had been seen teleporting out to this day. The cultivators from various factions present were equally puzzled, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The white jade banquet tables on both sides fell into a deathly silence, with only the Great Way officials discussing, fiercely immersed in and enjoying this grand event. Jiang Wuyu casually leaned against the table, slowly savoring the ethereal wine, relieved that he hadn't brought his family into the secret realm. With so much time passing without anyone teleporting out, he had already deduced that the jade tokens did not have a teleportation function. They were merely for allowing cultivators to fight without concern. It seems the Su family is finished, Jiang Wuyu murmured to himself, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Hearing this, Cheng Lan, sitting not far away, also revealed a smile. The head of the Su family thought that with teleportation as a backup, they could bring their offspring in for training. However, everyone underestimated the cold indifference of the Great Way. The two exchanged glances, both believing that the Su family would not survive the secret realm, already contemplating how to divide the Su family's assets. At this moment, a fierce chase was unfolding within the bamboo forest. Thunder and lightning flickered as dozens of figures rapidly darted between the shadows of the bamboo, each explosion marking a deadly clash. Su Xuanyang manipulated 2 spirit puppets, carrying the unconscious Lingxi sect girl and Zhao Weiner, desperately fleeing. The Lingxi sect girl was already severely injured and soon fainted. Although Zhao Weiner could barely move, her old injuries had not healed, and after enduring several fierce battles, she ultimately collapsed from blood loss. At this moment, the safety of both women depended solely on Su Xuanyang, who single-handedly intercepted all the pursuing demonic cultivators, exhausting his means to the brink of exhaustion. He managed to hold on thanks to the inscriptions on the spirit puppets, allowing him to unleash stronger spell attacks with minimal spiritual energy consumption. If this goes on, I will surely be exhausted to death. Su Xuanyang's face turned pale, his body covered in multiple wounds. This bamboo forest was endless, not caused by formations, but rather by spatial folding, resembling a maze of bamboo, where one wrong step could lead to further missteps. He attempted to crush the jade token, but as the Lingxi sect girl had said, the token only recorded scores and had no teleportation function. Am I to die here today? Su Xuanyang's breathing grew heavier, blood spattering from his mouth. This was the first time he had encountered such a dire situation since his cultivation began, and a sense of despair and desolation welled up from his heart. The lightning wrapped around him flickered erratically, mirroring his state, teetering on the edge of collapse. Young Master Zhao Weiner's weak voice emerged as she awoke from her unconsciousness, her throat dry as if filled with sand. You should go on your own. Don't worry about us. Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for the need to carry both of them, Su Xuanyang would surely be able to escape alone. Hearing this, the despair that had just surged within him vanished instantly. The teachings of his family prevented him from abandoning his companions. If this continues, you will die too. Zhao Weiner screamed hoarsely, trying to break free from the grip of the puppet, but the puppet's hands held her tightly. Shut up. Su Xuanyang suddenly shouted, you are merely a servant of the Su family, unqualified to defy my orders. But young Master Zhao Weiner said, tears in her eyes, her choked words drowned out by the howling wind. Before she finished speaking, Su Xuanyang's figure rushed forward like a fading thunderbolt, colliding with the incoming demonic cultivators. The deafening thunder seemed ready to blast the bamboo forest apart. After the clash of lightning and thunder, Su Xuanyang's figure reappeared, staggering to the ground, his face as pale as paper, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The lightning on him had changed from bright to dim, without him knowing, losing its original intensity and vigor. Let us go and escape on your own. This time it was not Zhao Weiner who spoke, but the Lingxi sect girl who lay on the puppet's back. Her tired eyes slowly opened, having heard the previous conversation between the two. In this cruel and heartless world of cultivation, many would abandon their companions for self-preservation. Yet this pair of master and servant on the brink of despair exhibited such pure and sincere loyalty, deeply touching her. If even a servant was willing to sacrifice her life, what right did she, an outsider, have to demand protection? She did not want to be a burden. Stop talking. We won't die for now. Su Xuanyang's voice was deep as he decisively rejected the proposals of the two women. The swirling purple and white lightning around him faded from its scorching brilliance, resembling ink dropped into clear water, staining it with an ink wash hue. Could this be? Su Xuanya suddenly sensed the change in his lightning technique. Astonished extreme leads to reversal, and the sun gives way to the Yin. Unexpectedly, at this life-and-death moment, he finally comprehended the Yin thunder. At this moment, the lightning technique reached its limit, his spiritual energy almost depleted, and his body on the verge of collapse. He grasped the secret of the reversal of Yin and Yang. Su Xuanya couldn't help but lament inwardly, oh, what use was comprehending Yin thunder at this moment. In the dire straits, with his spiritual energy about to be exhausted, even mastering Yin thunder could not alter the situation. The demonic cultivators in the bamboo forest like black mist darted about carelessly like a cat playing with a mouse. The resistance of those on the brink of death is the most extreme, thus they merely needed to wait for Su Xuanya's spiritual energy to run out. Just when everyone thought the dust was about to settle, Su Xuanya's bloodshot eyes suddenly focused. Ahead, the bamboo forest opened up, revealing a thatched cottage standing still with two familiar figures that made his blood surge. Su Xuanya's expression froze for a moment before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. A rush of scorching heat surged into his eyes, instantly blurring his vision, and the exhaustion from his body transformed into tears of joy at this moment. His chest heaved violently, and a hoarse shout escaped his choked throat. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, save me. In front of the thatched cottage, two figures wielding swords stood like a rock, surrounded by sharp sword energy that shimmered with silver light. Beneath their feet lay scattered corpses, dark red blood flowing in a thick stream with a strong scent of blood permeating every corner. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's expressions were grim as they lightly traced their fingers along the sword blade, casting a spell to cleanse the blood stains from it. They had lost count of how many waves of enemies they had slain. There were mountain bandits charging wildly with the hooves of demon beasts, hypocritical cultivators from the Canhai sect who feigned friendship only to ambush them in the dark, and the Shijia clan members cultivating demonic arts. This bamboo forest was a chaotic mix of creatures, and every encounter led to endless slaughter. This area seems to be a formation. We are not proficient in this art. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be better to stay here and wait for the secret realm to close. Su Xuanheng suggested. They had wandered in the bamboo forest for quite a while, but every time they encountered the same thatched cottage, they could not find a way out. Wei Yan lightly nodded. Then it must be this way. I wonder how the others at home are faring. Su Xuanheng sighed upon hearing this. There is naturally no need to worry about father's strength, but I am more concerned about mother and fourth brother. Mother specializes in auxiliary methods which can reduce enemies when cooperating with others, but when alone, she becomes somewhat passive. Fourth brother's lightning techniques are powerful, on par with the sword cultivators of the same realm. However, he is ultimately only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, and in this secret realm filled with latest-stage chi refinement cultivators, there is a certain risk. Husband, your concern is causing you to be flustered. Oh, do not forget that fourth brother has many trump cards. Even if he is alone, he would not be easily captured even by a full-fledged chi refinement cultivator. Though it is said, Su Xuanheng could not shake the feeling of unease in his heart, as if he had some kind of premonition that made him anxious. Just as the two were resting, a sudden rustling sound erupted from the forest. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan instinctively tightened their grip on the sword hilt, releasing sword energy to guard their bodies, their divine sense spreading out to capture the figures rushing out from the bamboo grove. Suddenly, three figures burst out of the bamboo forest, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The moment they saw the faces of the newcomers, their pupils constricted, and an endless rage erupted from the depths of their hearts. Fourth brother, sister Zhao, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, save me. Su Xianxiao was covered in injuries, his robe stained red with blood. As he rushed out of the bamboo forest, his spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and his weary body could no longer hold on, causing him to collapse to the ground, losing control of the two spiritual puppets, Zhao Wani and the Lingxi sect girl, who fell to the ground with a thud. Following closely behind were a dozen shadowy figures of demonic cultivators charging towards Su Xianxiao like ferocious tigers. Damn it! Su Xuanheng was furious at this sight, suddenly slashing out with his sword. Dare to harm my kin, die for me. A deafening roar echoed the accumulated worries and anxieties within his chest, ignited by the scene before him, transforming into a raging inferno. Without needing words, the gaze of Wei Yan beside him also froze into eternal ice. At that moment, a chilling, killing intent soaring into the sky. The two shared a mutual understanding, simultaneously drawing their swords to strike, unleashing a thunderous explosion of sword intent. Dual suns returned to the void. The twin swords rang in unison, their sound shattering the heavens. One sword cleaved the molten golden sun, while the other severed the cold lunar waters. The golden flames surged, scorching the void, while the cold currents froze all life. The two currents of sword intent intertwined to form an extraordinary phenomenon, revealing a resplendent sun and a cold moon in midair. The sun and moon shone together, illuminating the sky. Yin and yang revolved, light and dark intertwined, creating a great wheel of sun and moon that covered the heavens. A terrifying pressure akin to an overturned mountain instantly locked onto the figures charging towards Su Xianxiao. The demonic cultivators' snarling faces revealed fear and despair. Their piercing screams had no time to spread before being mercilessly devoured by the slowly rotating sun and moon wheel. Boom! Not a trace of the dozen demonic cultivators remained, as if they had been snowflakes thrown into a furnace instantly disintegrated by the extreme heat and cold, utterly annihilated into nothingness. On the empty ground of the bamboo forest, only the slowly dissipating phantom of the sun and moon remained, along with the lingering heat and frosty breath in the air. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin stood holding their swords, and after extinguishing the demonic cultivators that had pursued their kin, the anger and coldness on their faces gradually faded. Fourth brother. Su Xuanheng rushed forward, anxiously feeding a medicinal pill into Su Zhuangxiu's mouth, his face filled with concern. Elder brother. Su Xianxiao smiled weakly as he saw the ashes of the demonic cultivators, saying, "I'm fine. I didn't expect to meet you, an elder sister-in-law, at such a critical moment. It seems heaven did not want to take my life." After saying this, he chuckled softly, his eyelids heavy as if they could barely lift. The feeling of surviving a calamity made him feel both excited and exhausted at that moment. "Don't talk for now. Oh, I will help you into the house to rest." Su Zuanheng's expression was serious as he carried fourth brother into the thatched cottage. Wei Yin also fed Zhao Wani and the Lingxi sect girl medicinal pills. Although she did not know this unfamiliar girl since she was brought back by fourth brother, she must be someone important. Until she was gently carried into the house by Wei Yin, the Lingxi sect girl, whose eyes had been unfocused from exhaustion, now widened in surprise. With the sun and moon shining together, light and dark revolved. This was not an illusion, but a true manifestation of sword intent. Sword intent. This is a level of swordsmanship that even Golden Core stage sword cultivators might not master. The Tu Chi refinement stage practitioners not only manifested sword intent, but also condensed a higher-level illusory image. Who exactly are these two? Su Xianxiao seemed to have called them elder brother and elder sister-in-law. Are they members of the Su family? Little girl, your eyes are about to fall out. Tell me, what is your name? After confirming that the three were unharmed, Wei Yan's tense nerves relaxed. Seeing the dazed expression of the Lingxi sect girl, as if she were looking at a monster, she could not help but tease her. Cheng Ningxiang, disciple of the Lingxi sect. The girl finally came back to her senses, her expression complex, as she said, "Thank you, Su family, for saving me. Ningxiang is very grateful." From Su Zhuangxiu's desperate protection to Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's rescue, she owed a debt of gratitude to the Su family, not knowing how to repay it. At the same time, she was worried about her grandfather and fellow disciples. With so many demonic cultivators attacking, could her grandfather and fellow disciples survive? Lingxi sect, what happened to you? Why are there so many demonic cultivators chasing you? Su Xuanheng turned to ask. Among the three, only Cheng Ningxiang remained awake. Fourth brother and Zhao Wani had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Cheng Ningxiang spoke heavily, briefly recounting the events. Upon hearing it, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin frowned deeply. The Shijia clan in Wanbao County is cultivating demonic arts suspected to be instigated by a certain immortal official from the Great Wei, specifically entering the secret realm to slaughter Great Wei's cultivators. It seems that the Great Wei's plan to solicit aid from the major factions has already been fully exposed to the Great Qi. Wei Yan's expression was grave. Su Xuanheng nodded slightly, gazing into the depths of the bamboo forest, hesitating to speak. The situation on the Lingxi sect side is dire, but the bamboo forest is strange and hard to navigate. They wanted to provide support, but felt powerless, especially since there were three heavily injured individuals. Cheng Ningxiang closed her eyes in despair, and Wei Yin sighed softly, patting her hand to comfort her. Outside the bamboo forest, the echoes lingered on a certain mountain peak, weaving like threads around the mountain's intricate array patterns, connecting into one radiating brilliant light. Qin Jiangmei sat gracefully on the cliff, her elegant figure illuminated by the starlight, her slender white fingers gently brushing the strings of the zither. Each pluck sent forth golden ripples. Where the ripples passed, new array patterns crystallized quietly, merging into the formation. 7 sword cultivators from the Su family, as if aided by divine forces, wielded their sword energies, stirring up a sky full of blood mist. Massive beast corpses fell one after another as some cultivators from an unknown force met their demise under the overwhelming sword energies in an instant. And Xiao was engulfed in crimson flames, his large blade ablaze with fierce fire, cleaving down suddenly. The cultivators confronting him and the beast stood frozen like puppets, utterly annihilated in the blaze of sword light and red flames, accompanied by a thunderous roar carving out a molten ravine dozens of meters long. Madame's musical array is truly terrifying. It not only assists us with the formation, but also leaves the enemy disoriented, unable to see our attacks. one excited sword cultivator from the Su family exclaimed. They had never experienced such a hearty battle. As soon as the music sounded, the enemies became dazed, either panicking and screaming or standing frozen in place awaiting their doom. Although a few cultivators managed to resist the influence of the musical technique, they still had to fight under disadvantageous conditions within the formation that formed in an instant. The Su family's sword cultivators were already formidable in battle, and with the array's support their attacks became even more ferocious, making it difficult even for latest-stage chi refinement cultivators to withstand their onslaught. This is the inheritance of the illusion sound sect, requiring mastery of both music and formations to wield effectively. And Zio's flames receded as he grinned, saying, "As long as we protect the madam with this technique assisting us, we shall fear no one in this secret realm." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The control effect of the musical technique was nearly impossible to defend against. Even if someone resisted the music, they could not defend against the formation that formed in an instant. Without the madam's assistance, they certainly would not be as relaxed as they were now. Madam, on the other side of the mountain lies a vast bamboo forest, and those beasts have all avoided that area. A Su family sword cultivator approached to report to Qin Jiangmei. Qin Jiangmei pondered for a moment and said calmly, "Only by killing beasts and gathering spiritual plants can we gain points and star energy. Our primary goal is to accumulate points and acquire star energy to improve our cultivation." The beasts all avoid the bamboo forest, indicating something strange lies within. Therefore, we should also steer clear of the bamboo forest and try to capture all the beasts and spiritual plants around its perimeter rather than delve into unknown dangers. And Xiao approached slowly and whispered, "Madam, what if the family head and the others enter the bamboo forest?" Qin Jiangmei shook her head slightly, saying, "No need to worry, their strength far surpasses ours. If the bamboo forest truly harbors danger, we would only become a burden by entering it." Although most of the Su family members were present here, the main combat power was not them at all. Just Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin alone could crush the combined efforts of the 7 sword cultivators from the Su family. Hearing this, everyone had no further objections and quickly cleared the battlefield, circumventing that bamboo forest as instructed. Meanwhile, a handsome young man strolled leisurely within the bamboo forest, seemingly enjoying the scenery, completely unconcerned about his surroundings. It was only after encountering 3 identical empty thatched cottages that he finally stopped, looking up at the starry river. The scenes repeat, the environmental details are completely identical, yet they are not the same place, as if they have been copied and pasted. Su Yang narrowed his eyes, murmuring his analysis. No hidden traces of formations detected, and the star energy here is denser than outside. What is the purpose of such a peculiar design? Could there be treasures hidden within? This secret realm was left behind by the former emperor of Wei, so it would not be surprising to find treasures concealed within. Many ancestral powers had this penchant merely to test whether the later generations were worthy of inheriting their treasures or techniques. Su Yang found a chair in front of the thatched cottage and sat down. Since he couldn't find the direction, it would be better to stay put and observe carefully. Gazing at the starry river hanging in the sky, he suddenly felt something. The arrangement of the stars seemed to change constantly, albeit at a barely perceptible speed. He immediately stood up, following the direction of the stars' shift into the bamboo forest, still confronted with an endless view of bamboo and repeatedly appearing thatched cottages. Yet the star energy permeating the air was steadily increasing. Su Yang realized his judgment was correct. Proceeding in the direction of the star's shift would lead him to the core area of the bamboo forest. Along the way, corpses were strewn about, and the thatched cottages either reduced to dust by techniques or burned to ashes. It was evident that many cultivators had entered the bamboo forest, and the battles within were exceptionally fierce. As he ventured deeper, the sounds of combat echoed ahead. Su Yang placed his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, stepping calmly into the open area. He saw a familiar figure wreathed in demonic energy and with blood-red eyes, pressing an old man with white hair into a retreat. This old thing is truly tenacious. No wonder he's the ancestor of the Lingxi sect, with more flesh than the younger ones. Shirzhu's face twisted in a grimace, his laughter eerie, as if he had descended into madness, completely merging his spirit and energy with that of a demon. The reason demonic arts are termed as such is not only due to their inhumane cultivation methods, but also because the techniques can influence one's character. The stronger the demonic arts, the deeper the influence. Surrounded by a black mist that devoured flesh and blood, every attack from Shirzhu forced the Lingxi sect elder to dodge or defend. Is this the head of the Shir family? And are there Lingxi sect members here? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the identities of these individuals. His divine sense swept over them, and he quickly formed a preliminary judgment of the situation. Fellow Taoist, you should leave quickly. The Lingxi sect elder sensed someone else entering and instinctively warned. Shirzhu unleashed a spell upon the elder, causing him to spew blood and fly backward like a kite with its string cut. A few mice just ran away, and you were just in time to make up for it. Su grinned wickedly at Su Yang, feeling that the person before him seemed somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, black mist swirled and lunged violently towards Su Yang. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The elder shouted urgently, simultaneously flicking a talisman from his fingertip. His figure suddenly accelerated, dashing in front of Su Yang, while summoning a defensive artifact to block the attack. Boom. The black mist exploded, sending a gust of rancid wind. Su Yang's robe rustled in the fierce wind, his expression calm as he looked at the elder, whose eyes gradually shifted from vigilance to astonishment. He did not expect this elder to be sincere in helping him rather than putting on an act. Having mingled in the cultivation world for many years, Su Yang had long held a deep-rooted stereotype about the rigidity of sect cultivators. He never believed that a cultivator he encountered on the road would happen to be one of the few benevolent individuals, hence he remained cautious towards the elder. However, the elder's timely reminders and selfless assistance ultimately proved that he had indeed misjudged the other party this time. Senior, you should step aside and rest. They'll handle this demon myself. Su Yang pressed down on the elder's shoulder and casually assessed his injuries. The Lingxi sect elder was momentarily taken aback, then angrily shouted, "You junior, hurry and go. This demon's technique is strange, and any flesh that touches it will turn to withered bones. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with him." Su Yang grinned, raising his head to look at Su, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist. A concentrated burst of sword energy erupted, creating an invisible sharp aura that stained the space with radiance. Zu's figure halted, sensing the arrival of an extraordinary opponent. His brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "It's you." He finally realized why the other person looked familiar. They had crossed paths years ago in Lanshui County, and the ease with which Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei had eradicated two families back then had made him wary. He had thought the other party died in the bombardment of Dachi, yet after so many years they would meet again in this secret realm. "What can you achieve by coming here?" Zu's grim smile slightly faded, his laughter carrying a hint of coldness. "Do you really think I withdrew back then out of fear? The truth doesn't matter. The outcome won't change regardless." Su Yang's face beamed with a smile, a cold glint flashing from the sword's edge. "We have no enmity, yet you choose to walk the path of darkness." Inside the thatched cottage, Su Xianxiao awoke from his stupor, feeling an intense thirst. He retrieved a cup of spiritual spring water from his storage ring and drank it, the sweetness soothing his throat. The spiritual spring not only accelerated the growth of spiritual plants, but also possessed excellent healing properties, complemented by high-quality medicinal pills and the influx of stellar energy into his body. Su Zhuangxio's injuries had healed 80%. "Though our parents are not with us, they are always protecting us." Su Xianxiao couldn't help but feel emotional. Only the Su family could freely enjoy high-quality medicinal pills, which had saved them countless times in peril. "Fourth brother, you're awake." Su Xuanheng entered the room, and upon seeing his brother awake, instantly showed joy, hastening to help him sit up. "How is everyone else?" Su Xianxiao asked. "They've mostly recovered and are keeping watch outside. It's just that you were the most seriously injured and woke up the latest." Su Xuanheng's eyes revealed a complex expression, feeling both gratified by his brother's loyalty to his companions and angered by his disregard for his own safety. What merit do Cheng Ningxiang and Zhao Wani possess to warrant such sacrifice from his fourth brother? Cheng Ningxiang and her grandfather merely spoke a few words in Luoxian City, helping the fourth brother out of a predicament. Even if they had done nothing, the fourth brother would have resolved the situation. As for Zhao Wani, being a servant of the Su family, she should have sworn to protect the fourth brother with her life, yet the outcome was the opposite. It would be unreasonable for the two women not to offer themselves. Suddenly, Su Xuanheng felt a spark of inspiration. Ever since Zhao Wani was rescued by the fourth brother, her gaze toward him had changed. Before his marriage, Su Xuanheng was not sensitive to emotions, but now as the father of two children, he could easily perceive that Zhao Wani had developed a hidden affection restrained only by their master-servant relationship. However, the Su family did not mind such differences in status. They valued virtuous character more. As for Cheng Ningxiang, Su Xuanheng couldn't discern much for now. At present, she had no time to think of other matters, as the Lingxi sect was being slaughtered by demon cultivators, and her grandfather's fate was uncertain. However, Cheng Ningxiang was of similar age to the fourth brother and was arguably more suited to be a marriage partner, although age was not a concern for cultivators. Su Xianxiao was completely unaware of what his elder brother was thinking. He rose to stretch his stiff limbs. His injuries were 80% healed, and his spiritual energy had recovered 50%, but his body remained weak. He stepped out of the thatched cottage to find the three women waiting at the door. Wei Yin smiled and nodded at him, while the other two quickly rushed over, inquiring with concern about his condition. Seeing this, Su Xuanheng couldn't help but smile slightly. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Su Xianxiao forced a smile, unable to withstand the enthusiastic care of the two girls, and swiftly changed the subject. Has anyone come by during this time? Wei Yan shook her head slightly. Strangely enough, not a single person has passed by here during that time. She and Su Xuanheng had remained vigilant after exterminating the demon cultivators, fearing that more might intrude. Until Su Xianxiao and the others had nearly fully recovered, this area remained peaceful. This bamboo forest resembles a maze formed by countless bamboo and thatched cottages. Even a slight deviation can lead one into another space. Cheng Ningxiang interjected. Those demon cultivators may have inadvertently entered another space, or perhaps this space is unique. I've noticed that the stellar energy here is more abundant than elsewhere. Wei Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, and have you noticed the stars above? They are moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The group immediately looked up to observe. Su Xianxiao was the first to notice the change. Do you think the direction of the stars' movement might lead to an exit? Or perhaps towards the core area? Zhao Wanyi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. If the exit is reasonable, but if the guiding direction leads to the core area, could there be treasures hidden within this bamboo forest? If there were no treasures, why set up such a puzzle to guide everyone and go through the trouble of creating an endless space? Su Xuanheng stepped outside and gazed at the starry sky. If the arrangement of the stars serves as a guide, we may already be in the core area, just not having discovered the so-called treasure. The group was taken aback, carefully observing the arrangement of the stars, and vaguely saw a moving map. The brightest star among them represented their current location. Zhao Wanyi frowned, distressed. Could it be that our assumption of treasures is incorrect, and this is merely an arena designed to trap cultivators and make them slaughter each other? Su Xuanheng shook his head helplessly. If father were here, he would surely know the answer. Let's not think too much about it, and let's head back and deal with this. Su Xianxiao took out a pill and swallowed it, a fierce glint in his eyes. It was a family virtue to repay grudges and eradicate threats. Having been hunted by demon cultivators nearly to the point of death, he had no reason not to seek revenge. Su Xuanheng frowned. You haven't fully healed, it's better not to overexert yourself. Su Xianxiao grinned. No worries, I'll just use puppets to attack from the side. You and sister-in-law will be the main force. He wouldn't show off at this moment. After all, he was rather timid. If not for necessity, he preferred to hide in the back and launch sneak attacks rather than charge heat-in. Su Xuanheng was left speechless at his words. He exchanged a glance with Wei Yan and agreed to his fourth brother's proposal. Not only was Su Xianxiao eager for revenge, but Cheng Ningxiang was even more anxious than anyone else. The group immediately entered the bamboo forest with Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan leading, while Su Xianxiao and the others followed in the middle with puppets covering the rear. They retraced the path Su Xianxiao had taken. The bloodstains on the grass and bamboo clearly visible. After an unknown amount of time, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the bamboo forest, and the group immediately became alert. They saw a disheveled figure sprinting through the bamboo forest, a look of panic and fear etched on his face, yet Su Xianxiao recognized his clothing at a glance. It's a demon cultivator from the Shi family. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanheng's eyes turned frigid like ice, and he moved slightly, ready to draw his sword and attack. In that split second, a piercing sword howl tore through the bamboo forest, a crimson streak slicing through the air, the sword energy moving so fast it left behind an afterimage. The group felt as if a long rainbow had swept past them, and when they regained their senses, that sword energy had already pierced through the demon cultivator's body. They saw a bloodline deep enough to reveal bone quickly stretching from the terrified face of the demon cultivator downwards, slicing through the bridge of the nose, chest, abdomen, and all the way down. With a splatter of blood, the Shi family demon cultivator was split in two. The terrifying crimson sword did not lose momentum, and the bamboo sea split open, creating a 100-foot passage that cut bamboo smooth as a mirror. Until the sword energy vanished, an invisible sharpness lingered, causing everyone to feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's pupils constricted, shocked into trembling voices as they exclaimed in unison, sword energy transforming into a rainbow. The Su family once acquired a golden core sword technique. Sword transforms into a long rainbow. It consists of three forms: flying sword transforms into rainbow sword, chi transforms into rainbow, and the long rainbow in a single line. The cultivation of the golden core sword technique is extremely difficult. One cannot truly master it without reaching the golden core stage. Even Su Xuanheng, who possesses a clear sword heart, has only managed to grasp the first form, flying sword transforms into rainbow, through skill, marking him as a prodigy. To master the second form, sword chi transforms into rainbow, one requires not only a deeper understanding of the sword path, but also abundant spiritual energy. Without reaching the foundation establishment stage, Su Xuanheng cannot guarantee his ability to execute sword chi transforms into rainbow. Yet now they find themselves in the exclusive secret realm of the chi refining faction, witnessing sword chi transforms into rainbow, whose terrifying might spans several miles, leaving no possibility for misrecognition. In this secret realm, which Qi refining cultivator possesses such terrifying talent in the sword path, a single figure instinctively emerged in the minds of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. Its father. Su Xuanheng gasped, his eyes filled with both shock and admiration. Wei Yan's expression turned serious as she nodded in agreement. There can be no mistake. That was definitely Sword Qi transforms into Rainbow. The only person capable of executing Sword Qi transforms into Rainbow with Qi refining cultivation is my father. I can think of no one else. As Su family's daughter-in-law, she had already been exposed to the core secrets of the Su family, such as Su Yang's ability to deduce the Dao and the Hunyuan condensation technique, which she had never dared to disclose to anyone. Initially, she had been secretly saddened when it was found that Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue had no spiritual roots, but soon after she came into contact with the Su family's Hunyuan condensation technique. All the miracles of the Su family stem from this mysterious and unfathomable family head. Now in Wei Yan's heart, even if she were told that Su Yang was a reincarnated great being, she would believe it without doubt. Father is fighting. We must catch up, Su Xuanheng called out, and everyone hurriedly quickened their pace, heading in the direction from which the sword Qi had surged. In the depths of the bamboo forest, terrified screams echoed as a vague figure flickered among the bamboo, sharp sword Qi sweeping like a long rainbow, causing the bamboo sea to collapse in waves. They're dead. The elders are dead. Everyone flee. A devil cultivator screamed in horror, shattering the silence of the bamboo forest, but his voice was abruptly cut off. The sword Qi, resembling a crimson long rainbow at its peak speed, precisely pierced through his chest at the moment the devil cultivator finished speaking. The fierce sword Qi shattered his life force, and the spurting blood transformed into a scarlet mist, splattering and dyeing the emerald bamboo leaves crimson. Help! Master, save me! The desperate cries filled the air. One devil cultivator, realizing that escape was hopeless, flashed a mad look in his eyes as his surrounding demonic energy swelled into a black mist, lunging towards the flickering vague figure among the bamboo. Boom! A thunderous clap erupted from the ground as a lightning bolt thick as a dragon descended from the sky, striking the black mist with overwhelming force. The piercing explosion and brief screams sounded simultaneously. The black mist burst apart, and a charred corpse fell stiffly to the ground, emanating a nauseating burnt smell. The slaughter did not pause for a moment. The vague figure seemed to vanish into darkness, swiftly targeting others with blinding speed. Its shadow flickered among the remaining devil cultivators, and with each pause or reappearance a life was taken. The devil cultivators were utterly broken, scattering in all directions, crying out for their parents. "Spare me, senior," someone begged, but before the words could fully escape their lips, a line of blood appeared on their neck, and a crimson flame fell, igniting the headless corpse. Those fleeing, begging for mercy, or vowing to fight back, all died one by one under the movements of that figure. This was a complete and utter one-sided massacre. The strong smell of blood and burnt flesh permeated the shattered bamboo sea, with dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. The fortunate devil cultivators who had survived huddled in corners, watching that vague figure harvest lives as naturally as breathing, their eyes filled only with fear and confusion. In their days, they could not distinguish who the true monster was. Just as this thought surfaced in their minds, a sharp sword Qi struck from behind, instantly severing the bamboo behind them and piercing through their skulls. Su Xuanheng and the others pursued the sound, but could never catch up to that vague figure. The scene ahead suddenly became clear, revealing a thatched house that had partially collapsed. A dozen or so cultivators dressed in Lingxi sect attire supported each other or sat in meditation to heal their injuries, each face reflecting relief from having survived the calamity, along with confusion over the death of their companions. Grandfather. Cheng Ningxiang caught sight of her grandfather crouching in a corner, tears instantly filling her eyes as she rushed over. Ningxiang. Cheng Yu suddenly looked up, surprised to see his granddaughter rushing towards him, his blood-stained face showing shock. How are you? Are you seriously injured? Cheng Ningxiang's voice trembled as she anxiously examined her grandfather's bloodied robes and weak aura. It's nothing, I'm fine. Cheng Yu forced a reassuring smile, his gaze drifting past his granddaughter to Su Xianxiao and the others behind her. He struggled to sit up straight and solemnly clasped his hands, saying, I am Cheng Yu from the Lingxi sect, and I thank all of you fellow Taoists for your aid. I especially want to thank this young friend for saving my granddaughter's life. He looked at Su Xianxiao with sincere and profound gratitude in his eyes. If you ever need assistance in the future, the Lingxi sect will surely do our utmost to help. You are too polite, senior, Su Xuanheng said, scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, inquiring. We are from the Qingyuan Su family. May I ask if you have seen my father? Your father? I understand. Cheng Yu immediately associated Su Yang's identity, admiration, and gratitude shining in his eyes.
Thanks to the Su family head's rescue, the Lingxi sect has greatly benefited. Just now the Su family head went to pursue those devil cultivators. Su Xianxiao and the others being from the Su family had followed the trail not because Cheng Ningxiang led them, but because they were searching for the family head. It is rare to find kind-hearted individuals like those from the Su family. Thus it can be inferred that the young man who saved the Lingxi sect is indeed the Su family head. Unexpectedly, things turned out this fortuitously. That powerful and handsome young man who instilled fear in the devil cultivators is actually the Su family head. It seems that the Lingxi sect and the Su family are quite fated, as the granddaughter was saved by the Su family, and they in turn were saved by the Su family head. Cheng Yu briefly explained the situation at the time when footsteps echoed from within the bamboo forest. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw a vague figure seemingly emerging from the darkness, dragging a stone figure that resembled a dead dog into view. Father! Seeing that their father was safe, Su Xuanheng and the others looked delighted. Su Yang, clad in a pure white Taoist robe, was completely unblemished, not resembling someone who had just gone through a fierce battle. He slightly nodded, casually tossing the stone figure into the center of the open space. This person should be dealt with by your Lingxi sect. I have already slaughtered the rest of the devil cultivators, Su Yang said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Lingxi sect cultivators turned to look in unison. Seeing the stone figure collapsed on the ground, their eyes burned with fury as they staggered forward, suppressing their injuries, their gazes fixed on the stone figure as if they wanted to devour him alive. Su Yang and his family quietly walked away, leaving the position to the disciples of the Lingxi sect. The brutal slaughter committed by the demon cultivators was not worthy of any sympathy. Father, was that vague figure in the bamboo grove just now you? After distancing himself from the thatched hut, Su Xuanheng couldn't help but ask. Su Yang chuckled lightly and tapped his forehead. Of course it's me. Can't you even recognize your own father? Or do you not recognize the night travel technique? Was that vague state just now the night travel technique? Su Xuanxiao, standing behind, exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly stepped forward. They had been chasing that vague figure all the way, yet no matter how fast they tried to go, it only seemed to get further away. They had also practiced the incomplete version of the night travel technique, but compared to their father's, it felt like a completely different art of evasion. Could it be that father was hiding something? Seeing the shock and doubt in his younger son's eyes, Su Yang was immediately filled with irritation and tapped his son's forehead again. It's because you haven't grasped the essence of the night travel technique, and yet you doubt that your father is hiding something. Su Xianxiao covered his head, not daring to retort. He was indeed quite talented in the way of cultivation, but compared to his father, he was still lacking. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from not far away, akin to the slaughter of a pig. The surviving disciples of the Lingxi sect vented their hatred on Shi Su. Even if they were to chop him into 1,000 pieces, it would not relieve the hatred in their hearts. Had Su Yang not arrived, they all would have perished. Only when Shi Su finally breathed his last did these individuals awaken from their fury. Some sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while others, panting heavily, kicked the corpse a few more times, oblivious to the blood seeping from their own wounds. After a while, Cheng Yu led the others to Su Yang's side, deeply bowing in gratitude. No words could express their feelings better than actions. The eyes of the Lingxi sect disciples were filled with awe as they looked at Su Yang. They would never forget the scene of him single-handedly pursuing and slashing at the Stone Clan's demon cultivators. Before this, they had never believed that someone could turn the tide on their own. Even Cheng Yue, who had perfected the Qi refinement stage, could not withstand Shi Zu's blood-devouring evil technique. Yet Su Yang managed to fight against hundreds alone. With one sword strike, he severely injured a demon cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. With 2 strikes, he shattered the overwhelming momentum of the demon cultivators. After 3 strikes, the members of the Shi family fled in disarray. The people of the Lingxi sect were very understanding and voluntarily handed over all the storage rings and jade tokens they had collected from the demon cultivators to the Su family. Su Yang's divine sense probed into the jade tokens, and the currently ranked scores showed that the Su family had reached 4th place, with the score still on the rise. He could guess that Qin Jiangmei and others were out there acquiring points, which eased his mind somewhat. The most dangerous place in the secret realm should be this peculiar bamboo grove. As long as they did not venture into the grove, there would be no danger. Elder Cheng, do you know how to leave the bamboo grove? Once the atmosphere at the scene calmed a bit, Su Yang finally spoke. Cheng Yu was the grand elder of the Lingxi sect, and one of the 5 perfected Qi refinement cultivators in the sect. Cheng Yu shook his head and said, I have not found a way to leave, to exit this place. Perhaps we should not walk outward, but instead go deeper into the bamboo grove. At this moment, Su Xuanheng interjected, we just came from the core area of the bamboo grove and found nothing. Perhaps we have not reached the true core yet. Take me there to have a look. Elder Cheng, would you like to join? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Cheng Yu nodded without hesitation. Of course. Trust is rare in the cultivation world, and both parties cherished this hard-earned friendship. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin led the way ahead, quickly returning to the thatched hut. Su Yang looked up at the starry river, and the position of the stars indeed indicated the core area, but they were still slightly shifting. Let's keep moving forward, perhaps the secret lies in the very center. This time, it was Su Yang's turn to lead following the direction of the star's shift. There were very few cultivators entering the core area. They encountered several thatched huts along the way, all of which were intact. No one knew how long they had been walking forward. Su Yang, who had been observing the trajectory of the stars, finally stopped. Ahead was still the same unchanging thatched hut, but the surrounding star energy was exceedingly rich, making it an excellent place for cultivation. The stars have stopped moving, or it seems this is the center of the bamboo grove, or rather Su Yang's gaze fell upon the thatched hut, as he whispered, "Is this thatched hut the true body?" The others followed closely behind him, slowly approaching the thatched hut, which looked no different from the other huts. Su Xianxiao chuckled helplessly and said, "Father, do you think we might be tricked by the predecessors who created this secret realm? Or perhaps the treasures have long been taken?" Wei Yin nodded lightly and said, "It is not without this possibility. After all, it is the secret realm left by the former emperor of the Great Wei. After so many years, surely more than just us have come to the center of the bamboo grove." These words left everyone present feeling disappointed. Indeed, the so-called opportunity was ultimately an illusion. No matter, even if there are no treasures here, it is still a good place for cultivation. Cheng Yu maintained an optimistic attitude and laughed, saying, "We might as well cultivate here and wait for the secret realm to close." Su Yang took a deep breath upon seeing this and nodded in agreement. "Then we shall cultivate here and absorb more star energy before leaving." The group immediately sat cross-legged, focusing their minds and energy desperately drawing the star energy. The speed of improvement in this place was astonishing, and no one wanted to miss out. However, Su Yang walked inside the thatched hut to explore. There were very few items in the hut, aside from the usual table, chairs, bed, bookshelf, tea set, and stove. There was only a chessboard that seemed somewhat out of place. Something feels off. Su Yang's gaze flickered as he looked at the pieces arranged on the chessboard. Other thatched huts also had chessboards, and even the arrangement of the pieces was exactly the same. Su Yang attempted to move one of the pieces, but found no changes occurring. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? A look of helplessness appeared on Su Yang's face as he carried the chessboard out of the thatched hut. He suddenly looked up and saw the stars scattered across the sky. His heart jolted with the realization. It was as if he had received an epiphany, and he immediately began to try simulating the arrangement of the vast stars with the chessboard in his hand. However, the arrangement was profound and abstract, and with countless stars in the sky, how could a small chessboard with limited pieces possibly depict them all? Su Xianxiao noticed his father's strange behavior and came over to watch. He quickly understood his father's intention and immediately joined in the arrangement. One of them held the white pieces while the other held the black pieces. Although both were arranging their pieces independently, they somehow managed to create a game that was in progress. Just after setting up the chess game, a flash of inspiration swept through Su Yang's mind, as if he had a moment of clarity, but it was elusive and hard to grasp. He looked up at Su Xianxiao and saw his son's expression, as usual, clearly unaware of anything. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is rewarding my diligence by helping me seize opportunities? Since his son was oblivious, it meant that his destiny was helping him cheat. Su Yang's mind raced, and he immediately swept his sleeve to clear the chessboard, preparing to set up a second completely different game. Since the number of stars was countless, he would try every possible arrangement of the stars. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao continuously tried different arrangements on the chessboard. Although the pieces were placed randomly, in turns they always managed to create a game setup. With each completed game, Su Yang would capture a glimmer of inspiration. The positions of the stars are changing, yet we remain unaware, as an invisible rule influences everything around us, including our consciousness. Su Yang suddenly spoke softly. Su Xianxiao was taken aback and, seemingly understanding yet confused, asked, "What do you mean, father? As long as we reference the stars, it will always be a game of chess in which we are engaged." Su Yang's eyes sparkled, and the inspiration he captured in his mind gradually became clearer. The stars in the sky have established certain rules that affect the presentation of the game. From the moment we stepped into this place, we have been within these rules. The opportunity hidden in the thatched cottage is neither within the cottage nor in the game, but in the twinkling stars above. Su Xianxiao listened, looking bewildered. He tried to understand his father's words, but could not grasp the meaning. If the opportunity is in the sky, how can one obtain it? Just as he was about to ask, he saw that his father had closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Father truly is an exceptional practitioner of law. His comprehension is frighteningly profound. Wei Yin stood beside Su Xianxiao, murmuring the thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, the sound of a porcelain cup shattering echoed at the banquet table. A member of the Shi family suddenly stood up, looking incredulously at the family name that had vanished from the scroll. The family head. This is impossible. The members of the Shi family changed their expressions drastically, exclaiming in shock, as all the members of the Shi family who entered the secret realm, including the family head, had perished, leaving them momentarily at a loss. The celestial officials who were still drinking and wagering mostly focused their attention on the struggle of the Foundation establishment forces. With the startled shout of the Sher family member, they finally noticed that one of the 6 major forces capable of securing a spot in the top 5, the Sher family, had actually disappeared from the rankings. The Sher family has been exterminated. When did this happen? Tisk, I never expected that 2 of the 6 major alchemical forces would be eliminated. Huh. Just right, I bet on the top 5 without the Sher family. This family looks like they are doomed, each one exuding a chilling aura, clearly not a family with fortune. Who destroyed the Sher family? By the way, how come there's a family called Qingyuan Su that I've never heard of among the top 5? The officials of the Great Way discussed amongst themselves. Some angrily smashed their wine cups, cursing the Sher family for being useless and causing them to lose their bets, while others curiously inquired which family was so powerful that they could annihilate the Sher family, but no one sympathized with the Sher family. Even though there were still members of the Sher family present at the banquet table, the celestial officials mocked and discussed without restraint. Does anyone know what kind of background this Qingyuan Su family has? He Hong with deep-set eyes held his wine cup and asked indifferently. Zhang Xian immediately cupped his hands and replied respectfully, "My lord, the Qingyuan Su family is a recently promoted 8th-tier alchemical family." Oh, He Hong instantly became interested. Looking at their ranking, do they really seem like an 8th-tier alchemical family? Which 8th-tier alchemical family could squeeze into the top 5? From above, all that could be seen were 7th-tier alchemical families with centuries of heritage, and suddenly an 8th-tier family, the Qingyuan Su family, mixed in, making it far too conspicuous. Zhang Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, thought for a moment, and said the head of the Su family usually keeps a low profile, prefers to hide their talents, and the downfall of Qingyuan County led to their rating being delayed. He Hong chuckled lightly. After this grand event concludes, we should promote them to a 7th-tier family. Otherwise, what does it mean for an 8th-tier family to crush a 7th-tier family? What my lord says is true. Zhang Xian cupped his hands and smiled, but inside he felt unsettled. He initially thought the Su family came here just to go through the motions. After all, the head of the Su family had considered not coming to Luoxian City. Yet now they not only entered the secret realm, but also wreaked havoc within. It truly caught him off guard. The members of the Sher family at the banquet table also noticed the Su family score ranking. Some discovered that after the Sher family vanished from the rankings, the family whose score significantly increased was indeed the Su family. The family head must have died at the hands of the Su family. This matter cannot be brushed aside, a member of the Sher family said angrily. An older elder of the Sher family frowned, his face as dark as water. Do not act impulsively. With the family head dead, do you still want to ambush the Su family? With the main forces of the family eliminated, how could they possibly compete against the Su family? If they truly lay in ambush outside the city, it would merely be sending themselves to their deaths. What do you suggest we do, Elder 7? We will discuss this matter upon returning to the family, and we must leave immediately. The family's secret has already been discovered. That lord will not only fail to protect us, but will also strike us when we're down. Elder 7's expression grew increasingly grim as he spoke. The Sher family's practice of demonic arts had already been exposed, and once the Su family members emerged, this matter would certainly be reported. What the Sher family should consider now is not revenge, but rather an immediate escape, and the entire family must flee. Lord City Master, something big has happened to the Sher family. We must take our leave. First, please forgive us. Elder 7 stood up and bowed to the celestial officials, while simultaneously producing 3 rare materials, offering them with spiritual power. These 3 rare materials will assist you gentlemen in your cultivation. We hope you can graciously accept them. Once the Sher family has dealt with our matters, we will certainly come to apologize in person. As He Hong and the others frowned slightly, they immediately relaxed their brows upon seeing the Sher family present 3 rare materials. Elder 7 understood the greed and corruption of these celestial officials. Since there are matters at home, I will allow you to leave first, but this is the only exception. He Hong waved his hand with a beaming smile, urging the Sher family to leave quickly. The other cultivators at the banquet table saw this and inwardly cursed. Although He Hong said it was the only exception, he was actually hinting that the next family wanting to leave early must submit even more precious treasures. These celestial officials are not only insatiably greedy, but also dare to wantonly disrupt the tasks assigned by the imperial decree. They have tampered with the rules of combat in the secret realm and arbitrarily allowed the Sher family to leave. It must be known that the real highlight comes after the combat in the secret realm ends. The Great Way offered such a generous reward precisely to issue commands to the major forces afterward. The Sher family's departure at this moment equates to them ignoring the Great Weiss imperial decree. Truly an audacious act of bribery. After receiving instructions, the Sher family members immediately bowed and quickly exited the banquet. Song Baiqing glanced at them lightly, taking note of their appearances and auras. Time flowed silently. At the moment the secret realm closed, the surviving cultivators were all teleported to the central square of the city lord's mansion. As divine senses swept across, voices gradually rose in the square. Jiang Wuyu and Cheng Lan were astonished to see that not a single member of the Su family had fallen, and they sighed in regret, as this outcome was far different from what they had anticipated. This Su family truly knows how to hide, Jiang Wuyu said with displeasure. On the surface they appear to be an 8th-tier alchemical family, but in reality they rank among the top of 7th-tier families. Cheng family head has some plans. Jiang Wuyu glanced at her, and she chuckled softly, shaking her head. The Cheng family does not dare to covet the small 5 elements technique. A surging crowd filled the vast square, the air thick with lingering murderous intent. The cultivators who had just returned from life and death battles all had sharp knife-like gazes surrounded by a chilling aura of slaughter. Especially the Foundation establishment cultivators, whose eyes were particularly cold as they gazed at the officials of the Great Way. The Jade tokens had no teleportation function. It must be the work of these Great Way officials, and the Foundation establishment cultivators returning from the secret realm wished they could slay them on the spot. Everyone's gaze unconsciously converged. The Su family communicated with each other through sound transmission, ready to flee at a moment's notice. It would be extremely dangerous to stay put if the Foundation establishment cultivators started fighting. The officials at the banquet smiled silently, both sides falling into a strange silence. Yet after waiting for a long while, the Foundation establishment cultivators still did not make a move, causing many to feel a sense of disappointment. The prestige of the Great Wei dynasty was still too strong, suppressing the Foundation establishment forces to the point where they could not lift their heads. The dynasty suppressed the Foundation establishment forces not only by deploying Golden Core cultivators, but also through military ships, formations of thousands, national spirit beasts, and imperial luck, among various other means. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene freeze, Cheng Yu realized that these Foundation establishment forces had no intention of initiating a dialogue. Therefore he took the initiative and reported, "Esteemed lords, I wish to report that the Shi family of Wanbao County is practicing demonic arts." Upon hearing this, the cultivators at the banquet collectively gasped in shock. The Shi family is practicing demonic arts. No wonder the Shi family was eager to leave. They were trying to escape. Just now these officials allowed the Shi family to leave. What do you say? Shill, are you trying to get yourself killed? Someone quickly covered their companion's mouth to prevent any further trouble. He Huang's gaze sharpened, and the pressure of the Foundation establishment surged, causing the Qi refining cultivators present to gasp for breath. Is this true? Absolutely true. Cheng Yu nodded solemnly. The Lingxi sect is willing to guarantee with our lives that multiple forces were slaughtered by the Shi family in the secret realm, and the Lingxi sect was no exception, only managing to counterattack by a stroke of luck at the end. He did not mention that it was Su Yang alone who slaughtered the demonic cultivators, fearing it would bring trouble to the Su family. After all, based on his suspicions, there were spies from the Great Qi within the Great Wei court. And this demonic art was likely provided to the Shi family by the traitors. The reason he brought this matter up was to alert the Great Wei and to share the risk with the Su family. After all, the Shi family in the secret realm was completely annihilated. If they remained silent about it, the Su family would bear the brunt of the demonic cultivators' revenge. Only by diverting the attention of the demonic cultivators and urging the Great Wei court to eliminate the internal traitors and demonic forces could the safety of the Lingxi sect and the Su family be ensured. Damn the Shi family for daring to practice demonic arts. He Huang's hair stood on end as he furiously declared, "Bring people in immediately to arrest all members of the Shi family, alive or dead." He then suppressed his anger and turned to Cheng Yu with a serious expression. "This matter is of great importance, I will report it in detail to the Great Wei court. You need not worry too much. Has anyone else encountered demonic cultivators?" He Huang's gaze turned to the various Foundation establishment forces. The crowd exchanged glances for a moment, then all shook their heads in denial. If that is the case, He Huang's voice suddenly rose, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Then let us proceed to the awards segment. Representatives of the forces that ranked in the top 10 in this Secret Realms battle, please come to the stage quickly. This abrupt change left everyone present in astonishment. No one expected the accusation regarding the demonic cultivators to be so lightly brushed aside, wrapped up in just a few words, directly transitioning into the awards segment for points ranking. Cheng Yu could not help but frown. It seemed that there would be no follow-up actions regarding the punishment of the Shi family. Su Yang felt a cold smile in his heart. The Foundation establishment forces did not evade demonic cultivators, but rather had not discovered them. If the Shi family had slaughtered all the cultivators of the Lingxi sect, they too would not have exposed themselves. How many of these Great Wei officials are colluding with the demonic cultivators? When the Su family head leaves Luotian City, be sure to be wary of the hidden Foundation establishment demonic cultivators. Cheng Yu transmitted this warning. Su Yang did not stop his steps walking toward the white jade banquet stage, also responding through sound transmission. The Su family has its own countermeasures. As for Yu Lingxi's sect, we old fellows plan to break through to Foundation establishment in Luotian City before setting off. Cheng Yu transmitted. If the Su family is not in a hurry to leave, why not wait for us to travel together? Upon hearing this, Su Yang instinctively wanted to agree. However, as his thoughts turned, he quickly realized the imprudence of that choice. Both the Su family and the Lingxi sect were targets of the demonic cultivators. Traveling together would not only draw a larger crowd, but also increase the risk of being wiped out. Separating after leaving the city would make it difficult for the lurking demonic cultivators to keep track of them, allowing each to divert some risk. Congratulations to everyone for making it into the top 10. This is the reward from the Great Way. Please accept it. He Huang waved his sleeve, and 10 jade slips and 10 Foundation establishment pills floated before Su Yang and the others. The Foundation establishment forces entering the top 5 were all within everyone's expectations. In contrast, the Qi refining forces faced significant uncertainty. Aside from the Yi family and the Songhai Association meeting expectations, the remaining 3 spots were all unexpected. The Lingxi sect suffered the slaughter of the Shi family, their points insufficient to enter the top 5, currently ranking 6th. When the Iron Hoof Association pursued Su Xuanxiao, they stumbled upon the slaughter scene of the Shi family and were directly blood sacrificed as roadside casualties. The enormous points acquired by the Shi family ultimately all went to the Su family. As for the Qingyuan Yuan family, their failure to make the list was due to sheer misfortune. They neither encountered point-rich opponents nor found sufficient demon beasts and spiritual plants, making them the most aggrieved party, ranking 8th. Thus, the top 5 rankings for Qi refining forces were Yi family of Luotian City, Songhai Association, Qingyuan Su family, and 2 similarly deeply hidden 7th grade Qi refining forces. The Su family's points originally ranked 4th, but Qin Jiangmei and others outside the bamboo forest had been collecting points, ultimately landing at 3rd place. He Huang then awarded a Foundation establishment pill to each of the forces that ranked in the top 100 and continued. The treasures for points on the scroll can be exchanged at the City Lord's mansion later, but the treasures are still in the Great Way treasury and will take a few days to arrive. Your performances have made the Great Way quite satisfied. The forces that can emerge from the secret realm are the pillars of our Great Way. However, there is one more matter regarding this grand event. The true purpose of the Great Way holding this grand event is not merely for revelry, but to recruit talents from various forces. Did you really think the treasures of the Great Way are so easy to obtain? They received no benefits, yet freely handed out heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which is not in line with the Great Wai's usual style of conduct. He Huang's hair stood on end, his voice booming like thunder. The Great Way is at a critical juncture of survival and extinction. We hereby summon you, pillars of talent, to unconditionally obey the court's dispatch from this moment on. On the battlefield, one must fight valiantly. For anyone who achieves merit, the court will reward them with multiple times of merit points. It is not impossible to exchange for the treasures just awarded with this merit. Unconditional obedience. This phrase completely severed the retreating paths of various forces. Although the consequences of disobedience were not explicitly stated, the Warthorn Great Way dynasty would clearly not tolerate any dissent. The expressions of all the cultivators present varied. Most looked quite ugly. Only the cultivators from forces on the edges of the Wei Kingdom remained relatively calm, as fighting also depended on location. One cannot simply transfer southern troops to the north, increasing casualties unnecessarily. The Centennial Grand Event has concluded. To the officials of the Great Way, this event was merely an extravagant gamble, where the survival of various factions was nothing more than chips to enhance their amusement. After the revelry, it was declared that all factions must unconditionally obey the directives of the Great Way, and no one was allowed to resist the command. As expected, despite their inner resistance, no one dared to voice their protest. From the moment the Foundation establishment forces left the secret realm and refrained from questioning why the Jade token's teleportation had failed, it was already predetermined that they would not dare to defy the court's summons. This was the prestige of the Great Way, as well as the Great Weiss method of taming various factions. The atmosphere in Luotian City after the event was filled with oppression, no longer as lively and jubilant as before. Su Yang was currently at the City Lord's mansion, exchanging the points earned in the secret realm for treasures. The dazzling array of treasures on the list left everyone in awe. The mansion was packed with figures from various factions, yet the scene was eerily silent. The cultivators communicated through sound transmission, worried that those around them would discover what treasures they had exchanged. Zhang Xian sat in the front row, recording the treasures that various factions wished to exchange. Do you have any treasures in mind for exchange? Su Yang turned to his clansmen behind him, eager to hear their opinions. You can decide, my husband. Regardless of what is exchanged, it will only strengthen the Su family. Qin Jiangmei smiled, faintly conveying her thoughts through sound transmission. The others nodded in agreement. Their greatest gain this time was the small 5 elements technique, a spell that could be cultivated by the entire clan, far more precious than any treasure on the list. Su Yang chuckled helplessly. After asking around, it ultimately fell upon him to make the decision. There were many treasures on the list, but most were one-time consumables, with the most exchanged being Foundation Establishment pills and Foundation Establishment spiritual objects. The Lingxi sect had a very clear goal. They participated in the battle of spells solely for Foundation Establishment. In contrast, the Su family engaged in the battle for the small 5 elements technique, while the points and treasures became mere bonuses. After scanning the treasure list several times, Su Yang first exchanged for a few rare spiritual plant seeds, followed by several inheritances of various arts, as well as a Foundation Establishment spell star plucking technique. Star plucking technique. Is it related to the opportunities in the secret realm that led you to exchange for this spell, father? Su Xianshao still did not know what enlightenment his father had gained in the secret realm, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Yang smiled calmly and replied, the opportunity in the secret realm is a secret technique called Star Huan, but this technique may not be usable even during the Qi refinement or Foundation Establishment stages. The star plucking technique is also a manipulation of stellar energy, which can be used for comprehension. I will include this technique in the family's library, and you can take your time to study it then. Su Zhuangxiu's eyes lit up. Father, I want to learn this. As he responded, Su Yang exchanged all the remaining points for Foundation Establishment spiritual objects. Foundation Establishment spiritual objects can increase the success rate of Foundation Establishment by 10%, and many cultivators, especially those who are wealthy and cautious, tend to use them. However, obtaining Foundation Establishment spiritual objects is extremely challenging. For example, Fire-type Foundation Establishment spiritual objects need to be extracted from volcanic magma, while Thunder-type spiritual objects must be refined from the Thunder Sea. Su Yang exchanged for several of each type of Foundation Establishment spiritual object. For the Su family, apart from increasing the success rate of Foundation Establishment, these spiritual objects can also be materials for refining true spiritual roots, significantly accelerating the speed of spiritual root refinement, allowing the descendants of the Su family to possess true spiritual roots earlier. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su Yang hand over the exchange list and conveyed through sound transmission, are you sure, Master Su, that you want to exchange for so many Foundation Establishment spiritual objects? I must remind you that Foundation Establishment spiritual objects do not stack in success rates. In his view, Su family's exchange of so many spiritual objects was purely wasteful and would be better spent on more Foundation Establishment pills or higher-tier Dao methods. Su Yang smiled and nodded, not explaining further, just record according to my list, Lord Zhang. Zhang Xian glanced at him, deeply recorded the contents of the list, and then handed over a token. The Qingyuan Su clan has been promoted to a 7th grade Qi refinement family. This is your family token. Su Yang was not surprised by this and accepted the token before bidding farewell to his clansmen. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Songyue greeted him with a beaming smile. Congratulations, Master Su. Your family is thriving. In just under 30 years, the Su family had risen from nothing to a 7th grade Qi refinement family, with their 30 years of development equating to the century-long foundation of other Qi refinement families. This achievement was unprecedented in Luoxian City. From now on, the words Qingyuan Su would no longer be obscure, but rather well-known, truly representing a Qi refinement family. When Wang Songyue first received the news, he thought he was seeing things. The Su family, which once opened a tavern alongside his Wang family, had actually become a 7th grade Qi refinement family and wreaked havoc in the secret realm. The most outrageous part was seeing Qin Jiangmai's name on the list of Su family cultivators. Lady Su was actually a cultivator. Wang Songyue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why had he never heard of this during his time in Qingyuan? Looking at the poised and elegant Qin Jiangmei before him, Wang Songyue's heart shuddered, and he decided to bury his many questions deep within. Some things are better left unknown. Curiosity often leads to trouble. This was the survival lesson he had learned during his years of gathering information in Luoxian City. We will stay at the inn for a few more days. Please arrange everything as before, Master Wang. Su Yang simply responded, showing no intention to engage in pleasantries. Wang Songyue, being a perceptive man, understood the unspoken words and promptly treated everyone in a normal host manner. Once back in his room, Su Yang immediately took out the small 5 elements technique. This jade slip was a one-time inheritance medium. Once the inheritance was accepted, the contents could not be reviewed again. The inheritor's ability to replicate the small 5 elements technique depended on their comprehension of the spell. Thus, while the Great Way appeared generous in granting 10 copies of the small 5 elements technique to each city, the number of cultivators who could truly comprehend and master the complete technique would likely be very few. The small 5 elements technique indeed contained the essence of the Golden Core inheritance, but only by mastering all the content could one claim to possess the complete essence, though otherwise it would merely be a fragmented inheritance. For most cultivators, while many can master one of the 5 elements, those proficient in 2 are exceedingly rare. Mastering 3 attributes marks one as an elite prodigy, and virtually no one can simultaneously master 4 of the 5 elements. Su Yang's eyes flickered and a slight smile appeared on his lips. But with my destiny of diligent reward, mastering the complete small 5 elements technique will be no problem. He raised his hand and pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and a profound 5-element Tao method pierced into his sea of consciousness like a needle. A vast amount of knowledge regarding 5-element Tao methods surged in engraving itself upon his soul. Only by fully comprehending the preceding content could the subsequent advanced pathways be unlocked and revealed. This not only prevents cultivators from overreaching, but also serves as a form of protection for them. The texts of the Golden Core Tao methods are too extensive, directly inheriting all the contents is not something that Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators' sea of consciousness can bear. Like the Star Sphere, one must comprehend the previous chapters before perceiving the subsequent ones. Su Yang took a deep breath, suddenly realizing he had become busy again. The Star Sphere, understood in the secret realm, is a spatial secret technique. It can create a space for storage capable of holding not only inanimate objects, but also living beings, even allowing for cultivation and livestock within. With the nurturing energy of the stars, the growth rate of spiritual plants and spiritual beasts would double. If he was not mistaken, the secret realm of Luoxian City was actually created by the first emperor of the Great Way using the Star Sphere technique, and that strange bamboo forest involved the second effect of the Star Sphere technique, trapping enemies. Enemies trapped in the Star Sphere space will only see endless repetitions of the scenery unless they possess the ability to break through the space, unable to escape until they grow old and die. Su Yang was uncertain whether a nascent soul cultivator could break through the space, but a Golden Core cultivator definitely could not. This technique could at least trap a Golden Core cultivator to death. However, with Su Yang's current level of spiritual power, he could not execute this technique at all. Even if he broke through to foundation establishment, he could only open up a small area, let alone use this method to trap enemies. I need to comprehend the Star Sphere. I also need to understand the minor 5 elements technique, and there's the star plucking technique that will arrive in a few days. Su Yang rubbed his brow and muttered, but the most urgent matter now is to enhance my cultivation and establish my foundation as soon as possible. Now he had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement and had absorbed quite a bit of stellar energy in the secret realm, only a little short of achieving full Qi refinement. Once he reached full Qi refinement, he could take the foundation establishment pill to break through. There are too many things to do. My mood has become restless. Su Yang took a deep breath, got up, and walked out of the room, noticing his wife quietly conversing with Zhao, Wani. The latter's cheeks flushed with 2 shades of red. What are you talking about? Su Yang casually asked. Nothing. It's nothing. Sorry, clan head, I have something to attend to. Zhao Wani, blushing, suddenly stood up, even forgetting her manners, and hurriedly ran out. Su Yang looked at his wife in confusion. What's going on? Qin Jiangmei rolled her eyes at him and said, isn't it about worrying for Xuanxiao's marriage? I heard from Xuanheng that this kid nearly lost his life for 2 girls in the secret realm. Upon inquiry, I found that one was Chung Ningxiang from the Lingxi sect, and the other was our own Wani. Xuanheng said both girls have an interest in Xianxiao. I was just helping him find a bride, and you come out and scare Wani away. Su Yang touched his young and handsome face. Not possible. Am I really that ugly? Qin Jiangmei couldn't help but give him a light slap, chiding, you're being so unserious again. By the way, which of these 2 girls do you think is more suitable for Xianxiao? Su Yang chuckled, I feel both are suitable. Xianxiao has saved their lives, so marrying both of them isn't too much. In the cultivation world, having multiple wives is quite normal. The patriarchs of mortal families often have numerous wives and concubines, but most cultivators only marry one or choose not to marry at all. Having too many wives and concubines can impact cultivation, but more importantly, cultivators set defenses against each other. There have been many instances in the cultivation world where couples betray each other for opportunities. The more wives and concubines one has, the higher the risk of betrayal, unless all the wives and concubines are mortals. Su Yang was just casually saying this, but Qin Jiangmei seemed to be pondering seriously. The Lingxi sect seems to have a good reputation. I obtained detailed information about the Lingxi sect from Patriarch Wang, and the styles of the 5 elders are similar to our Su family. They never stir up trouble. Qin Jiangmei linked her arm with Su Yang's, walking side by side on the streets of Luoxian City. So Chung Ningxiang's character must be fine. The only question is whether she would be willing to marry Xianxiao, and whether her grandfather would agree. Qin Jiangmei chattered on, and when it comes to her children's marriage, she had endless things to say. Su Yang listened with a smile throughout, walking alongside his wife in the bustling streets, occasionally agreeing seriously. The two of them walked hand in hand from dusk until the stars began to shine. Warm light gradually illuminated this vast, giant city, and the floating islands in the air shimmered with a soft glow, painting the night of Luoxian City in a dreamlike hue. The couple seemed to have endless topics to discuss, their chatter filled with mundane family matters devoid of profound insights or bloody enemies, only this ordinary daily life soaked in the warmth of human affairs, flowing with silent warmth under the lights. Su Yang's restless heart gradually found peace in this simple daily routine. Passing by the inn where the Lingxi sect was located, the two naturally visited and met two other elders from the Lingxi sect who had achieved full qi refinement. Originally, the Lingxi sect had 5 elders who achieved full qi refinement, but 2 sacrificed themselves in the secret realm, leaving only 3, including Chengyu. Chengyu had surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment and originally did not need to bear this heavy responsibility, but due to the loss of 2 highly potential elders in the secret realm, he had to attempt foundation establishment at an older age. Failing foundation establishment carries the risk of regression in cultivation. Elder Cheng, please think carefully, Su Yang reminded. Cheng Yu sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. The sect master of the Lingxi sect fell outside, and the sect urgently needs a new foundation establishment to take the master's position, or the Lingxi sect will soon be swallowed by surrounding sects. Elder 3 and Elder 4 will first attempt foundation establishment. If they both fail, then I will have to try it myself. After saying this, he looked at Su Yang with hopeful eyes, solemnly stating, Clan Head Su, if all 3 of us fail in foundation establishment, the Lingxi sect will inevitably be swallowed by the surrounding sects. At that time, I hope the Su family can take in my granddaughter. Ningxiang has good aptitude, but her character is too naive, making her unsuitable for wandering alone in the cultivation world. These words seemed to be a farewell, causing Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei to furrow their brows. Could it be that the daughters-in-law of the Su family all possess tragic fates? First there was Wan Ning from the Daoxian sect, then Wei Yin from the Wanjian sect, and now it was Cheng Ningxiang from the Lingxi sect. Elder Cheng, do not be too pessimistic. Cultivators must avoid an unstable mindset during foundation establishment. Su Yang comforted and reminded him, smoothly expressing his desire to form an alliance with the Lingxi sect. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu's brows relaxed, and he heavily slapped the table, saying, That's a good thing. This is indeed a good thing. I had always thought that if Xian Xiao. Suddenly realizing he had let something slip, he hurriedly cut off his words and cleared his throat, attempting to cover it up. When I first met Xuan Xiao, I felt he was outstanding in character and was hoping Ningxiang could learn from him. He paused, a gratified smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect the Su family also had this intention. This is truly a great fortune. Su Yang and his wife were both taken aback, exchanging glances with smiles on their faces. Then please, Elder Cheng, first inquire about Ningxiang's thoughts, and we will also consult Zhuangxiu's wishes. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei stood up to take their leave, and as they were departing, Su Yang solemnly clasped his hands to Cheng Yue, saying the Su family wishes the 3 elders success in their foundation establishment. He set his gaze on Cheng Yue, his tone serious. Elder Cheng, you must personally attend your granddaughter's wedding to witness the joyous occasion on behalf of the Lingxi sect. Cheng Yu's gaze slightly solidified, then he nodded solemnly, his pessimistic mindset quietly transforming at that moment. Days later, treasures from the Great Way were gradually delivered to the major forces, and the cultivators either secluded themselves to break through or quietly left Luoxian City, causing the city to become much quieter. In the elegant room, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air as Su Yang held a scroll of books, reclining on a soft chair, savoring a cup of spiritual tea leisurely. The treasures exchanged for points had all been delivered, casually placed on the table. The star-picking technique was promptly taken by Su Xuanxiao along with several inheritance books on the 100 Arts of Cultivation. Most of the exchanges in the inheritance of the 100 Arts of Cultivation were supplements to the existing legacies of the Su family. For instance, the unique first-level puppet technique, the first and second-level pill formulas not recorded by the Su family spirit plant techniques, and spirit plant illustrations from other dynasties, as well as insights from other artifact smiths and talismans. Only the stargazing scroll in Su Yang's hands was a legacy of the heavenly mechanism technique that the Su family had never encountered before. Divination, deduction, astrology, and causality were all referred to as heavenly mechanism techniques. Stargazing is a first-level heavenly mechanism technique that observes the movements of the world through the stars, deducing small matters from great events and deriving personal affairs from trivial matters. The heavenly mechanism technique is even more obscure than the puppet technique. On the Great Way treasure list, Su Yang could only find this one heavenly mechanism technique. Stargazing, star-picking technique, star sphere, all related to the stars. Could they all be legacies left by the previous emperor of the Great Way? As Su Yang flipped through the books, he murmured to himself.
The more he read, the more he felt his guess was correct. He discovered that many incomprehensible contents in the secret techniques of the star sphere were actually explained in stargazing, enlightening him. Just as he was engrossed in reading, Qin Jiangmei walked in softly, saying, "Husband, President Su wants to see you." President Su. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, then recalled it was Su Heian from the Beihai Association. This fat man was usually so frivolous that he completely forgot the other party was the president of a branch. It was obvious without guessing that this guy was definitely eyeing the treasures that the Su family had just acquired. This fat man never rose early without profit. As soon as he stepped out of the elegant room, he saw Su Heian, who was sporting a big belly, smiling and greeting Su family. "Master, it's been a long time. I didn't realize you had promoted to a 7th grade family. Truly delightful news." Su Yang merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then maintained a blank expression, responding in a rather cold and perfunctory manner. He despised the other party's hypocritical way of communicating. When the Su family lacked a stable foundation, he was forced to greet them with a smile. Now that Song Baiqing was present, he simply stopped pretending. "May I ask what President Su wants from me?" Su Yang directly interrupted Su Heian's incessant chatter, not wanting to waste too much time with him. Su Heian's smile remained seemingly unfazed by Su Yang's attitude. "The Su family, master, must have slaughtered everywhere in the secret realm. You must have exchanged a good number of foundation establishment pills, right? Could you spare a few for the Beihai Association?" Regarding that matter, the Su family indeed exchanged a few foundation establishment pills. Su Yang chuckled. "According to market price, I can sell 3 to the Beihai Association." Upon hearing this, Su Heian immediately waved his hand. "Hey, let's not discuss such mundane matters between us." He smiled meaningfully and said, "I have a better trading proposal. Why not listen to it, Su family master?" Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, signaling for him to continue. The Su family master should be well aware of the importance of the small 5 elements technique. Even if you've already used the jade slip, there are still some violent methods to forcibly obtain it. So on the day the Su family leaves Luoxian City, a large group of so-called robbers will surely come. As long as the Su family master can give me a few foundation establishment pills, the Beihai Association will help you intercept some foundation establishment cultivators. How does that sound? Su Yang's expression remained calm. He certainly understood what the violent methods referred to, simply soul-searching to forcibly obtain information. Even if the small 5 elements technique obtained this way was incomplete, it would still attract countless cultivators. Give you 1 foundation establishment pill and help me intercept 5 foundation establishment cultivators. That's too little. 3 pills. Su Heian haggled. After a round of debate, the two eventually reached a deal of 1 foundation establishment pill for intercepting 3 foundation establishment cultivators, and the payment would be made only upon returning to Qingyuan. Su Heian left the inn with a disgruntled expression. This was far from the result he had anticipated. Only after much effort, he had only managed to obtain 1 foundation establishment pill, which would have to wait for Su Yang to return to Qingyuan alive. It was indeed a thankless and dirty job. Just a short distance out of the inn, news of the Leaf family's foundation establishment breakthroughs began to spread, instantly attracting numerous gazes. Su Yang stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance, as Qin Jiangmei gracefully approached his side, the evening glow cascading down, enveloping the 2 figures in a warm, soft halo. After a moment, the commotion of breakthroughs ceased. Among the Leaf family's 2 cultivators attempting foundation establishment, one succeeded while the other failed. Just as the Leaf family's ordeal came to an end, the quiet room in Luoxian City dedicated to foundation establishment was experiencing a series of breakthroughs. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled like a vortex, causing the cultivators in Luoxian City to exclaim in astonishment. Such scenes of collective foundation establishment among cultivators were rare, only occurring after a century's grand meeting, which released a large number of foundation establishment pills, leading to this grand spectacle. The 2 elders of the Lingxi sect should also be among them, Su Yang said softly, while looking at the distant mountain peaks. Qin Jiangmei gently linked her arm through his, saying, "I hope they can successfully establish their foundations, who otherwise Cheng Yu's chances of foundation establishment will be even slimmer." Su Yang's expression turned serious, and he did not respond. Although they had witnessed several successful foundation establishment cases, it was not that simple to establish a foundation. People instinctively overlooked those who failed at foundation establishment. Just like the 2 from the Leaf family, only one succeeded, and Luoxian City would only spread the news that the Leaf family had produced a foundation establishment cultivator, soon to be promoted to a 6th grade foundation establishment family. The failure of the other cultivator would quickly be forgotten by the world. As if to fulfill Su Yang's thoughts, the 5 cultivators breaking through in the quiet room suddenly felt their auras rapidly weaken. The first cultivator faltered at the mana barrier, followed closely by the second, who failed at the spiritual sense barrier, and then the third, who also faltered at the mana barrier. With 3 consecutive foundation establishment failures, an uproar erupted in the tea houses and taverns of Luoxian City.
Just as everyone was astonished, the fourth person's aura began to wane, and this person was in even worse shape, collapsing at the first barrier of blood and chi. Another elderly Foundation establishment cultivator. On the street, Su Heian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head, his figure blending into the crowd. On the terrace, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei wore grave expressions. With only one person left, it meant that one of the two elders from the Lingxi sect had already failed at Foundation establishment, and perhaps both had. Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the fifth cultivator's aura break through the blood and chi barrier and the mana barrier, pausing at the spiritual sense barrier for a long time. Just when everyone thought this fifth person had a chance of successfully establishing a foundation, their aura suddenly dwindled. As the last sliver of the setting sun vanished into the horizon, the fifth aura ultimately failed to break through its shackles, dissipating dejectedly under everyone's gaze. All five cultivators attempting foundation establishment had failed. At this moment, Su Yang looked up to the stars, deep in thought. Amid the dissipating 5 stars, there is one brilliant star surrounded. The night was silent, filled with the sighs of thousands. All 5 foundation establishment attempts have failed. Is it truly that difficult to pass the 3 trials of foundation establishment? A chi refinement cultivator expressed disbelief. Inside the tavern, an old man with disheveled hair and a haggard face said, "The 3 trials of foundation establishment may seem simple, but they have trapped countless cultivators. Those who fail to establish their foundation are merely mortals who can summon a bit of spiritual energy. Only those who succeed are true cultivators." In simpler terms, it comes down to aptitude and resources. Aptitude determines whether you can break through the blood chi trial, while resources determine whether you can break through the mana trial and the spiritual sense trial. It's a pity. I thought the foundation establishment pills distributed during this grand event would significantly enhance the overall strength of Dway. The discussions among the cultivators in the inn rose and fell like waves. Cheng Ningxiang unconsciously pressed her lips with her teeth, her gaze fixed firmly in the direction of the quiet room, her eyes brimming with worry. Grandfather will surely succeed. Su Xinkong stepped forward to stand beside her, his voice steady and powerful. Following the elder's command, he had been spending time with Cheng Ningxiang these days. At this moment, he raised his head to gaze at the distant mountains, his eyes glimmering with a star-like light. A sigh of despair echoed from the foundation establishment quiet room. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged forth once more. Is someone attempting foundation establishment again? No one expected that at such a low point for all the city's cultivators, someone would still dare to take on the challenge. If all goes well, it should be Elder Cheng this time. Qin Jiangmei linked her arm with her husband's, her fingers tightening slightly. Su Yang took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked toward the distant peaks. Elder Cheng had said he would wait for the 2 elders to attempt foundation establishment first, and if they failed, he would take the risk himself. Therefore, this cultivator attempting foundation establishment a step later must undoubtedly be Cheng Yu. The 5-star collapse surrounding the brilliant star, could it mean? Su Yang's stargazing technique was only half-baked, making it difficult to determine if the celestial phenomena he observed were accurate. As Cheng Yu began his foundation establishment, his heartstrings tightened. Often it is this feeling of there seems to be hope that makes one particularly anxious. Cheng Yu's wave of blood chi fluctuated, causing the cultivators in the tea house and tavern to shake their heads in disbelief. Another elderly cultivator attempted foundation establishment, and everyone saw such individuals as simply wasting foundation establishment pills. Boom. Suddenly a surge of abundant blood chi erupted. Did he pass the blood chi trial? Cheng Ningxiang exclaimed loudly, her face flushed with excitement as she grabbed Su Zuankong's arm. Su Zuankong's eyes flickered, filled with admiration. Elder Cheng is attempting foundation establishment at an advanced age. For him, the most challenging part is the blood chi trial, while the mana trial is the easiest, and the spiritual sense trial depends on the quality of the foundation establishment pill. Having broken through the most difficult blood chi trial, perhaps he truly has a chance at succeeding in foundation establishment. In an instant, the entire Luoxian city was filled with gasps of astonishment, followed by a surge of immense spiritual energy sweeping across the venue as the mana trial shattered like a thin membrane. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Cheng Yu's spiritual sense pressure seemed to coalesce into a giant hammer, heavily striking the hearts of the onlookers. Boom. The spiritual sense trial effortlessly broke through. Cheng Yu succeeded in foundation establishment. Cheng Ningxiang was so excited that she nearly screamed, but her voice was instantly drowned out by the uproar erupting within the inn. As the crowd felt despondent over the difficulty of foundation establishment, Cheng Yu had succeeded at the advanced age of over 60. This shocking scene was like a shot of adrenaline injected into the entire place, reigniting the fighting spirit of all chi refinement cultivators present and stirring up the old folks who had long been stuck in chi refinement, making them eager to try. The brilliant star? Elder Cheng is that brilliant star in the celestial phenomena. On the terrace, Su Yang smiled, his eyes sparkling. His future is destined to be more than just the initial stage of Foundation establishment. The Lingxi sect is on the rise. The door of the quiet room atop the mountain slowly opened. The newly established Foundation cultivator, Cheng Yu, stepped out, greeted by a group of cultivators waiting outside. Two elders of the Lingxi sect who had failed their Foundation establishment looked weak, their expressions complex. They had failed their Foundation establishment at the prime age, while Cheng Yu had succeeded at an advanced age, leaving them feeling embarrassed. Nonetheless, they were still glad and happy that the Lingxi sect could give birth to a Foundation cultivator. If Cheng Yu had also failed, the Lingxi sect would truly face annihilation at their hands. Congratulations to Elder Cheng, or rather we should congratulate the sect leader on his successful Foundation establishment. The third and fourth elders looked respectful as they bowed to Cheng Yu. Whoever becomes a Foundation cultivator is the sect leader of the Lingxi sect. This was a rule established within the sect. Congratulations on your successful Foundation establishment, fellow cultivator. Numerous cultivators, whether known or unknown, crowded forward to offer their congratulations, their eyes filled with admiration. Cultivators who succeed in Foundation establishment at an advanced age often have a more profound foundation than those who succeed at the prime age, making them desirable for various factions to recruit. Thank you, everyone. Cheng Yu smiled and cupped his fists in gratitude. After a round of lively banter, he finally freed himself from the crowd and returned to the inn. Su Yang had been waiting in the inn's private room for quite some time. Congratulations, Elder Cheng, on your successful Foundation establishment and the restoration of the Lingxi sect's glory, Su Yang said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yue, in high spirits, waved his hand. There's no need for formalities between us. My success in Foundation establishment this time was purely a stroke of luck. I must thank you, sect leader Su, for helping me regain my confidence. Without Su Yang's reminder a few days ago, how could he have succeeded in Foundation establishment? Initially, he had no expectations for Foundation establishment. If he had approached it with his previous mindset, he would have failed today. It was Su Yang's words encouraging him to attend his granddaughter's wedding as a member of the Lingxi sect that had shifted his mindset. When does sect leader Su plan to depart from Luoxian City? Depart. Cheng Yu frowned slightly. This plan can indeed alleviate the pressure from the demon cultivators, but the Su family will face most of the tribulation cultivators. Can you truly handle it? The demon cultivators had set their sights on the Su family and the Lingxi sect, but the tribulation cultivators were only focused on the Su family's minor 5 elements technique. In reality, even if they acted together, he, a newly established Foundation cultivator, would find it difficult to withstand the siege of numerous tribulation cultivators. But the Su family was, after all, the Lingxi sect's savior. Even if he couldn't win, he still had to muster the courage to face it. The Su family possesses some special methods that can evade the pursuit of Foundation cultivators. However, Su Yang said solemnly, after leaving Luoxian City, I will need you, Elder Cheng, to assist the Su family for a while to shake off our pursuers as much as possible. Additionally, he continued, I will contact the branch president of the Beihai Association to help delay some of them. The Su family also has rapid array deployment methods that can trap a group of Foundation cultivators. No problem. Cheng Yu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with the calmness and confidence of a Foundation cultivator. The art of escape is precisely the strength of my Lingxi sect. It was precisely because of the Lingxi sect's escape techniques that we were able to contend with the Shijia demon cultivators for so long, until we fortuitously waited for you, Su Yang. The two quickly finalized the details of their evacuation plan. Everything was ready, just waiting for dawn to break, and set off. At the hour of the rooster, the sky above Luoxian City had yet to brighten. Countless indistinct figures swiftly darted through the streets and alleys of the city in the darkness. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, they arrived at the city gates of Luoxian City, presenting their passage tokens as the towering gates, standing 10 zhang high, slowly creaked open. As expected, we managed to shake off most of the Qi refinement cultivators, but those Foundation establishment cultivators are impossible to lose. Cheng Yu transmitted his voice to everyone, then summoned a lotus platform which expanded to several dozen square meters, allowing the members of the Su family and the Lingxi sect to collectively ascend onto it. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao immediately set up formation flags to isolate themselves from external observation, while Qin Jiangmei played her zither, adding another layer of sound formation to the existing array. In an instant, the lotus platform transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly flying away from Luoxian City. Almost at the moment they departed, over a dozen streaks of light shot out from multiple city gates in pursuit of the fleeing lotus platform. Seeing this, Su Haiyan scratched his large belly in distress, and then summoned a small boat, chasing after them at a faster speed. He pinched 3 second-tier talismans between his fingers and hurled them at the pursuing figures. Who goes there? The pursuing Foundation establishment cultivators roared in anger and immediately cast spells towards Su Haiyan. Hey, don't rush to attack. Su Heian shouted in panic, hurriedly summoning a magical artifact to defend himself as the explosive sounds of their clash echoed around Luoxian City. All the external cultivators coincidentally chose this morning to collectively withdraw from Luoxian City, utilizing the massive flow of people to stir the water even murkier. Some fled, some pursued, some intercepted, while others, like opportunistic cultivators, reaped the benefits, and there were even those lying in wait, like mantises catching cicadas. Su Heian was thoroughly beaten and covered in dirt by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing that Su Yang and the others were almost gone, he decisively retreated, muttering curses about suffering a great loss. The Lotus platform raced forward like lightning. The Lingxi sect, known for their expertise in escape techniques, allowed Cheng Yue, a cultivator in the early Foundation establishment stage, to fly at a speed comparable to some mid-Foundation establishment cultivators despite carrying so many people. There are people in every direction, and I have no idea which are the robbers and which are the fleeing cultivators. Cheng Yu's divine sense swept the surroundings, and he spoke in a low voice. Su Yang solemnly reminded them, "Do not approach anyone. Once we enter the Wanha Mountains, we shall part ways. Cultivators can be extremely treacherous. Some may deliberately lead robbers towards us to cause trouble, and there are robbers who will disguise themselves as fleeing individuals and suddenly stab you in the back when you get close." Seeing that Foundation establishment cultivators were relentlessly pursuing from behind, Su Yang handed over a few second-tier talismans. Cheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, then seized the talismans and activated them, throwing them behind. Boom. In that instant, thunder surged, lights flashed, and a fire dragon soared into the sky, directly attacking the Foundation establishment cultivators pursuing closely behind. At the same time, a wind talisman was slapped onto the Lotus platform, causing it to accelerate even further. Before Cheng Yu could speak, Su Yang handed him another stack of second-tier talismans. The eyes of the Lingxi sect members changed dramatically, looking at the Su family as if they were gazing at the god of wealth, their expressions interwoven with shock and envy. Cheng Yu took the talismans without hesitation, and then in groups of 3 quickly threw them backward, igniting a series of continuous explosions. Even Foundation establishment cultivators did not dare to take on so many second-tier talismans hidden, causing their pursuit speed to sharply decrease, and the distance between the 2 sides was quickly pulled apart. Master Su is indeed rich and generous, carrying such a large number of second-tier talismans with him. Our Lingxi sect has never been so extravagant. Cheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, and the Lingxi sect members nodded unconsciously. No wonder the Su family dared to propose parting ways. Their wealth was simply too formidable. Just the loss of talismans could obliterate a group of robbers. It's just that our family specializes in the talisman path. Su Yang spoke modestly. Cheng Yu laughed heartily, clearly not believing his words. The formations on the Lotus platform were all set up by the Su family, and their movements were incredibly skilled. How could this be merely specialization in the talisman path? The Lotus platform, wrapped in azure light and accompanied by the sound of breaking air, moved like a dragon through the clouds, and as the outline of the Wanha Mountains came into view, the tense atmosphere finally loosened slightly. The terrain of the Wanha Mountains was complex, with towering peaks and massive rocks piercing the sky, and towering trees obscuring the sun, making it impossible for Foundation establishment cultivators to fly high, as flying demon beasts often roamed the skies. With this geographical advantage, Foundation establishment cultivators found it difficult to survey from above and could only rely on their divine sense to scan the mountains and forests. At this time, if they could create distance or use formations to hide, even if Foundation establishment cultivators pursued, they would only be like headless flies searching aimlessly. Master Su. As the Lotus platform flew into the mountains, Cheng Yu turned his gaze to Su Yang, speaking earnestly. "Shall I escort you for a bit longer?" "No need." Su Yang shook his head. Continuing forward would be playing into their hands. "I plan to hide for a while near the entrance before leaving." How far could they escape while fleeing? Although there was Song Baiqing as a Foundation establishment trump card, 2 fists could not overcome 4 hands. The road back to Qingyuan was very long, and even Foundation establishment cultivators would take months to fly there. Therefore, Su Yang planned to hide in the Wanha Mountains for a time, waiting for the situation outside to calm down before returning to Qingyuan. The best hiding spots weren't inside the Wanha Mountains, but rather in the peripheral areas. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Most people would instinctively believe that prey would hide deep in the mountains, thus often overlooking potential hiding places near the entrance. Knowing that further discussion was pointless, Cheng Yu maneuvered the Lotus platform to land in a secret location and said solemnly, "Master Su, I will visit you with Ningxiang after some time." Su Yang jumped off the Lotus platform with a smile and replied, "I will definitely come out to greet you then." Master Su must keep his word. That goes without saying. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lotus platform suddenly soared into the air, the formation still blocking the view, making it impossible to see the figures on the platform, but this time the flight path was unmistakable. Sheng Yu deliberately exposed a flaw, hoping to draw more people away from the Su family and buy them some more time. Cheng Ningxiang watched the rapidly shrinking figure of the Su family below with a trace of worry in her eyes. Su Xianxiao slightly nodded to her, a faint smile on his face before being elbowed by Zhao Wani beside him. Song Baiqing raised his hand and cast a spell silently, creating an opening in the mountain. Su Yang and Su Xianxiao simultaneously threw out dozens of formation flags, while Qin Zhang Mei gently plucked the strings, transforming the sound waves into intricate array patterns. The second-tier isolation formation was quickly taking shape. The Su family swiftly hid within the cave, continuing to dig deeper and set up multiple formations to ensure absolute security. At that moment, sounds of breaking air echoed from above the cave as over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators rushed through the sky. "I found them. Chase!" One of the Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly shouted, locking his divine sense onto the fleeing Lotus platform and immediately stepped on his magical artifact to chase after it. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The bloody storm outside Luoxian City had finally calmed, with only a few scattered robbers still lurking outside the city. The vast majority of external cultivators had long since evacuated Luoxian City during the peak of the crowd. Those who remained were either naive and unaware, waiting to be slaughtered, or were scattered cultivators with empty pockets. Occasional remnants of battles could be felt deep within the Wana Mountains, but most of the robbers and demonic cultivators had already retreated from this place. Yi Jinyi walked through the dense forest of overlapping mountains, anxiously slashing at the bushes and branches before him. "Father, are you sure the Su family is still within the Wana Mountains?" Yi Jinyi questioned. "It's been several days. Even if they weren't killed by the demonic cultivators, they must have already left the Wana Mountains. How could they still be here?" Yi Jinyi had never contemplated letting the Su family go, not only because the Su family had obtained that fragment of a Dao technique, but also due to the vast treasures they had exchanged. The Su family had originally been their target. Capturing them would be a double victory. However, they had always failed to find an opportunity. In the secret realm, they had not encountered any members of the Su family, and by the time they pursued them outside Luoxian City, they had been led on a wild goose chase by the Lingxi sect, only to discover that the Su family had separated from the Lingxi sect at some point. Thinking about this made Yi Jinyi furious. He found a stone to sit on and plunged his sword directly into the muddy ground. Yi Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as he said, "There's no mistake. I used the star observation technique, and the Su family is definitely hiding within the Wana Mountains. They played a trick of hiding in plain sight, deceiving most of the demonic and robber cultivators. But some people did find them. Unfortunately, all those who did are dead. Don't sit there, keep searching, look towards the outskirts." With a sharp reprimand from Yi Ming, Yi Jinyi stood up with a grim expression, wielding his sword and continuously chopping forward, venting his dissatisfaction. This aimless search was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a complete waste of effort. Yet he dared not defy his father's words, and could only be forced to continue. "Wait, there seems to be some movement over there." Yi Jinyi retraced his steps, and upon nearing the entrance of the Wanha Mountains, suddenly spotted a cave. On the ground lay several charred corpses. Yi Ming approached expressionlessly and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "So that's how it is. They concealed themselves near the entrance using a second-tier isolation formation. No wonder we found nothing after days of searching the mountains." "Father, there are traces of battle inside the cave. The Su family must have used the formation to suppress the cultivators who accidentally entered." Yi Jinyi exclaimed excitedly. After searching for so many days, they finally found what they were looking for. Yi Ming's divine sense quickly spread out, and he raised his hand to summon a flying sword, taking the entire Yi family and transforming into a streak of light piercing through the clouds. On the other side of the mountain, Song Baking's eyes narrowed as he reminded, "A Foundation establishment cultivator is coming towards us." Su Yang turned to ask, "How many Foundation establishment cultivators?" One. One dares to come." Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a sound of breaking air approached. A streak of light in the sky rushed down and landed before the group in an instant. "Ha ha ha." Upon seeing Su Xinkong behind Su Yang, Yi Jinyi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You Su family actually remain hidden in this Wana Mountains. I must say your Su family truly knows how to hide, while others are either dead or fleeing. You alone dare to stay here. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage rings, and perhaps we might spare your lives if we feel generous." Yi Jinyi turned his head. "Isn't that right, father?" Yi Ming's lips twitched imperceptibly, casting a frosty glance toward the Su family, as if gazing at withered bones in a grave. Clearly, he had no intention of letting the Su family off. His foolish son's words did not represent the decisions of the Yi family. How could one not eradicate the roots when cutting grass? However, he was surprised that Su Yang and the others appeared completely calm, as if they didn't take the Yi family seriously at all. Unfazed. "Interesting," Yi Ming sneered. "What other tricks do you have? Feel free to show them." Su Xianzheng and Wei Yin exchanged glances revealing a mocking expression. Su Yang casually said, Baiqing, leave this person to you. The others. Not a single one left. At this declaration, Yi Ming heard a sharp sound of a sword ringing accompanied by a blade breaking through the sky at a speed faster than the eye could follow. Yi Ming was immediately startled and hurriedly raised his sword to block. However, Song Baking's figure instantly closed in his foundation establishment cultivation and sword aura erupting with a thunderous force far surpassing Yi Ming's expectations. Clanked. The piercing sound of metal breaking and flesh tearing echoed almost simultaneously. Yi Ming's flying sword infused with foundation establishment spiritual power shattered under Song Baking's sword like rotten wood. The sword light did not pause, gliding across his shoulder and unleashing a spray of blinding blood mist. Yi Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream, watching helplessly as his right arm along with the broken sword flew away from his body. Blood gushed forth from the severed stump like a fountain, quickly soaking the ground beneath. Yi Junyi's maniacal laughter froze instantly, and his pupils constricted. The Yi family members finally reacted, all turning pale with fright. However, Su Yang and the others were even faster, charging directly towards them. Su Xianzheng and Wei Yin each slashed their swords, the dual rays of light intertwining. The two contrasting sword energies alternating between hot and cold twisted and surged like electric snakes, forming a tempest of red and blue sword energy. Wherever they passed, grass and trees were reduced to powder, rocks crumbled, and they crashed into the Yi family cultivators. The sword energy swept through, and over a dozen Yi family cultivators did not even have time to scream before their bodies exploded into a mist of blood mingled with flesh and bone fragments. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted. Su Xiankong appeared among the crowd, accompanied by lightning, wielding a thunder spear that roared like a soaring dragon. The Su family's sword cultivators closely followed, their sword energy weaving into a net pressing downwards, causing limbs and blood to fly in an instant. And Xiao grinned, punching out a fiery dragon vortex, igniting the severed limbs, corpses, and trees. In a flash, it was but a moment of confrontation. The Su family acted swiftly and ruthlessly, their speed and the power of their killing moves were all overwhelming. The Yi family members either did not react in time, or had just released spells, or summoned magical artifacts for defense, only to be pierced directly by the spells of Su Xiankong and the others. No! Yi Junyi shouted in anger, unable to believe what he was witnessing. It was an illusion. He must have fallen into an illusion. From the remnants of the formation left by the Su family in the cave, it was evident that they were proficient in formations. The scene before him must be an illusion. How could dozens of Yi family cultivators hunting the Su family collapse in an instant? Moreover, his father was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be severed by a mere qi refining cultivator's sword? Yi Junyi quickly calmed down and tried to find the flaw in the illusion. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw a sharp flying sword piercing through his chest. Su Yang looked puzzled, retracting the flying sword and murmuring, "Has this kid been scared silly?" A figure with a severed arm hurriedly soared into the air on his sword, his previously calm face now twisted with terror. A sharp azure sword aura followed, closely piercing through the air. Yi Ming quickly formed a spell to defend himself, but the sword aura shattered his spell like dry twigs, instantly carving a cruel line across his chest, splattering a vivid spray of blood. Foundation establishment, sword cultivator. Yi Ming fell from the air, his face contorted as he spat blood, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Even though Song Baiqing still emitted the aura of a ninth-layer qi practitioner, anyone with clear eyes could see that he was not merely at the qi refining stage, but was indeed a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. Both sides were at the initial stage of foundation establishment, yet before the sword cultivator, Yi Ming felt as insignificant as a weak chicken. He couldn't understand why the Su family, a newly promoted 7th-grade qi family, had a foundation establishment cultivator stationed here. Moreover, it was a proud foundation establishment sword cultivator. How could such a person willingly serve a qi family? Yi Ming had no time to ponder. All he wished for was to escape. Even if his clan members were slaughtered, he couldn't muster a single thought of revenge. A clan can be rebuilt, but a life lost is the end of everything. Wait, I am willing to trade the remnants of my Dao techniques for my life. As Yi Ming crawled out, leaving a trail of blood, he saw Song Baiqing suddenly approaching and hurriedly shouted, "The Yi family also has a remnant Dao technique, the one that Su Xiaoyu bought at the stall. This remnant is still stored in our clan's library." Song Baking's gaze turned cold, and he immediately stopped, waiting for the family head's next instruction. Seeing this, Yi Ming felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Propping himself up with one arm, he prostrated before the advancing Su Yang, speaking rapidly. "Not only that my Yi family is willing to offer more treasures, pills, Dao techniques, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, anything you want as long as you spare my life, I will never seek revenge." Su Yang's eyes were cold as he looked at the disheveled man before him. he merely said one word, kill. In an instant the sound of swords echoed through the heavens. Song Baking's sword light was as swift as lightning. Yiming, lying on the ground, stiffened, and his head rolled away with a thud, his expression still one of confusion. He offered such generous rewards. Why were the Su family members not moved at all? Family head, Yi family only has this one foundation establishment cultivator. Should we return to Luoxian City to eradicate the Yi family? Song Baiqing sheathed his sword with a decisive motion, speaking calmly. Su Yang shook his head without hesitation. The Yi family is a headless dragon, indeed the best time for annihilation, but the major forces in Luoxian City will not allow us to do so. Such a vast territory and industry of the Yi family, how could it be easily taken by the incoming Su family? Unless the Su family had multiple foundation establishment cultivators to intimidate the major forces, otherwise the resources of the Yi family could only be divided among the powers of Luoxian City. After dealing with the remaining Yi family cultivators, Su Xianxiao walked over, gazing down at the headless corpse with regret. The remnant Dao technique this person spoke of must refer to the Night Traveler's technique. No wonder Yi Junyi competed with me back. Then it turns out his family had the remnants of the Night Traveler's technique. Su Yang used his spiritual power to lift Yiming's storage ring, probing within. Suddenly a smirk appeared on his lips. No need to feel sorry, this item is not in the Yi family's library, but rather on this Yi family head himself. As he spoke, he took out a half sheet of yellow paper from the storage ring, the contents of which were precisely the method of the Night Traveler's technique, and it even connected seamlessly with the yellow paper that Su Xianxiao had purchased. Su Xianxiao took the yellowed paper and glanced at it briefly, cursing, "What a cunning rascal." He claimed that the remnant was hidden in the family library, yet it was secretly kept on his person. Su Yang chuckled, saying, if he admitted the remnant was on him, wouldn't he have become fish on a chopping board? This strategy of falsehood and truth was clever, but it's a pity. Yiming underestimated the Su family's decisiveness in killing. If the same words were spoken to others, perhaps it would indeed spare him a life. After handling the corpses, Su Xuanheng and the others arrived, handing over the collected storage rings to Su Yang. "Father, is it really okay if we don't eliminate the Yi family?" Su Xuanheng said solemnly. The Su family had always been thorough in their actions, leaving no future troubles. Not eradicating the Yi family this time was indeed not in line with the Su family's usual style. Su Yang spoke lightly. The people of Luoxian City are not kind. Once they learn that the Yi family's foundation establishment cultivator has died, they will help us eliminate the Yi family. They understand the principle of thoroughly cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The only regret is that with such a large industry of the Yi family, they would receive nothing. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely without gains. The remnants of the Night Traveler's technique are extremely valuable. With these several remnants combined, Su Yang is confident he can deduce the complete version of the Night Traveler's technique. Let's go. The demon and robbery cultivators have already left Wana Mountain. The only variable left is the Yi family, which we have resolved. Su Yang said to Song Baiqing, the next journey will be hard work for Elder Song. It is my duty. Song Baiqing remained as serious as ever, then summoned his flying sword, carrying everyone swiftly away. The century-old grand event of the Great Way took away most of the high-level cultivators from Qingyuan Square, leading to an unprecedented tranquility and peace in Qingyuan. All family forces were maintaining the stability of the square, unwilling to start conflicts at such a time. Any conflicts would have to wait until their representatives returned. Otherwise, if a major incident occurred, it would be difficult for everyone to explain themselves. Thus, the Su family enjoyed a period of peace. Su Xianming managed the family business in an orderly manner. Since all commercial competitors were seeking stability, he seized the opportunity to take a radical approach, making a considerable profit. In a cheerful mood, Su Xianming returned to the inner courtyard of the Su residence and was fortunate to see his wife Ruan Ning practicing in the yard. Seeing this scene, a sense of urgency rose in Su Xuanming's heart. Unknowingly, he had become the one with the lowest cultivation among the Su family aside from Su Xianling. Even Su Xianjing had reached the 5th layer of qi refining while he was still at the 4th layer. TSK tisk, second brother. Suddenly Su Xuanjing's voice came from behind. Second sister-in-law has already reached the 5th layer of qi refining. How can your cultivation be worthy of your original dreams of being free to explore the broader world? It's because family matters have held me back, but once I find a few capable individuals to take over the affairs, I will definitely devote myself to cultivation. Su Xianjing rolled her eyes at him, saying softly, don't let it drag on until you are surpassed by your little sister. These words caused Su Xianming to gasp, intensifying his sense of urgency. His gaze subconsciously fell upon the pavilion lake. The young girl stood gracefully, her demeanor elegant and serene, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, playing a melodious tune. In a daze, the two seemed to see their mother's figure in Su Xianling. It must be said that she indeed inherited their mother's nature, not only in character and demeanor, but also in her exquisite skill in playing the guqin.
Aunt. Second uncle. Yuga said that Dad and Mom and Grandpa and Grandma are coming back. Is it true? At this moment, 3 little ones ran into the yard with the youngest boy shouting loudly. Xiaomei was chasing after them with a blanket in her arms, panting heavily. The one calling out was Su Xinyao, whose personality resembled that of his mother Wei Yan. He was usually carefree but lacked the poise of an adult. Following closely behind was his younger sister Su Xinyue, whose demeanor was more akin to their father Su Xuanheng, calm, yet a bit aloof. Lastly, there was Su Xinyou, the most mischievous child in the family. As the eldest son of the Su family's second generation, he lacked any of the seriousness expected of an older brother. Su Xianming often worried that he might lead Su Xinyao astray. They should be back soon, right? How do you know Xinyou? Su Xianming looked at his son, his gaze scrutinizing. Su Xinyou chuckled, completely oblivious to the flaw in his reasoning. Of course, it's just a hunch. Dad, I'm telling you, my intuition is spot on. Even Grandpa says I'm impressive. Su Xuanming's lips twitched at his words, and he immediately pinched his son's ear. When did your grandparents say they would return? Even your dad doesn't know yet. You can sense it with your intuition. Ouch. I really can. Su Xinyou protested, wriggling free from his father's grip and rubbing his ear. If you don't believe me, let's bet. I bet that Grandpa and Grandma will be back in these few days. If I win, you'll take me to Yundream Ruins. Su Yang and the others had been away from the family for several months. The time indeed felt long, especially for Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue, who had never been apart from their parents for such a duration and were quite worried. Su Xianming shared the same concerns. However, Luo Xuanqing was too far away. He couldn't gather any information and could only wait anxiously at home. Seeing his son's earnest demeanor, Su Xianming felt uncertain. Strangely, this kid's intuition was sometimes quite accurate, which made him enjoy betting with others. He won nearly every time, causing Su Xianming to feel apprehensive whenever a bet was mentioned. Could it be that their parents would really return in these few days? No way, even if you win, you can't go to Yundream Ruins. It's not safe outside right now. At most, I'll give you some extra pocket money. Su Xianming outright rejected his son's request to go to Yundream Ruins. Although he couldn't gather news from Luo Xuanqing, he could still obtain information about the war situation between the two countries. Currently, only Qingyuan Square was somewhat stable, while the other regions had fallen into chaos, engulfed by war, with refugees rising and demonic cultivators taking advantage to wreak havoc. Even in Qingyuan Square, due to the Foundation establishment cultivators being away, incidents of demonic cultivators killing people surged. The Su family was able to fend off demonic attacks thanks to their formations and puppets. Seeing this, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue displayed expressions of disappointment on their small faces. So even Uncle doesn't know when Mom and Dad will be back. Su Xianjing smiled as she ruffled the heads of the 2 little ones reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, your parents will be fine. Considering the time, they should be back soon." After saying that, she shot a glance at Su Xinyou, saying with a hint of annoyance, "Xinyou, you little rascal, you know Grandma and Grandpa are coming back soon, so you're deliberately betting with your dad." "I didn't." Su Xinyou immediately retorted. "I sensed that Grandma and Grandpa would return soon. How would I know how far Luo Xuanqing is? How could I calculate the days precisely?" Upon hearing this, both Su Xianjing and Su Xianming were momentarily stunned. Yes, this little brat had never been to Yundream Ruins, so how could he comprehend the distance to Luo Xuanqing, let alone predict when their parents would return? "Sorry, Xinyou. I was wrong to speculate maliciously, and I apologize to you." Su Xianjing squatted down, cupping her nephew's small face and rubbing at her expression full of regret. Su Xinyou, who had initially been a bit unhappy, unexpectedly felt happy seeing his proud aunt bowing to him. He placed his hands on his hips, grinning widely, and shouted, "Since you admit your mistake, then take me to Yundream Ruins to play. TSK. Second brother, you need to manage your son." Su Xianjing felt a sudden weariness, as this little brat was truly insatiable, seizing every opportunity to shout for a trip to Yundream Ruins. Hearing this, Su Xianming could only shake his head helplessly. He too could not control this mischievous son and had to seek help from his wife. In the family, only Ruan Ningqin Jiangmei and Su Yang could manage Su Xinyou. The sounds of laughter in the family drowned out the chaos of the outside world. Every time Su Xianming returned home, he felt a mix of daze and gratitude at the sight before him. It was the strength of the family that allowed the children to be so carefree. He felt both a headache from their ruckus and joy at their ability to make noise. After an unknown amount of time, a rush of footsteps echoed into the inner courtyard. Luo Qian excitedly shouted to everyone, "Young master, young mistress, the head of the family has returned." "What a—" Everyone in the courtyard trembled in shock, and then they all rushed out of the Su residence, gazing toward the vast family fields. In the distance on the hillside, more than a dozen familiar figures gradually appeared. "Grandpa, Grandma." The 3 little ones cheered excitedly and ran towards the familiar figures on the hillside. As the saying goes, looking at the mountains makes one run to exhaustion. Although they could see the figures from afar, the actual distance was quite far.
Before they could run far, the three little ones were already panting, their small faces flushed, breathless, and wishing to lie down and rest on the spot. Equally exhausted was the maid tasked with looking after them, Xiaomei. Seeing the three little ones about to collapse onto the ground, she quickly took out a blanket and spread it on the grass for them to rest. Clearly, these three little ones had done this many times before, as Xiaomei anticipated their actions. Xiaomei, you've worked hard. Su Yang's voice came, and he appeared before the three little ones in an instant, smiling as he ruffled his grandchildren's heads. Xiaomei responded that it was not hard at all, and felt a silent sigh of relief upon seeing the family head and others return. The head of the family was the pillar of the family. As long as he was not back, the servants would find it hard to feel at ease. Grandpa, you're finally back. The three of them hugged Su Yang's leg tightly, their eyes filled with joy and admiration. Since childhood, they had heard countless tales of Grandpa's rise to success. The family members they admired most were not their parents, but this self-made grandfather. Su Yang's smile was warm, and upon seeing his family members, the fatigue from the journey seemed to be gently whisked away, dissipating in the warmth of their reunion. Seeing their parents approaching, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue finally released their hold on Grandpa and dove into their parents' embrace, greedily inhaling that familiar scent. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard on the journey. Su Xianming and Su Xianzhong led the servants forward quickly, the worry in their eyes finally replaced by smiles. Seeing that the family members who went to Luo Xuanqing had returned safely, the anxiety that had hung over everyone for months finally eased. Su Xianjing joyfully hugged her mother, and then Su Xianling leaped into her mother's arms to experience the warmth. Su Yang's gaze swept over his children and clan members, nodding with a smile. This journey yielded fruitful results. We will discuss the specifics once we return home. The news of the family head's return spread like a spring breeze, quickly reaching every corner of the Su residence. The servants rushed to inform each other, and smiles blossomed on the faces of the clan members, enveloping the entire family in a festive atmosphere of joy. Upon returning to the main hall of the residence, Su Yang spoke up. Jiang Wuyu and Cheng Lan have returned, right? Have they caused any trouble for the Su family? Su Xianming was taken aback by this and immediately frowned. They have not returned. Among those who went to Luo Xuanqing, the Su family is the first to return to Qingyuan. Su Zuanming's words left Su Yang feeling astonished. It was quite normal for the Qi refining sects not to return, as they were unable to fly, but the Foundation establishment sects also failed to return, indicating they must have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstances. Could it be that they encountered some opportunity on the way? Su Yang shook his head and chose not to delve deeper, speculating that these individuals might have faced dangers that forced them to take a detour, thus delaying their journey. As long as it did not involve the Su family, there was no need to be concerned. On their way back, Su Yang and the others similarly encountered numerous demon cultivators and robbers, but fortunately, they had many means at their disposal, and overall they were in no real danger. Gathered in the main hall, the family chatted casually, and upon hearing about the local customs of Luoxian City, Su Xianjing and the children gazed with bright eyes, eager to visit Luoxian City immediately. Dad, you must take me with you next time you go on a long journey. Su Zuanjing's tone carried a hint of grievance. Back then, when her strength was insufficient, it was understandable that she wasn't taken along. But now that she had mastered a unique technique of talisman crafting, it was simply unreasonable for her father to leave her behind to guard the house. Su Yang chuckled softly, saying, leaving you at home is not a matter of underestimating your strength. Rather, it is because your abilities are commendable and you can protect everyone while staying home. The family must have 1 or 2 strong individuals on guard to prevent someone from sneaking in. Among those left to guard the Su family, aside from the martial arts masters of the family, the strongest are Su Xianjing and Ruan Ning. As for Su Xuanming, it's better not to mention him. We brought back quite a few good things this time. Everyone take a look. Su Yang successfully shifted the topic, taking advantage of the harvest from this trip. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling array of items instantly filled the hall. Not only were there resources obtained through exchanges, but also carefully selected gifts from Luoxian City, ensuring they met everyone's needs. Su Xianjing and the others joyfully accepted the gifts and made sure to imprint all the techniques they had learned. By the way, this magical tool should be kept by Xianxiao. Su Yang tossed out an ancient mirror. This was a second-tier magical tool obtained during their confrontation with the Fang and Zhong families, a gift from his children. However, after this secret realm trip, he believed that it would be more suitable for Su Xianxiao to keep this magical tool. If Xianxiao had this mirror for protection at that time, even if the situation was still perilous, it wouldn't have been so life-threatening. Had it not been for the timely rescue from his siblings, Xianxiao might have already perished. Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a wave of fear. The power of forces in the world should not be underestimated. It was not just the Su family that understood how to hide their strength. Su Xianxiao did not decline. He understood his father's intentions and decisively accepted the second-tier magical tool. I have something to give to my little sister as well, but it's a bit dangerous. Let's go to the pavilion lake and bring De Hainyo along.
His words drew everyone's attention. Su Xianling blinked, her beautiful watery eyes filled with joy and curiosity. The group arrived under the heavenly spirit fruit tree at Pavilion Lake. Three hawks let out a long cry, descending with flapping wings, nudging Su Xianling and Su Xianjing like children. At Su Zuanling's gesture, Dahei Niu slowly walked over, its eyes fixated on Su Zuangxiu's spirit beast pouch. It sensed that there was a qi refining period demon beast within, exuding a very wild aura. This was the gift Su Xianxiao intended for Su Xuanling, a black tiger captured from the leader of the Ironhoof clan. Dahei, you'll suppress this black tiger, and Xuanling, you'll be in charge of communication. If it refuses to submit, we'll simply kill it, Su Xianxiao said. Su Xianling nodded solemnly. With the entire family gathered, no matter how fierce the black tiger was, it was merely a turtle in a jar. Su Xianxiao gently brushed his hand over the spirit beast pouch, and a flash of spiritual light appeared. Roar! A 2-meter-tall black tiger suddenly emerged, its roar ringing out, exuding a wild ferocity. However, when it saw the people around, its roar abruptly stopped, and a human-like expression of tension appeared on its face. Su Xianling fearlessly stepped forward and softly said, "Little black tiger, this is the territory of the Su family. Submit willingly, and I promise you a life of luxury." The black tiger did not attack. Instead, it retreated a few steps, cautiously, realizing that a large black cow was approaching from behind, giving a gentle moo that carried a hint of threat. At that moment, the three hawks also let out long cries, fiercely flapping their wings. The black tiger's throat emitted a low growl. Dahei Niu merely flicked its tail, lowering its massive head slightly, its calm bell-like eyes sweeping over the black tiger. It walked steadily towards the black tiger, and with each step the ground trembled lightly. A pressure stemming from power and bloodline cascaded down like a mountain. The black tiger felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Its thick fur instantly stood on end, and its tense body involuntarily shrank back. Dahei Niu lowered its head in warning. If it did not submit, it would charge. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the black tiger, which had previously displayed its ferocity, suddenly wilted, its wildness and ferocity, fading, rapidly replaced by a submissive demeanor. Its massive body abruptly stiffened, and without hesitation it turned around, lying down before Su Xuanling, burying its head deeply while emitting a nearly submissive whimper. "Well done, Dahei," Su Xianling exclaimed in admiration, patting the head of Dahei. She could understand the conversation between the two demon beasts, which was roughly Dahei Niu explaining the benefits of submission and warning the black tiger about the dire consequences of defiance. The black tiger clearly did not wish to lose its life, so it chose to submit. Su Xianling turned to ask eldest brother, fourth brother, "Do you want this black tiger? I can help you form a spirit contract." Su Xuanhing smiled and shook his head. "I don't need it, let's give it to fourth brother." He specialized in swordsmanship and had no need for a spirit beast's assistance, nor did he wish to take care of one. Su Xianxiao felt tempted upon hearing this. The main reason he captured the black tiger was that he admired its fierce appearance, thinking it would be quite cool to ride such a spirit beast. Only his little sister understood the way of beast taming in the family, so he subconsciously thought about gifting the black tiger to her. If she was unwilling to accept it, he would actually prefer to keep the spirit beast for himself. Little sister really doesn't want it. Then I'll take it. Su Xianxiao scratched his head, a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. His original intention was to bring a gift for his sister, but unexpectedly, this black tiger turned out to be his own spirit beast. Seeing his awkward expression, Su Xianling couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her voice sweet. "It's fine, fourth brother. I appreciate your intentions. Let this black tiger be a return gift from your little sister." "Thank you, little sister." Su Xianxiao felt warmth in his heart. Such an understanding sister was truly delightful. This scene brought a smile of gratification to Su Yang's face. Family members helping each other without quibbling over trifles, living in harmony, was the very family dynamic he had always hoped for. Only a family like this could thrive in the cold and indifferent world of cultivation. "I also have a large cauldron that can be used as an alchemy furnace for your parents." After forming the spirit contract, Su Xianxiao spoke again. A heavy thud brought Su Yang's attention back. The sight of this ancient cauldron made his eyes light up. "This item seems quite extraordinary." Su Yang reached out to touch the patterns on the cauldron. The three-legged, two-handled design felt incredibly sturdy, and when he knocked on it, a deep resonance echoed. "Xiao, come take a look. What tier of magical tool is this?" Su Yang found himself unable to judge the rank of this magical tool for a moment, increasingly amazed as he looked. Even Su Xianxiao didn't expect that the ancient cauldron he casually picked up was seemingly more precious than he had anticipated. And Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and struck the cauldron with a fiery fist, producing a heavy humming sound. He took a deep breath, and a look of astonishment appeared on his resolute face. Head of the family, this ancient cauldron seems to be a treasure. Since he had never seen a treasure before, he couldn't be sure if this was a third-tier magical tool or a legendary treasure. Impossible. Su Xianxiao was the first to shake his head in disagreement.
If it were a legendary treasure, how could it be in the hands of a chi refining cultivator? Moreover, during the battle, he had not sensed any unique properties of the cauldron. He had regarded it as an ordinary second-tier magical tool throughout, simply picking it up out of convenience. And Xiao activated the flames to roast the large cauldron, testing it with alchemical techniques. This cauldron has excellent heat conduction. It is more than sufficient to be classified as a second or even third-tier pill furnace. And Xiao said solemnly, even if it is true as the fourth young master claims that it is not a treasure, this cauldron is at least a third-tier magical tool. However, based on my understanding of third-tier magical tools, neither its heat conduction nor its hardness could possibly reach this level. As the person with the highest forging skills in the family, his words were certainly not without reason. The members of the Su family gathered closely to inspect the large cauldron, filled with curiosity. It doesn't seem like a magical treasure, but if it is a third-tier magical tool, how could a chi refinement cultivator possess it, let alone bring it into the secret realm? Su Zhuangxiu's thoughts began to waver. At that time, the enemy was swiftly annihilated by him, leaving no time for questioning. Moreover, he had only noticed the appearances of the 6 major chi refinement powers at the banquet, thus, he had no way of knowing which faction this large cauldron belonged to. Who would have thought that an obscure minor faction would carry a large cauldron of extraordinary origin? Could it truly be a magical treasure? The members of the Su family took turns touching and examining it, yet they were left completely clueless. Su Yang softly said, before we understand the origin of this large cauldron, let's temporarily keep it at home as a pill furnace. This large cauldron's origin was unknown, and bringing it out of the house carelessly could likely invite disaster. Keeping it at home away from the eyes of outsiders was the safest preservation strategy. I must admit that the fortune of the children is indeed profound. Each time they go out for training, they always manage to reap some rewards. However, Su Yang did not overlook the deadly dangers hidden behind these opportunities. Even if his children were sure to gain something from their outings, he would not allow them to roam freely outside. After reuniting with his family for several days, Su Yang began to enter seclusion, fully concentrating on achieving perfection in chi refinement. The return of the Su family made the various factions in Qingyuan Square both nervous and anxious, prompting them to send people to gather information. Soon news of the Su family's rise to prominence in Luoxian City, advancing to a 7th-tier chi refinement family, spread throughout the square. Visitors to the Su family and its affiliated clans were incessant, some coming to seek favor and others to spy on the situation of other factions. After so many days aside from the Su family, no other factions had returned. It was hard not to provoke speculation. Unfortunately, the Su family was equally unaware of this and could only inform the other clans that all the major factions had left Luoxian City alive, possibly delayed by circumstances along the way. On the streets of Qingyuan Square, looking at the threshold of the Qin family worn down by visitors, Qin Shuangxing's expression fluctuated. He was well aware that the enthusiasm of these visitors did not stem from the value of the Qin family itself, nor was it directed at him as a cultivator, but purely the effect brought about by the identity of being a vassal of the Su family. In the eyes of these people, Qin Shuangxing was worth nothing, a bunch of sycophantic fools. Qin Shuangxing walked away from the Qin family with a grim face, wandering alone through the bustling streets where the clamorous voices filled his ears, yet he felt a profound silence around him. After leaving the Su family, he no longer had to practice the seemingly futile martial arts and could focus on gathering qi to improve his cultivation. However, the slow progress left him discontented. The Qin family could not provide him with cultivation resources, and the Su family had completely abandoned him. To obtain cultivation resources, he could only venture out for training, and the simplest and most direct way was to hunt magical beasts in exchange for spirit stones. However, the meager spirit stones were simply insufficient, and coupled with the absurdly slow cultivation speed, due to his pseudo-spiritual route, breaking through from the first level of chi refinement to the second would at least take over a decade, if not 20 years. Qin Shuangxing was filled with despair. During this time, he developed the thought of practicing martial arts, but after a few days of training, he was reminded of the futility of martial arts, and practicing felt like a waste of time. He wanted to become a powerful cultivator to pursue longevity and replicate Su Yang's success story, rather than becoming a mere martial artist with a lifespan of less than 100 years. Kid, I heard you stayed at the Su family. A sinister voice came startling Qin Shuangxing. He turned to see a middle-aged man resembling a destitute vagabond sitting in a dim alley corner. The man looked at him with a grin, his murky eyes swirling with a strange light. Who are you? Qin Shuangxing asked with a frown, sensing that this person was not ordinary. A typical vagabond would not have such a voice echoing in his mind. He thought of the transmission of spiritual energy. This person was not a vagabond, but a cultivator. How about I trade you a piece of information for a piece of information from you? The man grinned. Do you want to know what kind of spiritual root quality the founder of the Su family had? Qin Shuangxing's expression became wary as he countered, What do you want to know from me? The man chuckled softly. I want to know exactly how many cultivators the Su family has. Besides those publicly disclosed, who else is there? Qin Shuangxing's expression froze as he vaguely guessed the man's intentions. Although he had not spent much time in the Su family and had not been able to explore the inner courtyard, it was not difficult to guess that the Su family harbored secrets. The most conspicuous was Su Xuanming, who publicly claimed to be a martial artist but married a female cultivator. This left Qin Shuangxing extremely puzzled. Could a female cultivator really be willing to marry a mortal? Moreover, he had never seen Su Xianming practice martial arts, yet he always exuded the aura of a martial artist, as if he diligently trained every day to maintain his peak martial artist state. One must know that if one does not practice martial arts for a day, one will regress by 3 points. Su Xianming was busy with various business affairs every day and had never gone to the training ground upon returning home. How could he maintain his peak martial artist state? Combining multiple doubts, Qin Shuangxing had long harbored suspicions. Besides Su Xuanjing, Su Xuanling, and even Su Xinyo, he felt were not as simple as they appeared. Outwardly, these people seemed flawless, but anyone who had seen their daily behavior within the family would notice many inconsistencies. Initially, Qin Shuangxing did not pay much attention, but when this man in front of him wanted to inquire about the number of Su family cultivators, an absurd conjecture suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that Su Xianming and the others were also cultivators? From your expression, it seems you have unexpected gains. The man chuckled, suddenly standing up, and the vagabond aura around him vanished, his dirty robe transforming into something entirely new. Qin Shuangxing replied indifferently. Indeed, there are a few individuals who seem to be cultivators, but I cannot be certain. It is just speculation. No matter, as long as you share what you know, I will not only tell you about the Su family head's spiritual root quality, but also the secret of his rise. The man's words made Qin Shuangxing instinctively take a deep breath, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. What had he been cultivating for all this time? Was it not to establish a qi refinement family, like Su Yang? If he could learn Su Yang's secrets, it would mean he could also rise from nothing to establish a clear source Qin clan. You speak first, and then I will tell you about the Su family situation. Qin Shuangxing forcibly suppressed his excitement, looking at the other party with eager eyes. You are indeed a cautious little fellow, the man smiled. It's fine to tell you first. After all, you wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of me. What you might not believe is that the Su family head's spiritual root quality is actually the same as yours. Both are pseudo-spiritual roots. Qin Shuangxing was struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the other person. Su Yang is also a pseudo-spiritual root. This is impossible. His first reaction was to deny it. How could a pseudo-spiritual root establish such a large family, let alone become a 7th-grade alchemy family? He was all too aware of how slow the cultivation speed of a pseudo-spiritual root would be, making it utterly impossible for him to have the energy and resources to develop a family. Moreover, from what he learned from the Su family, Su Yang's strength was unfathomable, with no aspect that aligned with being a pseudo-spiritual root. The man smiled calmly, having anticipated Qin Shuangxing's reaction. This matter is not a secret. However, the beast tide that destroyed Qingyuan County buried many past people and events. Su Yang returned to Qingyuan County at nearly 30 years old, and at that time, he was only at the 2nd level of qi refining, which completely corroborates the fact that he is a pseudo-spiritual root. Qin Shuangxing still did not believe it and questioned, how did you know about this? The man's smile grew profound as he said, Su Yang traveled to many places back then, and his comings and goings would surely leave traces. I stumbled upon this information, that pseudo-spiritual root ant has now become the patriarch of the Su clan in Qingyuan. Qin Shuangxing raised his eyebrows, realizing from the man's words that he had known Su Yang years ago, only learning of Su Yang and the Su family upon arriving at Qingyuan market. Thus the man's words gained more credibility. So Su Yang is indeed a pseudo-spiritual root, and the rise of the Su family is related to the secret you mentioned. Qin Shuangxing's mind raced, suddenly realizing, then what exactly is this secret? Correct, you're quite clever. Huachun said with a smile, but not clever enough. What do you think is the most transformative thing in the cultivation world? Qin Shuangxing's expression stiffened, his breathing quickening. Is it demonic cultivation? Huachun answered for him, suddenly leaning closer, his smile looking particularly sinister in the dim alley. Only demonic cultivation can allow a cultivator with pseudo-spiritual root qualifications to achieve such accomplishments in just 20 or 30 years. Otherwise, how could a 30-year-old at the 2nd level of qi refining suddenly undergo earth-shattering changes? If he really had the ability, he would have long carved out a vast world in the cultivation realm instead of returning to a desolate place like Qingyuan County. Huachun's words struck like a thunderbolt in Qin Shuangxing's mind. All the incongruities he observed in the Su family seemed to unravel at this moment. No wonder the Su family could rise. No wonder Su Yang, also a pseudo-spiritual root, did not let him tread the path to immortality.
It turns out that a pseudo-spiritual root cultivator without demonic cultivation would ultimately achieve nothing. That is why the Su family had him practice martial arts. They never intended to pass on demonic cultivation to him and would never disclose anything about it. At this moment, Qin Xuanqing was both shocked and excited, as if he had discovered an enormous opportunity beckoning him. If Su Yang could cultivate demonic arts to prosper his family, why couldn't he? With this secret in hand, when his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he could even use it to threaten the Su family and take a hefty bite out of them. Qin Xuanqing trembled with excitement, his exuberance fully reflected in Hua Chen's deep-set eyes. "It's your turn, kid. Tell me everything you saw and guessed." Hua Chen grinned wickedly and said, "If you can satisfy me, I can take you as my disciple, teach you supreme demonic arts, and help you become the second Su Yang." A month passed in the blink of an eye. The various factions' cultivators in Qingyuan market remained silent, and just as the major forces were in dire straits, a letter was sent back. The content roughly stated that the cultivators from the various factions in Qingyuan were on their way back and had coincidentally been temporarily conscripted by the Great Wei army amidst the battle. Upon learning this news, Su Xianming nearly laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, the Su family spent a few more days in the Wana Mountains and not only avoided the pursuit of the calamity cultivators and demonic cultivators, but also evaded a military conscription. In contrast, those factions that fled quickly managed to evade the calamity cultivators, but could not escape the interception of the Great Wei army halfway. No wonder the imperial court's rewards are not divided by regional factions. They were all waiting on the road. Does the Great Wei even want to spare us laborers from these backwater areas? Damn. The family heads did not participate in the secret realm battle thinking they had evaded a disaster, but unexpectedly they were schemed against by the Great Wei and forcibly conscripted into the army. The treasures of the Great Wei are surely not easy to obtain, but the damned Su family clearly reaped the most rewards, yet they returned to Qingyuan unscathed, which is truly infuriating. The cultivators of various factions pounded their chests in frustration, all secretly cursing that the Su family had truly struck gold. The news of the family heads being forcibly conscripted was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for them. In an instant, the cultivators in Qingyuan market all acted cautiously around the Su family, treating them with utmost politeness, fearful that a careless move might offend the Su family and lead to their extermination. Unlike the chaos among the various factions, the Su family received a piece of joyous news. Ruan Ning was pregnant. Su Yang, who was in seclusion, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head upon hearing the news. The eldest son is already 7 years old, and they are only now expecting the second child. He had never urged his children to have more, as raising children required energy, thus the number of children was left to nature. However, upon learning of Ruan Ning's pregnancy again, Su Yang was quite happy. How could a man who was already a grandfather not look forward to a house full of grandchildren? With the Su family's current financial resources, supporting more offspring in their cultivation was completely unproblematic. Receiving this joyful news before foundation establishment is indeed a matter of heaven, earth, and human harmony. Su Yang smiled as he raised the corners of his mouth, casting a spell to ignite the ancient cauldron. His hand movements were skilled and swift as he successively tossed the medicinal materials into the cauldron, finally placing in the Tianling fruit. The crimson flames burned, condensing the liquid into pills with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The foundation establishment pill was complete. Su Yang took out the newly made upper-grade foundation establishment pill, and the fresh pill's fragrance filled the room. The freshly made foundation establishment pill was full of potency and still slightly warm. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. With a casual wave of his hand, the room was instantly filled with spirit stones. He then tossed out formation flags, setting up a formation to gather spiritual energy and isolate all sounds from inside and outside the room. Su Yang had absorbed a large amount of stellar energy in the secret realm of Luoxian City, and after refining it during the months on his journey home, his cultivation had reached the peak of qi refining. It was time to break through the foundation establishment stage. Qi, blood, energy, mindset, and spiritual power were all at their peak state at this moment. He felt the foundation establishment pill dissolving within him, with surging spiritual energy flowing through his limbs. The vigorous qi and blood within Su Yang surged out, like a tidal wave breaking through a dam, directly launching an assault on the qi and blood barrier. Boom. Su Yang was 56 years old this year, precisely the best age for foundation establishment, and he also had a fate of vigorous qi and blood by his side. The barrier of qi and blood before him shattered like paper. The immense spiritual power surged forth, perfectly connecting the impact with the mana barrier. The galaxy technique that Su Yang cultivated during the qi refining stage was characterized by steady progress and a solid foundation, enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment. Its enhancement effect mainly aided in breaking through the mana barrier. Boom. Accompanied by the wave of spiritual power, the invisible mana barrier showed cracks after enduring just one impact. Then came the second, the third.
When the fourth wave of spiritual power struck, the mana barrier shattered in response. Su Yang's breakthrough was like a bamboo shoot after a rain. With the help of the Foundation Establishment Pill's power, his divine sense pierced through the barrier that had obstructed countless cultivators in an instant. The misty spiritual power within his dantian circulated rapidly. Qi blood spiritual power and divine sense combined into a qualitative change. A drop of pure liquid spiritual power condensed in Su Yang's dantian, followed by a second drop, and then a third, until the liquid spiritual power filled his dantian, forming a lake-like expanse. A wave of Foundation Establishment pressure swept out from Su Yang's body. On the tranquil surface of the lake of spiritual power, a white mist-shrouded attributeless Tao Foundation floated silently. The cultivation methods that the cultivator would practice next would influence the quality and attributes of the Tao Foundation, as well as the success rate of future golden core formation. During the Qi refinement stage, cultivation methods can be chosen freely. Su Yang's spiritual root leans heavily towards water attributes, but he can also practice fire attribute methods, albeit at a slower speed. However, after Foundation establishment, the cultivation methods cannot be chosen at will. They must align closely with one's own attributes, and the higher the rank of the methods, the better. Generally, Foundation establishment cultivators choose single or dual attribute methods. The attributes of the Tao Foundation will affect the power of spells and the efficiency of understanding the Tao related to those attributes. Yet having too many attributes can affect cultivation efficiency, and only those with extraordinary talent can afford that. Foundation establishment is the foundation of cultivation. Therefore, the choice of cultivation methods after Foundation establishment is crucial, having a profound impact on the future. For instance, the method practiced by Song Baiqing is of the wood attribute, and even the sword energy he releases carries wood attributes. For others, once they establish their foundation, the cultivation methods need careful consideration and meticulous selection. The deeper the family's heritage, the higher the rank of methods they can choose. A newly rising family seeking high-rank foundation establishment methods must have their ancestors' toil and sacrifice to pave the way for the younger generation. The family's heritage is passed down through generations, and after 100 or 1,000 years of evolution, they can obtain high-rank foundation establishment methods. As for me, the Su family only needs one method to build the most compatible Tao foundation. The Tao Yin Han Yuan Jing. This is the chapter of Tao law that opens after the birth of the second-generation descendants. The rank of the method is unknown, as it automatically aligns with the cultivator's Tao foundation without the need for the cultivator to choose. Su Yang silently recited the method's incantation, channeling the flow of spiritual power. The white mist enveloping the Tao foundation gradually dissipated, revealing a Tao foundation wrapped in liquid spiritual power. As the Tao Yin Han Yuan Jing operated, a mysterious aura emanated from the Tao foundation. Layer upon layer, the Tao foundation was constructed, radiating intricate Tao rhythms and brilliance. Su Yang's cultivation aura continuously rose, his divine sense expanding and his physical vitality becoming increasingly vigorous. His cultivation was still at the initial stage of foundation establishment, but the lake of spiritual power in his dantian was transforming into a vast ocean, the total amount of spiritual power within him constantly increasing, while the spirit stones piled in the room were being consumed at an observable rate. Until the Tao foundation was fully constructed, the lake of spiritual power in his dantian had completely transformed into a boundless ocean. Above the sea, the Tao foundation appeared in a chaotic, dark, gray swirling like the primordial chaos, with the dual energies of yin and yang flowing through it, and the rhythms of the 5 elements emerging from it, giving rise to the origins of myriad phenomena. Su Yang opened his eyes, retracting the Tao rhythms circulating around him into his body, and the surging aura slowly calmed. The chaotic Tao foundation contains the essence of yin-yang and the 5 elements, giving rise to myriad attributes. Indeed, it is the most compatible Tao foundation for me. Su Yang's face revealed a look of surprise. His spiritual root leans towards water attributes, but he also possesses the fate of the Tao rewards hard work. If he built a water attribute Tao foundation, it would waste the effects of that fate. The most suitable Tao foundation for him should encompass all attributes, as he need not worry about having too many attributes and thus becoming unfocused. Su Yang had indeed worried whether the Tao Yin Han Yuan Jing would build a water attribute Tao foundation or a 5-element Tao foundation. It seems now he was overthinking it. The compatibility of the Tao Yin Han Yuan Jing is not only with the cultivator's spiritual root attributes, but also aligns with the physical body soul Tao law fate and many other elements. Su Yang possesses the fate of the Tao rewards hard work, and his practice Tao law is intricate, hence he constructed a chaotic Tao foundation. Barring any accidents, when Su Xuanheng establishes his foundation, the Tao foundation he constructs will likely relate to Sword Tao, and his Sword Tao talent could further increase. Su Yang reigned in his cultivation aura to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. On one hand, it was out of caution as disguising his Qi refinement stage could conceal his true cards. On the other hand, it was to hide his genuine spiritual root qualifications. Although there are not many who know his true spiritual root details, as long as someone with intent investigates, they will surely uncover that he is a false spiritual root cultivator. A false spiritual root cultivator who can break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement must possess great fortune. Given the Su family's abundant cultivation resources, it is reasonable for Su Yang to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With the Su family's current foundation, they are entirely capable of obtaining such fortunes. Although this inevitably attracts envy, the prestige and strength accumulated by the family are enough to make those with ulterior motives wary. As long as he does not expose his true spiritual root qualifications that contradict his false spiritual root, he will not encounter major troubles. Conversely, if Su Yang remains stuck at the initial or mid-Qi refinement stage, it would instead arouse suspicion. Su Yang pushed open the door and stepped out of the quiet room. The descendants in the courtyard, as usual, were completely unaware of his foundation establishment matter. Only Su Xinyo looked at his grandfather with curiosity, feeling that he seemed somewhat different from before, though he could not quite place it. Noticing this gaze drew Su Yang's attention. A broad palm suddenly landed on Su Xinya's head and gently rubbed it twice. Xinyo, you have already condensed your true spiritual root. You must strive to cultivate hard. Do not be lazy like your father. As the eldest son of the Su family's 2nd generation, you must set an example for your younger siblings. Yes, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Su Xinyo replied, loudly nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep gaze seeming to see through his thoughts. In that case, can you break through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement within a month? This kid had already condensed his true spiritual root, yet has remained at the 1st layer of Qi refinement. If this continues, he will gradually develop a lazy habit, ultimately becoming the 2nd Su Xianming. The reason Su Yang did not pay attention to Su Xianming was that family affairs indeed required Su Xianming to manage, and Su Xianming possessed a fate of achieving great success later. However, Su Xinyo's fate is that of benevolence and wisdom, a type of fortunate fate that increases the holder's luck and grants sharp intuition. The greatest role of this fate is to turn peril into safety during adventures and even gain fortune from misfortune. Su Yang hopes Su Xinyo can shoulder the responsibilities of the eldest son of the 2nd generation, so he cannot let him continue to indulge in play. Upon hearing that he needed to break through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement within a month, Su Xinyo immediately wore a troubled expression, ultimately responding with a reluctant all right. Just then Su Xianming approached, and upon hearing his father's words, he immediately laughed. Dad, you can't slander me in front of my son. I'm not lazy, but it's just that I can't find the time to cultivate. Su Yang shot him a glance. You look quite idle right now. Su Xianming's expression changed awkwardly. It's just this brief moment of leisure. I'll have to busy myself with mundane affairs soon. But rest assured, Dad, I've found several capable hands. As long as I hand over the mundane tasks to them, they'll have more time for cultivation. As long as you can manage it on your own, that's fine. Su Yang nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and spoke again. I plan to officially pass the position of family head to you. From now on, you will be the head of the Su family. If any distinguished guests come to visit, you will be responsible for hosting them, and any matters you cannot decide on will be brought to me. In reality, many family affairs had long been handled by Su Xuanming, including the reception of guests. However, the nominal head of the family was still Su Yang, and the official handover had yet to take place. After years of cultivation, Su Yang believed that the position of the family head could already be entrusted to Su Xuanming, while his external identity would be the patriarch of the Su clan. As the family continued to grow, it would be better to separate the functions of the patriarch and the family head. The family head would handle the daily intricate affairs, while the patriarch would focus on core decisions, exercising the final say only on significant matters related to the family's development. This is an inevitable path for a large family. If the position of family head is held by Su Yang for a long time without engaging in external negotiations, it would seem to neglect the importance of partnerships, thereby affecting the family's business collaborations. With the position of family head passed to Su Xuanming, who would handle external negotiations, it would convey the Su family's importance to the partners. The world of cultivation is not only about fighting and killing, it would also involve human relationships and social etiquette. Father, is the transfer of the family head position so hasty? Shouldn't we hold a banquet for the new family head? Su Xianming teased. Everyone present was not surprised at all by the transfer of the family head position. It was clear to all that the most suitable person to be the family head in the entire Su family was none other than Su Xianming. Even Su Yang, the founder of the Su family, was not as enthusiastic about socializing as Su Xianming. Why not organize one yourself, so that all major forces know there has been a change in leadership? Su Yang waved his hand, showing no interest in such ceremonial banquets. He thought it sufficient to simply make an appearance at the event. From now on, in the eyes of outsiders, he would just be an old man in the late stage of chi refinement, enjoying his twilight years. At 56 years old, he had only reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. Did he expect to attempt foundation establishment at such an age? Not everyone could succeed in foundation establishment at an advanced age like Chengyu. Father, how about we spar a bit? Su Xuanheng arrived with a sword, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Ever since he witnessed his father's sword chi transform into a rainbow in the secret realm, he could no longer contain his urge to spar. All along he had thought he was the one with the best sword talent in the family, only to find that his father had quietly surpassed him. Even now he was unable to unleash the sword chi that transformed into a rainbow, so he wanted his father to guide him. I want to join too. Su Xianxiao was also eager to participate. After some research during this period, he had grasped the usage of Yin Thunder and wanted to seize this opportunity to test his skills. Seeing this, Su Xianjing also chimed in, "Count me in." Su Yang shot a glare at his children, saying, "Why not find Elder Song to spar with? Elder Song's techniques are too monotonous. We've sparred with him too many times already. We want to try something new," Su Xianxiao admitted with a smile. All right. Su Yang pretended to be angry, saying, "So each of you regards your father as just another novelty, huh? Fine, all of you go to the inner courtyard's training ground and let your father give you a proper lesson." Upon arriving at the training ground, Su Xuanheng was the first to launch an attack. The flying sword transformed into a rainbow, tearing through the sky as the dazzling sword light condensed into the outline of a sun striking down. Su Yang suppressed his cultivation to match Su Xuanheng's level, casually blocking the attack with his sword. The clash of metal echoed, sending sparks flying and causing the ground to crack in response. "Haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak?" Su Yang mocked with a smile. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, he unleashed a sword chi that sliced through the air like a rainbow, the terrifying pressure causing Su Xuanheng to grunt and retreat hastily. In a flash, Su Xianxiao charged in with thunder, his thunder spear piercing towards Su Yang's heart with immense force. Su Yang spun around, swinging his sword to intercept. At the moment their weapons clashed, the thunder spear suddenly burst forth, unleashing a torrent of dark mud. "This is..." Su Yang's eyes narrowed, slightly intrigued as he said, "Is this your Yin Thunder? It resembles a mudslide. Oh, does it really have lethal power?" As his voice fell, he waved his sleeve, summoning a earth-based spell that erupted, raising a soil shield from the ground that devoured all of the Yin Thunder, and with a push, a mud ball imbued with thunder rumbled towards Su Xianjing. "Transform symbols into manifestations. Command the spirits to return to form." Su Xianjing pointed with her delicate fingers, and a clear shout echoed throughout the arena. Remarkably, red gold runes coalesced in midair, forming a golden talisman out of thin air. A thick black iron chain shot out from the talisman, coiling like a golden python, forcibly binding the mudball in midair. "Father, your provocations are too cliché, just like you are, old." Su Xianjing waved her jade hand in the air, and suddenly multiple talismans formed in front of her, lightly pressing down. All the talismans stuck to the mudball, which then reversed course and hurled back at Su Yang, exploding in a thunderous blast along the way. In an instant, dust flew everywhere and lightning flashed. Meanwhile, Su Xuanheng attacked from the left again, striking out with another sword to form the sun's outline, while Su Xianxiao sealed off his right flank, surrounded by white lightning as the ground erupted with black mud-like Yin Thunder. As the mud ball exploded, numerous vines surged forth like octopus tentacles, rampaging with Yin Thunder. Su Yang threw back his head and laughed heartily, showing no anger, but rather a keen interest. His sleeves billowed as he sliced his sword through the air. In an instant, thousands of fierce sword chi emerged, weaving together like threads, forming an impenetrable net of swords in midair. The four figures intertwined under the radiance of their Dao techniques, leaping over the seasons. That year, Su Xuanming's second child was born, a boy named Su Xinrui, hoping for his brilliance and wisdom. Su Yang saw in the family tree that although this child lacked spiritual roots, he possessed the fate of 100 herbs spirit insight, making him a natural talent for alchemy. Without hesitation, he bestowed the final fate of 9 revolutions pill heart recorded in the family tree upon Su Xinrui. Thus, the fates of the first and second generations of the Su clan were completely allocated. Also in that year, the conscripted cultivators from Qingyuan returned. The Qingyuan marketplace was filled with oppression and silence, with the number of returnees halved. 5 foundation establishment cultivators returned alive, but the family's elite suffered heavy losses, their faces pale, completely devoid of the joy of coming home. Su Yang stood atop the drunken Immortal Tower, looking down with a faint smile. Anziao, who was sent to gather intelligence, approached from behind and respectfully reported, "Patriarch, the information has been clarified. Zhang Wuyo and the others were conscripted to Xi'an County, and with the aid of cultivators from various major forces, the Great Wei narrowly defeated the Great Qi. Although Zhang Wuyo and the others survived, their achievements were meager, far from compensating for the sacrifices of their companions." The 5 major foundation establishment forces in Qingyuan appear imposing, but in reality, they are just 5 ordinary foundation establishment cultivators leading a group of regular Qi refinement cultivators. When faced with those top talents, or the demonic cultivators of the Great Qi, what Jiang Wuyo and the others needed to do was not to kill enemies for merit, but to survive by any means possible. With their level of strength on the battlefield, they were essentially cannon fodder. The Great Wei army was well aware of this, which is precisely why they went through such trouble to intercept them midway. Were they coveting their weak strength at the same level? Jiang family head, it has been a while, and Elder Su Hui, I hope you are well. Su Yang waved from the top floor, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing Su Yang with a cheerful smile full of spirit and dressed in clean attire, Jiang Wei's face twisted in response. Jiang Wuyu never anticipated that Su Yang not only survived, but also evaded the great conscription of the Wei dynasty. From his spirited demeanor, it seemed that no one from the Su family had suffered losses. They all returned safely to Qingyuan Square with opportunities in hand. In contrast, they merely went to Luoxian City for a formality, resulting in death and injury among their ranks. They gained no benefits and lost more than half of their family's elite. Jiang Wei's face alternated between green and red, and the floor beneath him cracked inch by inch from his agitated spiritual power. Family head. The Jiang family members quickly reminded him, worried that Jiang Wuyu might lose his composure. Now that the Jiang family's foundation has weakened, it is unwise to engage in conflict. Although the Su family is merely a 7th-tier family, they have exchanged countless treasures within the Wei dynasty, likely possessing means to counter foundation establishment. If they could eliminate the Su family, it would be well. During this critical period, the Wei dynasty might turn a blind eye. However, if they fail to extinguish the Su family, the entire Jiang family would be forcibly sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Having narrowly survived the battlefield, they truly do not wish to return. Who knows if they will make it back alive next time? Furthermore, Su Yang merely offered a greeting without any mocking words. Though his playful demeanor was infuriating, the Jiang family's attack on the Su family lacked justification. Jiang Wei's chest heaved, his face twisted, and with a cold grunt, he led his clan away. Patriarch, provoking the Jiang family like this might bring us resentment, and Xiao quietly reminded. Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "They are merely a cornered tiger with severed claws. If they dare to act, it would be to my advantage." Looking at the situation, apart from Bihai society, all other forces were severely weakened, and they would not be able to act arrogantly in the short term. The Su family could take this opportunity to develop their business on a grand scale. Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing as he overlooked the departing figures. For the Su family to become the overlord of Qingyuan, they will inevitably clash with them one day. Our goal is not to maintain the status quo, but to ensure that in the future the entire Qingyuan Square will bear the Su surname. Before foundation establishment, I was meek and compliant, or after I will strike with full force. With 2 members of the Su family already at foundation establishment, and in a few years, Su Xianming and Wei Yin will also reach foundation establishment, how can such a small Qingyuan Square accommodate multiple forces sharing resources? The resources required for cultivation after foundation establishment are even greater. Thus, Su Yang not only aims to dominate the entire Qingyuan Square, but also to extend his reach to the cultivation market, ensuring sustenance for the many at foundation establishment within the Su family. And Xiao was shaken by what he heard, filled with anticipation for the future of the Su family. At this moment, Su Heian walked up the stairs with a beaming smile, laughing heartily. The head of the Su family is indeed fortunate. I thought the Su family would not survive the pursuit. It seems I underestimated them. In fact, Bihai society suffered the least among the 5 foundation establishment forces. This is because Bihai society is an overseas force. The Bihai society in Qingyuan Square is merely a branch with the true core located overseas. Even if the branch is destroyed, the impact is minimal, as they can summon cultivators from other branches at any time. Therefore, Su Heian was in a relatively good mood. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Does the head of the Su family still remember the promise made in Luoxian City? At that time, I managed to hold back 9 foundation establishment cultivators. Su Yang chuckled in response. President Su, you are not being truthful. I distinctly saw you only stop 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Su Heian, caught in his lie, was not embarrassed. He feigned realization. Is that so? It seems I remembered incorrectly, but the pill promised by the head of the Su family. Su Yang replied with a faint smile. The Su family's promise will certainly be fulfilled. President Su can go to Su Xianming for it. The current head of the family is my son Su Xianming. Su Heian was surprised. Why doesn't Patriarch Su continue to hold the position of family head? Su Yang, with his youthful and handsome face, spoke in a tone of age. I no longer have the energy to deal with mundane affairs. I wish to give it my all in these final years. If it doesn't work out, I will enjoy my old age. Su Heian realized suddenly. Although he had not calculated Su Yang's age, he knew it was approaching 60 soon to miss the best age for Foundation establishment. No wonder he would suddenly relinquish the position of family head. It turns out a legend is about to conclude. Indeed, in less than 30 years, Su Yang established the family and developed it into a top-tier 7th-tier family. His achievements are truly legendary. Su Heian was willing to cooperate with the Su family precisely because he recognized their potential. With Su Yang steering the family's direction, even if Su Xianming were mediocre, the Su family would not fare poorly. Moreover, Su Xuanming's abilities are quite remarkable, so the Su family's future cannot be underestimated. Then I Su shall wish Patriarch Su great success in Foundation establishment. Su Heian rarely put away his playful demeanor, lifting the spiritual tea brewed by Xiao and drinking it in one go. Su Yang smiled slightly, returning the gesture with tea. He was uncertain whether Su Heian's words were sincere or merely polite, but as long as the objective was achieved, it sufficed. The reason for revealing these matters is to signal externally, letting the outside world know that Su Yang has not given up on the idea of Foundation establishment and is striving earnestly for it. When his Foundation establishment cultivation is eventually revealed, the outside world will only be astonished at Su Yang's immense fortune, believing that the Su family must have exhausted all efforts to procure some heavenly materials or treasures, thus fortuitously succeeding in Foundation establishment, and will not consider that there may be issues with his spiritual root. Su Heian chatted with Su Yang about some experiences from the battlefield before standing up to take his leave. Su Yang savored his tea for a moment before also rising to return home. As he returned to the Su residence and passed through the main hall of the outer courtyard, he heard the sound of a cup shattering. Using his divine sense, he saw that the one who broke the cup was Su Xuanming, who was clenching his fists in anger. Standing before him was Qin Han, his face full of guilt, bowing his head in silence. This matter shouldn't have been decided by me. Only father and mother have the right to decide. Su Xianming spoke in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang walked into the main hall. Father. Su Xianming's face froze, then his brow furrowed tightly. You came at just the right time. This matter requires your and mother's decision. What happened? Su Yang asked. This was the first time since Su Xianming assumed the position of family head that he needed his old father to make a decision. Su Xianming slightly parted his lips, hesitating, then glared at Qin Han. You explain. Yes, Qin Han replied nervously, not daring to meet Su Yang's eyes, trembling as he said. This matter concerns the Qin family's discipline. A month ago, Qin Chuanqing instigated the Qin family to stand independently, which caused a significant controversy within the family. He paused, then continued in a low voice. And just a few days ago, half of the Qin family left Qingyuan Square with Qin Chuanqing. You are being evasive. Su Xianming suddenly shouted angrily at Qin Han. You Qin family do not wish to remain a vassal to the Su family, and even you Qin Han hold the same sentiment. Thus, this matter has caused a stir in the Qin family for a month, and you haven't informed the Su family. If it weren't for grandfather coming to notify us, how long would you have hidden it? I even suspect that the Qin family never had a dispute at all, but rather collectively wished to escape the control of the Su family, only to be exposed when grandfather sensed something was amiss. The division of the Qin family and their betrayal are two entirely different matters. The division allows them to shift all the blame onto Qin Chuanqing, while the others still remain vassals of the Su family, enjoying the benefits provided by them. However, the betrayal of the Qin family collectively wanting to escape the control of the Su family is something that warrants extermination. Qin Han was instantly frightened, his face turning pale as he hurriedly knelt and shook his head in denial. No, that's not it. Master, clan leader, you must believe me, the Qin family has not betrayed you. Qin Han's legs trembled violently as he saw Su Yang's expressionless face, causing his heart to sink. Qin Han, I actually have a very simple method to prove that what you say is not false. He extended his palm and placed it on Qin Han's trembling head. You must open your heart and not resist, otherwise your soul will scatter. What is the clan leader trying to do? Qin Han suddenly trembled, his eyes rolling back as if his soul was being stripped away. Soul searching technique. Combining two soul searching techniques obtained from Luoxian City, Su Yang created a gentler method that can accurately search for the required memories as long as the opponent opens their mind or their divine sense is significantly weaker. Scenes from the Qin family's past flashed through Su Yang's mind, and his gaze towards Qin Han turned icy. He had initially thought Su Xuanming's conjecture was somewhat extreme, yet it turned out to be exactly as Su Xianming had predicted. Qin Han was indeed very honest in his actions, never having been greedy for a single penny in the Su Merchant Association. However, he always yearned for the Qin family's rise. Upon learning that Qin Chuanqing had spiritual roots, he placed all his hopes on him. When Qin Chuanqing wanted to free the Qin family from the Su family's control, Qin Han did not stop him. This was due to Qin Chuanqing's statement. As long as the Qin family is a vassal, it will never rise. Thus, Qin Han also developed the thought of independence, but he feared the Su family too much to bring it up. After all, if it weren't for the Su family's protection back, then the Qin family would have perished in the beast tide. The Qin family had received years of protection and benefits from the Su family, and now that the family had just produced a cultivator, they immediately schemed to break away. Such behavior is no different from that of a white-eyed wolf, and it is a betrayal of the Su family. An act of ingratitude will surely be condemned and lead to extermination. Yet Qin Han desperately wanted the Qin family to rise. The title of a vassal of the Su family pales in comparison to that of a cultivating family. Thus, under Qin Chuangxing's suggestion, they began secretly relocating members of the Qin family. What was even more outrageous was that only Qin Chuangxing knew where the Qin family members had gone. Su Yang released his hand, and Qin Han collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat, soaking his back, looking utterly lost. Father, what was the outcome? Su Xianming realized that his father had used the soul-searching technique and immediately asked. Su Yang sighed. As you suspected, only your grandparents were kept in the dark about the entire situation with the Qin family. Go send someone to bring them over. As for the Qin family, he gazed at Qin Han, pondering for a moment before saying, for Jiang Mai Sake, and considering the dedication you Qin Han have shown to the Su family over the years, I will allow your Qin family to leave. From now on, the Qin family will no longer be a vassal of the Su family, but do not let me see you again, or you will be dealt with as a traitor. You should be grateful, Qin family, for being the only family to offend the Su family without being completely eradicated. Su Yang's gaze was as cold as steel, piercing into the slumped Qin Han, his tone dropping to a chilling point. But if you become complacent and dare to act recklessly before the Su family, no matter where the Qin family hides, I will personally ensure your complete destruction. Qin Han left the Su family in a daze, his eyes vacant. Su Yang and Su Xianming informed Jiang Mei about the situation and its resolution. The Su family only took in Jiang Mai's parents, the only two elders of the Qin family, who were completely unaware of the betrayal, as well as the only two people Jiang Mei cared about in the entire family. Especially her father Qin Shuyan, whose proactive communication with the Su family greatly changed Jiang Mai's perception of him. It meant that in the conflict between family and daughter, Qin Shuyan had chosen his daughter this time. Qin Shuyan was the head of the Qin family, yet his authority had been unknowingly undermined, with Qin Han and Qin Chuangxing becoming the decision-makers of the Qin family. The entire Qin family had followed them, leaving the true head Qin Shuyan behind. It was somewhat ironic. Husband, you don't need to consider my feelings. As long as my parents are safe, I don't care what happens to the Qin family, Jiang Mei said softly. Su Yang shook his head and did not explain. Besides considering his wife's feelings and Qin Han's contributions, the most crucial point was that the Qin family had secretly relocated a large number of its members, and their whereabouts were unknown. Even if the Su family wanted to eliminate them, there was no way to do so. By the way, father, I wanted to find you before Qin Han arrived. Take a look at this letter from the Cloud Guardian Alliance. After handling the Qin family matter, Su Xianming took out a letter and handed it over. Su Yang took it, opened it, and saw that it was written by Situ Zhu. Most of the members of the Cloud Guardian Alliance were in Yunming ruins, but they did not expect the Great Wei army to enter the cultivation market and forcibly conscript, resulting in significant losses for various powers in Yunming ruins, including the death of the alliance leader in battle. Now the new leader of the Cloud Guardian Alliance was Situ Zhu, who wanted to invite Su Yang to become the vice leader of the alliance. The Su family had a deep foundation, making a name for themselves in Luoxian City and becoming one of the top 7-grade qi refining families in Great Wei. Thus, Situ Zhu's proposal received unanimous support from the various powers within the Cloud Guardian Alliance. Father, what do you think? Should we stay in the Cloud Guardian Alliance? The Su family already had a foundation establishment cultivator in place and could occupy a foothold in Yunming ruins without the protection of the Cloud Guardian Alliance. The role of the Cloud Guardian Alliance for the Su family had become merely a commercial value. Su Yang smiled calmly. Do not underestimate the value of the Cloud Guardian Alliance. The fact that the Su family has a foundation establishment cultivator has not been revealed yet, so it is best to retain control in the Cloud Guardian Alliance for the time being. Once the Su family has a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, we can clarify our stance to the Cloud Guardian Alliance, incorporating them as vassals and gradually consolidating the various forces in Yunming ruins. Yunming ruins is backed by the vast mountain range, possessing the richest cultivation resources. The next step for the Su family is to occupy the cultivation market in Yunming ruins. Even if they cannot fully dominate, they must hold the highest say. Father, your considerations are truly thorough, Su Xianming smiled, then asked. But who will take the position of vice leader? His status as a cultivator had not been revealed. If he were to assume the position of vice leader, his identity as a cultivator would be known to the outside world. Why would he become a cultivator if he clearly did not have spiritual roots? If it were said that the Su family deliberately concealed Su Zuanming's spiritual roots, not to mention that the reasoning would be hard to convince, why would so many of the Su family's offspring possess spiritual roots? Once this matter aroused widespread skepticism, it would surely invite investigations from all sides, ultimately bringing disaster to the Su family. Su Yang pondered for a moment and suddenly had a flash of insight. Why not let your fourth brother take the position of vice leader? He can bring Ji Shulan Zhaowani and several sword cultivators to stay in Yunming ruins. Su Xianming felt this was a viable plan. With Su Zhuangxiu's strength, it would be completely fine for him to take the position of vice leader. After all, he was just staying at home. Going to Yunming ruins would be the same. Although Ji Shulan was young, she was knowledgeable and perfectly inherited her father's business acumen. Su Xianxiao would be responsible for overseeing the area, while all commercial affairs would be entirely handled by Ji Shulan, with the others tasked with ensuring her safety. In this way, the Su Merchant Association could rapidly develop, and the family could firmly establish its roots. Under the bright moonlight, the silvery glow silently spread across the entire courtyard. Su Yang was tending to the spiritual plants by the pavilion's lake. Half of the seeds exchanged from the Great Way had quietly bloomed, some bearing green fruits, filling the air with their rich fragrance and abundant spiritual energy. He scooped up a ladle of spiritual spring water, and where the droplets fell, the spiritual plants seemed to awaken with life, emitting a soft, radiant glow with twinkling starlight swirling in the moonlight. Not far away, under the Tianling fruit tree, Su Xuanheng was engaged in a focused spar with Wei Yin, their sharp blades clashing, accurately refracting the moonlight into cold, flowing rays. There were no fluctuations of spiritual power, no sword energy erupting, only pure sword techniques, each move steady and exquisite. Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue stood by, watching intently. In the pavilion, Ruan Ning sat peacefully with her young son Su Xinyu in her arms, slightly tilting her head to gaze at Qin Jiangmei and Su Xuanling, who were playing the zither. The melodious zither music flowed like a gentle stream, merging with the tranquility of the moonlit night. At that moment, the intrusion of a figure disrupted this serenity. "Grandfather, I want to go too. Take me along." Upon learning that the family was sending people to Yunming, Su Xinyu rushed into the inner courtyard to find his grandfather running swiftly. He was eager to visit Yunming Su to experience the world of cultivation outside. Since his birth, he had always stayed in Qingyuan. Although he occasionally took flights on eagles, it was merely to roam nearby, too timid to journey far. Every time he saw his elders return from the outside, recounting the colorful tales of the cultivation world, he felt a deep yearning. Though he longed to go to Yunming Su, he had always been denied by his elders. Now that an opportunity had finally arisen, he was determined not to miss it. Su Yang cast a faint glance at him, continuing to care for the spiritual plants. "If you can break through to the second level of qi refinement before they depart, I will allow you to go. But let me be clear, once you go, you may not return for a long time. No matter how much you cry for your parents, it will be useless." Su Xianxiao is going to stay in Yunming Su for a long time, and he won't have the time to take Su Xinyu on sightseeing trips, nor will he be able to return to the family, just because Su Xinyu finds it boring. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyu's little face stiffened. He immediately realized that going to Yunming Su meant he might not see his parents for a long time, and he felt a wave of reluctance. "Grandfather, how long will my fourth uncle and the others stay there?" Su Xinyu asked. Su Yang smiled playfully. "They might return every few months, or it could be a year before they come back. If you really miss home, you can come back on your own. But with your cultivation level to cross through the chaotic world, you must at least be at the mid-stage of qi refinement." Times have changed. In the past, when the Great Way was not chaotic, even with the second level of qi refinement, Su Yang could venture to the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Now in these chaotic times, rogue cultivators and demonic cultivators run rampant within the Great Weiss territory. It is possible to be attacked just after leaving the Qingyuan market, and the enemies along the way are not few with unpredictable means. Without the mid-stage of qi refinement and sufficient means to protect his life, anyone daring to wander outside would certainly meet a bitter end. Su Xinyu wore a troubled expression. He wanted to go to Yunming Su, but he did not wish to be apart from his parents for too long. While he was caught in this dilemma, Su Xianxiao arrived at the pavilion lake, his expression serious as he said, "Father, I can go to Yunming Su, but there is something I want to finish before I leave." Su Yang looked up and chuckled. "Is it about the Yuan family and Jiang Lin Yuan?" Su Xianxiao nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. "They deliberately harmed me in Luoxian City. Oh, I can't let this go unaddressed." Su Yang smiled calmly. "All right, I will accompany you tomorrow." The next day, Luo Qian went to the Yuan family, and the Li family in turn inviting Yuan Chengda and Jiang Lin Yuan to gather at the drunken Immortal Tower. Adhering to the principle of addressing grievances directly, Su Yang and his son had no intention of expanding their conflict to the level of exterminating a clan, hence, they only sought accountability from the parties involved. If the other party's attitude was resolute, they would have to resort to force. Long time no see clan leader Su Yuan Chengda arrived at the drunken Immortal Tower, taking the initiative to greet them, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Beside him, Jiang Lin Yuan was expressionless, merely cupping his hands to the crowd before taking his seat. The invitation from Su Yang and Su Xianxiao was unmistakable, and both parties were well aware of it. Yuan family head, how do you plan to compensate for what happened to my son in Luoxian City? Su Yang got straight to the point, not bothering with pleasantries. The Yuan family and Su family had a commercial rivalry. The reason their conflict had not escalated to a violent confrontation was not due to the Yuan family's righteous business practices, but rather their fear of the relationship between the Su family and the Bihai Association. Without the Bihai Association, the Yuan family would have found an excuse to attack the Su family long ago. What does clan leader Su mean by this? Yuan Chengda frowned, feigning confusion. At that time I saw your son being bullied by the Yi family, so I specifically stood up to help. Why should my Yuan family compensate? After the incident in Luoxian City, Yuan Chengda apprehension shifted from the Bihai Association to the Su family itself. He had originally thought the Su family was merely an 8th-tier family, but did not expect it to be a deeply hidden top-tier 7th-tier family with roots even surpassing those of the Yuan family. Su Xianxiao coldly laughed. Is deliberately exposing my background considered helping? Stop pretending here. You old dog, if you don't compensate today, just wait for the Yuan family to be exterminated. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chengda's face changed dramatically. As the head of a family, he had never been humiliated in such a manner. Bang! Is this how clan leader Su teaches his offspring? Yuan Chengda suddenly stood up, slamming the table with a loud bang. However, the three seated remained calm. Su Yang ignored him and turned to Jiang Lin Yuan. What about you, Taoist Jiang? Are you also planning to feign ignorance like the Yuan family? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin Yuan stood up, cupped his hands in greeting, and calmly said, I was rash regarding the matter in Luoxian City. I only wish to befriend the Su family, hence resorting to some underhanded tactics. I am willing to compensate young Master Su with a high-level lightning technique. Saying this, he took out a jade slip from his waist and handed it to Su Xianxiao with both hands. Jiang Linyuan's response stunned the three present. Yuan Chengda, who had originally planned to flip the table with Jiang Linyuan, found his burning anger extinguished. Not a buddy. Your expression upon arrival seemed ready for a showdown. But when I prepared to flip the table, you had already prepared an apology. Yuan Chengda's mouth twitched, his face darkening rapidly, finding himself in a dilemma. Su Xianxiao took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. 9 Heavens Thunder Law. It was actually a foundational spell. This lightning technique was highly valuable, considered rare in the cultivation market, enough to represent Jiang Linyuan's sincerity. Su Zhuangxiu's eyes flickered as he handed the jade slip to his father. Su Yang, after examining it with his spiritual sense, felt surprised, and his wariness towards Jiang Linyuan rose once again. He had thought Jiang Linyuan would be the hardest to deal with, possibly even confronting the Su family directly. Yet the latter had already anticipated the repercussions and not only wisely chose to avoid conflict, but also prepared a valuable gesture of apology. This attitude of apology left no room for criticism. Taoist Jiang, your intentions are appreciated. Su Yang instructed his son to put away the jade slip, then turned to the frozen Yuan Chengda. It seems that the Yuan family is planning to become enemies with my Su family. Yuan Chengda had never felt so embarrassed. He had misjudged Jiang Linyuan's attitude and underestimated the determination of the Su family. If the Yuan and Li families joined forces, Yuan Chengda would still have the audacity to turn the table, but now only the Yuan family remained. Yuan Chengda's expression was extremely grim, and he finally gritted his teeth and sat back down, pretending nothing had happened. He cleared his throat twice, his face dark, as he said, Patriarch Su, there has been a misunderstanding. My Yuan family is also willing to compensate. I will surely present my apologies in a few days. Provide a copy of all the Taoist seals from your Yuan family, and the matter of Luoxian City will be settled. Su Yang said coldly. He had just wanted to turn hostile, but now he sought peace, thinking he could settle things without giving up something important. This is impossible. Yuan Chengda growled lowly, trying hard to suppress the anger within him. Does Patriarch Su not think this is excessive? The inheritance of our Taoist arts is the foundation of our family. Have you ever seen a family's Taoist arts being passed on to another family apart from extermination? Su Yang was unmoved, speaking in a flat tone. Either hand over the Taoist arts, or after exterminating your clan, I will personally take the Taoist arts. You choose one. Do you really think my Yuan family is easy to bully? The suppressed anger and humiliation in Yuan Chengda's chest finally broke through the tipping point. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the spiritual power around him erupted violently. Just as he was about to stand up, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. That seemingly casual touch seemed to carry the force of a mountain, forcibly pushing him back, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Yuan Chengda's pupils constricted, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief as he stiffly turned his head. What came into view was Su Yang's handsome face, so close yet so calm that it sent chills down his spine. He did not know when Su Yang had stood beside him. No matter how Yuan Chongda operated his spiritual power, the violent force under that hand was like a mud ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. His entire body seemed to be welded to the bench, unable to move. Cold sweat the size of beans quietly oozed from Yuan Chongda's pale forehead, slowly sliding down his cheek and leaving a cold, damp mark. Zhang Linyuan watched this scene, his heart racing as well. He completely did not see Su Yang's movements appearing beside Yuan Chongda in an instant. He could feel the overwhelming wave of spiritual power bursting forth from Yuan Chongda, yet Su Yang seemed completely unaffected, not even furrowing his brow. This person is definitely not at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. At the very least, he has reached perfection in Qi refinement. Zhang Linyuan silently thought, feeling relieved that he had made the right choice. Yuan Chongda was so frightened that he could not speak, his entire being pressed down by a single hand, the vast difference in cultivation level, leaving his mind blank. Su Yang glared at him, coldly smiling, as he said, "Patriarch Yuan, I hope you consider this carefully. If by tomorrow morning I do not see you deliver the Taoist arts, or if you miss some, the Yuan family will vanish from Qingyuan Square Market." He gently patted Yuan Chongda's shoulder and then strode away. Su Xianxiao looked deeply at his father's back, silently following, leaving Yuan Chongda and Zhang Linyuan sitting there stiffly. The next morning, as soon as the Su family servant opened the gate, he saw Yuan Chongda standing at the entrance. He handed over a storage bag containing all of the Yuan family's Taoist arts to the servant of the Su family, then turned and left. He did not say a single word from beginning to end, nor did he disturb anyone. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xinyo broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement and expressed his desire to go to Yunmengsu. Su Yang granted his wish. Su Xianxiao and others stood at the gate of the Su residence ready to set off, while Su Xinyo was reluctantly bidding farewell to his parents. This was his first time leaving the Su family, filled with anticipation for the outside world and reluctance for the warmth of his family. "Father and mother, please take care," Su Xinyo said with tearful eyes. Su Xianming smiled and waved his hand. "All right, no need for all this sentimental talk. It's not like we won't see each other again. When we have time, your mother and I will come to Yunmengsu to visit you." "What?" Su Xinyo suddenly reacted. "Right. Father and mother are also cultivators and can definitely come to Yunmengsu to see me without me having to return to the Su family." Damn, I was misled by Grandpa's words. "Grandpa, I'm leaving. Remember to come see me when you have time." Su Xinyo shouted to his grandfather and waved goodbye. Su Yang smiled and nodded softly, saying, "Remember to be observant on the road. If someone needs help, don't forget to lend a hand." Huh. Su Xinyo was taken aback. In this chaotic world with so many refugees, should we help them all? This seemed contrary to the Su family's teaching philosophy, right? Su Yang laughed. "Use your intuition to feel. Help those you find pleasing and ignore those you don't like." "Oh, I understand now, Grandpa. Goodbye." Su Xinyo, somewhat confused, slowly followed the main group away. Su Xuanming, standing next to Su Yang, pondered and couldn't help but ask, "Father, what did you mean by that last sentence? Did you notice something?" The Su family members had frequently gone out, and everyone understood the need for caution when outside, avoiding the help of strangers for fear of falling into traps set by rogue cultivators. But today Su Yang had acted unusually, actually advising Su Xinyo to help passers-by on the road, which was completely contrary to the Su family's consistent style. Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the figures of his family members, leaving softly, saying, "Last night, I observed the stars and deduced that Xianxiao and the others will encounter an opportunity on the road. Missing it is not a big deal, but seizing it could enhance the Su family's foundation. The art of heavenly secrets does not provide precise conclusions. Cultivators must deduce and speculate on their own." Su Yang was also unsure what this opportunity was. He merely deduced that there would be an opportunity to brush past on the road. This opportunity did not belong to the Su family, but it would not be a bad thing for the Su family to seize it. The reason for reminding Su Xinyo was that this kid possessed the fate of fortune and insight, and his intuition could help the Su family capture this opportunity. Overall, reminding Su Xinyo was merely a casual move. Whether it would succeed or not, Su Yang was uncertain. After all, he had just begun studying the art of heavenly secrets and could only go with the flow. Su Xianming supported his chin in thought. Suddenly his lips curled up slightly. "Father, does Xinyo have some kind of special talent?" "Perhaps," Su Yang said with deep eyes, making brief eye contact with his son. "I'm not too sure, but I feel this kid's intuition is quite accurate." "So his talent is intuition?" "I never said that." Seeing his father unwilling to admit it, Su Xianming could only shrug helplessly, though he already had an answer in his heart. "Father, what do you think will be the outcome of the war between De Qi and De Wei?" Su Xianming changed the subject casually. Su Yang turned and walked into the house, casually responding, "It might be a draw as the fortunes of both countries are diminishing. The final outcome is uncertain." He paused slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate the heavens, murmuring, "In the heavens 2 stars are dimming their light, flickering uncertainly. Yet beside them a faint glow quietly emerges in the darkness, hinting at a sign of seizing the heavens." Several figures traversed the vast and desolate wasteland, the cold wind howling as it dispersed the lingering scent of blood around them. Su Xinyo gazed ahead at the dilapidated Guangling border, seemingly recalling the scene when the beast horde breached the borders. Is this the once most prosperous county town? He murmured softly, unable to envision what the former Guangling county had looked like, inwardly lamenting the loss. On this journey, he had not witnessed the splendor of the cultivation world. Instead, he had experienced its brutality and deadly atmosphere. From Qingyuan to Guangling, they had endured countless battles. Some were blocking the road to attack Hedan, while others set up ambushes along the way, and yet more tried to deceive with cunning schemes. From the initial discomfort of taking a life, Su Xinyo gradually became numb and accustomed to it. The stench of blood no longer made him nauseous, but instead served as a warning against the bandits. This is the damaged Guangling border, and the shadow of Guangling County has long since disappeared. Su Xiandao walked at the front, speaking indifferently. Let's rest at the inn ahead, and then continue our journey. The Guangling border remained in tatters, yet shrewd merchants had set up inns amidst the ruins, catering to travelers passing through. This broken border had surprisingly become a point of interest, as travelers who paused here inevitably began to recount the legends of Guangling's past. Su Xinyo eavesdropped in the inn, gaining a deeper understanding of the former Guangling County and Guangling border. At that moment, a merchant caravan entered the inn, comprised of cultivators and warriors, their waistbands adorned with tokens inscribed with the words "By Beilu." Su Xinyo blinked, realizing that they were certainly headed to Yunmeng ruins as well, but as he intended to speak, he recalled that Bai Beilu and the Su clan's merchants were rivals. In Qingyuan market, the Su clan's merchants had suppressed Bai Beilu with their family's overwhelming influence, forcing the latter to take a defensive stance to maintain a facade of harmony. However, the situation in Yunmeng ruins had completely reversed. Bai Beilu had consistently stifled the expansion of the Su clan's merchants through their long-established commercial network. The Su clan sent Ji Shulan to Yunmeng ruins precisely to break this deadlock. Let's go, we need to continue our journey. Su Xiandao stood up and left the inn, unwilling to linger and risk conflict with Bai Beilu. Conflicts in the cultivation world often arise without warning, sometimes a single unfriendly glance can spawn mortal enmity. If Bai Beilu discovered they were from the Su clan, a robbery or ambush could occur in an instant. Having broadened his horizons over the past few days, Su Xinyo naturally understood the underlying principles. Thus, he followed his fourth uncle without hesitation. Not far along, a filthy, ragged refugee stumbled into view. His bare feet were covered in a network of wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone, with blackened scabs forming over them. The man collapsed heavily in the middle of the road, his chest showing only faint rises and falls, having exhausted even the strength to groan. Su Xiandao paid no heed and decisively chose to bypass the man. He had seen countless similar situations on the road. There were innumerable refugees in the Great Way, and the Su clan simply couldn't save them all, nor did they have an obligation to rescue everyone. Moreover, this could very well be a trap, intentionally using a dying refugee to lure in overly sympathetic cultivators. However, unexpectedly, Su Xinyo walked towards the man. "Xinyo, don't go over there." Ji Shulan reached out to grab him, her eyes filled with confusion. Along the way, we've encountered many refugees, some of whom hid poison to deceive the cultivators' sympathy. Su Xinyo had witnessed these scams firsthand. He shouldn't be so careless. Su Xiandao frowned, staring at his unusually determined nephew. Su Xinyo momentarily struggled to explain. "I just feel like I should help him. It's a small gesture. Moreover, Grandpa told me before he left that if I encounter someone I find agreeable, I should help if I can. I think he looks quite agreeable, and if we don't help him, he might die." This reasoning is truly absurd, as if he were brainwashed by a devil cultivator. Su Xuando's face darkened as he sternly reprimanded a mud-streaked refugee with a face so obscured. "What makes you think he looks agreeable? Besides, he won't die. Bai Beilu loves to take in young refugees like this and train them to become their assistants." His divine sense detected that two individuals from Bai Beilu were exiting the inn, their gazes trained on them, evidently contemplating coming over to investigate. If it were an elderly refugee, Bai Beilu would never have given it a second glance, but this young boy fit Bai Beilu's training criteria. Of course, it's just intuition. Su Xinyo smiled, his tone pleading. "Fourth uncle, you have to trust me. This person is definitely not a problem. If you don't believe me, you must trust Grandpa's words, right? He reminded me to help others, which surely carries some deeper meaning." Saying this, he made to walk towards the refugee. "Wait." Su Xiandao raised his hand to stop him, his forehead creased with frustration, feeling utterly helpless against his nephew's stubbornness. He certainly didn't trust Su Xinyo's intuition alone, but upon mentioning his father Su Yang, he had to take it somewhat seriously. After a moment of thought, he threw out a puppet to approach the refugee, flipping the fainting boy onto his back and placing a palm on his wrist. There was still a heartbeat, but only just. Su Xiandao suddenly relaxed his brow, looking at Su Xinyo in surprise. He actually has spiritual roots, and they are true spiritual roots. Could it be that father's divination technique had already predicted they would encounter a boy with true spiritual roots on the road? Was it father's divination that was impressive, or did he believe Xinyo's intuition was remarkably accurate? Su Xiandao was secretly astonished. As he continued to investigate, he discovered that this boy's physique seemed somewhat special. However, he had not seen such a physique in any of the extensive books he read. It appeared rather ordinary. Not wanting to dwell on it, and trusting his father's judgment, he chose to believe Su Xinya's assessment this time. Thus, he took out a pill and placed it in the boy's mouth, gathering spiritual power at his fingertips to lightly tap his throat, assisting the medicine's efficacy. A surge of vitality flowed through the boy's limbs, and his withered skin visibly regained color at a rapid pace, while his originally faint breathing gradually stabilized. Su Xiandao remained vigilant of his surroundings. The anticipated bandit trap had not materialized, and the boy before them had truly just fortuitously collapsed in front of them. See fourth uncle, my intuition is quite accurate. Su Xinya's smile held a hint of pride. If it weren't for the elders forbidding him from gambling with his intuition, he would have already made a fortune. Su Xiandao could only smile helplessly, truly impressed by this kid. First, let's take this boy to Yunming ruins. After he wakes up and we ascertain his origins, we can make our decision then. The bloodline of a general is not something you lowly people are worthy of possessing. Kill them all. Jinger, stay quiet here and wait until there is no sound outside before coming out. Where are you going, mother? Jinger, remember, you are the son of the demon-suppressing general of the Great Way, and the one commanding those who kill us is your own father. You must live well, avenge your mother if you have the ability, if not change your name, and hide, and never reveal your identity. The smoke of war filled the shattered county town, and the wails of the dying echoed endlessly. What was even more despairing was that the ones slaughtering the common people were not the army of the Great Qi, but the Great Way soldiers who were supposed to protect them and guard the county. Mother! Wei Jing suddenly opened his eyes, fear and despair piercing through him like icy daggers, cold sweat soaking his thin robe. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, he couldn't help but fall into confusion. Awake! A voice rang in his ear as Wei Jing turned abruptly. He saw a young man dressed in purple gold brocade sitting at a desk with books beside him. A child was munching on spirit fruits. It is obvious that we saved you, Su Xianxiao said calmly. Now tell us your background. Oh, I do not wish for you to deceive us. Wei Jing, still shaken, said in a deep voice, thank you for saving me. He dared not casually reveal his identity, fearing that if the other party had connections to the Great Way, he would face death. If they had no ties to the Great Way, he feared that revealing his identity would place his benefactors in danger. May I ask how to address you, benefactor? Wei Jing inquired. Su Xianxiao glanced at him and replied, Su Xuanxiao from the Qingyuan Su clan. Qingyuan Su clan? Wei Jing was taken aback. He had heard of the Qingyuan Su clan, the top 70-year power in this region. He never expected that such a powerful force would intervene to save an unrelated passerby. Where is this? Wei Jing asked again. Yunming ruins. Su Zhuangxiu's tone turned cold. If you do not answer my questions, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. He had just learned the soul-searching technique from his father. Wei Jing's heart tightened, his knuckles turning white as he involuntarily swallowed hard. At this moment, Su Xinyo smiled to ease the tension. Fourth uncle, don't scare him. There must be a reason he is reluctant to speak. He turned his gaze to Wei Jing and spoke gently. Given your age, should I call you brother? We mean no harm. The Su clan values character, so we need to understand your background. You must also be a homeless refugee. This chaotic world has left many without homes. If your character passes our standards, the Su clan can take you in. Su Xinya's words surprised Su Xianxiao. This kid was usually mischievous and carefree, exuding a sense of levity, but after all, he was still the son of Su Xianming. Under the influence of his parents, though his words still bore childishness, he exhibited some of Su Xuanming's demeanor. Su Xinyo played the good cop, while Su Xianxiao played the bad cop, their unintentional actions gradually putting Wei Jing at ease. My name is Wei Jing, a resident of Ziyang County. Wei Jing took a deep breath and slowly revealed his background. In truth, his background was very ordinary. He grew up in Ziyang County, and his mother was merely a commoner in the county town, but his father's identity was extremely special. He was the demon-suppressing general of the Great Way, the supreme commander of the Great Way army, a golden core cultivator. When Su Xianxiao heard this, his first reaction was to think that the other party was boasting. How could a golden core cultivator be with Immortal? What woman could the demon-suppressing general not have? Why would he bother with a mortal woman? And how could the child of the demon-suppressing general end up like this? But what Wei Jing said next completely overturned their understanding of the demon-suppressing general. The demon-suppressing general portrayed by the outside world is merely his image as a warrior. In reality, he is a beast in human form, and his greatest pleasure is to defile virtuous women. Wei Jing's throat was parched, his eyes bloodshot. My mother was a victim. I have heard her recount the vile deeds of the demon-suppressing general countless times since my childhood.
In the past, I was unaware and thought it was just a story. I always believed that the one who died of illness was my biological father. At that time, when the flames of war spread to Xi'an County, I finally realized that my so-called biological father was actually the demon-suppressing general. Back then, when he led his troops through Xi'an County, he violated all the virtuous women in the county, including my mother, and killed their husbands. Most women either died from abuse, drowned themselves in the river, or took abortion pills. Only my mother managed to give birth to me. Wei Jing's voice was filled with deep-seated hatred, but that demon-suppressing general somehow learned that a lowly person had given birth to his offspring. He gritted his teeth, each word deliberate, as if he wanted to chew the words lowly person to pieces. This man enjoys humiliating virtuous women, but absolutely does not allow lowly people to taint his bloodline. He views us, the offspring born in secret, as the filthiest bastards that must be exterminated. His body trembled slightly, as if he was once again transported to that despairing night, each word soaked in blood and tears. After the Great Wei repelled the Great Qi, my biological father ordered the massacre of the entire Xi'an County to kill me. The people of the county did not die at the hands of the Great Qi's swords, but at the hands of the Great Wei soldiers who were supposed to protect them. Crash! A teacup was accidentally knocked to the ground by Su Xinyo, producing a crisp sound that made the already heavy atmosphere in the room even more oppressive. Su Xianxiao did not expect that the other party's background would involve the scandals of the Great Wei. So you were unwilling to speak at first, because you were worried we had connections to the Great Wei, and also because you feared your background would bring us trouble, eh? Su Xianxiao said in a deep voice. Wei Jing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and nodded silently. Su Xinyo glanced at Wei Jing, then turned to his fourth uncle, as if asking what should we do next. Su Xianxiao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, how did you escape from Xi'an County? What was your original plan? Wei Jing clenched his teeth and replied in a deep voice, a celestial master saved me. He brought me out of Xi'an County, leaving a message that our fate ends here, and departed. I planned to seek refuge in Yunmeng Ruins, join a force, and someday avenge my mother. He was headed for Yunmeng Ruins, having accidentally been brought to his destination by the Su clan. Su Xianxiao said calmly, now you have arrived at Yunmeng Ruins. Before he finished speaking, Wei Jing suddenly threw off the thin blanket covering him, the movement pulling at his unhealed wounds, causing him to groan, but he paid no mind. He struggled to roll off the bed, his frail body shaking violently from weakness and agitation. He knelt before the two, banging his forehead heavily against the ground, producing a clear and heavy thud. His voice was hoarse and choked, each word seemed to be forced out from deep within his throat. Wei Jing bows deeply in gratitude for the Su clan's life-saving grace. He once again lowered his body deeply, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Wei Jing is willing to serve the Su clan like an ox or horse, repaying kindness with loyalty. But I bear a deep-seated grudge for blood, and my enemy is the demon-suppressing general of the Great Wei. I am an ill-fated person, afraid of bringing disaster upon the Su clan. Whether to stay or go, whether to live or die, this life of Wei Jing is given by the Su clan entirely at the Su clan's discretion. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, a loud explosion resonated as black smoke billowed out of a room. Su Xianjing skillfully unleashed a spell, sweeping away the shattered remnants of magical artifacts, and in the blink of an eye the room was restored to its former glory. I'm sorry, Third Miss. I am truly foolish and cannot learn spirit attachment, and Xiao said, his face flushed with shame. The problem is not that you are foolish, but that you cannot calm your mind. Su Xianjing poked in Xiao's forehead with her slender finger and said with annoyance, how many times have I told you to calm your mind, calm your mind, calm your mind? You can settle your mind for a quarter of an hour before becoming anxious again. I really don't understand how you manage to refine your magical tools. Don't you need to be calm during the process of crafting? And Xiao dared not raise his head and replied sulkily, refining mainly requires controlling the fire. Being a little anxious doesn't matter. Moreover, I can refine multiple magical tools at once. If I want to speed things up, I can just refine more items, and then I won't feel anxious. Hearing this, Su Xianjing couldn't help but sigh and ponder whether she should train someone else. The spirit attachment techniques of the Su family's commerce had gained tremendous fame, leading to an increasing number of cultivators seeking to procure spirit-attached magical artifacts and puppets, causing the Su family's production capacity to lag behind. The Su family must train a group of cultivators to learn spirit attachment techniques, but this skill is difficult to master and must be taught to trustworthy cultivators of the Su family. Thus, Su Xuanjing's first choice was in Xiao, as he was a craftsman and most familiar with the structure of magical tools, which could lower the learning cost of spirit attachment. However, after teaching for over a month, Xiao still could not successfully attach spirits. Su Xianjing couldn't help but wonder if only she could succeed in spirit attachment. No, father must be able to attach spirits as well. Su Xianjing slapped her palm, recalling her father, who was exceptionally talented. Since she could remember, she had never seen anything he couldn't master.
Even the inheritance of the illusory sound sect her father was able to learn, though he took a bit longer. Whatever others could not learn, father would surely master. If she could get father to learn spirit attachment and then guide in Ziao with his teaching methods, this matter might actually work. Su Xianjing felt like a genius and hurriedly rushed to the pavilion by the lake. Father, and Ziao is too foolish. I want you to teach him. Su Yang, who was resting with his head on his wife's lap, trembled at his daughter's shout. Father, how old are you? Why are you still resting on mother's lap? Upon seeing the two below the pavilion, Su Xianjing couldn't help but tease with a smile, aren't you afraid of being called disrespectful to the elderly? What a disrespectful remark. Su Yang felt a wave of black lines on his forehead, nearly spitting blood from the words of this unfilial daughter. Qin Jiangmei chuckled softly, speaking gently, Jinger, don't speak nonsense. You are not yet married and naturally don't understand the reasoning behind it. What reasoning could there be? Su Xianjing rolled her eyes, completely not understanding what her mother was saying, and then suddenly remembered her purpose. Father, have you learned the spirit attachment techniques I placed in the library? If not, I can teach you. You will definitely learn faster than in Ziao. While speaking, she poured a cup of tea for her father, smiling radiantly to soothe his anger, hoping he wouldn't get upset. Su Yang took the teacup and took a sip, snorting lightly, I have learned it. I even restructured your spirit attachment teaching steps, but I won't teach in Ziao. You will continue to teach him. Now that the days are rare and peaceful, he wants to enjoy it a bit longer. You restructured my spirit attachment teaching steps. Su Xuanjing's eyes immediately brightened. Father, what was wrong with my teaching of spirit attachment? She had actually thought about whether others could not learn spirit attachment because of her teaching methods. However, she couldn't find the reason and could only guide based on her own experience. Su Yang took a deep breath, calming his emotions before speaking. Spirit attachment, although derived from talismans, cannot be taught as if it were a talisman. Rather, it should be treated as a completely new skill. Once learners have preconceived notions, their thinking will become rigid, leading to slow progress. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over. This is my revised spirit attachment technique. You and in Ziao should take a look. Su Xuanjing's divine sense probed in, and after reading the content, she was extremely astonished. Not only had father changed the teaching method of spirit attachment techniques, but he also added many small tips for spirit attachment and even modified the concept of spirit attachment. Many details among them were things even she, the originator of spirit attachment, hadn't realized. Amazing, father! Su Xianjing exclaimed, causing the large black dog in the lake to instinctively lift its head. Once you're done looking, hurry and leave. Su Yang waved his hand in disdain and then lay back down on his wife's long legs. Qin Jiangmei smiled gently, her fair hand gently stroking her husband's handsome face. Then I won't disturb you and mother. Su Xianjing left contentedly. Are you hoping to take this opportunity to bring those two together by letting Jing teach Ziao spirit attachment? Qin Jiangmei gently inquired. Su Yang enjoyed his wife's gentle caress and said with a faint smile, actually, it's just a coincidence. Ziao is the only craftsman in the family, and every magical tool produced must be spirit attached by Xianjing. I thought it would be better to let Ziao learn spirit attachment so that he could directly complete the spirit attachment steps during crafting, which would save a lot of steps and free up more cultivation time for Xianjing. Afterward, let Ziao teach the clan members how to craft and attach spirits, expanding the production of spirit-attached magical artifacts. In this way, both Ziao and Xianjing would have more time for cultivation and to study advanced crafting and spirit attachment techniques. Su Xianjing possesses true spiritual roots, while Ziao has mixed spiritual roots with a fire spiritual body. With such excellent qualifications, how could they waste time on production? Previously, their skill levels were still at an improving stage, so it was reasonable to allocate some time for production. However, now they both faced bottlenecks due to insufficient cultivation, and both crafting and spirit attachment stagnated at the second tier. At this time, they should reallocate the time previously spent on researching techniques back to cultivation rather than on producing spirit-attached magical artifacts. With the family growing larger, the division of labor is gradually becoming chaotic. My husband should plan the family's branch well. Qin Jiangmei gently reminded. Su Yang agreed, saying it indeed needs clear division. Xianming has mentioned this to me. He is currently planning to establish the Clan Affairs Institute, the Auxiliary Dao Institute, and the 100 Herbs Institute. Among them, the Clan Affairs Institute has the greatest authority and is responsible for managing various miscellaneous affairs of the family, such as managing servants, gathering intelligence, patrolling the clan grounds, and managing family industries. The head of the Clan Affairs Institute will temporarily be held by Su Xuanming, with Wan Ning and Ji Yi serving as deputy heads. The 100 Herbs Institute manages the family's spiritual plants. The head will be given to Luo Qian, with the deputy head chosen by Luo Qian himself. The Auxiliary Dao Institute is responsible for teaching the clan members the various arts of cultivation, with Xianjing serving as the head and Ziao and Xianling serving as deputy heads. Now that the Su family has become a foundation establishment family, if the division of labor is not clear, randomly assigning tasks not only lowers efficiency, but also makes it more difficult to hold people accountable when problems arise. A few days later, under the arrangement of Su Xuanming, the Family Affairs Division was officially established. At first, Su Xianjing was reluctant to take on any responsibilities, believing that she was still a child and should not bear such pressures at her youthful age. As the most playful person of the Su family generation, her abilities and talents were undeniable. After much persuasion from Su Xianming and Su Yang, she finally agreed. Others unconditionally obeyed the family arrangements. Under Su Xuanming's orderly command, the Su family's business was thriving. That day, Su Xianming hurriedly walked into the inner courtyard. "Father, a mysterious force has recently arrived at Qingyuan Fengshe, and you need to take a look." Su Yang was taken aback, asking, "Is the other party very powerful?" Su Xianming nodded, then shook his head. "The other party is indeed powerful, possessing more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, enough to annihilate the entire Qingyuan Fengshe, but they are merely passing through, and their attitude is extremely friendly." More than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, yet their attitude was extremely friendly. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nearly burst into laughter. How many good people are there in the cultivation world? The greater the disparity in strength, the colder the attitude of the powerful. A force that could easily slaughter Qingyuan Fengshe displayed a friendly demeanor, clearly harboring ulterior motives. But the question is, what could a small place like Qingyuan Fengshe offer that would attract their attention? Su Yang immediately set off for Qingyuan Fengshe to uncover the truth. The 5 foundation establishment cultivators from Qingyuan also arrived upon hearing the news. They had always regarded Qingyuan Fengshe as their own territory, and with the sudden arrival of more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, they naturally could not sit idly by. As soon as he stepped onto the bustling street, the scene before him was shocking. The Zuaxian building was completely surrounded by a surging crowd, already filled to capacity, with a throng of people spilling out of the doors like a tidal wave, flooding the entire street. In the center of this sea of people, a loud and charismatic voice from within the Zuaxian building pierced through the clamor, erupting like thunder. In the Great Wei territory, the cries of the people are everywhere, and the populace struggles to survive. In the Great Qi Kingdom, demonic cultivators run rampant, causing suffering among the living. With the two nations at war, the flames of war rage on, and no matter who wins or loses, it is the common people who will always suffer. Great Wei is not destined to prevail, nor is Great Qi the legitimate ruler. Heaven has died, and a new order must rise. We, the passionate young men, cannot stand by and watch. We should rise up, speak for the people, and carve out a bright world in this turbulent era, bringing about an age of peace. Boom. As the voice fell, the uproar erupted with the force of an earthquake. Some cheered excitedly, while others scowled and secretly cursed the foolishness of it all. This is an uprising in a chaotic world. But what they seek to overthrow is the Cultivation dynasty. Golden core cultivators, flying ships, imperial luck formations of thousands, and many other unknown means. What do they have to overthrow the Cultivation dynasty? It is nothing but an ant shaking a tree. I understand your concerns, but which dynasty hasn't started from this moment? As the war between Great Qi and Great Wei intensifies and both nations exhaust their strength, it is the perfect time for our army to rise. Our loyal followers have spread across both nations, calling forth heroes from all over the world. When the two nations are weakened and their powers depleted, it will be our time to seize the opportunity and establish order. The man's voice was filled with allure, and many present were moved by it. Most of those who came to Qingyuan Fengshe seeking refuge were victims of the chaos, having lost their homes or witnessed their hometowns destroyed. Their longing for a peaceful world was especially intense. They reminisced about the peace of the past, the breath of their homeland, the memories of lost loved ones, and hoped for their children to grow up safely. All these thoughts reached a peak at this moment. The shouts and voices of support began to rise, and the entire Qingyuan Fengshe became a boiling cauldron. Jiang Wuyu calmly observed it all, a hint of faint mockery in his eyes. To him, these people being stirred up were nothing more than brainwashed cannon fodder. Could a dynasty that had existed for over 1,000 years be overthrown just like that? Chenglan shook her head in disdain, her previously tense heart completely at ease. She had thought a new force was coming to compete with them for Qingyuan, but it turned out they were here to harvest fools. Su Heian stroked his big belly with a smile, completely unconcerned about the uprising, greeting others casually before turning to leave. Only Su Yang's expression grew serious as he murmured to himself, a faint glow, a sign of a great change in the heavens. Could the faint glow in the star charts be this Zhou army? Or are there other rebel armies that could seize the sky over Great Wei? He was struck with alarm, realizing that if the star chart forecasts were correct, both dynasties would topple, leading to chaos across the land. How would the Su family rise under the rule of a new dynasty? The chaotic world is both a disaster and an opportunity. As Su Yang pondered, he sensed someone approaching. He glanced over, his breath momentarily catching.
a perfect foundation establishment. The newcomer was dressed in an exquisite flowing silk gown, the hem fluttering, without wind subtly radiating an inner glow. She wore a graceful smile, her phoenix eyes slightly raised, exuding both the calmness of overlooking the masses and a hidden sharpness that commanded respect. With light, graceful steps, she moved elegantly, radiating an innate noble demeanor. Young master, you seem to possess extraordinary bearing. May I ask which sect you belong to? Her voice was devoid of any gentleness, almost like clashing swords. Su Yang did not dare to be dismissive. He clasped his hands and said, I am Su Yang, the head of the Su family in Qingyuan. May I ask how to address you, senior? Senior? She tilted her head and chuckled lightly, her brows and eyes filled with a disdainful pride, the curve of her lips exuberant and unrestrained. Indeed, I am a senior. I am Zhou Xuanji, and the Su Family Business Association is under your family's jurisdiction, correct? There is something I wish to discuss with your Su family. Su Yang's expression became serious. The person before him was likely part of the Zhou army's leadership. Collaborate with the Su family. Is it about the enchanted spirit weapons and enchanted spirit puppets? What matters do you wish to discuss, senior? Su Yang asked proactively. Under normal circumstances, such matters would be handled by Su Xuanming, but since the other party was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, it fell upon him, the clan leader, to negotiate personally. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Our Zhou army needs to procure a large quantity of enchanted spirit weapons and enchanted spirit puppets, and we wish to establish a long-term partnership with your Su family. Just as I suspected, the Zhou army wants the Su family to become their weapon supplier. Su Yang's emotions surged, caught in a dilemma. Collaborating with the rebel army is tantamount to treason. If the Great Wei were to find out, it would mean the destruction of the family. But if he outright refused, would the Zhou army let it go? If the Su family does not provide them with enchanted spirit weapons, these powerful tools could fall into the hands of Great Wei, and the Zhou army would certainly not tolerate such a threat. Thus, providing weapons to the rebel army could lead to family annihilation in the future, while not providing weapons now could also result in the same fate. The rebel army is not composed of benevolent individuals. Their friendly demeanor in the market is merely a political tactic to attract cultivators and warriors. The Su family actually had no right to refuse. They were faced with only two choices: either die now or possibly die in the future. Rather than hesitating and inciting the other party's displeasure, it was better to take advantage of their amicable demeanor and strive for some benefits for the Su family. Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, Candidly, senior, you may not know that the production of spiritual weapons is extremely low at present, and we cannot provide a large quantity to the Zhou army immediately. We need some time for our people to master the art of attaching spiritual energy, after which the production will gradually increase. Furthermore, if the Su family provides spiritual weapons to the Zhou army, and this comes to the attention of the Great Wei, it would spell disaster for the Su family. Zhou Xuanji was a clever person and instantly understood his meaning. The Su family expressed their neutral stance, indicating they did not oppose providing spiritual weapons to the Zhou army, but the condition was that the Zhou army could protect the Su family from being annihilated by the Great Wei, or that the provided spiritual weapons would not be discovered by the Great Wei. Su Yang's demeanor was neither servile nor hypocritical, greatly increasing Zhou Xuanji's goodwill towards him. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth and chuckled, Rest assured, clan leader, Su, the transaction with the Su family will be kept strictly confidential by the Zhou army. If this transaction is known to the Great Wei, our Zhou army will provide protection for the Su family. She raised her hand, and a token flew into Su Yang's hand. This is our Zhou army's summons token. Once activated with spiritual energy, it will be sensed by the Zhou army. No matter where the bearer is, the Zhou army nearby will rush to assist with all their might. The token can be activated 3 times, and your Su family has the authority to summon the Zhou army 3 times. Even if it's to help them mine, they will strictly follow orders. Zhou Xuanji stared intently at Su Yang with her phoenix-like eyes. Clan leader Su, how do you find the sincerity of the Zhou army? Unbeknownst to them, a spell had enveloped the two, obscuring their figures from view. To outsiders, it seemed that only Su Yang was gazing at the drunken Immortal tower, drawing no attention. Looking at the token in his hand, Su Yang smiled lightly. The Su family requires payment before delivery. Good. Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, leaving behind a sound transmission talisman before her figure abruptly vanished. The sound transmission talisman was used for communication with the Zhou army. Upon returning home, Su Yang handed both the sound transmission talisman and the token to Su Xuanming, explaining the cooperation with the Zhou army. Father, are you certain this token can summon the Zhou army? Su Xianming clearly had some doubts. Moreover, how many people can the Zhou army provide? Even if the token works, can it really summon more than a few people? The Zhou army claimed to be widespread, but how many people they truly had was known only to them. After all, no one had heard of the Zhou army before they arrived at Qingyuan Square Market. Perhaps there are not many people now, but there will surely be more in the future, Su Yang said meaningfully.
Su Xianming raised his eyebrows. It seems you've already used the heavenly machine technique to foresee this and anticipated the arrival of the Zhou army. No, Su Yang shook his head. The heavenly machine technique is not infallible. It merely shows a possibility, and no one knows if the outcome will change. Since the heavenly machine can glimpse the future, there will be cultivators who choose to defy fate, thereby altering the future result. Even my rudimentary heavenly machine technique can sense the signs of annihilation between the two nations. How could the Great Qi and Great Wei not be aware? Perhaps they have already been secretly altering the heavenly machine. The Zhou army had stayed in Qingyuan Square Market for over 2 months, successfully attracting a group of followers, including not only homeless refugees, but also servants from various major factions. For these servants, the Zhou army personally visited their former masters, and after a round of cordial conversation, they successfully redeemed their freedom. As the Zhou army departed, Qingyuan Square Market suddenly became much quieter. However, the Su family understood that a small squad of Zhou army cultivators was quietly stationed in the market, disguising themselves as servants of the Su family, operating an inconspicuous shop responsible for contacting the Su family and receiving and transporting spiritual weapons. The person in charge was named Chu Yutong, an unremarkable-looking individual who could easily be lost in a crowd. On the surface, he was a Qi refining period cultivator, but in reality, he was at the Foundation establishment midstage. He often invited Su Yang for tea and casual chats, discussing worldly affairs and occasionally sharing insights on Taoism. Su Yang benefited greatly from these discussions. He noticed that this person had a deep understanding of Taoism and realized the reason for his initiative in seeking him out. It was not solely due to his status as the clan leader of the Su family, but because he also possessed a diverse understanding of Taoism. Brother Chu, I have a fact I wish to inquire about. Brother Su, feel free to ask. With your mastery of such diverse Taoism, do you not worry about being too eclectic and lacking precision? In response to Su Yang's question, Chu Yutong smiled lightly. Brother Su may not know my Taoism is quite unique. The more Taoist principles and matters I comprehend, the deeper my cultivation becomes. Su Yang was suddenly curious. Then isn't this type of Taoism quite exhausting? Who says it isn't? Chu Yutong replied with a helpless smile, but this path must be walked by someone in order to assist His Majesty in the future. Goodness, he directly referred to the Emperor. Brother Chu, are you perhaps on the path to becoming a national teacher? Su Yang asked in astonishment. Chu Yutong nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am on the path to becoming a national teacher, comprehending all things in the world in order to guide the realm. Impressive. Su Yang raised his teacup in respect. He pondered whether the other was boasting or genuinely intended to become a national teacher, or if many cultivators in the Zhou army were also walking the path of the national teacher, nurturing them in the form of raising worms, with the eventual victor becoming the true national teacher. As the two enjoyed their tea and discussed the Tao, they suddenly noticed the sounds of a Foundation establishment breakthrough emanating from the market. That direction is. Su Yang's divine sense probed the Li family. It's Jiang Linyuan breaking through to Foundation establishment. This outcome surprised Su Yang, yet was also somewhat expected. The surprise came from Jiang Linyuan's cultivation speed being remarkably fast, almost on par with him, but considering the other was a robber, it also felt reasonable. After all, robbers gained wealth at a greater rate than ordinary cultivators. Jiang Linyuan had traversed multiple family factions, and the one he had been with the longest was the Li family. At this moment, Su Yang couldn't help but suspect that the Li family had already been usurped by Jiang Linyuan. Otherwise, where did the resources for such rapid cultivation come from? As he contemplated this, a strong wave of spiritual energy erupted continuously from the direction of the Li family. Jiang Linyuan's momentum surged as he broke through 3 barriers, successfully achieving Foundation establishment. The process was somewhat perilous, and breaking through the divine sense barrier was quite challenging, but in the end he successfully established his foundation. Chu Yutong exclaimed in astonishment. It seems he used a rather ordinary Foundation establishment pill. This person's fortune is not shallow, and he was able to succeed in establishing his foundation. In an instant, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Foundation establishment period swept across the entire market, causing the expressions of 5 seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators to darken. Another piece of Qingyuan was about to be torn away. Ha! A clear, resonant laugh echoed from the courtyard of the Li family, as Jiang Linyuan soared into the air on his sword, radiating the pressure of Foundation establishment. As Su Yang was sipping tea in the tavern, he nearly spat it out upon hearing those words. Why did it sound so familiar? Coupled with Jiang Linyuan's actions of plundering multiple main families, it truly made Su Yang feel a bit unable to hold back. This person truly had a heart of a thief, still coveting the Su family's assets. Congratulations, Brother Su. Your family has gained a Foundation establishment expert. Churu Tang timely clasped his hands in congratulations, but his smile seemed more like mockery. Su Yang glared at Jiang Linyuan. What do you mean, Dao friend Jiang? You just established your foundation and abandoned the Li family. Do you think the Su family would dare to take in someone like you? No matter the cultivation level, no one would dare to accept someone who betrayed their main family. Jiang Linyuan's actions made all the cultivators present secretly despise him, yet none dared to scold him to his face. Jiang Linyuan respectfully replied, Patriarch, Su has misunderstood. The Li family has suffered too much hardship over the years with a dwindling population. Now that I am in charge, my loyalty is meant to make the Li family a vassal of the Su family and seek a way out for them. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Jiang Linyuan's statement transformed him from a traitor into a person of great moral standing. It turned out he was not betraying the Li family, but rather seeking protection for them so that their bloodline could continue. For a moment, the cultivators looked at Su Yang with envy. Now the Su family could not only accept a foundation establishment cultivator, but would also acquire the assets of the Li family. However, Su Yang felt a cold laugh in his heart. Why was the population of the Li family dwindling? Naturally, it was because Jiang Linyuan had secretly eliminated the Li family's upper echelons to seize their power and resources. Others may not know Jiang Linyuan's true nature, but Su Yang was all too clear about it. Dao friend Jiang might as well look for another family. My Su family is merely a Qi refinement family. How would we dare to shelter a foundation establishment cultivator? Su Yang's tone was flat, as he directly refused him to his face. The reasoning was quite reasonable. What Qi refinement family would dare to accept a foundation establishment cultivator? Yet Su Yang's attitude left everyone dumbfounded. Facing a foundation establishment cultivator, was he not afraid of provoking him, risking the Su family's downfall? It seems my fate with the Su family is not meant to be. Jiang Linyuan showed a look of regret, then decisively took flight on his sword towards the direction of the 5 major foundation establishment forces in Qingyuan. Seeing this scene, some felt pity for the Su family, while others secretly praised Su Yang for being worthy of his title as a patriarch, managing to remain calm and composed in the face of a foundation establishment cultivator's offer. Days passed, and while everyone thought Jiang Linyuan would smoothly join a certain foundation establishment force, the unexpected happened. He was outright rejected by all factions. The onlookers in Qingyuan suddenly realized. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Jiang Linyuan's initiative to offer his service was riddled with doubts. Though the Li family had indeed declined now that he had established his foundation, he clearly had the ability to lead the family in a revival. Why was he still seeking to become a vassal? People began to feel a chill, especially thinking about how Jiang Linyuan initially attempted to attach himself to the prosperous Su family. His motivations were undoubtedly not pure. With his plans thwarted, Jiang Linyuan could only continue to remain in control of the Li family. Months passed. Su Xianming and Ruan Ning visited Yunming Market to see their son Su Xinyo returning with an unfamiliar young man by their side. This is the child that Xian and Xinyo picked up on the way, claiming it was in accordance with your instructions. Su Xianming explained to Su Yang and briefly outlined Wei Jing's background. Your enemy is the demon general of the Great Wei. Su Yang chuckled lightly after hearing this, his tone calm. What a big trouble. Wei Jing immediately knelt and bowed. If the patriarch is worried about the family's safety, Wei Jing will leave right now. Hey, why the rush? Su Yang raised his hand to stop him. Trouble is trouble. Oh, just don't expose your identity. A seemingly powerless youth had made it to Yunming Market, indicating that the demon general had long considered him dead. As long as Wei Jing didn't actively expose his identity and declare himself the son of the demon general, his true origins would remain unknown. The reason he referred to it as trouble was that accepting Wei Jing meant the demon general had become an enemy of the Su family, and thus a battle was inevitable in the future. However, the Su family had already dared to provide magical artifacts to Zhou Jun. How could they fear the pressure of a mere general? Su Yang placed his hand on Wei Jing's shoulder, probing the special constitution mentioned by Su Xianxiao. True spiritual root, Qi refinement, first layer cultivation. After being taken in by Su Xuanxiao, Wei Jing obtained a cultivation method, and now months later, having cultivated was quite normal. Then Su Yang's eyes lit up. There really is a special constitution. Unlike Su Xuanxiao, he did not think Wei Jing's constitution was simple. Upon careful examination of Wei Jing's physical body, one would find that its strength far exceeded that of a Qi refinement first layer, vaguely resembling the strength of someone dual cultivating both Dao and martial arts. Furthermore, after his spiritual power circulated through Wei Jing's body, Su Yang sensed a slight weakening of his spiritual power. Spiritual power can enhance the physical body and also weaken others' spiritual power. Su Yang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In his memory, there were several constitutions that could enhance the physical body or weaken spiritual power, but he had never found one that could do both. It is likely that the constitution has not fully awakened yet, or it might be a flaw in the constitution. Su Yang smiled and said, no worries. From now on, you can stay at the Su family without concern. However, your cultivation path will be different from others. Not only must you cultivate diligently in the Dao, but also in martial arts. Can you do that?
Thank you for taking me in. I will never forget this grace. Wei Jing's expression turned serious and he earnestly clasped his fists and bowed. Please rest assured, Patriarch. Wei Jing will do his utmost to meet your expectations. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes flickered with a hint of approval. For cultivators, the most important thing is the heart towards the Tao. Thinking of Qin Chuanqing, who had mediocre talent, yet was double cultivating in Tao and martial arts, while being slack and negligent, such an attitude would inevitably lead to failure. Recalling this person made Su Yang think of the Qin family, and he couldn't help but ask, by the way, what is the current situation of the Qin family? Su Xianming sighed and shook his head. Qin Han and his group should have been abandoned. Someone must be behind Qin Chuanqing, as he couldn't possibly be so cautious or bold enough to incite the Qin family to betray us on his own capabilities. After letting Qin Han go back, the Su family sent people to monitor them secretly. However, after the Qin family was exposed, Qin Chuanqing never appeared again. The Qin family had only a handful of people left, including Qin Han, who were waiting at home every day for Qin Chuanqing to return and take them away from Qing Yuan. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. With Qin Chuanqing's intellect, he indeed couldn't have orchestrated such a meticulous plan. But who was helping him in the shadows, and why were they assisting a fake spiritual root? Could it be that Zhang Wushu or Cheng Lan couldn't hold back and were planning to target the Su family's assets? Or are the other two Foundation establishment forces looking to move against the Su family? Su Yang pondered, feeling that everyone looked like potential masterminds. Su Xianming rested his chin on his hand and suddenly said, Father, do you think it's possible that demon cultivators are secretly causing trouble? Demon cultivators? Su Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. He indeed hadn't considered this angle. Su Xuanming's eyes sparkled and he said solemnly, Qin Chuanqing is merely a fake spiritual root. He holds no value to Foundation establishment forces, but it is different for demon cultivators. Once these words were spoken, both were shocked. A fake spiritual root yearning for immortality, harboring ambitions, expelled by his main family, and filled with resentment. Such experiences were truly the makings of a demon cultivator. Within a certain cave, dwelling blood energy swirled, echoing with anguished wails and curses. Qin Chuanqing soaked in the blood pool, his face reflecting a sense of exhilaration and pleasure as blood splashed up with a sudden sound. He stepped out of the blood pool, his skin pale and tinged with a bluish hue, his pupils exhibiting an eerie blood-red color. You beast, Qin Chuanqing, may you never have peace in death. We will not spare you even as ghosts. The Su family will surely avenge us. Beside the blood pool stood thorny cages where blood thorns pierced the skin of the Qin family members, with blood flowing down the slope into the blood pool, nourishing Qin Chuanqing's cultivation. Ignoring the curses of the Qin family members, Qin Chuanqing left, swiftly muttering under his breath. All of this is for the Qin family. As long as I can rise, the Qin family will thrive. Everything I do is for the good of the Qin family. Such small sacrifices are unavoidable. It is worth noting that Su Yang established the current Su family all on his own, while embarking on the path of immortality, illustrating that the number of clan members is not crucial. What matters is having a powerful cultivator to lead the family. As long as Qin Chuanqing grows stronger, how could the Qin family not rise? After all, these mortals are of no use. They might as well serve as nourishment for his growth, saving him the time of searching for resources. Stepping outside the cave, the figure of Hua Chun, clad in a black robe, appeared silently. Qin Chuanqing asked in a cold tone, did it succeed? Naturally, it was successful. Hua Chun grinned. Zhang Wuyo has long suspected that the Su family is problematic. He was just deceived by the cunning Su family. After seeing my message, the old fellow can no longer contain himself. All descendants of Su Yang are cultivators. This shocking secret, which Hua Chun spent years verifying, left even him deeply astonished. The Su family must be hiding a tremendous secret, a method that ensures their descendants will possess spiritual roots. If this secret were to be made public, not only Zhang Wuyo, but even Golden Core cultivators would rise against the Su family. However, Hua Chen's needs differ from Zhang Wuyo's. Zhang Wuyo wants to create spiritual roots for his clan members, while Hua Chen wishes for the captured resources to possess spiritual roots. The effect of consuming the blood of mortals versus that of cultivators is vastly different. If he could nurture cultivators continuously, providing him with blood for cultivation, the Golden Core would be within reach. Have you figured out the cultivation levels of the Su family? Are you sure there are no Foundation establishment cultivators? Qin Chuanqing asked with a cold expression. Hua Chun responded with a smile. From the information you provided and my investigation, the Su family is likely hiding at most one Foundation establishment cultivator, and it is most probably Song Baiqing, who reached the 9th level of Qi refining many years ago. However, Zhang Wuyo will lure this person away for us. This is my deal with him. The remaining Qi refining cultivators of the Su family pose no threat, and I may not even need to take action myself. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of dark light flashed in Qin Chuanqing's blood-red eyes.
Since he had already made an enemy of the Su family, he might as well use the blood of their cultivators to enhance his own cultivation, which could be considered a form of heritage transmission. In Qingyuan Square Market at the drunken Immortal Tower, after many years, Chenglan once again extended an invitation for a gathering to the major forces in the market. Unlike years past, this time the Foundation establishment forces included not only the Jiang family, Cheng family, and Bihai Association. There were also the Foundation establishment forces that had been part of Qingyuan Square Market for many years, the Jinyu Gang and the Fan family, and the Li family, which had just risen in less than 3 years. Few Qi refining forces were qualified to participate in this gathering, yet the most eye-catching was still the Su family. Su Xianming attended the gathering as the family head, handling the surrounding flurry of polite exchanges with composure. After a few rounds of wine, Chenglan finally spoke. I invite you all here for the same purpose as before. The Forgotten River Valley's Cave Heaven is opening again. Some may not know about the Forgotten River Valley's Cave Heaven, so let me briefly explain. This Cave Heaven contains a vast number of rare spiritual plants, uncommon demon beasts, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even caves left behind by cultivators. However, only Qi refining cultivators can enter this Cave Heaven, and the opening time is entirely random. Almost 10 years have passed since the last opening. After a slight pause, Chenglan waited for everyone to digest the information before continuing. This opportunity was discovered by my Cheng family. During our first collaboration, my Cheng family received no compensation, but this time we need to establish some rules. Any opportunities gained within the Cave Heaven must yield 10% to my Cheng family. This condition is not excessive, is it? As soon as these words were spoken, whispers arose among the crowd. Most cultivators felt the conditions proposed by the Cheng family were reasonable. After all, 10% of the gains was not too much. However, a minority believed that the gains from the Cave Heaven should be based on one's own abilities, and the Cheng family had no right to reap the rewards, especially since what one obtained in a storage ring could not be easily distinguished as treasures from the Cave Heaven or personal belongings. These are the rules. Whether or not to go to the Cave Heaven is entirely voluntary. Chenglan said indifferently. Those willing to participate should gather at the Cheng family in 10 days, and this banquet ends here. With that, she stood up and left, leaving a group of cultivators sitting in the elegant room murmuring among themselves. Su Heian looked at Su Xianming with a smile. The Su family missed the last opportunity. Will you attend this time? As Su Xianming was about to respond, Jiang Wuyo suddenly snorted coldly and sneered. You think too much, my friend. A family that only knows how to hide away dares not venture out during such times. Hearing this, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Jinyu Gang immediately laughed. Jiang Daoist, you are mistaken. The Su family understands hiding, which is why they have survived to this day. They even avoided conscription, indicating that this strategy of retreat has some merit. As soon as these words left his mouth, laughter erupted at the table. Su Xuanming, however, did not become angry at the mockery. Instead, he glanced meaningfully at Jiang Wuyo. There must be something amiss. Jiang Wuyo's mocking words, while in line with his usual style, felt overly abrupt this time, and the accompanying laughter from the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Jinyu Gang seemed too coordinated, as if it were a deliberate provocation. Jiang Wuyo seemed to want to provoke the Su family, enticing them to participate in this Forgotten River Valley expedition. Elder Jiang, you seem very eager for the Su family to go to the Forgotten River Valley. Could it be that you have ulterior motives? Su Xianming said with a hint of jest. Jiang Wuyo's face stiffened slightly, and he feigned a cold snort. Whether the Su family goes or not is none of my business. With that, he stood up to leave, seemingly not caring about the Su family at all. Su Xuanming's smile remained, his gaze shifting toward the Foundation establishment cultivator of the Jinyu Gang, Ho Zhang. The Jinyu Gang, which made a living by hunting demon beasts, had individuals with exceptionally strong combat skills, often acting arrogantly and trampling on the rights of the citizens of Qingyuan Square Market. Elder Ho, I remember that the Jinyu Gang has had no dealings with the Su family. Oh, what brings this on today? How dare you, young one? Ho Zhang slammed the table, and with a surge of spiritual power, the exquisite dishes shattered into pieces. He shouted sternly, do you dare to speak to me like that? The pressure of Foundation establishment cultivation suddenly bore down on Su Xianming. Su Heian smiled and waved his hand directly, dispersing the pressure, adopting a conciliatory tone. Elder Ho, please do not act impulsively. We all belong to the same market, it's just a joke. Please do not take it to heart. Ho Zhang's robes billowed as he glared with a fierce expression at Su Heian. Are you trying to protect this brat Daoist, Su? Su Heian replied calmly. Ho Daoist, please do not be impatient. Let us not forget whose territory the drunken Immortal Pavilion is. I am merely trying to help you out of goodwill. A joke, Ho Zhang exclaimed loudly. What can a mere Qi refining family do to me? As a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator and the leader of the Golden Feather Gang, why should he fear a mere Qi refining family? If word got out, how would the Golden Feather Gang maintain its reputation? Su Xianming calmly sat in his chair, casually taking out a formation disc and activating it. In an instant, profound patterns surged from the disc, enveloping the entire drunken immortal pavilion. The cultivators in the private room witnessed this scene, their expressions changing dramatically. It was not surprising that there were formations in the drunken immortal pavilion, but this seemed like a high-grade second-tier formation. Was the Su family really that extravagant to set up a protective formation for a mere commercial building? Ho Zhang stood frozen in place, a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his mouth. He admitted that he had indeed spoken a bit too loudly earlier. No wonder Zhang Wuyo, being questioned by a junior like Su Xuanming, did not get angry and left without a word. It turned out this old dog had long been aware of the Su family's might. To cause trouble on Su family's territory, even a foundation establishment cultivator would not leave unscathed. However, for Ho Zhang, a dignified foundation establishment cultivator to apologize to a latest-stage qi refining junior was simply too humiliating. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Heian once again played the peacemaker, saying, "Hey, Master Su, please do not be angry. Ho Daoist was merely joking with you, no need to take it so seriously. How about everyone takes a step back?" "Is that so?" Su Xianming said with a faint smile. Ho Zhang felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly seizing the opportunity to respond with a forced smile. Indeed. Master Su is a genius, truly admirable. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave and meet again another day." As the formation's glow dissipated, Ho Zhang had already hurriedly left without looking back, his figure revealing a hint of discomposure. The others in the private room exchanged glances, their forced smiles unable to conceal the awkwardness. Some coughed awkwardly and clasped their hands, while others vaguely mentioned urgent matters, quickly finding excuses to disperse. "Thank you very much, President Su," Su Xianming said with a faint smile. Su Heian waved his hand. "It's nothing. Does the Su family have any plans regarding the Forgotten River Valley?" "The last time the cave of the Forgotten River Valley opened, the Beihai Association did not attend. I was worried about the extraordinary dangers inside, but in the end Zhang Wuyo and Cheng Lan returned safely, which made me regret missing the opportunity multiple times. This matter requires discussion with my father," Su Xianming said in a deep voice. "From your words, it seems you intend for the Beihai Association to participate in this cave exploration." "Indeed, I have that intention." Su Heian did not deny it. After missing the opportunity before, he would not let it slip this time. After chatting for a bit longer, they bid each other farewell. Upon returning home, Su Xianming recounted the events of the gathering at the drunken immortal pavilion to his father Su Yang. "Father, do you think our Su family should participate in this cave expedition? I am worried that Jiang the old dog has ulterior motives against our Su family. This expedition to the Forgotten River Valley may be fraught with peril, and they might even collude with the Golden Feather Gang to harm our family." From what you described, Jiang the old dog and Ho Zhang are indeed suspicious, but the Su family is no longer what it used to be. Who will harm whom is still uncertain. Su Yang sat in the pavilion, scattering spiritual pills into the lake, attracting a flurry of radiant treasure fish. "From your description, they seem indeed suspicious, but the Su family has already transformed. It remains uncertain who will prey on whom. Your sister-in-law has already reached the 9th level of qi refining. Perhaps she can find an opportunity to advance further in the cave of the Forgotten River Valley. Through astrological divination, I have calculated that the Su family will either experience tranquility or encounter opportunities and risks in the near future. I believe it depends on whether we go to the Forgotten River Valley this time. If we don't go, nothing will happen, but if we do, there will be risks, yet there are also good opportunities." "I understand," Su Xianming nodded slightly. "Then let my elder brother and sister-in-law along with Xiao and elder Song go." Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "Take Wei Jing, Xuanjing, and Xianling along. With me and your mother guarding the home, it will be fine." "But," Su Xianming frowned slightly, "are you sure it's just you and mother alone? What if the Jiang family and Golden Feather Gang take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Su family?" He not only worried about the family being ambushed, but also about Wei Jing and Su Xianling. The two were still young, both at the early stage of qi refining, and they would have to confront latest-stage qi refining cultivators in the cave. Then let them go without returning. Su Yang said lightly, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, the family will not have any issues. Wei Jing and Xianling are actually not that young. It's time they went out to experience the world. Your elder brother and sister-in-law will take good care of them. Moreover, your third sister is almost going crazy at home. I promised her the next time we go far I would take her along, so let her join as well." Thinking of how long his third sister had stayed at home, Su Xuanming's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. He could endure staying home, but his lively and active third sister could not. "That's right, my third sister is quite capable. Having her around can provide extra protection for Xianling." Su Xianming then called the clan members over and informed them that they would head to the Forgotten River Valley in 10 days. "Grandfather, we also want to go to the Forgotten River Valley." At this moment, Su Xinyao raised her hand and shouted. Su Yang looked over, and not only did Su Xinyao have an eager expression, but even the usually cold Su Xinyue looked hopeful. No. Su Xianming frowned and said sternly, "You two are still young. The Forgotten River Valley is not a place for play. But uncle, my father often tells me that when our fourth uncle was at our age, he was already able to protect the family's safety." Su Xinyao retorted with a look of dissatisfaction, "Why can fourth uncle do it, but we cannot?" "Because your fourth uncle was above your level at the same age." Su Xianming spoke sternly, clearly noticing that the two children were not accepting his reasoning, so he turned to his elder brother and sister-in-law. "Quickly manage your children. They want to follow you both to the Forgotten River Valley." Su Xuanheng raised an eyebrow and then looked at his wife Wei Yan. Wei Yan smiled slightly, but did not speak, her gaze directed at Su Yang. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they turned to look at Su Yang. As the patriarch of the Su family, his decision was always perceived as correct in the eyes of his children. "Please, grandfather. Xinyao and I also want to go to the Forgotten River Valley. We want to fight and grow." Su Xinyao quickly ran in front of Su Yang, holding his left hand and swinging it back and forth while signaling his sister to join in. Su Xinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly imitated her brother, holding grandfather's right hand and gently shaking it. Su Yang was amused and chuckled. All right, you two can go along too." "Yage, father, this cannot be allowed." Su Xinyao cheered loudly, but Su Xianming became anxious. The two little ones were only 8 years old. Su Xinyao had just broken through to the second level of qi refining, while Su Xinyue was only at the first level. For them to go to the Forgotten River Valley at such cultivation levels was practically a death wish. Su Yang smiled broadly as he patted the heads of the two little ones. "It's fine, the family has a few spirit beasts that can ensure their safety. The family raises 3 hawks and a large black cow, all of which are beasts of the qi refining stage. The black cow possesses strength rivaling that of latest stage qi refinement cultivators, while the hawks can carry a person aloft. In the cave realm, only qi refining stage cultivators reside. When Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue encounter enemies they cannot defeat, they can directly take flight on the hawks to escape. Even if they encounter flying beasts, they will only be pursued by opponents of the same realm, so there is no need for concern." After listening to their father's analysis, Su Xianling and Su Xianjing immediately handed over to Qing and Su Pangpang to the two little ones. Su Xianling wanted to keep the large black cow for Su Xinyue, but was stopped by Su Yang. Xinyue, if you face danger, flee if you can. Do not harbor thoughts of counterattacking. Cultivators are all cunning. What you might think is a chance for a counterattack is merely an illusion created by your opponents. Su Yang earnestly reminded them. He was concerned that the two little ones would become reckless with the black cow by their side and ultimately fall into the traps laid by their enemies. Rather than allowing them to entertain thoughts of counterattacks, it is better to only provide them with the means to escape. Su Xinyao nodded in confusion. "Grandfather, what does it mean to be cunning?" Su Yang smiled. "It generally refers to cultivators who hide their true strengths. They never reveal all their cards and often feign weakness to make their opponents let down their guard." Su Xinyue's eyes lit up. "I understand. Grandfather is also cunning." Upon hearing this, Su Yang's lips twitched, and the children around him couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Fuming, Su Yang gave his foolish grandson a light knock on the head. His face darkened as he said, "Cunning is used to describe enemies. Our family's hidden techniques are called prudence." Looking at the playful grandfather and grandson, Su Xuanming's worry still lingered in his eyes when he suddenly felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. It was his elder brother Su Xuanheng. "Rest assured, Xianming, I will take good care of my children," Su Xuanheng said with a confident smile. Though Xinyao and Xinyue were his children, Xianming worried more than their own father, which left him both amused and warmed. Choosing Xianming to be the family head was indeed the right decision. Su Xianming genuinely cared for every clan member, and there was no internal power struggle like in other families. There were no schemes or deceit among kin. Although Su Xuanheng was not skilled in social interactions, he understood the internal affairs of other families. He was well aware that many current family heads would go to great lengths to harm their siblings' descendants to pass their positions to their own children. This was because the position of family head symbolized power and controlled the distribution of family resources. Cultivators not only competed for resources in the external world, but also fought for resources within their families. Su Xianming took a deep breath and said seriously, "Elder brother, be extra cautious on this trip, especially with the Jiang family and the Jinyu gang. Also be wary of Jiang Linyuan, whom father has warned us about countless times." Su Xuanheng chuckled confidently. "Your brother is not a naive rookie. As long as no foundation establishment cultivators intervene, my sister-in-law and I can roam freely in the cave realm." After confirming the family arrangements, aside from Su Xuanheng, Su Yang's children and grandchildren all needed to disguise themselves as servants of the Su family and accompany the group to Wanchuan Valley. Thanks to the Su family's concealment technique, even Foundation establishment cultivators would be unable to detect their true identities. Su Xianming and Su Xianjing had used this method to travel to Yunming ruins multiple times without being discovered. 10 days later, cultivators from various factions gathered at the Cheng family. All 6 major Foundation establishment factions were present, and based on past experiences, everyone was eager to seize the abundant opportunities in Wanchuan Valley. Once the Cheng family's flying boat was ready, Su Xinyao excitedly stepped aboard. He wanted to cheer loudly, but due to his current disguise as a servant of the Su family, he could only suppress his excitement and silently follow his parents. Cheng Lan was surprised to see that Su Yang had not boarded the flying boat. "Aren't you going to Wanchuan Valley clan leader Su?" Su Yang, standing beneath the flying boat, chuckled lightly. "I'm getting old and prefer not to join in on such dangerous affairs. I hope clan leader Cheng can take care of my Su family's descendants." Cheng Lan merely responded dismissively. Taking care of the Su family. It would already be generous of her not to take the opportunity to push them into the pit. Nearby, Zhang Wuyu glanced at Su Yang and then subtly swept his gaze over Song Baiqing on the flying boat, a faint smirk of derision tugging at his lips. This person appeared to be a Foundation establishment cultivator nurtured by the Su family. Instead of staying with the Su family, he chose to accompany a group of Foundation establishment cultivators to Wanchuan Valley. This was undoubtedly the worst decision Su Yang had made since establishing the Su family. Then the flying boat set off, transforming into a streak of light that shot through the air, disappearing from sight in an instant. Watching the direction in which the flying boat had departed, Su Xianming couldn't help but sigh. The Su family has never felt so desolate, it's quite uncomfortable. Ruan Ning, holding the 3-year-old Su Xinrui, stood beside her husband with a gentle smile, not interjecting. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei stood side by side laughing. "Back in the day, the entire Su family consisted of your mother and me. We never felt the Su family was desolate." Su Xianming could only smile wryly and shake his head. Compared to his father's mindset, he was completely a sentimental mortal. The departure of the descendants made the Su family's inner courtyard feel much emptier, yet it also granted Su Yang a bit more leisure. Su Xianming was often busy handling family affairs and business dealings, rarely at home. Ruan Ning and Qin Jiangmei chatted about topics only women would understand, while Su Yang, unable to participate, devoted his energy to studying Dao techniques. His night travel technique had reached a general direction, and both its concealment effect and escape speed had seen significant improvements. Simultaneously, his research on the small 5 elements technique was progressing in all 5 elemental attributes. Su Yang had initially grasped the basics of the small 5 elements escape technique, and as his understanding of the 5 elements Dao deepened, this escape technique would inevitably become faster. Can the small 5 elements escape technique be combined with the night travel technique to temporarily resolve the issue of the escape technique being slow during the day? The small 5 elements escape technique is actually more comprehensive, not limited by day or night, while the escape technique is far inferior to night travel technique. If the two could be combined, perhaps it could serve as a substitute for the day and night travel technique. However, both techniques are too profound. Su Yang could refine them through diligence, but would consume a lot of time, making it not very cost-effective. At this stage, I don't lack escape techniques. For offensive means, I have the star plucking technique, sword transformation into rainbow, 2 suns returning to the void, and 9 heavens falling thunder. Perhaps I could try cultivating the star sphere. After reaching Foundation establishment, Su Yang had always focused on improving his existing techniques and had yet to devote time to the star sphere. Now he finally had the time to attempt its cultivation. This secret technique involves spatial Dao capable of opening a space within the body. Its wonderful use lies not only in nurturing spiritual plants and trapping enemies, but also allows the user to escape into it. Unless the opponent is equally skilled in spatial Dao or possesses the power to break through the void, it would be incredibly difficult to trace the whereabouts of someone who has entered this star sphere. Su Yang, immersed in the training of Dao techniques, lost track of time, and several weeks quietly passed. One day, the Su family welcomed 2 familiar guests. Cheng Yue, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Lingxi sect, and his future daughter-in-law Cheng Ningxiang. Years have passed, yet Cheng Yu still possesses the charm of youth. After his Foundation establishment, his once white hair has turned back to a deep black, and his spirit is as vigorous as that of a young man, as if he has taken a longevity pill, appearing even younger than before. The once naive girl has transformed into a graceful woman with a slender waist like a willow, standing elegantly surrounded by an aura as cold and pure as fresh snow. As Su Yang gazed at Cheng Ningxiang, he seemed to see the future Su Xinyue, as his granddaughter's demeanor closely resembled that of Cheng Ningxiang. "Master Su, it's good to see you." Cheng Yu greeted warmly, devoid of the arrogance typical of Foundation establishment cultivators, treating him like a fellow cultivator of the same realm. Su Yang smiled gently and said, "Master Cheng still exudes charisma."
Have you finished your affairs at the Lingxi sect? I have. I came this time to have my granddaughter experience some training. I may need to trouble the Su family in the future. After saying this, his divine sense swept over the Su family, but he couldn't find a familiar figure, causing him to pause slightly. Master Su, where has that lad Xianxiao gone? Su Yang chuckled. Xianxiao left for Yunmeng Ruins 3 years ago and is currently serving as the deputy leader of the Yunshou Alliance. He paused slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of sentiment. By the way, I have long since stepped down from the position of family head. Now my son Xianming is in charge of the Su family. Upon learning that Su Xianxiao was not present, a subtle change appeared in Cheng Ningxiang's expression. Su Yang noticed this and smiled. Master Cheng, if you wish for your granddaughter to train, then Yunmeng Ruins is just perfect. It is backed by the 10,000 great mountains with countless demon beasts as sparring partners. Moreover, with the Su family and Xianxiao looking after her, Master Cheng can rest assured. Cheng Yu's intention for this trip was to create an opportunity for his granddaughter to interact with Su Xianxiao, or should the two fall for each other, they could become Dao companions, and if fate did not allow, it would merely be a usual training experience. Su Yang had previously revealed to Cheng Yu that he intended for Su Xianxiao to marry both Zhao Wani and Cheng Ningxiang simultaneously. There were no objections from Zhao Wani, but the key lay with Cheng Ningxiang herself and Cheng Yu's attitude. Su Yang had assured Cheng Yu that both women would hold the title of primary wife, and Cheng Ningxiang would not be relegated to a concubine. Only Su Yang would dare propose such a requirement, to have the granddaughter of a foundation establishment cultivator marry into a refining family alongside another woman. Cheng Yu slightly nodded, giving his approval to Su Yang's proposal. Training at Yunmeng Ruins was indeed more suitable than staying in Qingyuan Market, as this place was too comfortable and would hardly meet the expected training effect. Soon after, Su Yang led Cheng Yu and his granddaughter into the Su family compound, treating them to rare spiritual tea. During the gathering, Su Yang and Cheng Yu discussed tea and philosophy, reminiscing about the past, creating a cordial atmosphere, while Cheng Ningxiang remained silent, throughout her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Suddenly, as Cheng Yu was in high spirits, he paused mid-sentence and abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze directed towards a certain direction outside the Su family's territory. Su Yang also sensed it, but remained unaffected, feigning ignorance. There's a presence of demonic cultivators. Cheng Yu stood up and said in a deep voice, it seems that Qingyuan Market is not as peaceful as imagined. You all stay here, I'll be back shortly. Su Yang opened his mouth, intending to say that the appearance of this demonic aura was quite suspicious and that they should observe the situation, but before he could speak, Cheng Yu's figure suddenly flashed and transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sky, directly chasing after that demonic aura. Your grandfather truly harbors a deep hatred for demonic cultivators, Su Yang said to Cheng Ningxiang with a smile, teasing her. Demonic cultivators have killed many disciples of the Lingxi sect. Cheng Ningxiang replied softly. A long time passed without Cheng Yu's return. Su Yang, who had been leisurely sipping tea, suddenly stood up and left a remark. He'll be back shortly. Jiang may take good care of Ningxiang. Qin Jiangmei understood and nodded lightly. Outside the Su family territory, a dozen figures in black robes were concealed in the dark woods, their gazes fixed on the vibrant scene within the Su family compound. I didn't expect to wait for a while, and just as Song Baiqing left, another foundation establishment cultivator appeared from nowhere. The Su family certainly has incredible luck. Hua Chun clicked his tongue, lamenting how well the Su family hides their strength. Not only do they have foundation establishment cultivators within the family, but they also possess connections of such cultivators. Yet they usually present themselves merely as a refining family, their ability to feign weakness surpassing even that of the demonic cultivators. Qin Chuanxing has already drawn that foundation establishment cultivator away. As should we take this opportunity to act? One of the demonic cultivators behind Hua Chen asked. No hurry. The Su family's wealth is astounding. With Su Yang's cautious nature, he will certainly arrange the best protective formation for the family. Hua Chen's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and he sneered. Once the foundation establishment cultivator has not returned for a long time, the Su family will surely send someone to investigate. At that moment, we can lure them out one by one. It is rumored that the Su family even has second-tier high-grade formations in the Zue Xian building. Their protective measures within the family must be even more formidable, so a direct assault would be unwise. Hua Chen's strategy was to wait for the Su family members to venture out. Currently, most of the cultivators from the Su family had gone to Wangchuan Valley, leaving the family vulnerable. Thus, the one venturing out to investigate would most likely be Su Yang himself. Every development was well within his calculations. The ensuing events fully validated Hua Chen's predictions. The one stepping out of the Su family gate was none other than Su Yang. He seemed to walk leisurely, yet his speed was inexplicably astonishing, as if strolling in a courtyard, heading straight toward the location where the demonic cultivators were concealed. Hua Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. They were deliberately exposing a flaw to attract the opponent's approach.
In the blink of an eye, Su Yang stepped out of the family grounds and reached the woods. Dozens of demonic cultivators immediately dropped into position within the formation, and the numerous demonic cultivators who had been lying in wait surged out from the shadows, precisely landing at the designated formation points, their hand seals flying as they chanted incantations. In an instant, the formation barrier rose, suddenly completely isolating the inner and outer spaces. A stench of blood infused with demonic energy surged forward like a torrent from a broken dam, violently sweeping towards Su Yang. Su Yang surrendered the secrets of the Su family. Hua Chen's threat had yet to be fully voiced when a sudden change occurred. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly stagnating. Following this, a terrifying force erupted from Su Yang's fingertips, forming a visible vortex of violent energy that surged back in a chaotic flow. An immense and boundless spiritual power was compressed and condensed, transforming into blindingly bright white stars that flashed wildly at his fingertips, as if capturing a true star from the outer heavens within the confines of a small space. Star-plucking technique. Su Yang's lips moved slightly, whispering as if thunder had exploded. He brought his two fingers together, seemingly penetrating the barriers of space to reach into the boundless depths of the starry sky and accurately grasp one star. With a flick of his fingers, the captured star suddenly shot forth. In that instant, the world lost its color. A huge starstone embodying the power to destroy worlds appeared out of thin air, engulfed in flames from the friction of its descent, carrying the might of the stars as it violently cascaded down toward the demonic formation below. What is that thing? Hua Chen's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads, his soul erupting with unprecedented horror and dread. That apocalyptic scene completely exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Boom! The star fell to the ground. The torrent of blood-colored demonic energy within the formation, boiling and surging, evaporated instantly, like boiling water splashed on snow. The seemingly solid demonic formation could not withstand even a breath, shattering into pieces and turning to dust. The more than 10 refining demonic cultivators within the formation did not even have time for a brief scream before they were obliterated in the blinding starlight, their forms and spirits vanishing entirely. No, this shouldn't be happening. Hua Chen let out a desperate howl, never having imagined that Su Yang would be so decisive and ruthless, unleashing a level of destructive magic beyond imagination. The instinct for survival drove him to expend all his energy, unleashing all his trump cards and protective spells in a desperate bid to escape. However, the falling star seemed to possess an inherent gravitational field that devoured everything, firmly binding him in place, unable to move an inch. In the depths of boundless despair, Hua Chen watched helplessly as his body, along with his protective talismans and spells, shattered like fragile glass under the crushing power of the star, ultimately obliterated, reduced to a trivial speck of dust in the world. Spiritual energy enveloped the storage rings, flying into Su Yang's hands. Fortunately, I protected them with spiritual energy. Otherwise, everything inside the storage rings would have gone to waste. Looking at the well-preserved storage rings, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. He had anticipated the terrifying power of the star-picking technique, but he never expected it to directly flatten a forest, instantly draining half of his spiritual energy. His Dao foundation was built upon the Dao, Yin Han Yuan Jing, the strongest Dao foundation with spiritual energy, as rich as that of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. The fact that such a vast amount of spiritual energy was depleted by half speaks volumes about the strength of the star-picking technique. A regular cultivator would need at least mid-stage foundation establishment or even later stage to execute this technique. Su Yang's divine sense probed into each storage ring, finding not only demonic techniques and highly potent pills with severe side effects, but also numerous vials of blood and corpses. With a look of disgust, he tossed out the vials of blood and corpses, summoning a flame that incinerated them completely. Oh, this heavenly demon body is quite good. Su Yang discovered that there was a demonic secret technique with no side effects that could greatly enhance a cultivator's physical strength. However, the prerequisite for activating the heavenly demon body was to cultivate the demonic technique Blood River Art, which required the blood of living beings. Su Yang had no intention of cultivating demonic techniques, but he could use his heavenly Dao rewards Diligence fate to reference the heavenly demon body and deduce a version that didn't require demonic techniques for activation. It seems that not all demonic cultivation methods are rubbish. Many spells and secret techniques have quite good effects, but they all require the prerequisite of demonic techniques. But I can reference and create a Dao method that can be used without demonic techniques. Su Yang stored the storage rings away, and then with a wave of his sleeve, he casually cast 2 spells. The formerly pockmarked ground was quickly covered and smoothed over with fresh soil, and sprouts of green trees burst forth from the ground, visibly growing branches and leaves, soon forming a lush grove of saplings. Su Yang's gaze turned towards the direction in which Chengyu had left. With Cheng Yu still absent, a hint of worry crept into his heart. Considering the group of demonic cultivators before him, it was easy to deduce that this was a trap aimed at the Su family. However, the enemy had miscalculated on 2 points, one being Cheng Yu's visit, and the other being that Su Yang had already broken through to Foundation establishment. According to the original plan, the Foundation establishment cultivator who lured Cheng Yu away should have attacked the Su family alongside this group of demonic cultivators. But Cheng Yu's arrival had disrupted their plans, forcing them to send someone to divert Cheng Yu. Su Yang could not determine whether there were still demonic cultivators hiding nearby, pondering whether to stay and defend the Su family or go find Cheng Yu. Suddenly, a mountain roared and collapsed with countless fragments shooting forth. Surrender, and you may avoid suffering. Cheng Yu stood on a lotus platform, hands holding the Xuanwu seal, striking down towards the blood river illusion ahead, the explosive sound deafening and the spiritual energy fluctuations creating a whirlwind. Qin Xuanqing spat out blood, his body flying backward, crashing into 2 hills. His eyes turned crimson as he shouted, blood surging from within, rushing towards Cheng Yu like a tidal wave, while he pressed talismans onto his body, desperately fleeing into the deep mountains. Truly stubborn and unyielding. Cheng Yu sighed, raising the Xuanwu seal and smashing it down, suppressing the incoming tidal wave of blood. His figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, rapidly approaching. He pointed out, and the spell formed a colossal illusion, crushing the mountains and forests, the booming sounds incessant. Qin Xuanqing felt an overwhelming resentment rise within him, cursing out loud. That old thief Hua Chun had truly ruined him. Before him stood not just an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner. Demonic techniques are known for being vicious and powerful, holding an overwhelming advantage among cultivators of the same realm, yet against Cheng Yu, he found himself utterly unable to defend. Had it not been for the demonic techniques forcefully supporting him, he would have perished on the spot. Qin Xuanxing's thoughts raced as he suddenly turned and fled towards the cave. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic finger that seemed to fall from the heavens smashed down, shattering the rocky ceiling, and daylight poured into the dim cave. Stop! If you dare to come closer, I will kill everyone here. Seeing Cheng Yu pursuing him through the air on a lotus platform, Qin Xuanqing shouted hoarsely, the thick blood in the pool surging violently, transforming into countless sharp blood spikes poised at the throats and hearts of the trapped Qin family members. He was actually using the lives of the Qin family members as leverage to threaten Cheng Yu. Qin Xuanqing, you beast, you have truly met your retribution. If you have the guts, kill us, you worthless piece of trash. Go ahead. Master Xian need not hold back. Please kill this beast for us, we want it to accompany us in death. The Qin family members, faced with the threat of death, all had bloodshot eyes, screaming hysterically. Years of torment had already left their hearts ashen. They longed to see Qin Xuanqing, this beast, descend into hell, and now that the opportunity was before them, everyone fell into complete madness. Cheng Yu frowned, slightly surprised to find so many civilians trapped here. If it were an ordinary cultivator witnessing this scene, they would most likely disregard the lives of mortals. However, Cheng Yu's sect shared similar ideals with the Su family, and at this moment, he could not ignore the common people before him. The key was not knowing the identities of these people. If they were villains, then killing them would be fine, but if they were innocent, good people, he believed he should try to save them. Seeing Cheng Yu stop, Qin Xuanxing's face lit up with wild joy. Indeed, just as stupid as the Su family, he actually felt compassion for mortals. How could such a mindset ever achieve the great Tao? Just as Qin Xuanqing was grinning, wanting to use the hostages to force Cheng Yu to retreat, both their divine senses trembled violently. A figure approached with a speed so fast, it was almost imperceptible, like a phantom directly penetrating through the mountains and forests, appearing without warning in the cave. When both of them saw the appearance of the newcomer, their expressions changed slightly. Qin Xuanxing's pupils constricted, his body covered in cold sweat as a chill ran up his spine. It was Su Yang, standing with his hands behind his back, standing on a flying sword, surrounded by flashes of thunder, slowly scanning Qin Xuanxing's horrified face. I was wondering who was targeting the Su family. It turns out to be you, the traitor. Originally, Su Yang had almost forgotten this person, but he never expected that the other party not only didn't hide, but also set up schemes to retaliate against the Su family, truly raising a white-eyed wolf. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Xuanxing's eyes turned crimson, and he squeezed out that name through gritted teeth, Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze was icy as the pressure of Foundation establishment descended like a vast ocean crashing down. Qin Xuanqing bent at the waist, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. His face turned pale as he suddenly realized Foundation establishment. Beside him, Cheng Yu was equally astonished. Su Yang had quietly broken through to Foundation establishment without even holding a banquet. How could he have concealed this so well? Su Yang, you see clearly these are all members of the Qin family. Qin Xuanxing's face twisted, the blood spikes in the pool trembling. Are you really going to watch them die before your eyes? It is the head of the Su family. We, blinded by our own desires, were misled by that beast Qin Chuanqing. Qin Chuanqing, your retribution has come. Huh. The head of the Su family need not worry about us. We are willing to die to atone for our sins, only asking to witness this beast accompany us to the grave. The Qin family members trapped in their cage let out hysterical laughter and howls, their eyes filled with frenzied hatred, as if they longed to devour Qin Chuanqing alive. Qin Chuanqing's expression changed drastically. He never expected these people would disregard their own lives. What chilled him further was that although they were both at the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual pressure released by Su Yang was even more terrifying than Cheng Yu's, weighing heavily upon him like a mountain, making his bones feel as if they were about to shatter, unable to move. Su Yang, do you truly not care about the lives of the Qin family? Qin Chuanqing gritted his teeth, forcing out a warning once more. Su Yang remained indifferent, taking everything before him into his stride. He could never understand where Qin Chuanqing's intense hatred originated. The Su family had devoted all their resources to nurture him, yet instead of gratitude, he viewed it as ulterior motives and deliberate humiliation. It was he who chose to betray the Su family, and he who incited the Qin family to rebel. Su Yang, recalling his wife's feelings and Qin Han's past contributions, had already shown mercy to the Qin family, having done all he could. From the beginning to the end, what debt had the Su family owed the Qin family? Yet after Qin Chuanqing fled from King Source, he harbored deep hatred toward the Su family, vowing not to rest until he had his revenge. Perhaps there are indeed people in this world born with a cold heart, only able to see themselves blind to the sacrifices made by others. Is this your last words? Su Yang's tone was icy, completely unperturbed by Qin Chuanqing's threats. This group of Qin family members who betrayed the Su family could not escape the punishment of extermination. Su Yang had already shown mercy once and would not do so a second time. Even if he exterminated all present here, the bloodline of the Qin family would still continue. Qin Han and the others, abandoned by Qin Chuanqing, were now curled up in King Source, living on the edge as they struggled to maintain their meager family livelihood. Qin Chuanqing, you. Boom. Before Qin Chuanqing could finish his words, Su Yang raised his hand, as if pressing down, and the world suddenly darkened. Thunderclouds churned overhead, and a bolt of white lightning fell like divine punishment. Before the thunder reached, the oppressive force crushed down on the entire area. Qin Chuanqing's spiritual power stagnated, unable to even tremble his fingertips. In the next instant, the blinding lightning completely engulfed his figure, and the roaring explosion sounded like the collapse of heaven and earth, with dazzling electric snakes scattering and illuminating every shocked face. What is this Su clan leader? Cheng Yu was confused as to why Su Yang did not save those commoners, yet he did not attempt to intervene. Qin Chuanqing summoned his magical artifact to defend himself, and blood surged from within him, condensing into a blood-colored armor covering his entire body. I can't live. None of you will have it easy. He screamed heart-wrenchingly, thrusting the blood spikes forward, piercing the necks, heads, and hearts of all Qin family members in the cave simultaneously. However, the Qin family members showed no fear. Before they died, they revealed a sinister smile, their eyes filled with mockery and delightful satisfaction. Boom. The blood river in the cave exploded in response, and Qin Chuanqing's flesh burst apart, turning into a sea of blood that collided with the falling lightning above, erupting in a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The violent shockwaves swept outward, instantly grinding the entire cave into dust. Qin Chuanqing self-destructed his demonic body. Cheng Yu had not yet reacted when Su Yang's hand was already on his shoulder, using the minor 5 elements escape technique to retreat several miles away in an instant. Gazing at the center of the distant explosion, Su Yang felt a trace of regret for not being able to retrieve Qin Chuanqing's storage ring in time. But upon second thought, there probably wasn't anything precious in that storage ring. The demonic techniques he practiced were all derived from those he killed, leaving him with little accumulation. Su clan leader, what about the commoners in the cave? Cheng Yu could not help but ask. Su Yang's expression was calm as he briefly explained the preceding events. I see. Cheng Yu sighed after hearing this. What the Su clan leader has done truly counts as great kindness, but it is a pity that there are many ungrateful people in the cultivation world who will not understand gratitude. To meet a person like Sect Master Cheng in the cultivation world is indeed a blessing for the Su family. Su Yang spoke sincerely. He noticed Cheng Yu's earlier hesitation regarding the commoners, but did not consider it as so-called maternal instincts. On the contrary, such a disposition was indeed rare in the cultivation world. Indeed, such a nature might become his weakness, but Su Yang believed that if he were truly faced with a dilemma, Cheng Yu would make the most appropriate choice and would not be stubborn. The two soon returned to the Su family, finding everything normal in the clan grounds. Upon seeing the two return safely, Cheng Ningxiang and Qin Jiangmei all breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing their account of events, Qin Jiangmei frowned slightly and said, "My husband, I suspect that the Jiang family has a cooperative relationship with Qin Chuanqing and the others." Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, Recalling Jiang Wei's unusual behavior at the reminder from his wife, it indeed seemed likely that there was a cooperative relationship. Jiang Wuyo previously tried to lure the Su family into the Forgetting River Valley, using provocation, intending to create a void within the Su family for the demonic cultivators to eliminate them in one fell swoop. If Jiang Wuyo believes that the Su family has been exterminated by the demonic cultivators, then his next move will surely target Xianheng and the others. All clues suddenly connected, and all doubts became clear. The Jiang family colluded with the Golden Feather Gang with the ultimate goal of laying down a trap in the Forgetting River Valley to completely eradicate the Su family. Qin Jiangmei said worriedly husband can hanger and the others cope with it. Su Yang sneered, saying the old dog Jiang's calculations are indeed wrong. From my understanding of old dog Jiang, he would not directly attack the Su family, but would instead have the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang surround and kill Xianheng and the others in the cave. Once the plan succeeds, only Song Baiqing would be left in the Su family. At that time, there would be no need to confront the Foundation establishment cultivators hidden, and they could easily wipe out the Su family. All he would need to do is return to Qing Source and take advantage of the situation to reap all the assets of the Su family. However, Jiang Wei's scheme ultimately fell through as the Su family was not eliminated by the demonic cultivators as he had wished, and he also underestimated the strength of Su Xuanheng and the others. In this expedition to the cave, although the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang gathered a large number of cultivators attempting to encircle the Su family, using sheer numbers, they did not realize that in the face of absolute strength the number of people was meaningless. The cultivation levels of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin could not be shaken just by sheer numbers. Su Yang could not help but look forward to the day the cave closed, imagining the expressions on Jiang Wuyo and Ho Zhang's faces when they found that none of their people survived while the Su family emerged unscathed. But after the cave closes, if Jiang Wuyo and Ho Zhang find that something is amiss, they will undoubtedly act against the Su family without hesitation. And with Cheng Lan's unclear stance, can Song Baiqing alone hold the fort? Qin Jiangmei expressed her concerns. Su Yang gently held her hand, smiling as he said, "My dear, there is no need to worry. By the time the cave closes, I believe Wei Yin will have successfully established her foundation. Before this journey, I specifically entrusted her with a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Their fortunes are with them. This journey will surely bring opportunities, and the gains will not be small. At that time, my Su family will have 2 foundation establishment sword cultivators stationed. Even if Cheng Lan teams up with Jiang Wuyo and Ho Zhang, they would be no match for Wei Yin and Song Baiqing. The Forgotten River Valley is dense with forests stretching endlessly like ink. Waterfalls cascade down steep cliffs resembling the Milky Way, hanging upside down, splashing countless silver pearls amidst the tumultuous flow. A flying boat broke through the void, hovering beneath the waterfall. Cheng Lan took out dozens of formation flags, setting them up at various positions. Once activated, the scene before them suddenly transformed. The waterfall vanished, replaced by a deep and narrow canyon passage. Since discovering the cave of the Forgotten River Valley, Cheng Lan had set up formations here to claim the cave as his own. Although it seemed desolate, the valley actually concealed many spies from the Cheng family. The crowd descended from the flying boat one after another. The disciples of the Su family curiously looked around, finding nothing particularly special besides the beautiful mountains and waters. It was not until Cheng Lan performed a spell that a wave of spiritual power suddenly surged at the end of the narrow passage, revealing an entrance like a tranquil lake. As ripples spread, the scene within the cave faintly reflected. "This is the cave of the Forgotten River Valley. Everyone please enter quickly." Cheng Lan gathered his spiritual power and said lightly to the crowd, "The opening time of the cave is unpredictable. You could be teleported out at any moment. Perhaps these few breaths of hesitation could cause you to miss out on an opportunity." As soon as his voice fell, members of the Cheng and Jiang families took the lead and flew in. They had been here before and knew that Cheng Lan's words were not to be taken lightly. Seeing this, the remaining crowd no longer hesitated and rushed into the cave one after another. The Su family did not rush to act. Song Baiqing solemnly reminded, "Once inside the cave, your primary goal is to converge. Be sure to pay attention to the sound transmission talismans. If you receive news, it means there are clan members nearby." Su Xianling then turned to Wei Jing, speaking gently. "Wei Jing, your cultivation is still shallow. I have a hawk available for your protection." Among the Su family, the ones with the lowest cultivation were Su Xinyao, Su Xinyue, and Wei Jing. Thus, each was given a hawk to escape and preserve their lives in a critical moment. However, Wei Jing shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, Fifth Miss, but I do not need a hawk." This hawk was the master's spirit beast. As a servant, how could he dare to take it? If he were to take the last hawk from Su Xianling and cause her to encounter misfortune within the cave, he would live in guilt for the rest of his life. Su Xianling wanted to say something more, but seeing Wei Jing's determined gaze, she knew she could not persuade him, so she refrained from further words. After explaining the precautions, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin led the way into the cave, followed closely by the others. Jiang Wuyu fixed his gaze on the Su family, a shadowy cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He noticed that only Song Baiqing remained, and immediately said, "Elder Song, aren't you going in?" As soon as Jiang Wei's words fell, they immediately caught the attention of the other 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators. At this moment, aside from a few Foundation Establishment cultivators, everyone else had already entered the cave, as every additional person bolstered their strength. If one does not enter, what is the purpose of coming to the Forgotten River Valley? Staying outside is utterly meaningless. In an instant, everyone had different thoughts, their eyes flickering. Song Baiqing merely cast a cold glance at Jiang Wuyu without responding. This action immediately made the several Foundation Establishment cultivators present realize that the Su family's Song Baiqing had quietly established his foundation. Everyone was shocked they had not acted against the Su family before, because the Su family posed no threat to them, yet they had quietly nurtured a Foundation Establishment cultivator without a sound. How dare a Qi refining family let a servant establish their foundation first? Amidst the shock, their expressions suddenly darkened. The Su family was truly adept at hiding their strength, quietly transforming under everyone's noses from a meek sheep waiting to be slaughtered into a fierce wolf capable of fighting for a share of the pie. They not only possessed strength to stand on equal footing with them, but also had already occupied a significant portion of the market in Qingyuan. The Su family's current foundation completely surpassed the 6 major Foundation Establishment forces in Qingyuan, subtly revealing the posture of vying for dominance in Qingyuan. Jiang Wuyu exchanged glances with Ho Zhang, their expressions changing in succession, clearly communicating through sound transmission. Su Heian appeared contemplative and ultimately did not approach Song Baiqing. He was well aware that upon their return, the Su family would undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of the various Foundation Establishment forces in Qingyuan. If he appeared too close to Song Baiqing, now the Baihai Club would surely suffer as a result. Song Baiqing stood calmly in place, emanating a sword aura, as if he were a blade poised to be drawn. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere felt slightly oppressive. Inside the cave, mist swirled, and a figure wreathed in crimson flames broke through the fog. His bronze skin glowed with a dark red hue under the firelight, and Zio's fist engulfed in scorching flames struck into the crowd with a fierce momentum. Several Zhang family cultivators were caught off guard, and were instantly engulfed in flames, their shrieks echoing through the mist. Almost simultaneously, several sharp spells surged in from the side. The Golden Feather Gang cultivators seized the opening and unleashed their killing moves together. And Zio's eyes shone with ferocity. Instead of retreating, he let out a roar, and the accumulated red flames around him erupted like a volcano. The scorching wave formed a circular vortex, engulfing the ice needles, wind blades, and golden light talismans that came from all directions, obliterating them in the searing current. And Zio's figure charged forward like a red lightning bolt, moving so fast that he left after images. Though he wielded no long sword, his hands, cloaked in lava-like fiery claws, were the most brutal weapons. Crash! The dull sound of collisions and the cracking of bones erupted in succession. And Xiao moved like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Wherever his palm wind passed, the protective spiritual light was as fragile as thin paper. A Golden Feather Gang cultivator had just summoned a shield talisman when he was struck by a palm collapsing his chest along with the shield, his head twisting grotesquely. Another person, horrified and wanting to retreat, was struck on the neck by a counter palm, his head exploding like a ripe fruit filled with red and white matter. As Xiao passed through, severed limbs flew, and in an instant several more lives were extinguished. He shook his hand, seeing that all the enemies had perished, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, calling back over his shoulder, "Third miss, all the enemies have been dealt with." Su Xianjing stepped forward, lightly looking at the charred corpses strewn across the ground with a look of disdain, and immediately raised a hand to point. A storage ring flew up in response, coalescing into a stream of light that fell into her palm. At the same time, the earth beneath them stirred as if alive, dragging the charred remains into the ground and burying them seamlessly in an instant, leaving only a faint scent of scorched earth. "Well done, it would have been perfect if you could dispose of the corpses too," Su Xianjing said casually. And Xiao scratched the back of his head, awkwardly smiling. "Third miss, I also want to deal with the corpses, but I am a fire spirit body with a single fire attribute root, and can only use fire spells to burn the corpses." Su Xianjing was momentarily taken aback by his words, nearly forgetting this aspect. Both Su Xianxiao and Xiao had single attribute roots and could not cast spells of other attributes. This means that the family's invaluable minor 5 elements technique allowed Xiao to only comprehend the fire attribute section and could not unleash the full potential of the minor 5 elements technique. It's a pity that among the 5 elements techniques there is a spell called the 5 elements zodiac, but it seems you are fated to be without it. Su Xianjing shook her head with regret, then swept her divine sense over her storage ring and pouted. A bunch of poor fools, they haven't collected any treasures, only focusing on attacking our Su family. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were besieged by the Jiang family, and the Jin Yu gang forced to fight bloodily all the way with no time to seek opportunities within the secret realm. At that moment, a fluctuation from the sound transmission talisman on Nzio's body suddenly occurred. He quickly took it out and whispered, "Third Miss, the sound transmission talisman has reacted. Master Xinyao and Miss Xinyua are nearby." Su Xuanjing's expression froze, and she decisively raised her hand to point at the sky. A talisman appeared out of thin air, its runes flowing with a burst of crimson gold light, transforming into a beam of golden light that pierced through the mist, dispersing the thick fog within a 10-mile radius, making the surrounding mountains and trees clearly visible. Two hawks came rushing from afar, screeching loudly. It was Diqing and Su Pangpang. Seeing the familiar golden light talisman, Su Xinyao and Su Sinyu's faces lit up with joy, knowing that their aunt was casting a spell to guide them, and they immediately rode their hawks swiftly toward the light source. "Aunt, it's so good to see you," Su Xinyao shouted happily. Just as the siblings landed from the hawk's back, the surrounding fog began to roll back in. Su Pangpang came closer, affectionately rubbing its large head against Su Xianjing. Su Xianjing stroked Su Pangpang's wings, smiling as she looked at the two children. "You two are quite lucky. Not only did you meet each other, but you also found your aunt so quickly." As she spoke, she gently scanned the two with her divine sense, confirming they were unharmed, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Her words were not entirely lighthearted. These two little ones were indeed fortunate. The family had been most worried about their safety, yet unexpectedly, they had successfully reunited shortly after entering the cave. Suddenly, Su Xinyao expressed his anger, saying, "Aunt, you don't know, my sister and I encountered members of the Jin Yu gang. Without a word, they attacked us. If it weren't for their numbers, we wouldn't have needed to flee." His anger was not directed at their actions, but at their sheer numbers. No martial ethics. At that moment, Su Xianjing and Nziao sensed a flurry of chaotic sounds coming from the mist. "Quick! They just ahead, I saw them descending this way." It was the group of Jin Yu gang cultivators chasing Su Xinyao and Su Xinyua. These individuals used secret techniques to propel their winged artifacts, swiftly gliding through the low sky. Although not as fast as the hawks, Su Xuanjing's golden light talisman had drawn them to this location. "The Jin Yu gang is coming." Su Xuanjing's expression turned serious as she warned. Before her words fell, Nziao was already engulfed in blazing flames, his bronze skin emanating a dark red glow filled with fighting spirit. Su Xinyao and Su Sinyu's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit, showing no fear. Su Xuanjing's gaze turned cold since they had come to their doorstep. How could she let them go? Su Xianjing immediately tossed out the concealment talisman, the agile talisman, and the golden light talisman, sticking them to everyone. In an instant, the four figures flashed and simultaneously performed the Night Walker technique, as if they had vanished into thin air. The thick fog shrouded the light of day, making it the perfect environment for the Night Walker technique. At the same time, Diqing and Su Pangpang flapped their wings and took off. Just as the Jin Yu gang cultivators' divine senses caught the scent of Su Xianjing and the others, the next moment, all traces of them vanished. Die! Just as they were filled with doubt, a figure ablaze with red flames erupted from the darkness. The force of the punch, wrapped in flames, smashed into a Jin Yu gang cultivator, collapsing his chest, sending him flying out. "Not good. Everyone be careful." The Jin Yu gang cultivator had barely finished speaking. They saw Nziao transform into a raging fireman, rampaging through the crowd, displaying his brute strength. Though he was at the mid-stage of chi refinement with the enhancement of the fire spirit body, his combat power was comparable to that of the late stage of chi refinement. Su Xuanjing's cultivation had reached the 7th layer of chi refinement, and she quietly cast spells from the shadows to assist Nziao in trapping and defeating the enemy. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of several Jin Yu gang cultivators softened, turning into a viscous mire that firmly trapped their feet. Countless tough vines grew wildly along the edge of the mire, coiling up like spiritual snakes, tightly binding their limbs and bodies. Screech! Suddenly, a long cry echoed through the skies as two hawks swooped down from above, their sharp claws piercing the flesh of the cultivators. Those with lower cultivation levels were torn in half by the hawk's claws on the spot, creating a gruesome scene. Not only that, Su Xianjing silently shot out crimson fire arrows, accurately hitting the weak spots of the Jin Yu gang cultivators' protective spiritual light, instantly causing explosions. Su Xuanjing's spiritual power seemed endless as her hand seals changed again. A streak of golden sword light flitted like a phantom across the battlefield, specifically targeting opponents whose spells were not yet completed, continuously disrupting their rhythm. In an instant, cries of despair and the sounds of spells colliding intertwined and echoed through the thick fog. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue simultaneously emerged from the darkness, drawing their swords and shouting in unison. Two suns returned to the void. Although the two had not yet mastered sword energy, their sword edges emitted two distinctly sharp sword lights, one cold and one hot. The sword lights intertwined like scissors, swiftly cutting through the Jin Yu Gang cultivators as their momentum collapsed. The siblings' sword techniques were swift and fierce, targeting their weaknesses. They perfectly inherited their parents' ruthless sword techniques and killing intent. In an instant, several people were splattered with blood at their throats, staggering to the ground. Seeing the battle turn overwhelmingly in their favor, the Jin Yu Gang members knew they had hit a brick wall. They immediately lost their fighting spirit, and the leader shouted urgently, "It's a dead end. Retreat quickly." In an instant, the originally aggressive Jin Yu Gang cultivators turned around in panic, scattering and fleeing, transforming from hunters into a disorganized group trying to escape. How could Su Xianjing allow them to escape so easily? She shouted, "Leave none alive." And Xiao, flames still blazing around him, charged forward like a tiger out of the mountain, while Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue closely followed with their swords, their eyes glinting coldly. The figures of the group flickered in and out of sight within the mist like specters hunting in the dark night, swiftly pursuing the fleeing Jin Yu Gang cultivators. In the depths of the fog, the flashes of spells exploded intermittently. The sounds of clashing weapons and terrified screams were incessant. As they fought their way through, blood splattered among the mountains and trees, dragging out a glaring bloodstain in the thick white fog, resembling a scarlet path paved with lives. The four of them had become bloodthirsty. It was not until the last Jin Yu Gang cultivator fell that Su Xinyao and Su Xinyue felt a wave of exhaustion, realizing that their spiritual power had been nearly depleted. The siblings immediately took out pills and sat cross-legged on the spot, starting to recover their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Deqing and Su Pangpang descended from the sky, quietly guarding by their side. And Xiao extinguished the flames surrounding him, and steam rose from his skin. He cautiously looked around and whispered to Su Xuanjing, "Third Miss, there is something strange here. The fog has become denser than before." Hearing this, Su Xianjing also sensed something unusual. She immediately threw out a talisman in an attempt to disperse the fog, but this time the golden light of the talisman only illuminated a radius of 1 mile, its effect weakened tenfold compared to before. In the brief moment when the fog cleared, she suddenly saw a hidden deep pool ahead, the water deep and dark, like night, seemingly reflecting the stars in the sky, with twinkling specks of light, as if shards of stars had fallen within. "What is this?" Su Xuanjing's eyes suddenly brightened as she exclaimed, "Star River glazed water." The Star River glass water is not only a vital material for foundation establishment, but also an essential resource for forging. However, for the Su family, it is simultaneously a treasure for cultivating the Star Huan's secret art. The Star River glass water contains a vast amount of stellar energy, and the first step in cultivating the Star Huan's secret art is to refine that stellar energy. With the Star River glass water, the need for the refining process is eliminated. If this is brought back to father, he will surely be overjoyed, Su Xianjing said excitedly as he led the three of them quickly to the edge of the secluded pond. This cave heaven is indeed a treasure land, casually presenting them with such a precious item as the Star River glass water. No wonder the cultivators from the Jiang and Chung families rushed in so eagerly. The four of them immediately took out their magical tools and collected all of the Star River glass water from the entire secluded pond. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave heaven, the brilliance of spells and explosive sounds echoed back and forth, while intricate patterns shimmered and intertwined in midair. The Su family cultivators formed a formidable formation, their coordination impeccable as they advanced steadily, cutting down the approaching rogue cultivators and demon beasts like wheat stalks felled by a scythe. Su Xuanling, graceful and poised, sat atop the broad and steady back of a great black bull. Her delicate fingers gently plucked the strings of an ancient guqin before her, producing clear and melodious notes that flowed forth with sound waves coalescing in midair into intricate golden patterns. The melodies and formations under her command merged seamlessly, controlling the rhythm of the entire battlefield and assisting the Su family members in steadily advancing through the chaos of the cave heaven, engaging in fierce combat. Fifth Miss, the enemies have all been annihilated. Here is their storage ring. A Su family cultivator respectfully presented the confiscated storage ring, his gaze towards Su Xianling, filled with uncontainable fervor and reverence. With the aid of Su Xuanling's musical law, they advanced, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Whether the newcomers were fierce demon beasts or covetous cultivators, anyone daring to obstruct them would first fall into the formations woven from her musical notes, crushed by the overwhelming force of the Su family. Fifth Miss, the demon beast corpses have been disposed of. Please take a look. Fifth Miss, ahead we have discovered several Su family members, as well as a heavenly treasure protected by demon beasts. Fifth Miss, there are Jiang family cultivators approaching from the southwest. Reporting to Fifth Miss, the message from the sound transmission talisman indicates that Wei Jing has discovered a spiritual vein and is currently being pursued by the Fan family. Su Zunling's expression was calm as a still pawned her slender hand gliding over the flowing strings of the guqin, not a ripple of emotion stirring in her gaze as the reports from her subordinates continued to reach her ears. She responded to each one with composure. All Su family cultivators assemble. Immediately support Wei Jing, seize the spiritual vein, and obtain the heavenly treasures. Anyone who obstructs us shall be dealt with mercilessly. Opportunities for treasure cannot be split. The Su family intends to claim them all. The spiritual vein is of utmost importance. If they can secure the entire vein and place it within their family residence, it would significantly enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in their territory. In this way, the Su family would not need to relocate, yet could possess a precious land capable of supporting a large number of foundation establishment cultivators in their training. The Su family is determined to obtain the spiritual vein. Su Xuanheng walked side by side with Wei Yin within a grand building. The surrounding palaces and structures shimmered with gold and brilliance, reflecting a sea of blood and corpses. Their sword intent still palpable, their gaze sharp as blades with lingering killing intent. This temple was an unexpected find. Previously the two had been besieged by cultivators from the Jiang and Sheng families, and in their rage had chosen to abandon the opportunity and instead hunt their pursuers. Just on their way, they encountered each other, their swords combining, seamlessly cutting through opponents like a hot knife through butter until they pushed through to this place only to discover this mysterious building concealed within the cave heaven. Oh my, there's actually a building here. Before either of them could speak, a startled exclamation came from behind. Had it not been for the newcomer wearing the attire of the Baihai society, Su Xuanheng would have already slain him with a sword. As soon as the words were spoken, two more figures swooped in, this time from the Fan family. Tisk, you two are truly bloodthirsty, having slaughtered the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang's cultivators. It might be hard to explain this when you go out. Fan Ling, with a weathered face and a lean figure, stroked his white beard and teased. We understand the truth. You two aren't planning to kill us to silence us, are you? Upon hearing this, the other few froze in place. The female cultivator from the Baihai society stiffly smiled and said, Young Master Su is not the kind of bloodthirsty person. It's clear that the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang intended to kill young Master Su, yet ended up defeated and killed instead. Such matters cannot be blamed on others. That may be so, Fan Ling said in a sarcastic tone. But once we go out, the Su family still has to give the Golden Feather Gang and Jiang family an explanation. Mind your tongue, Wei Yin coldly interrupted. If you say one more word, we won't mind cleaning up a few more. A chilling killing intent surged forth, causing Fan Ling to feel his back chill and cold sweat trickle down. The companions beside him hurriedly transmitted messages to stop him, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Clearly this building contained precious treasures, and since they had yet to catch a glimpse of the treasure's whereabouts, it would be unwise to offend the Su family now. Su Zunheng's killing intent surged, appearing ready to draw his sword, but Wei Yin transmitted a message advising him not to act impulsively. The situation here is unclear. These people might help us uncover the risks. We should hold off for now. Wei Yin communicated through thought. After finding the treasure, there would certainly be issues of allocation, and they could act then. The cultivators from the Baihai society, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly smiled and tried to ease the situation. It's a stroke of fate for us to meet here. Wouldn't it be better to join forces to explore? We can look out for one another. Fan Ling immediately forced a smile upon hearing this. Yes, the treasure is important, please, fellow cultivators. Su Xuanheng coldly shot him a glance and stepped deeper into the temple, prompting everyone to follow. Inside the temple, the courtyard was vast, desolate, and tranquil, with faint patterns of light shimmering between the ground and the columns, exuding a solemn and dangerous aura. The group cautiously made their way along the winding corridors until they reached the innermost part of the temple, where they found a grand hall lined with 12 three-metered jade statues. The statues took various poses, some holding swords, some bearing seals, and others forming gestures. Their features were blurred, yet emanated an ancient majesty with subtle flows of spiritual power circulating around them, as if they were part of some guarding formation. On the jade pedestals beneath the statues were several radiant treasures. The gazes of the group focused intensely on the depths of the hall, their eyes bursting with fervent light. Fan Ling's breath caught in his throat, and his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, Earth vein crystal essence and heavenly sound wood. His emaciated figure surged forward, his sleeve creating a gust of wind as he disregarded others' reactions and lunged forward, shouting, These two treasures belong to the Fan family. As soon as he spoke, the air in the hall suddenly grew tense, and everyone's expressions changed, a mix of surprise and wariness flashing in their eyes. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin exchanged glances, their hands quietly resting on their sword hilts, their sword intent circulating ready to strike. At that moment, the eyes of the 12 jade statues within the hall suddenly glowed with a ghostly light flickering as if awakened from slumber. Another Fan family cultivator's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Fan Lao, stop." Just as Fan Ling's palm was about to touch the treasure, an unexpected change occurred. The jade statue holding a massive stone pestle suddenly erupted with light from its previously hollow eye sockets, as if awakened by some unseen power. Its robust arms swung the stone pestle, unleashing a heavy gust of wind as it smashed down towards Fan Ling below. The excitement on Fan Ling's face was instantly replaced with terror. The emaciated figure abruptly retreated in a flash, his sleeves fluttering, as he hastily summoned a shield-like magical artifact glowing with a blue light to counter the thunderous strike. Clang! The stone pestle collided violently with the artifact shield, producing a deafening clang of metal on metal. Fan Ling was sent flying, his arms trembling from the shock, and he exclaimed in horror, "A Foundation establishment puppet." Indeed, the treasure was not so easily obtained. The 12 jade statues before him were not mere decorations, but tests for those who sought the treasure. Each statue guarded a treasure. After one strike repelled Fan Ling, the jade statue continued its relentless movements, its massive form exhibiting agility that belied its jade composition. It raised the stone pestle, once more generating a fierce wind as it charged towards Fan Ling. "Come help me," Fan Ling shouted in urgency upon witnessing the scene. Another cultivator from the Fan family turned pale with fear, but did not hesitate, immediately summoning a magical artifact to rush forward and assist. The cultivators from the Baihai Society exchanged glances, a cold gleam flickering in their eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction between the Fan family and the statues, they veered away from the battle and directly targeted the treasure on the jade platform. In an instant, the other 11 jade statues in the hall lit up with eerie glows. Some held swords, others carried seals or formed hand gestures, their bodies emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy, transforming into 12 terrifying auras of Foundation establishment, like an invisible tide sweeping through the entire hall. All the statues moved in unison, no longer distinguishing targets, launching indiscriminate and frenzied attacks on all intruders in the hall. "You idiots." Fan Ling couldn't help but curse. "You actually activated all 12 statues at once. Do you think you can just charge and head first? Facing one Foundation establishment statue is already a challenge, and now we have to contend with 12 at once. This difficulty is escalated to a hellish level." The stone sword sliced through the air, the magical seal struck down as the light drawn by the spiritual techniques exploded within the hall. The once solemn and silent hall was instantly transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin were also caught in the turmoil, and the sword light they had been gathering erupted with a roar. Amidst the fierce clashes, a cultivator from the Baihai Society snatched one of the jade slips, instantly filled with wild joy. He immediately used a teleportation technique, transforming into a stream of light and shooting towards the hall's exit. Just as he was about to burst through the hall's door, the array patterns faintly visible on the floor and pillars of the hall lit up, forming a massive barrier that enveloped the entire hall. The cultivator from the Baihai Society was caught off guard, crashing heavily into the barrier with a thud. His momentum abruptly halted, and his escape light suddenly dissipated. A 3-meter-tall statue quickly approached, its stone pestle wielding overwhelming force, crashing down without any flourish. "No." The cultivator from the Baihai Society could only let out a brief cry of alarm. The stone pestle struck solidly against his back, shattering his protective spiritual light like paper, instantly reducing him to a pile of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Everyone caught a glimpse of this horrific scene, their hearts tightening, a chill creeping up their spines. Fan Ling, enduring the statue's furious assault, felt both anxious and angry and could not help but shout sternly, "Stop fighting individually and thinking about the treasure. We need to work together to deal with these statues first." Facing simultaneous attacks from 12 Foundation establishment statues and the death of one Baihai Society cultivator, only 6 of us remain. The key is that none of us have reached Foundation establishment. Fan Ling didn't know how they could win, and he continuously cursed the cultivators from the Baihai Society for their foolishness. If they had not been driven by greed and worked together to take down the statues one by one, perhaps they could have all shared the treasure. But now in this situation, not only could they not obtain the treasure, but they were all likely to lose their lives here. Just as despair filled Fan Ling's heart, a sudden surge of both cold and hot energies erupted within the hall. The former was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze the soul, while the latter was scorching and fierce, as if it could incinerate everything. The two violent sword intents intertwined and collided, merging into an unstoppable torrent of sword energy that pierced through the entire hall. Everyone looked on in shock. They saw Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin standing side by side, their eyes flashing like lightning, surrounded by swirling sword intent. Su Xuanheng's sword erupted with blinding golden light, shining like the sun at its zenith. With a slash, a massive solar silhouette manifested in the void, radiating a scorching power capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. Wei Yin pointed her sword, and moonlight cascaded down the cold sword, intent coalescing into a pure bright moon. Wherever the cool radiance reached, the air froze, and all life seemed to be choked by that eerie chill. The sun and moon shine together. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin shouted in unison, pointing their swords forward. At the instant the solar and lunar images collided, yin and yang revolved, and light and darkness intertwined, transforming into a grinding mill of yin and yang. Boom! The grinding mill of sun and moon moved in response, carrying the will to crush everything, and swept towards the two jade statues rushing forward. The two statues at the forefront, their resilient jade bodies disintegrated the moment they touched the grinding mill like ice crystals thrown into a furnace, vanishing in an instant. Not even a shred of jade debris was left, completely reduced to dust. Rumble. The grinding mill's momentum, undiminished, plowed a terrifying trench several feet deep into the ground, relentlessly crashing into the two statues behind. They tried to block with their stone swords and magical seals, but under the pressure of the yin-yang grinding mill, the stone sword shattered and the magical seals dimmed. The massive bodies of the statues were twisted and deformed amid the grinding sounds of the mill, ultimately exploding with two resounding thuds, scattering jade fragments across the sky. The four Foundation establishment statues were instantly reduced to ashes. At that moment, the hall seemed to be pressed on the pause button. Fan Ling gaped, forgetting to wield his magical artifact, while another cultivator from the Fan family stood frozen, eyes wide. The remaining three cultivators from the Bai High Society turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Everyone's pupils constricted, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. The manifestation of sword intent. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present, chilling them to the bone and shocking them to an unimaginable degree. The two Foundation establishment cultivators of the Su family had simultaneously unleashed a manifestation of sword intent, instantly obliterating four Foundation establishment puppets. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought the story was madness. But how could this be possible? How could Foundation establishment cultivators grasp sword intent, even summon a manifestation of sword intent? The Su family was hiding too deeply. Fan Ling and the others felt no joy at this moment, only a chill creeping up their backs. They realized the secret of the Su family. Oh, would they have a chance to leave alive? With the sword intent of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, they were practically invincible within this realm. A brief silence fell within the hall, as even the jade statues seemed momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the statues swung their weapons, once more launching an attack at the startled Fan Ling and the others. The law seal came crashing down, and the stone sword cleaved through the air. The number of statues was reduced from 12 to 8, still an impressive and challenging number, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. If you all do not reveal your trump cards, we will all perish here. Wei Yan's cold voice echoed. She understood that those from Foundation establishment powers must have means to save their lives, yet each one was hiding their strengths, hoping others would act first. Now that she and Su Xuanheng had already eliminated four statues, it was time for the others to contribute. Su Xuanheng exchanged a glance with Wei Yin, and in tacit agreement, they swallowed their pills, then joined forces to attack another statue. However, this time they refrained from using the energy-consuming sword intent, instead employing sword chi and sword techniques. The burden of sword intent on the body was too heavy to use recklessly. Simultaneously, the two understood without words that they should keep a hand in reserve, cautiously guarding against possible ambushes. Friends, if we do not unite our strength now, when will we? A female cultivator from the Bai High Society called out, turning her delicate wrist as a second-tier magical artifact shot through the air. The long whip flew into the air, splitting into dozens of ink-colored tendrils that twisted and coiled like living creatures, instantly binding the two jade statues tightly. Everyone act quickly. I can only control them for a moment. Almost simultaneously, another Bai High Society cultivator made rapid hand gestures, swirling spiritual energy around them. A tempest erupted on the flat ground of the hall as countless translucent sharp wind blades coalesced out of thin air, accompanied by a piercing screech crashing down upon the two bound statues like a torrential rain. The wind blades collided violently with the jade bodies, the sound of metal clashing ringing out like a heavy rain, striking tiles, sending sparks flying. Seeing this, Fan Ling's eyes glimmered with resolve, and he finally chose to reveal his strength. He suddenly reached into his robe and produced a shimmering talisman. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a talisman treasure. The difference between a talisman and a talisman treasure was like heaven and earth. Talisman treasures could only be made by third-tier talismancers, and each type of talisman treasure was a precious inheritance. As he frantically infused spiritual energy into the talisman treasure, its brilliance intensified, and a terrifying pressure began to emanate. Fan Ling shouted hoarsely, "Please protect me for a moment." Before his voice faded, the attack was already upon him. The nearby fan family cultivator gritted his teeth and stepped forward, throwing out all his magical artifacts and talismans, even sacrificing his blood to unleash several protective spells, creating layers of barriers in front of Fan Ling. Puff! Taking a heavy blow from a stone club, he immediately spat out blood, staggering, but refusing to retreat. Although 4 statues had been eliminated, the remaining 8 still exuded an intimidating might, showing the disadvantage in numbers for the 6 against 8. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin exchanged a glance, no words needed. They both pointed simultaneously. 2 flying swords shot out from the storage compartment, transforming into a golden and a silver streak of light that tore through the air, intercepting the 4 statues charging towards them. The flying swords transformed into rainbows. The sword light intertwined like dragons, successfully absorbing all the attacks from the 4 statues, giving the others a moment to breathe. The Bai High Society cultivator's eyes turned red. Seeing that the wind blades could only leave shallow marks on the jade statues, he let out a low growl, unleashing his spiritual energy. The myriad wind blades converged, forming a green tornado that twisted violently towards one of the statues. The dense wind blades cut through the air, emitting a piercing screech, and the surface of the statue finally cracked like spider webs. In the next moment, countless wind blades surged through the cracks with a series of crisp sounds. The internal structure of the statue was instantly destroyed. Its massive body became rigid with a loud crash, and then it crumbled into a pile of lifeless jade fragments. Fan Ling was also giving his face pale, as paper, struggling to use the talisman treasure with his 9th layer of chi, refining spiritual energy. He swallowed several pills in succession, and just as his internal energy recovered slightly, it surged crazily back into the talisman treasure. Just as his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, the floating talisman treasure suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, rapidly expanding in midair, transforming into a blazing small sun. Huh! Fan Ling laughed heartily. The sound of the sword rang out as a massive sword formed entirely of red light shot forth from the center of the talisman treasure, first slashing towards the 2 statues entangled with the Fan family cultivators. The red sword collided with the statues' weapons, creating a visible shockwave of red energy, the sound of metal clashing echoing throughout the hall. The hard arms of the jade statues cracked after several clashes, sparks flying, and one statue had its stone wrist severed while another was swept by the red sword at the knee, causing its massive body to lose balance and lean forward. Now's the time. A nearby Fan family cultivator seized the opportunity, shouting angrily as he produced his magical artifact, fiercely attacking the damaged areas of the statue for a fatal strike. Fan Ling gritted his teeth, shouting hoarsely as he directed the red giant sword to turn in midair, drawing a red arc of light towards the 2 statues still bound by the Bai High Society cultivators. Each slash of the giant sword caused the statues to tremble violently, jade shards flying everywhere. With the full cooperation of the Bai High Society cultivators holding them down, the red sword light finally found an opportunity, piercing through the cores of the 2 statues in succession. Boom, boom. 2 dull sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The ghostly lights in the eyes of the 2 statues extinguished, and they shattered into countless jade fragments, clattering to the ground. Just as the 2 Bai High Society cultivators relaxed, believing the battle had paused, a red sword shadow suddenly swooped in. A sinister cold smile appeared on Fan Ling's face. The red long sword, carrying the lingering spiritual energy, transformed into a dazzling blood-red rainbow, slicing through the waists of the 2 cultivators. Puff! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was muffled, yet clear, accompanied by the snapping sound of broken bones. The 2 cultivators' bodies were split in half by the sword light, their upper bodies still displaying bewilderment from surviving the calamity, while their lower halves fell uncontrollably. You are dead. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering across the jade floor of the hall, blooming into large patches of glaring crimson. The last reflections in their eyes were disbelief mixed with anger, quickly fading life. Fan Ling's sudden ambush completely took the 2 by surprise. At this moment, there were still 4 fully refined chi statues remaining in the hall, and Fan Ling himself was nearing exhaustion from using the talisman treasure. Logically, even if one harbored greed, one should at least wait until all the statues were dealt with before striking. Yet Fan Ling did not play by the rules, catching the 2 Bai High Society cultivators off guard. Even the Fan family cultivator was momentarily stunned. Fan Lao, what are you doing? Fan Ling's expression twisted as he shouted, quick. While the Su family distracts the statues, take all the treasures immediately. The Fan family cultivator's eyes brightened. Turning to look, he saw the attacks of the 4 statues were all directed towards Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, leaving them indeed unable to pay any attention to their side. He immediately dashed towards the treasures on the pedestal. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, engaged in battle with the statues, caught sight of this scene from afar, their brows furrowing. The 2 figures then blurred, merging into the shadows, darting through the darkness like lightning, charging straight towards the Fan family cultivator. Night travel. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's figures suddenly blurred, instantly slipping into the shadows of the hall. At the moment the two vanished, the four originally aggressive statues all paused in their movements, as if they had suddenly lost their targets. Immediately after, under Fan Ling's horrified gaze, the four statues abruptly turned, their eyes glowing ominously as they locked onto him and the other Fan family cultivator. What is happening? Fan Ling's heart sank, silently cursing that it was bad. He had thought the two from the Su family had exhausted their trump cards, but unexpectedly, they still possessed a technique capable of instantly evading the puppet's lock. They could have used this method to dodge attacks from the beginning, yet had held back until now to unleash it. Fan Ling's expression darkened further, feeling a wave of dread towards the unpredictable thoughts of these two. There was no time for further contemplation, as the four statues charged forward with a fierce wind. Fan Ling wielded his red sword to defend, hastily shouting, "Someone from the Su family, come help. If I die, you won't be able to withstand these statue puppets either." Wei Yan coldly laughed in response. "It would be better if you died, at least we would have no worries behind us." Facing the four statues was indeed somewhat challenging for her and Su Xuanheng, but it was not without hope. The two preferred to face the danger posed by the statues rather than collaborate with a cultivator who would stab them in the back. Su Xuanheng suddenly darted to the side of the Fan family cultivator, his sword swiftly slicing through the air, a tangible sword chi shrieking forth, aimed directly at the opponent's face. The Fan family cultivator's pupils constricted suddenly, hastily raising both hands as a translucent protective shield appeared before him. With a tremendous impact, the shield shattered. The cultivator was sent flying like a kite, with its string-cut blood spurting from his mouth. Before he could hit the ground, a towering statue as immense as a mountain had already stomped down, shattering the stone tiles beneath its feet. Its gigantic hand raised a magical seal, the patterns glowing ominously, and it smashed down with overwhelming force. Boom! The protective spiritual light was instantly shattered, followed by the dull sound of bones and flesh bursting. The Fan family cultivator didn't even manage to utter a sound before his body exploded beneath the magical seal, turning into a pool of indistinct flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan unleashed their spiritual power, the sword's edge shimmering with cold light. Two intertwining sword chis, one cold and one hot, burst forth like twin dragons. The two suns returned to the void. The alternating cold and hot sword chi swept past, accurately slicing through the statue's neck. With a loud bang, the jade stone at the statue's neck cracked, forming a web of fissures. The towering body staggered for a moment, then wobbled back a few steps, the stone tiles beneath its feet crumbling bit by bit. Before it could steady itself, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's forms erupted again like lightning. The sword light flared brightly, cascading like a river of stars. The sword chi roamed wildly, as if a storm of wind and snow had swept through. The numerous cold gleams of sword chi intertwined into a net enveloping the half-damaged statue. Boom! The jade statue's shell completely shattered under the relentless strikes, fragments flying like rain mixed with the dissipating spiritual light covering the ground. Seeing the two were so powerful, Fan Ling immediately rushed towards them, urgently calling, "Save me. I will give up all the treasures here." Su Xuanheng's expression remained unchanged. He simply stepped forward coldly, his flying sword shooting out like a long rainbow piercing the sun. "Killing you means the treasures will belong to us as well." The sword light transformed into a long rainbow, too fast for the eye to catch, directly striking at Fan Ling's face. At this moment, Fan Ling's talisman energy had long been exhausted, and his own spiritual power was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to dodge this lightning-fast strike. "You son of a..." Fan Ling's pupils suddenly expanded, filled with unwillingness and horror in his last thoughts. His original plan had completely fallen apart. He had originally thought that after eliminating the Kwahiwi cultivators, all treasures would belong to the Fan family, and then they could use the jade statue to exhaust the Su family, ultimately allowing the Fan family to profit. But the cold reality had pierced through his skull, with the sword edge completely shattering all his calculations. The three remaining statues, having lost their target, locked onto Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan once again. 2 against 3, and without any worries behind them. The two felt a great sense of security, with no hesitation remaining. For spiritual puppets flew out from Su Xuanheng's storage ring, accompanied by thunder and red flames charging towards the jade statue. Thunder roared within the hall, flames surged, and sword chi crisscrossed. Under the exquisite cooperation of the two's sword techniques, the battle grew increasingly intense. The 3 towering jade statues emitted loud cracking sounds in succession, their massive bodies collapsing one after another, crashing down and turning into countless dim jade fragments. The deafening explosion gradually subsided, leaving only the hissing sound of dissipating energy and the faint sound of falling debris. The hall was in disarray, smoke and dust swirling. The taut nerves of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan finally relaxed, and they let out a long sigh. Finally, it's over. Wei Yan sheathed her sword, her radiant face showing a hint of fatigue. A faint smile of victory appeared at the corner of Su Xuanheng's mouth as he collected all the scattered storage rings and bags from the battlefield. Glancing over the ground covered in jade fragments, he pondered briefly before also collecting them. He did not understand what material these jade stones were specifically, but he knew that the jade statues were actually puppets, and the materials used were definitely not ordinary. It would be better to take them back for his fourth brother to study, or perhaps one day the Su family could also craft similar jade puppets to protect their family. Wei Yan approached the pedestal, taking the treasures one by one, and together with Su Xuanheng, they counted the spoils. They had obtained a total of 4 types of rare treasures: Earth Vein Crystal Essence Tianyin, Wood Blue Pattern Stone Milk, and Innate Qi Du. 3 volumes of Dao Law Inheritance, namely the Tian Gang Guiding Jade Puppet Technique, Zhen Yu Seal, and Xian Guang Protecting Heart Shield. Faced with such bountiful rewards, both of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. The harvest this time was simply astonishing. Wei Yan could hardly contain her excitement as she said, "This cave heaven was likely prepared by a cultivator on the verge of forming a golden core. Perhaps he met with misfortune outside, and as the years passed the formation gradually weakened, revealing itself to the outside world, eventually discovered by the Chung family. Earth Vein Crystal Essence is a rare treasure that can elevate the grade of a spiritual vein. Embedding it into the spiritual vein will continuously produce more spirit stones, and over time the grade of the spiritual vein will gradually improve. Tianyin wood is a 3rd-grade crafting material suitable for refining wooden or water-type magical tools. Blue Pattern Stone Milk can directly enhance cultivation without side effects, its effects being simple and brute. Innate Qi Du is an even more precious golden core spiritual item, significantly improving the quality of the golden core. Due to the properties of these rare treasures, Wei Yan's speculation holds a high probability." Su Xuanheng nodded in agreement, probing his divine sense into the 3 volumes of Dao Law Jade Slips, smiling as he said, "The Tian Gang Guiding Jade Puppet Technique is actually the method for refining the jade statues. It seems my father was right. My 4th brother indeed has deep fortunes. Guarding the Yunmeng ruins, he unexpectedly obtained this chance for inheritance. The Zhen Yu Seal and Xian Guang Protecting Heart Shield are both spells for the Golden Core stage, and all of this owner's relics now belong to us Su family." Su Xuanheng slightly nodded. Just these gains make this trip worthwhile. However, it seems that the Chung family and Jiang family didn't find this haul last time. After saying this, he handed Wei Yan a whole bottle of blue pattern stone milk. "This haul is quite safe. You can try to break through Foundation establishment here, and I will protect you." Outside the cave, a profound silence enveloped the area, occasionally interrupted by soft whispers quickly drowned out by the roaring sound of the waterfall. Jiang Wuyu wore a smile, feeling particularly cheerful. He took out a flask of spiritual wine from his storage bag and sat across from Ho Zhang, leisurely engaging in conversation and drinking together, exuding an air of tranquility. In his view, the assets of the Su family were already in his grasp. The Su family cultivators inside the cave should be nearly dead by now, and those left behind in Qingyuan, such as Su Yang, were likely annihilated by the demonic cultivators. Currently, the entire Su family had only Song Baiqing left, and the key part was that this person was still unaware of the situation, which was quite amusing to think about. What does Daoist Ho think? How would this person react when he learns the truth? Would he seek revenge for the family, or would he give up and look for another family? Jiang Wuyu whispered. All present were Foundation establishment cultivators, and no matter how softly one spoke, they could all hear. It was evident that he was doing it on purpose. Ho Zhang smirked. Revenge. What a joke. As long as his mind is intact, he will definitely seek another family. After all, Song Baiqing is merely a servant lacking even the Su family bloodline. With the master dead, why would he risk his life? It took decades of cultivation to achieve Foundation establishment. How hard is that? After finally making a breakthrough, why would he sacrifice his life for a family with no blood relation? Where in the world would one find such foolish cultivators? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, where in the cultivation world could one find true feelings? It was merely a performance, with everyone seeking their own benefits. When disaster strikes, everyone naturally thinks of their own safety. Who would risk their life for another? The two laughed and clinked their cups together. At that moment, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from the cave entrance, drawing the attention of 7 Foundation establishment cultivators. Chung Lan furrowed her brows, her tone filled with suspicion. Is the cave about to close? How could the time be so short? She herself had not fully grasped the rules of the cave, having only been there 3 or 4 times. Years ago, the Chung family discovered this place because the formation maintaining the cave had shown a crack due to years of erosion. Qi refining cultivators entering the cave would be overlooked by the flawed internal formation. However, if a Foundation establishment cultivator entered, it would immediately trigger the formation, forcibly closing the cave and expelling the intruder. When Chenglan first discovered the cave, she had entered personally, triggering the closure mechanism of the cave's formation, leading to her expulsion, thus confirming that Foundation establishment cultivators were not allowed inside. As her thoughts raced, the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the cave entrance suddenly intensified, the frequency and intensity of the tremors clearly indicative of the cave's impending closure. Immediately after, a distinct pressure of Foundation establishment spiritual energy seeped out from within the cave. Chenglan and the others' expressions changed in unison. Someone is achieving Foundation establishment within the cave. No wonder the cave is suddenly closing early. Who is achieving Foundation establishment inside the cave? Everyone had different thoughts, anxious yet vigilant. After all, various forces had sent Qi refining cultivators of the 9th level and perfected Qi refiners into the cave, and any faction could potentially have a Foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, the light at the entrance suddenly flickered violently, bursting forth with blinding brilliance as countless figures were forcibly repelled by the cave's power flowing out like a tide. As the Foundation establishment's spiritual energy rushed out of the cave, it was accompanied by an unmatched sharp sword energy, instantly locking onto Zhang Wuyu and swiftly slicing towards him. Zhang Wu's gaze sharpened, reacting quickly. He raised his hand to draw the long sword at his waist, and a wave of dark sword energy surged with the wind, colliding thunderously with the incoming sharp sword energy. Almost simultaneously, Song Baiqing, who had been standing quietly at the side, also moved. A chilling sword intent erupted, charging directly at Ho Zhang. The sword energy tore through the air, moving so fast that it left only a fleeting afterimage, carrying a piercing, murderous intent as it swiftly closed off all of Ho Zhang's escape routes. The sudden turn of events left the remaining several Foundation establishment cultivators present stunned, instinctively retreating to create distance. Only then did everyone see that the Foundation establishment cultivator emerging from the cave was actually Wei Yin from the Su family. Surrounded by the yet-concealed pressure of Foundation establishment, her imposing sword intent shot straight into the clouds. What does the Su family mean by this? Zhang Wu's face darkened. The Zhang family and the Jinyu gang are besieging the Su family within the cave, and you still have the face to question us. Wei Yan's voice was cold, her sword light slicing through the clouds as she dashed out, like lightning, her white robes fluttering in the gusts of wind. As the sword edge trembled, the sword shadows split into two, then four, quickly forming a myriad of sword shadows suspended behind her, all pointing menacingly at Zhang Wuyu. The 10,000 swords returned to one. You are a disciple of the 10,000 swords sect. Zhang Wu's pupils constricted in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. This revelation struck like thunder, causing all present to change color. The daughter-in-law of the Su family turned out to be a disciple of the 10,000 swords sect. Such shocking news was truly astonishing. Wei Yan's lips were tightly pressed, remaining silent. The sword pointed down from the air, and the thousands of sword shadows behind her poured down like a celestial river, accompanied by a piercing scream. Zhang Wuyu hurriedly formed a hand seal, his protective spiritual light surging as the sword energy transformed into a dark torrent to meet it Heaton. The two forces collided, causing several rocky peaks in Wangchuan Valley to explode with a thunderous roar. Fragments of stone burst forth like a torrential downpour, clouds of dust soaring into the sky. The clash of sword energy and Tao laws reverberated continuously, shattering the mountains and splitting the ground like a chasm. The two figures danced through the dust storm, their blades clashing, sparking bright flashes of light, with each strike creating visible disturbances of spiritual energy that carved deep gashes into the surrounding rock walls. The fierce confrontation between the two was evenly matched. Zhang Wuyu scanned the entire scene with his divine sense, and to his astonishment, he found that none of the cultivators emerging from the cave were from the Jiang family or the Jinyu gang. Where have all my Jiang family members gone? Zhang Wuyu exploded in fury, shouting, "It was your Su family that slaughtered my clan's cultivators." He then turned to Chenglan and urgently called out Cheng family head. Initially, all parties agreed to assist each other within the cave, and now the Su family is openly violating the rules. Why are you not hastening to take action to help us suppress the Su family? Chenglan's expression shifted, and her gaze slowly turned towards the people of the Su family. She saw Su Xianxiao step forward, protecting his relatives behind him, and solemnly saying, "Cheng family head, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." Su Xianling gently stroked the strings of her zither, and a clear and melodious tune spread out, instantly forming a formation to shield her family members. On the other side of the battlefield, Ho Zhang was being relentlessly pushed back by Song Baiqing's Qingyuan sword intent, with several bloodstains already visible on his body, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Seeing Chenglan remain silent, Ho Zhang anxiously shouted, "Cheng family, head, quickly assist us." The Su family has 2 Foundation Establishment sword cultivators. If we let them return, they will undoubtedly become the overlords of Qingyuan, making it difficult for your Cheng family as well. Sword cultivators of the same realm are particularly fierce. Wei Yin is also a sword cultivator, but all the Foundation Establishment cultivators present could see that she had just achieved Foundation Establishment and had not yet built her Dao Foundation, still utilizing an attributeless Dao Foundation. Even so, she was still able to hold her ground against Jiang Wuyu, who had immersed himself in Foundation Establishment for many years, not losing any ground. On the other side, facing Song Baking's fierce assault, Hou Zhang was beginning to show signs of defeat. If Cheng Lan did not intervene, he would undoubtedly be defeated. However, as long as Cheng Lan intervened, the situation could be reversed, and there would still be a great hope of completely suppressing these 2 Foundation Establishment sword cultivators from the Su family. Cheng Lan's expression was stiff, while the members of the Cheng family behind her hesitated, equally entangled in their thoughts. For many years, the forces in Qingyuan had been on guard against one another, fearing that one side would produce multiple Foundation Establishment cultivators, becoming the hegemon of Qingyuan and monopolizing the cultivation resources of all families. In the end, despite all precautions, they never expected the sudden emergence of the Su family. Not only did they reveal 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators, but both were formidable sword cultivators of the same realm. If Cheng Lan does not act, the Su family would become the hegemon of Qingyuan. Yet, even if she did act, it was uncertain whether she could subdue the 2 sword cultivators. If she failed to suppress them, her Cheng family would also face annihilation. Should she choose to survive under the Su family's authority or gamble everything at the cost of her family's destruction? At this moment, Su Xuanheng spoke up, his tone steady as he reminded her, the head of the Cheng family must be aware that the Su family has always adhered to the principle of, if one does not offend me, I will not offend others. Even if we become the hegemon of the Qingyuan market in the future, we will not recklessly annihilate other forces. He paused slightly and continued to reveal, to be honest, the ambitions of the Su family are not limited to just Qingyuan. In fact, the plans of the Su Merchant Association have long since extended to various major cultivation markets. The implication was clear: the Su family was different from them. While you are fixated on the resources of the Qingyuan market, the Su family has already set its sights on the broader world beyond. Even if the Su family becomes the hegemon of Qingyuan, they would still leave some benefits for everyone. Upon learning this, Cheng Lan's brow relaxed, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting the relief of a decision made along with a hint of helplessness, then fell silent, offering no further response. This move directly darkened the expressions of Jiang Wuyu and Hou Zhang. Cheng Lan's silence had already indicated that she ultimately chose to compromise and observe, entrusting the future of Qingyuan to the Su family. Cheng Lan, you will surely regret today's decision. Hou Zhang roared, abandoning all reservations in a desperate attempt to find a glimmer of hope, suddenly unleashing a talisman towards Song Baiqing. The talisman erupted with blinding golden light, manifesting in midair and swiftly coalesced into a majestic phantom of a lion. It was surrounded by golden thunder, emitting a deafening roar as it charged towards Song Baiqing. Song Baiqing remained calm, his sword intent instantly soaring to its peak. The essence of the Qingyuan sword erupted as a tangible blue sword force cleaved towards the lion's phantom. The clash of sword energy and thunder erupted, exploding into a dazzling array of spiritual light and electric arcs, grinding the surrounding mountains and forests to dust. Seizing the moment while Song Baiqing fought the lion, Hou Zhang did not look back and transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing towards the direction away from Wangchuan Valley. Jiang Wuyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing this, then his expression darkened with rage as he cursed. He never expected that the ally who had fought alongside him moments ago would now flee alone for his life. However, despite his anger, he knew that due to his own lack of resources, he could not produce any stronger trump cards. In a moment of desperation, he could only send a voice transmission to Wei Yin, gritting his teeth as he threatened, I know the secret that all members of your Su family possess spiritual roots. Let me go, and I swear on my Dao heart never to reveal this matter, otherwise I will disclose this secret to everyone right now. Wei Yin, however, paid no heed, continuing her fierce assault. Suddenly, she threw out a formation plate, illuminating with mysterious patterns, swiftly opening an invisible barrier that completely enveloped her and Jiang Wuyu. She intended to seal the space with a formation, cutting off all sound and transmission from leaking out. Jiang Wu's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped her intention, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Truly stubborn, thinking this can protect the secret. He pinched a space-breaking talisman between his fingers. This talisman specializes in breaking various sealing formations. Once activated, it can forcibly tear a gap in the formation, allowing his voice transmission to instantly escape and expose the Su family's secret to the public. However, just as he was about to activate the talisman, Su Xianjing and Su Xianling outside the formation also sensed something amiss. Although the two did not know Wei Yan's exact intentions, they reacted swiftly and almost simultaneously made their move. Su Xianling lightly pressed her fingers on the strings of a zither, and a clear melodious sound resonated. The sound waves condensed into golden formation patterns, spreading down like a net, laying another layer of formation outside Wei Yan's. Su Xianjing raised her wrist, scattering a stack of talismans into the air. The red-gold symbols flowed, intertwining in the air to form a magnificent array of talismans, isolating and sealing off the 2 layers of formations. With 3 layers of formations intricately linked, sealing heaven and earth. The space-breaking talisman in Jiang Wei's hand had just emitted a faint light when it seemed to sink into a quagmire, its power completely negated by layers of seals, making it impossible to tear open even a tiny gap. His face finally turned completely pale. With a resounding boom, the lion's phantom in the sky was cleaved apart by Song Baiking's sword, dissipating into streams of thunderous light, vanishing into the horizon. Song Baiqing locked onto He Zhang's aura, employing the minor 5 elements escape technique to pursue the direction in which He Zhang fled. His body seemed to exist between reality and illusion, silently penetrating through all obstacles ahead. No matter the towering peaks, dense forests, or the continuously flowing waterfall, upon touching his body, they were all as if non-existent, allowing him to pass through. Mountains, trees, and water all belong to the 5 elements. The brilliance of the minor 5 elements escape technique lies in its ability to temporarily merge a cultivator's body into the 5 elements of heaven and earth, allowing passage through any object with a 5 element attribute touching it, as if it were nothing. If one were to cultivate the major 5 elements escape technique, not only would their escape speed be extraordinary, but they could also break through the limitations of the 5 elements attributes. It is said that at the highest levels of cultivation, one could even escape the bindings of heaven and earth, crossing the realms of life and death. Under the rapid speed of the minor 5 elements escape technique, the distance between Song Baiqing and He Zhang rapidly closed. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to He Zhang's rear. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Baiking's eyes as the Qingyuan sword intent suddenly erupted. He Zhang, who was desperately fleeing, suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent behind him, and upon scanning with his divine sense, he was terrified beyond measure. He was already injured, and the earlier use of the talisman had consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Facing this fierce Qingyuan sword intent, he simply had no time to mount an effective defense. No! Accompanied by a shrill and unwilling scream, the blue sword light pierced through his protective spiritual aura, precisely stabbing into his back. He Zhang's body shook violently, and a mouthful of hot blood gushed out, his eyes filled with horror and despair. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but Song Baiqing gave him no chance. Without retracting his sword intent, a sword energy burst forth from the tip of his sword, instantly penetrating through He Zhang's head. All the words He Zhang had yet to utter were forever stuck in his throat. Song Baiqing swiftly took the storage ring and dashed towards Jiang Wei's direction with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Wei's heart grew increasingly anxious and restless. He had been able to hold his own against Wei Yan's myriad swords returning to the sect, but now, due to his crumbling mindset, he gradually appeared disorganized, with numerous flaws emerging. With Song Baiking's appearance, Jiang Wei's formation was utterly disrupted. The appearance of this person meant that He Zhang had already perished, and the next to die would be him. Sword shadows pierced into his chest, staining his garments with blood. Jiang Wuyu, with disheveled hair, fell to the ground amidst the intertwining sword aura and shadows. He recalled many events from Qingyuan, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his lips. After establishing his foundation, he should have disregarded the opinions of various factions and directly eliminated the Su family instead of attempting to pry into the secrets that could allow descendants to be born with spiritual roots. Now, not only did he fail to uncover the Su family secrets, but he also faced a fatal and truly a case of losing more than gaining. Jiang Wuyu grinned madly, seemingly oblivious to the sword piercing his heart, allowing blood to flow freely. What a pity! Blood foamed from his mouth, his eyes gradually losing focus amidst the madness. I couldn't personally wipe out your Su family. With his last breath, he spat out a vicious curse laced with twisted pleasure. Don't think you've won. Though I must die, your Su family has long been trampled to the ground by demonic cultivators. Ha ha ha! Wei Yan's gaze was as cold as ice. With a sudden twist of her sword, she completely shattered his heart's meridian. Watching Jiang Wei's frozen manic smile, her tone remained indifferent, devoid of any ripple. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. You have no idea what kind of person the Su family leader is. Those demonic cultivators must be waiting underground for you for quite some time now. Jiang Wei's words failed to shake her heart in the slightest. How could mere demonic cultivators dare to speak of exterminating the Su family? Wei Yan held deep confidence in Su Yang's strength. Even after reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement, she could not gauge the depth of the clan leader's cultivation. At that time, she speculated that Su Yang might have already broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. She couldn't help but recall the scene before her departure when Su Yang personally handed her the Foundation establishment pill along with the solemn reminder, after establishing your foundation, remember not to rush into laying your Dao foundation. When you return, I will teach you the strongest foundation establishment method. Had anyone else said such a thing, Wei Yin would have certainly scoffed. As the direct disciple of the Wan Jian sect's master, she possessed the orthodox foundation establishment inheritance of the sect, so how could she easily believe such absurd promises? However, spoken from Su Yang's mouth, no matter how outrageous, Wei Yin instinctively chose to trust. After all, she had witnessed the miracles created by the Su family, especially how her two children, who originally had no spiritual roots, were born with true spiritual roots under the Su family's Hun Yuan Ningxian method. If there exists a heaven-defying method that allows even mortals to give birth to spiritual roots, then the strongest foundation establishment method seems hardly surprising. After taking Jiang Wei's storage ring, Wei Yin unlocked the formation and swiftly returned to her clansmen alongside Song Baiqing. The foundation establishment cultivators around couldn't hide their apprehension, and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Chengda, had an even deeper look of concern in his eyes. Others only knew that the Su family had two foundation establishment cultivators, but Yuan Chengda harbored doubts, suspecting that Su Yang had also established his foundation. The oppressive feeling he had faced when confronting Su Yang led him to mistakenly believe it was due to being at the peak of qi refinement. But now he realized that pressure was far beyond what a peak qi refinement cultivator could exert. The Su family had not just two foundation establishment cultivators, they might even be hiding 3 or 4. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he chose to submit back, then otherwise the Yuan family would have been annihilated. No matter which foundation establishment power he sought help from, it would be futile in the face of such a colossal entity as the Su family. Is everything settled? Cheng Lan's tone was light, yet the trace of undisguised apprehension in her eyes ultimately revealed her inner turmoil. Does the Su family have any unfinished business to attend to? Song Baiqing turned his gaze towards Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, entrusting the decision-making power to them. Su Xuanheng smiled faintly. There are no other matters. We can set off now. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and subsequently boarded the flying boat one after another, their minds in a tangle completely devoid of the joy that should have come from their gains on this trip. Everyone was secretly speculating what the Su family would do upon returning to Qingyuan. Would they monopolize the cultivation resources of all families? Would they drive them out? Although the Su family claimed they would not do so, cultivators are known for their lies. They found it hard to believe that the Su family could keep their word. Yet even if the Su family were to take action, what could they do? The Su family had two foundation establishment sword cultivators stationed. The sky over Qingyuan market was likely to change dramatically. Su Yang, observing the stars, sensed the immense growth of the family's foundation, knowing that Wei Yin must have succeeded in establishing her foundation and that the Su family had reaped substantial rewards from this trip. In the courtyard, Su Yang lay on a rocking chair, his eyes slightly closed, his fingertips gently tapping to the melody of the guqin played by his wife. On the stone table rested the spiritual tea freshly brewed by Xiao Mei, releasing wisps of steam that were gently swept away by the breeze, merging into the warm afternoon sunlight, making the day feel almost suspended in time. Qin Jiangmai's delicate fingers glided over the guqin strings, the song concluding as its lingering notes flowed through the courtyard. She turned to look at her husband, who was resting with his eyes closed, a soft smile blooming between her brows. Counting the days, it's been nearly 3 months since the little ones left home. I do miss them. It's much better when the house is lively. Su Yang did not open his eyes, but merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, letting out a vague hum in acknowledgement of her words. Upon seeing this, the smile at the corners of Qin Jiangmai's lips deepened. She knew well that her husband's earlier remark, living just the two of us doesn't feel lonely, was merely a display of bravado. After all these years of having grandchildren around with laughter and chatter, he had fundamentally become a grandpa who could not bear to be without a house full of children and a bustling family. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. You just thought of them, and they rushed back already. Moi. Qin Jiangmei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and soon noticed something unusual. The Cheng family's flying boat was swiftly approaching from the horizon, gradually descending onto an open space beside the market. Cultivators from various factions reacted to the sound, rushing forward, their faces filled with anticipation for the returning clan members. However, as the cultivators from the flying boat descended one after another, everyone stood stunned. Among the returning group, apart from the Su family's members appearing normal, even wearing a hint of calm smiles, the expressions of the other clan's cultivators were grave, showing no signs of joy from any gains. A wave of ominous premonition enveloped everyone's hearts. Could it be that something unexpected occurred in the cave? Su Xuanheng paid no mind to the whispers and doubtful gazes around him. His cold gaze swept over the Jiang family and the members of the Golden Feather Gang, and then he strode purposefully towards Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei. Upon reaching his parents, he solemnly clasped his hands, and his voice clearly and coldly echoed across the quiet square. Father-mother, within the Dantian Valley, the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang conspired to ambush us, intending to eradicate the Su family completely. Now the cultivators of both families have been completely annihilated, including their patriarch Jiang Wuyu and Ho Zhang, who have also been eliminated. I pause for a moment, and the voice filled with killing intent follows. To eliminate future troubles, I earnestly request father and mother to allow immediate action to eradicate the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang. Su Xuanheng's words erupted like thunder, igniting a wave of uproar. The faces of the Jiang family and the Jin Yu Gang cultivators turned pale, as if their blood had frozen in that moment. They had just been puzzled as to why they had not seen anyone from the Jiang family or Jin Yu Gang descend from the flying boat, but upon hearing Su Xuanheng's words they fell into confusion. The heads of the Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang are dead. Impossible. A furious roar erupted from the crowd of the Jiang family. Jiang Yishu rushed out of the crowd, his eyes red, trembling as he shouted, "My father is a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly die at your hands? The notion of besieging the Su family is even more absurd. It must be that your Su family used some sinister means." He fixed his gaze on Chang Lan, the only person present who could mediate, and clasped his hands, saying, "I implore you, Senior Chang, to reveal the truth to us." This statement awakened the cultivators from both families, all eyes turning towards him, filled with a mix of hope and the last vestige of struggle. They still harbored a glimmer of luck. How could they believe Su's words without question? Perhaps this is merely a frame-up by the Su family, or maybe the family head and others are in danger somewhere waiting for them to come to the rescue. Moreover, the Su family is merely a Kyre-finding family. How could they possibly kill the Foundation establishment cultivators of both families? However, faced with everyone's gaze, Cheng Lan's expression remained grim, and he said nothing. These were merely the dead, the outcome was already determined, so why waste words on them? "Let's go." Cheng Lan softly uttered 3 words, then his figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly heading towards the Cheng family direction. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Fan family silently followed suit, not uttering a word. Su Heian from the Bihai Association stood in place, his gaze lingering on the members of the Su family for a moment, a flicker of complex meaning passing through his eyes, yet he ultimately remained silent, waving his hand to lead his disciples away quietly. In an instant, the crowd dispersed. Only the Su family cultivators, radiating a chilling aura, remained, along with the Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang cultivators, who were frozen in shock. They stood there dazed, feeling a chill run down their spines, their eyes void and numb. Cheng Lan's silence was the clearest response. The Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang are finished. Upon learning that the 2 families had besieged the Su family in the cave, Su Yang's expression turned cold, having anticipated this. He calmly scanned the pale-faced Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang cultivators before him, his tone indifferent, revealing no trace of emotion. "If so, then you may handle it yourselves." As soon as the words fell, the Su family cultivators, who had long been poised to strike, suddenly erupted like arrows loosed from a bow. Sword lights, spells, and talismans shattered the tranquility of the market, the chilling intent to kill sweeping over like a tidal wave. Jiang Yishu and the others' faces changed dramatically, almost instinctively unleashing escape techniques, scattering in all directions. With no Foundation establishment cultivators to hold the line, they had lost even the courage to resist, leaving only a faint, desperate hope of survival. The sounds of screams, explosions, and clashing weapons intertwined and echoed across the open ground, quickly returning to silence. This one-sided slaughter lasted only for a few breaths. The Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang cultivators who had come to confront them fell one after another into pools of blood devoid of life. Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely brushed away a layer of dust. He nodded slightly, and Wei Yin and Song Baiqing immediately understood. Each took a group of elite Su family cultivators and sped toward the locations of the Jiang family and Jin Yu Gang. The chilling atmosphere gradually dispersed in the wind. Su Yang looked at his son, whose aura was much more substantial than before he left home, still revealing concern in his eyes, smiling as he asked, "Are you hurt?" Su Xuanheng smiled and shook his head. "I'm not hurt. Although some of the accompanying servants were slightly injured, none were lost. You've worked hard along the way, let's return home and have a good rest." After finishing his words, Su Yang turned his attention to his grandson and granddaughter. The 2 little ones gleefully ran up to him, vying to show that they were unscathed. Upon closer inspection, Su Yang noticed that Xian Yao and Xian Yu's auras were even more condensed and solid than before. This was the temperament forged from experiencing bloody battles firsthand. Indeed, experience is the best way to hone cultivators, though the process inevitably accompanies dangers. Su Yang harbored a resolution in his heart. From now on, the family must add a new rule that all Su family disciples must undergo training outside after reaching a certain age. As long as they are properly protected and casualties are minimized, the training of family members will always outweigh the drawbacks. The night had not yet fully descended, and the sky still retained a trace of blood-red afterglow. The Su family cultivators, led by Wei Yin and Song Baiqing, stormed into the Jiang family and Jinyu gang residences. Within the Jiang family's territory, the lights flickered and shadows were in disarray. The protective array was hastily illuminated with a faint light, only to be ruthlessly cleaved apart by a sharp sword aura emitting a piercing sound akin to shattering glass. Wei Yan's figure fell into the courtyard like a ghost, with her flying sword humming softly, causing blood flowers to bloom silently in her wake. Screams and collapse sounds echoed incessantly as the once elegant pavilions and towers crumbled under the thunderous spell, smoke and dust mingling with the scent of blood. At the same time, above the Jinyu gang's residence, Song Baiqing soared on his sword, his robes billowing. The members of the Jinyu gang fled in panic, yet were surrounded by the Su family cultivators and warriors who had long been lying in wait, the glint of blades sweeping through like reaping straw, causing fleeing figures to fall in clusters. The sounds of battle explosions and wails rose to the sky from both locations, quickly waning as time passed. In less than an hour, when the last vestige of resisting magical fluctuations completely dissipated, everything returned to deathly silence. Only the unextinguished flames crackled amidst the ruins, illuminating the scattered debris and the corpses lying in disarray. The rising smoke intertwined with the thickening twilight, marking the complete eradication of the two foundation establishment powers in Qingyuan market by the Su family. The news of the Su family producing two foundation establishment cultivators spread like wildfire throughout the market. In every tavern and tea house, be they cultivators or mortals, everyone was fervently discussing this matter, filled with astonishment and emotion. Everyone in the market knew that the Su family always acted secretly, their family development hidden, while their commercial scale occupied half of Qingyuan's economy. Yet no matter how large the Su family's commercial scale was, they were ultimately just a kire-finding family, forever a lamb to be slaughtered before foundation establishment cultivators. Without a foundation establishment cultivator to hold the fort, the Su family would eventually be unable to protect this asset. However, no one expected that this deadlock would be directly broken today, with the Su family quietly nurturing two foundation establishment cultivators. One of them was Su Zunheng's wife, which was reasonable for assisting him to break through foundation establishment, but the other was born a servant of the Su family, which left people feeling utterly baffled. Which family would provide foundation establishment resources to a servant? Yet the Su family did just that. Cultivators were astonished by the profound foundation of the Su family and could not help but sigh at their trust and generosity towards both their kin and outsiders, even allowing servants the opportunity for foundation establishment. In an instant, countless cultivators secretly entertained the thought of aligning themselves with the Su family. Even setting aside their generosity, the strength and foundation the Su family had now displayed was undeniably that of Qingyuan's overlord. From now on, whether the various forces in the market could share in the benefits would likely depend on the Su family's intentions. The inner courtyard of the Su family was brightly lit. Everyone was busy counting the bountiful harvest brought back from the forgotten river valley, while organizing the newly acquired properties' legacies and a mountain of cultivation resources from the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang. The accumulated assets of the two foundation establishment forces, along with their extensive industries and vast territories spread across the market, made it difficult for the Su family to digest everything quickly. Su Xianming and Jiyo were overwhelmed by the workload. The manpower of the Su family was ultimately limited, and taking over and integrating such massive wealth and industries in a short time was no easy task. Su Xianming needed to replan the family estate to make the distribution of areas more rational, while also trading and exchanging parts of the land with various forces to facilitate management. Fortunately, after this battle, the Su families might intimidated Qingyuan. Even though they could not swallow all the industries for the time being, no one dared to take advantage of the situation or harbor thoughts of seizing anything. Thus, the Su family had ample time to calmly respond and gradually integrate the industries. At this moment, in the main hall of the inner courtyard, Su Xianling took out a spiritual vein sealed by a formation. Even Su Yang could not help but show a look of shock. He gasped, "You actually obtained a complete spiritual vein." The reason Qingyuan was remote and had thin spiritual energy was fundamentally due to the lack of spiritual veins in the area, relying solely on the spiritual energy drifting from elsewhere. Su Yang had already contemplated that with the current development of the family, the number of foundation establishment cultivators would inevitably grow to an astonishing scale. And the current spiritual energy concentration in Qingyuan could only support a few foundation establishment practitioners. If this continued, the Su family would inevitably face the day of relocation. Yet that day had not yet arrived, and unexpectedly, Su Xianling brought back a spiritual vein for the family. You have dug up the only spiritual vein in the cave. As Su Yang marveled, he hurriedly took the sealed spiritual vein. Upon careful inspection, he discovered that it was actually a second-grade spiritual vein. He had previously heard Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin mention that the Forgotten River Valley Cave was originally a secret place prepared by a certain cultivator for achieving the golden core, and it seemed to be true. The so-called cave is essentially a sealed and hidden area. Back then, the cultivator discovered this second-grade spiritual vein in the Forgotten River Valley and sealed the entire area with a formation using it as a place for future golden core cultivation, storing various resources needed for the process. Given this, the person had a rich foundation and was likely from a prominent family or sect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to accumulate such abundant cultivation resources. Cultivators strive to avoid external disturbances when breaking through major realms, which is why this cultivator never informed others about the cave. Unexpectedly, he perished unexpectedly, leading to the cave being sealed until internal formation issues were discovered by the Chung family cultivators. A cave without a spiritual vein cannot be sustained for long. In a few years, the formations within the cave will gradually collapse due to insufficient spiritual energy. Su Yang looked at Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin in astonishment. You two have had quite good luck directly taking the hall left by that cultivator in the cave. The spiritual vein that sustains the cave and the legacies within the hall are the most precious treasures of the Forgotten River Valley Cave, and now they belong entirely to the Su family. In comparison, those heavenly materials and spiritual plants are merely embellishments. Su Xuanheng grinned and said, Father, there is also earth vein crystal essence in the hall. This item, when embedded in the spiritual vein, can elevate this second-grade spiritual vein to a third-grade spiritual vein. This statement made everyone in the main hall suddenly recall this item. They almost forgot about the earth vein crystal essence. Su Xianming was immediately shocked. So, does this mean our Su family effectively possesses a third-grade spiritual vein? The family residence can be upgraded to a cave-blessed land, and we will no longer lack spiritual energy. This is a treatment only golden core cultivators enjoy. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the cultivator who opened the cave originally planned to wait until he broke through to golden core before using the earth vein crystal essence to elevate the spiritual vein to third grade. This person was indeed cautious, understanding that foundation establishment cultivators struggle to maintain a third-grade spiritual vein, which is why he delayed using it. However, all his plans ultimately benefited our Su family. The Su family also does not dare to upgrade the spiritual vein to third grade. Although there is a formation to conceal it, the means of golden core cultivators should not be underestimated. If we were to encounter a golden core cultivator with extremely strong probing methods and discover that the Su family only has foundation establishment cultivators yet occupies a third-grade spiritual vein, it would be like delivering a fat sheep right to their door. For now, Su Yang would not embed the earth vein crystal essence into the spiritual vein. However, this second-grade spiritual vein could be directly transferred to the Su family estate. Golden core cultivators do not esteem second-grade spiritual veins. They reside in celestial cities with third-grade or even fourth-grade spiritual veins. Usually, only foundation establishment cultivators would be envious and fight over first or second-grade spiritual veins. Given the current strength and foundation of the Su family, as long as no golden core cultivators personally intervene, no force can shake the Su family. Su Xuanheng then took out several other treasures, saying these azure markstone milks can be used by you and Mother, as they can help you enhance your cultivation without side effects. As for this piece of heavenly sound wood, it is very suitable for Mother and Xianling to refine a musical instrument. This bottle of innate qi can be temporarily stored in the family treasury. Previously, Wei Yin had only consumed a small portion of the azure markstone milk when cultivating from the 9th level of qi refinement to perfect qi refinement, so there was still plenty left. Su Yang took the azure markstone milk, dividing it into 2 portions, handing one to Qin Jiangmei and returning the other to Su Xuanheng. I don't need this. He stated directly, you too can take it to enhance your cultivation. This should help you reach the 9th level of qi refinement. Su Yang was already at the foundation establishment stage, and this amount of azure markstone milk could not help him break through to mid-foundation establishment. It was better used to elevate the family's cultivation, striving to give birth to more foundation establishment practitioners as soon as possible. Su Yang was not worried at all that Qin Jiangmei and Su Xuanheng would fail in their foundation establishment. The blood and mana realms were completely not a problem for them, and if they encountered difficulties in breaking through the divine sense realm, they could simply swallow 2 top-grade foundation establishment pills. Top-grade foundation establishment pills, which were hard to find outside, could be easily obtained by the Su family, as if they were candy. This was solely because Su Yang's fate was too extraordinary and the pill success rate was entirely fixed, with every batch of Foundation establishment pills guaranteed to yield top-grade ones. Normal forces wanting to possess such a vast quantity of Foundation establishment pills must first have ample heavenly spirit fruits, and secondly, they need excellent alchemists. Su Xuanheng did not decline upon hearing this and immediately took out 3 Daoist technique Jade Slips, Heavenly Gang, Inducing Jade Puppet Technique Jinyue Seal, and Xuanguang Heart Protection Shield, placing them on the table. Su Xianjing also stepped forward and porcelain bottles filled with galaxy glaze water instantly filled the table. Father, this item contains rich stellar energy and can assist you in cultivating the star circumference secret technique. Goodness! Just when he was worried about the difficulty of accumulating stellar energy, his daughter brought him galaxy glaze water. Su Yang truly did not know how to describe the luck of his children. Could it be that the Hunyuan nurturing true method could also enhance luck? In just one trip to the cave, the Su family obtained all the accumulations left behind by that Foundation establishment perfected cultivator. Clearly the Chung family discovered the cave first, but did not have such abundant gains. Su Yangxin Jiangmei and Su Xianling moved like lightning, standing in a triangular formation at the core area of the Su family estate. Their expressions were solemn, and the hand seals they held changed simultaneously. Dozens of array flags shot out from their sleeves, accurately landing at each array eye position. As the flags fell and the array was formed, an invisible barrier quietly rose, completely isolating the internal and external activities. Su Yang raised his hand, and the second-tier spiritual vein, sealed by numerous formations, hovered above his palm. As the spiritual light flowed, he moved the spiritual vein to the core of the array. Activate the array. The 3 of them simultaneously urged their spiritual power into the array. In the next moment, the ground's spiritual patterns lit up one after another, emanating a circle of soft, yet brilliant golden beams from the heart of the array, slowly lifting the entire spiritual vein and steadily sinking it into the depths of the earth. The spiritual vein gradually disappeared into the soil and rock, and the brilliance of the array shifted from vibrant to faint, eventually fading away. Just as the spiritual vein took root in the depths of the earth, the spiritual energy throughout the Su family estate seemed to awaken suddenly, like a long-dormant river surging forth as a torrent of spring tide. In the courtyard, all the spiritual herbs and trees moved without wind, their leaves shimmering with a layer of warm crystalline radiance, as if stretching their bodies and breathing freely. The heavenly spirit fruit tree swayed its silver-white leaves, celebrating the change in spiritual energy in this place. The hawks and falcons kept nearby raised their heads, crying out loudly, their eyes filled with unprecedented vitality and spirit. The spiritual spring in the pavilion's lake seemed to boil continuously, gushing forth water. Moo! Even the large black cow soaking in the lake couldn't help but bellow. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Schools of colorful treasure fish suddenly sped up, and the entire surface of the lake shimmered with rainbow-colored reflections. A faint mist of spiritual energy rose from the ground, swirling like a thin veil between the pavilions and towers, enveloping the entire family estate, creating an ethereal paradise filled with spiritual energy. However, just a wall away, the outside world remained calm and tranquil. The sound of the wind passed through the alleys and birds chirped past the eaves. Everything was as usual. Not a trace of excess spiritual energy leaked out, and no one knew that beneath this seemingly ordinary land, a second-tier spiritual vein had quietly been buried. Su Yang and the others did not stop there, continuing to strengthen the array. In the inner courtyard, Wan Ning cradled the sleeping Su Xinrui, feeling the suddenly surging rich spiritual energy within the family estate, and couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Such dense spiritual energy. In such an environment, how can I not establish my foundation within 60 years? The current concentration of spiritual energy in the Su family was comparable to that of the residences of direct disciples of the Daoxian sect. Previously, she could only admire and look up to it, but now she unexpectedly enjoyed such treatment herself. Wei Yin deeply resonated with her, laughing lightly. Not just this, with the current momentum of the Su family, we will surely become a golden core family in the future. At that time, embedding the earth vein crystal marrow into the spiritual vein to elevate it to the 3rd tier may even provide a glimpse of the legendary nascent soul realm." This statement is not mere exaggeration. These days she has practiced the Dao Yin Hunyuan Sutra taught by Su Yang, and she was once again astonished by the Su family's inherited techniques. The Dao foundation she established was actually a sword imbued with the cold light of the moon and the chilling frost. This sword-shaped Dao foundation not only significantly enhanced her swordsmanship comprehension and cultivation speed, but it also helped her realize a kind of sword momentum. A Dao foundation that resonates with oneself is the strongest Dao foundation. This sword-shaped Dao foundation perfectly matched her, resulting in rapid progress in her cultivation during this time and constant bursts of sword comprehension. The sword techniques that were once difficult to comprehend could now be understood clearly, allowing her to apply one understanding to another, leading to frequent insights. Now, if she were to encounter Zhang Wuyu again, she would not need Song Baking's assistance. She was confident that with a single move of all swords returned to the origin, she could completely defeat him. With such a top-tier foundation establishment, inheritance, and ample resources, as long as the younger generation of the family does not recklessly invite disaster from the outside, focusing on development and steadily cultivating to the later stages of foundation establishment is not a difficult task. When a large number of foundation establishment cultivators emerge from the family, there will surely be extraordinary talents who successfully break through to the Golden Core. Thus, the future of the Su family becoming a Golden Core family is not mere wishful thinking. It is rooted in solid foundations with promising prospects. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several months had passed. The Su family had fully integrated the industries and cultivation resources received from the Jiang family and the Golden Feather Gang, and the two forces became history from that point on. As the scale of the family industry expanded, the Su family became the veritable overlord of Qingyuan, with cultivators flocking to join the Su family. Those who were once proud and disdainful of serving a qi refining family were now rushing to join the Su family, competing to be under its banner. They were unwilling to become servants of a qi refining family, but were willing to become servants and vassals of a foundation establishment family. As a result, the Su family was able to recruit a large number of cultivators. With the protection of the forbidden spell sound array, the Su family no longer needed to be as strict as before when selecting and employing people. Even if the other party had slight defects in character, such as being somewhat greedy, as long as their abilities were truly outstanding, the Su family would still be willing to accept them. It was acceptable to be greedy for small profits in daily life, but once someone betrayed the Su family due to greed, or their greed posed a threat to the family, the forbidden spell would be activated immediately, leading to dire consequences. One day, Ziao, with heavy black circles under his eyes, walked out of the forging room with unusually light steps. In the courtyard, Su Xianjing was savoring a piece of spiritual cake, taking small leisurely bites. At a glance, he couldn't contain his excitement, his voice rising a few notches. "Third miss. I successfully attached the spirit." Su Xuanjing, holding the cake, suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "Really?" She placed the cake on the nearby stone table and urged, "Quick, let me see it." Without a second thought, Ziao turned his hand and took out a cold, gleaming flying sword. On the sword body, a complex and exquisite rune was steadily circulating, with warm spiritual light glowing subtly, like a breath gently flickering. Su Xianjing stared at the shimmering runic light, her expression of joy surpassing that of Ziao. She raised her delicate hand and gave Ziao a hearty pat on the back, her crisp laughter echoing in the courtyard. "Well done, Ziao. You've finally learned to attach spirits." Her eyes curved into crescent moons, filled with approval and delight. "Father's newly revised teaching method is indeed powerful. It's all thanks to the family head and third miss excellent teachings," and Ziao humbly nodded. His success meant that the technique of spirit attachment could be learned by others, and the Su family could produce spirit-imbued artifacts and puppets in bulk. The two of them excitedly ran to the pavilion lake to report this to Su Yang. Su Yang smiled gently. In reality, Su Xuanjing's spirit attachment technique was not replicable. Her ability to inscribe runes on other objects stemmed from her fate ability, wandering symbol form. However, Su Yang's heavenly Tao rewards diligence had an even more miraculous effect. Success is guaranteed. The spirit attachment technique that others could not learn could be forcefully learned by Su Yang through his fate ability, and he could also reconstruct and deconstruct this technique into a set of universally understandable and teachable material. Wandering symbol form cannot be learned, but heavenly Tao rewards diligence can certainly be achieved through effort. Su Yang became the bridge between Su Xianjing and others. The materials he compiled became the only key to inheriting the spirit attachment technique. If outsiders attempted to replicate the spirit attachment technique, they would inevitably end in failure. This not only allowed the Su family to exclusively enjoy this technique and generate continuous wealth, but also established a technical monopoly, leaving outsiders with no opportunity to covet it. Even if a member of the Su family tried to leak the materials, it would trigger the forbidden spell sound array, resulting in backlash and annihilation of their soul. After successfully mastering the art of spirit attachment, Ziao was appointed by the Su family's auxiliary academy to personally oversee its incorporation into the system of cultivation arts. Now, with abundant talents in the Su family, after 2 months of careful instruction, the spirit-imbued artifacts and puppets from the Su Commerce Association finally achieved mass production. Of the produced artifacts and puppets, 60% were supplied to the Zhou army, while the remaining 40% were reserved for external sales by the Su Commerce Association. Seeing the Su family supply such a large number of spirit-imbued artifacts at once, Chu Yutong wore a particularly radiant smile, and specially invited Su Yang to his courtyard for tea and discussion. Chu Yutong casually asked, "The Su family is developing increasingly well. Have you considered expanding to the cultivation market or the Immortal City?" Su Yang did not hide anything and honestly replied, "The Su family will not leave Qingyuan, but the Su Commerce Association will definitely develop into the cultivation market and the Immortal City in the future." Chu Yutong's eyes narrowed slightly as the Tao rhythm flowed around him. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "It seems the Su family has a significant opportunity and has resolved the issue of spiritual energy supply." Su Yang's expression shifted slightly. "Did you use the heavenly mechanism technique to deduce the Su family's fate, Brother Chu?" He had initially thought that the other party would harbor doubts, given that Qingyuan had thin spiritual power and no spiritual veins. It was tantamount to severing their future for a foundation establishment family to remain here for long. However, after hearing this, Chu Yutong used his Dao techniques and spoke decisively about the Su family's other opportunities. This piqued Su Yang's curiosity. Had he truly deduced the existence of spiritual veins or merely glimpsed some clues? A national teacher must have some heavenly mechanism techniques at hand, Chu Yutong explained with a smile. "But this technique is a closely guarded secret, and I truly cannot impart it to you, Brother Su." Su Yang nodded calmly at this, showing no signs of surprise. He then shifted the topic and asked with concern, "I wonder how the situation is with the Zhou army now. Any new developments in the conflict between Deqi and Dao Wei?" Chu Yutong chuckled lightly, setting down his teacup. In recent years, Dao Wei has indeed gained some advantage by forcibly conscripting cultivators into the army. However, as time progressed, the situation reversed. Now Dao Wei has fallen back into a decline, and the flames of war have even reached the capital city. Our Zhou army has been secretly accumulating strength for nearly completion these past few years, and will soon officially raise the banner and march out to battle. As he spoke, a meaningful smile crept across his lips as he looked at Su Yang. With the continuous supply of spirit-imbued artifacts and puppets from the Su family, our Zhou army will surely achieve victory. Su Yang raised his teacup and took a light sip, his tone languid. "Brother Chu, you seem to have misremembered. When has the Su family ever directly supplied artifacts and puppets to the Zhou army? All goods are sold through the normal channels of the Su Commerce Association, freely traded, and I have no knowledge of it." Upon hearing this, Chu Yutong immediately raised his hand to lightly pat his forehead, laughing in realization. "Look at my memory. It was indeed purchased through the Commerce Association. I misspoke for a moment. Speaking of which, does the Su Commerce Association have any spirit-imbued flying boats or spirit-imbued cannons for sale?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow and set down his teacup, saying, "Let's not mention that the Su family has no methods for refining flying boats and cannons. Just the crafting of these two items requires a second-tier upper-grade artifact master. Currently, the skills of our Su family's artifact masters are only at the second-tier lower-grade level, so I fear I may disappoint you, Brother Chu." He paused, slightly lightly tapping the table with his fingertips, and continued, "However, spirit attachment and artifact refining are two different matters. If the Zhou army can provide ready-made flying boats and cannons along with their crafting methods, our Su family can directly perform spirit attachment on the finished products. Performing spirit attachment on finished products does not require mastery over the crafting methods of flying boats and cannons." Su Yang's words were in fact presenting a trading condition to the Zhou army. Whether it is alchemy, artifact refining, or other cultivation arts, high-tier inheritances above the second tier have become extraordinarily precious. They either require exorbitant spirit stones to acquire, or are monopolized by one or several factions. Outsiders seeking to obtain them must join their sect or family and provide sufficient contributions in return. The crafting techniques for flying boats and cannons are even core secrets strictly controlled by the court. Since the Zhou army dares to raise the banner of rebellion, they must have already mastered the crafting methods for these two national treasures. For the Su family, this is an excellent opportunity to exchange for these two inheritances. Regardless of whether the Zhou army ultimately succeeds or not, once the larger picture becomes clear, it will be virtually impossible for the Su family to obtain such core inheritances again. Chu Yutong's expression stiffened. Although he had deduced that the Su family's fortunes were deep and their opportunities substantial, he did not expect Su Yang to propose such an astonishing condition. Flying boats and cannons are national treasures. The former is relatively easier. Various courts regularly sell flying boats for profit. However, cannons are siege weapons. Even a second-tier cannon, as long as its firepower is sufficient, can forcibly break through third-tier formations, underscoring their importance. I need to report this to my superiors. I cannot make a decision on my own." Chu Yutong thought for a moment and did not outright refuse. The Zhou army was well aware of the power of the spirit attachment technique. Perhaps a single spirit-imbued artifact might not be shocking, but once armed to an entire army, it could become a formidable weapon of war. If spirit attachment could be applied to flying boats and cannons, their power would reach unimaginable levels. While the crafting methods for flying boats and cannons are indeed important, the value of those that have undergone spirit attachment is equally immeasurable. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Zhou army would truly accept this deal. Chu Yutong was eager to report this matter to his superiors and no longer kept Su Yang for tea and discussion. Thus Su Yang rose to take his leave and returned home. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he saw little Su Xinrui squatting by the flower bed, curiously fiddling with the tender leaves of several spirit plants with her chubby little hands. At first glance her actions seemed a bit clumsy, but upon closer inspection, they were quite measured and did not harm the plants in the slightest. Su Yang's eyes lit up at once. This little one has finally begun to take an interest in spirit plants. He had high hopes for Su Xinrui, intending to pass on all his alchemical skills to her. With the blessings of the Bai Chao Ling Shi and 9 turns Dan Xine destinies, Su Xinrui would surely shine brightly in the path of alchemy. What is Xinrui doing? Su Yang approached with a smile. Grandpa. Su Xinrui politely greeted him. I smelled a pleasant fragrance and wanted to see which plant it was coming from. I thought of planting a pot in my room. Did you find it? Su Yang asked. Su Xinrui nodded happily. I found it. It's this one. She pointed to a flower exuding a faint blue glow, but discovered she couldn't name it. Just as she pointed at the flower, it seemed to possess a spirit of its own, swiftly burrowing into the ground and reappearing among the flowers 100 meters away. At a young age, Su Xinrui displayed an extraordinary talent for plants. His sense of smell was remarkably acute. Even with 2 spirit plants that appeared almost identical, a gentle sniff would allow him to distinguish between them accurately. Under Su Yang's careful guidance over several weeks, he had learned to identify common spirit plants and make preliminary judgments about their age. Both Su Xianming and Ruan Ning were overjoyed upon hearing this news. Their eldest son Su Xinyo was known for his playful and carefree nature, leading the couple to place their hopes more on their younger son. Now at merely 4 years old, Su Xinrui was already making a name for himself, which brought them great joy and satisfaction. Their younger son was indeed a genius. Father Xinrui's talent could bear the family's responsibilities in alchemy. I wonder if... Su Xianming hesitated. Su Yang sensed the implication in his son's words and nodded with a smile. With Xinrui's exceptional talent, he should certainly receive special cultivation. Though our family rules are strict, they also allow for flexibility based on individual circumstances. Next time, let's use the Foundation Establishment spiritual items from our clan to help Xinrui practice the primordial condensation technique, aiming for him to embark on his cultivation journey as soon as possible. Initially, the purpose of exchanging for Foundation Establishment spiritual items from the Great Way was to allow talented descendants to refine their spiritual roots early on, with secondary use for Foundation Establishment breakthroughs. Therefore, using such precious resources on Su Xinrui was already part of Su Yang's plan. Even if Su Xianming did not mention it, he would begin refining Xinrui's true spiritual roots with Foundation Establishment spiritual items this year. Upon hearing this, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. With the Foundation Establishment spiritual items to refine his spiritual roots, it was highly likely that Su Xinrui would possess true spiritual roots by this year or next. Embarking on the path of cultivation early leads to rapid progress. In response to his son and daughter-in-law's heartfelt gratitude, Su Yang merely smiled, yet his mind began to delve deeper into thoughts. As the family continued to grow stronger, clear and comprehensive rules for the distribution of cultivation resources needed to be established promptly. Although this special approval of the Foundation Establishment spiritual items for Xinrui was part of his premeditated plan to the clan members, it appeared no different from a spuro-themant decision, raising concerns about potential future grievances and disputes among descendants. Xuanming, remember this. Su Yang said, his smile fading as he spoke seriously. From now on, the distribution of family resources must follow established rules. All descendants of the Su family in the 2nd generation may directly use Foundation Establishment spiritual items to refine their true spiritual roots, ensuring they can embark on the path to immortality as early as possible. Currently, what the Su family lacks most is not skilled external servants, but Su family members with pure bloodlines who can truly embark on the path to immortality. The 1st and 2nd generations of the Su family are the foundation of its bloodline. Only if they all embark on the path of cultivation can the family hope to protect its legacy and deter external threats. Thus, both generations must be compelled to embark on the path to immortality and undergo necessary training to become solid pillars supporting the family. As for the 3rd generation of the Su family, they should generally refine their spiritual roots using ordinary 5 elements materials. If someone reveals extraordinary talent from a young age, only after being recognized by the family can they use Foundation Establishment spiritual items. Additionally, among the 3rd generation, ordinary individuals without spiritual roots may choose whether to cultivate at the age of 12. If they choose not to embark on the path to immortality, they may reconsider before turning 20. However, once they turn 20, there will be no room for change or regret. Su Yang's tone shifted, adding a note of flexibility. Of course, while family rules are established, they are not set in stone. If special circumstances arise, adjustments may still be made at the discretion of the current family head. Most individuals in the cultivation world mature early. By the age of 12, their minds are already awakened enough to make choices that affect their life paths. If at that time they choose to live as a mortal, they may still change their minds before turning 20 and return to the path of cultivation. Starting cultivation at the age of 20 may seem late for an average person, but for those with steadfast Dao hearts supported by the abundant resources of the Su family, there is still hope to achieve foundation establishment before the age of 60. As for those who realize their desire to return to the path of cultivation after turning 20, the family will carefully evaluate the situation. The probability of successfully establishing a foundation after starting cultivation at that age is extremely slim. Su Yang's success was due to his unique circumstances and cannot be considered a normal reference standard. However, since the Su family rules advocate flexibility, Su Yang did not rigidly enforce the rules, but left room for exceptions. What if in the future a descendant feeling regret for not having embarked on the path to immortality due to the misfortunes of close friends or family decides to pursue cultivation for revenge? Such individuals often have a more steadfast desire to pursue the Tao than ordinary cultivators. With the full support of Su family resources, they could potentially achieve foundation establishment within 30 or even 20 years. The cultivation world is vast, and boundless precedents of such nature are not uncommon. Su Xianming diligently noted every word from Su Yang and incorporated it into the family rules. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Father, do you mean to temporarily conceal the primordial condensation technique from the third generation and beyond until they turn 12? Precisely, Su Yang nodded. The first and second generations are the foundation of the family and must all embark on the path to immortality, but this inherently brings risks. Although you and Xianjing have made great efforts to hide your identities, there is no wall that cannot be breached. No matter how cautious you are, there will inevitably come a day when you are exposed." Zhang Wuyu was the first to catch a hint of the truth. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate him in time, preventing a major disaster. Su Yang frowned slightly, continuing, "With the first and second generations being relatively few, we can still control the situation. However, when it comes to the third generation, the number of clan members will inevitably increase, and at that point it will be exceedingly difficult to conceal things. Therefore, the Su family must have ordinary descendants without spiritual roots. After all, not all clan members yearn for immortality. Some prefer a stable life with no grand ambitions, simply seeking a peaceful existence, even willing to live as playboys enjoying life. For such clan members, the family can meet their needs as long as they do not cause major trouble. They can provide a layer of protection for the family, helping to prevent the secret of the primordial condensation technique from leaking out. In this way, it can be confirmed that the descendants of the first and second generations have spiritual roots because Su Yang consumed a rare treasure in his youth. By the time the third generation arrives, the effects of such treasures diminish, leading to the emergence of ordinary individuals without spiritual roots. After all, there are countless rare treasures in the world. Who can definitively say that what Su Yang claims is false?" Listening to his father's words, Su Xianming appeared contemplative. If he were a third-generation descendant, perhaps he would also harbor aspirations for cultivation before the age of 12. However, on the day he had to choose his life's path at 12, he might discover that his true passion lies in business and governance, possibly abandoning the path of immortality. Yet, given his personality, by the time he turns 20, he may begin to yearn for longevity, desiring to manage the family and witness the enduring prosperity of the Su family. Human pursuits indeed vary and often change with age. There are indeed those who find contentment in mortal life, shunning the path of immortality. Living a peaceful and joyful life under the family's protection may well be more comfortable than embarking on the perilous path of cultivation. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yutong once again invited Su Yang to his home for tea and philosophical discussions, but in truth it was to give a response regarding the previous matter. After some polite exchanges, Chu Yutong handed over 2 storage bags. "Brother Su, the storage bags contain the flying boat and the magical cannon, as well as the refining methods you need. We hope to receive them within a month." Su Yang smiled slightly, accepting the storage bags, and replied, "A month is no problem. I didn't expect you, the Zhou clan, to be so straightforward. You truly are capable people." Chu Yutong smiled wryly, unable to determine whether this was sarcasm or praise. Su Yang tucked away the refining methods for the flying boat and magical cannon, and he lost his interest in tea and philosophy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he stood up to take his leave. Once home, he immediately handed the 2 storage bags to Su Xianjing and Xiao, instructing them to begin researching spirit attachment, as well as the refining of the flying boat and magical cannon. Seeing that Xiao had diligently contributed to the family for many years yet remained at the 4th level of qi refinement, Su Yang couldn't help but consider teaching him the Hunyuan Ningxian method. He originally thought that once Su Xianjing and Xiao became Dao partners and formed a true family, he would pass this method on to Xiao to help him refine a true spiritual root. However, after many years of interaction, the two still did not have any romantic feelings for each other. Even when they shared a room, their conversations revolved solely around spirit attachment and artifact refining, maintaining a sibling-like relationship. If this delay continued, Xiao's refinement of a true spiritual root would likely be a distant hope. Yet the path of cultivation does not wait for anyone. Although Xiao possessed a fire spirit body, he ultimately had a mixed spiritual root, and his cultivation speed was only slightly faster than ordinary mixed spiritual roots, far from that of a true spiritual root. Considering this, Su Yang immediately sought out Su Xianming to share his thoughts. According to the Su clan's rules, the Hunyuan Ningxian method was traditionally only passed down to clan members, and since Xiao had not joined the Su family, it would indeed be against the rules to teach him this method. However, Xiao had grown up watching the Su family and had dedicated himself to the family over the years, showing diligence and responsibility, and his potential was also remarkable. If he refrained from teaching the Hunyuan Ningxian method for the reason that Xiao had not joined the family, not only would it waste his fire spirit body and artifact refining talent, but it would also fail to acknowledge his years of dedication to the Su family, making the Su family seem lacking in grace. After listening, Su Xianming pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Didn't father just say that family rules should be flexible and adaptable? As the head of the Su family, I believe that Xiao's situation meets the conditions for exceptions to the family rules. Xiao is someone we have watched grow up since childhood. We know his character all too well. Even if tortured to death, he would never disclose Su family secrets. Furthermore, he has the protective curse planted by the family within him. Even soul-searching would be difficult, so there is no need to worry about him leaking secrets. Moreover, regarding Xiao's contributions to the Su family, he has risked his life for us and remained loyal. We have seen every bit of his dedication." Su Xianming said with a smile and firm gaze, "Thus I believe we can make an exception and teach him the Hunyuan Ningxian method." Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle, resting his hand on his son's shoulder. "With the Su family entrusted to you, I can rest assured. You can take care of Xiao's matter." Su Xianming was first taken aback, then suddenly realized, "Father, were you just testing me?" Su Yang laughed heartily, saying, "Not exactly a test, just a moment of inspiration. I merely wanted to see if the current head of the Su family would be hindered by the constraints of rules." Su Xianming shook his head with a smile and replied, "All right, I will go find Xiao and pass on the Dao methods to him. By the way, Father, tomorrow I plan to take Xian Rue to Yunming Market so that he can meet Xian Yu. The brothers have not seen each other for a while, and I fear they may become estranged. Let me take Xian Rue instead." Su Yang replied with a smile, "It will be quicker that way." Upon hearing this, Su Xianming looked deeply at his father, a knowing smile curving his lips. "Father, you have already broken through to Foundation establishment, haven't you?" Just from that casual remark about being quicker, he deduced that his father had indeed reached Foundation establishment. He had long suspected this in his heart, but his father had always been one to hide his strength and keep a low profile, never stating it explicitly. Now that the family's strength was growing, Su Yang no longer intentionally concealed his cultivation from his children. Su Yang chuckled lightly, saying, "As long as you are aware, that's good. However, you must also cultivate diligently. I don't want to send off a white-haired person when I have black hair in the future." Su Xianming felt a mixture of emotions upon hearing this. Looking up at his father's still youthful and handsome face, which showed no signs of weariness, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. His father's words were indeed spot on. If he did not work hard in cultivation when his lifespan ran out, even the beauty-enhancing elixirs would not be able to maintain his youthful appearance, and he would eventually grow old and gray-haired, while his father would still look as vibrant as ever. Wasn't this the very essence of sending off a black-haired person with a white-haired one? In the midst of Su Xuanming's journey to teach Xiao the Hunyuan Ningxian method, Su Yang walked to the pavilion by the lake, intending to remind Su Xian Rue about their trip to Yunming Market the next day. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he saw his wife Qin Jiangmei and their youngest daughter, Su Xuanling, sitting inside. Qin Jiangmei's beautiful eyes could hardly hide her shock, while Su Xuanling's cheeks were flushed, shyly averting her gaze. Curious, Su Yang floated lightly into the pavilion and asked, "What are you two discussing? Why is Xianling looking so shy?" Upon hearing his question, Su Xianling lowered her head, even further, almost trying to hide herself in her chest. Qin Jiangmei gently parted her red lips, her eyes filled with complexity as she continued, "I think Xianling has reached the age for marriage, so I asked if she has someone she likes, and the result was that she..." Her words paused here, and Su Yang blinked in confusion, looking at his daughter. Could it be that she, like her third sister, does not wish to marry? That shouldn't be the case. Xianling had always been obedient. How could she resist marriage? Su Xianling shook her head gently, her face even redder, yet she remained silent. Qin Jiangmei sighed lightly and finally added, "She said the person she likes is Xiao." What a... Upon hearing this answer, Su Yang was truly taken aback. After going around in circles, it turned out that it wasn't Su Xianjing who had feelings for Xiao, but rather Su Xianling. No, the two seemingly did not have much interaction. Why would Su Xianling take a liking to Xiao? In terms of age, there was only a 6-year difference, which wasn't unacceptable. Yet Su Yang couldn't help but feel surprised. Although the Su family did not emphasize the master-servant distinction like ordinary families, and Xiao was ultimately a servant, while Su Xianling was a daughter of the Su family. How could she have feelings for him? Could it be that she was attracted to his sincere and simple nature? What do you think about this matter, my husband? Qin Jiangmei asked softly. Su Yang placed his hands behind his back, pondering for a moment before replying. If Xianling truly likes him, then this matter is not impossible. It's just that I wonder what Xiao thinks. If Xiao also harbors feelings for Xuanling, it would be a joyous occasion. However, if Xiao has no such intention, I certainly would not allow my daughter to suffer such indignation. What intrigued Su Yang the most was what exactly Su Xianling liked about Xiao. He gently guided his daughter, and only then did Su Xuanling, her face flushed with shyness, stammer out her true feelings. Su Yang finally understood that his daughter was not enamored with Xiao's simple and honest nature, but rather with his meticulous care and compliance. Su Yang's expression became serious, realizing the necessity of providing Su Xianling with some psychological counseling. In his view, his daughter had too little contact with the outside world, mistaking this feeling of being cared for as true affection. What she was moved by was not so much Xiao himself, but rather the emotional value he provided. Xuanling, other servants would also show you respect and obedience. Even if they are not servants, the wealthy young masters from other families would also express concern and thoughtfulness towards you. Su Yang gazed at his daughter and solemnly asked, "So you must distinguish whether you truly like Xiao as a person, or if you merely appreciate his obedience and indulgence towards you." These words left Su Xianling momentarily stunned, her blush gradually fading, replaced by deep confusion and helplessness. Seeing this, Su Yang subtly signaled to his wife. Qin Jiangmei understood and immediately stood up, gently linking arms with her daughter, softly saying, "Come, let's go for a walk by the lake." The mother and daughter walked slowly along the lakeside path, with Qin Jiangmei gently guiding Su Xuanling, discussing what true affection meant and helping her sort out her inner feelings. Meanwhile, Su Yang turned to seek out Xiao. Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw Xiao, filled with excitement, struggling to contain himself after receiving the Hunyuan condensing true method. Facing Su Xuanming, and Xiao knelt down, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, clan head. From now on, Xiao will continue to serve the Su family with utmost dedication and will never disappoint the family's trust." Su Xianming smiled and helped him up, saying, "This matter was proposed by the clan leader. You should thank him instead." "Yes, thank you, clan leader, for your great kindness. And thank you, clan head, for your approval." And Xiao steadied himself and replied loudly. Su Yang's figure quietly appeared in front of Xiao. "Xiao, I have a question to ask you." He got straight to the point, speaking before Xiao could bow. "You need to think carefully before answering. How do you view Xianjing and Xianling?" And Xiao was taken aback, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Clan head, what do you mean?" Su Yang's expression remained calm, but his words fell like a heavy hammer. "If I were to let you marry into the Su family, choosing one of the two as your wife, who would you prefer?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao's face turned pale with fright, and even Su Xianming beside him was startled by his father's sudden question. "Clan head," and Xiao said, his voice trembling, "Xiao is merely a servant and would never dare to harbor any desires for the young ladies. What merit did he have to marry into the Su family? Moreover, to choose between the two young ladies. If it weren't for the family just granting him the Hunyuan condensing true method, he would have almost doubted that he would lose his life for such an audacious question. Father, perhaps you could clarify your words slowly." Su Xianming couldn't help but speak up, his tone filled with confusion and concern. "Your sudden question is indeed alarming. Xianjing and Xianling are both daughters of the Su family. It's unimaginable for a servant to be allowed to choose between them." Su Yang rubbed his forehead. He merely wanted to ask Xiao's thoughts simply and efficiently, so he made a metaphor. Unexpectedly, in his eagerness, he had asked in a way that led to misunderstanding, causing a significant blunder. He then softened his tone and briefly explained the situation. After hearing this explanation, both Su Xianming and Xiao felt relieved. So that was it. The clan head did not genuinely want Xiao to choose, but was merely concerned about the marriage of his two daughters. And Xiao exhibited a look of surprise. He had not expected that amidst the blunder he would learn that the family had indeed considered having him marry in. However, it seemed that the initial choice favored the third young lady, and although he had known both for many years, their relationship had remained strictly brotherly. Instead, it was the fifth young lady, Su Xuanling, who had expressed her feelings towards him. However, from the clan head's explanation, it appeared that the fifth young lady might not truly like him as a person, but rather mistook a familiar closeness and care for affection due to her youth and inexperience. At this moment, the clan head's inquiry was merely to understand whether he harbored romantic feelings for the two young ladies. And Xiao clarified the situation, his expression suddenly serious. He immediately bowed solemnly to the clan head and family head, responding in a clear and powerful voice. Clan head, family head. Xiao has no inappropriate thoughts regarding the two young ladies. I have always respected Miss Xianjing as a sister, and I also maintain my proper role with Miss Xuanling, holding only a heart of care for her. If the family truly requires me to marry one of the young ladies in the future, I will certainly follow the family's arrangements and vow with my Dao heart to cherish her for life, never to disappoint. And Zio's candor made Su Yang and Su Xianming nod in approval. He adhered to his true feelings, openly stating that he held no romantic feelings for Su Xianjing or Su Xuanling, while also clearly expressing his loyalty to the Su family and willingness to follow all family arrangements. This powerful declaration reached the ears of several others in the courtyard. Su Xuanling, walking back along the lakeside path, paused slightly in her steps. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly. And Zio's Dao heart was even more steadfast than he had imagined. All he thought about was contributing to the family, truly a Sigma man. However, when Su Yang's gaze inadvertently swept past Wei Jing, he noticed that the young man's expression seemed somewhat unusual. Recalling the earlier scene, just when he mentioned having and Xiao choose between Su Xianjing and Su Xuanling, Wei Jing's expression had clearly shown signs of tense rigidity. After and Xiao made his clear statement that tension had dissipated, but it was replaced by a more complex emotion interwoven with anxiety and hesitation. Could it be that? Su Yang raised his brow slightly, keenly sensing that Wei Jing's gaze was cautiously directed towards Su Xianling, not far away, seemingly observing her reaction. Goodness! Su Yang realized that a subtle emotional drama was unfolding among the younger generation of the Su family, without anyone noticing. To this he was not at all surprised. He never doubted his youngest daughter's charm. Su Xuanling, at 17, was in her prime, tall and graceful, with stunning beauty. She not only perfectly inherited the outstanding looks of the Su family, but also her mother's gentle and serene demeanor. As long as the Su family sought suitors, those who wished to marry Su Xianling could line up from Qingyuan to Yundream ruins. Su Xianling stood quietly by the lake in a plain white dress, ethereal and exquisite, resembling a fairy that had stepped out of an ink painting. Having heard in Zio's response, she then noticed in Xiao bowing towards her from a distance, his gaze clear and unclouded, just as usual. Su Xianling gently pressed her lips together, breaking into a smile, and the inner turmoil she felt was thus resolved. Earlier during their lakeside stroll, her mother had shared the story of how she and her father met and got to know each other. At that moment, she understood that what she cherished in her heart was not in Xiao himself, but rather the warmth of being thoughtfully cared for. However, true emotion is never about blind compliance dictated by status. Only when concern comes from the heart rather than duty, and companionship arises from admiration rather than obligation, would such a person be her true partner.